Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Hospital 20 Emergency Surgery Department. A patient was lying on the operating table and the doctor was asking about his current condition. The same second he was told that the patient had lost too much blood and his blood pressure was dropping. Many doctors were standing by the operating table and saying that they needed to prepare blood for a transfusion. Every few seconds they checked the monitor and saw that the pulse was getting lower than average. The female doctor suddenly said that it looked like an infection had set in as a result of removing the metal object. Her colleague, as soon as he heard this, was scared and asked again. The doctor did not waste time and reached out for one of the instruments, saying that if they did not act, the heart would stop. Then her colleague came to his senses and firmly said that he was starting cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The pulse suddenly disappeared. The doctors stopped and one of the surgeons said that there was a complete cardiac arrest. A few seconds later he closed his eyes and said that the patient was no longer there. At this time, a woman was kneeling in the corridor in front of the doctor. It was the mother of the deceased patient. She was shaking and begging with tears in her eyes for her beloved son to be saved, because he had suffered enough because of such a stupid mother like her, but she was not ready to say goodbye to him yet. Tears were pouring out of her eyes non-stop, and the woman was saying that he was her only blood. At this time, her son was lying on the operating table without a pulse. His mother was begging him to save him. The doctor stood over his body and said nothing. After a short pause, he quietly said that death occurred at 22 hours 49 minutes. Then he added that the cause of death was external injury followed by infection, as well as brain death due to excessive bleeding. A second later, he just looked at the dead patient. The boy's mother was sitting in the corridor. She was shaking with fear and praying that everything would be okay with her son. Suddenly, she saw quick steps and looked away. Another doctor entered the operating room. He waved his hand and said loudly that the operation was not over yet. Approaching the operating table, he ordered everyone to take their places and prepare a protocol as well as check all the patient's vital signs. Then he immediately turned to Dr. Lee and asked for help in transfusing the blood faster. After that, he said that they first needed to start by checking the removed metal object. He was immediately given all the data. He stood next to the operating table and said that they would simultaneously diagnose tetanus. At that very second, he said loudly and firmly that they could still save him. A guy with short hair and glasses put on a glove and prepared to save a dead patient. One of his colleagues looked at one of the doctors and asked in confusion what the point of operating on a dead patient was. The man turned to him and replied that this was a completely different situation, and the guy seemed to have never heard of him. Then he said that the doctor who had come was one of the main authorities in surgery. He watched how skillfully the doctor did his job. He did not know about him either. The operation began again. The main character is the only one who can save even a dead person. His name was Yusun, nicknamed God's Hands. A few minutes later, the pulse appeared again. It was late at night outside. The guys were telling each other that they had worked hard. The protagonist walked down the street and opened a can of coffee, breathing out with relief. He walked forward and drank coffee. Then he said that it seemed that he would not be able to use the vacation this time either. He looked at the night city and the starry sky, saying that he thought that he would rest, but today he had also spent the whole day in the operating room. A few seconds later, he exhaled heavily, raised his head to the sky and asked what kind of stressful life he had. God's Hands. This nickname came to belong to the protagonist because he would save even the dead. At first, he was not at all against it. He remembered how many people thanked him and understood that the joy of saving patients on the verge of life and death was his motivation. However, as soon as the patient found out about the nickname, they began to rush to him in crowds. They also began to foist off thieves on him. They treated the main character as if he were a medical device that could be used at any moment. God's Hands looked at his hands with pain in his eyes. So over time, he began to think that his nickname God's Hands was even a hindrance to him. Even his colleagues were afraid of him and gradually left. They avoided him and discussed him behind his back. He essentially turned into an outcast. At the moment, he closed his eyes and sadly asked in his head when he had recently had time for himself. After this thought, he sipped some coffee and said to himself that the only plus was that he made a lot of money, but he had no time to spend it. The next second, he lowered his head, grinned and said that it seemed like his life had finally gone downhill. Then he said that he should cheer himself up with a can of beer, when suddenly he heard a loud horn of a truck that was flying towards him. The main character was enveloped in a bright light from the headlights, and he himself did not understand anything. In his head, he asked if it was true that before death, your whole life flashes before your eyes. He opened his eyes wide, in which there was a reflection of the Kamei's. His whole life in the operating room immediately began to flash through his head. Then he asked himself in his head why in all his dying memories he was in the operating room. A few seconds later, his bag flew up into the sky. Suddenly, reality changed. It was a bright day outside, and a beautiful city was visible. A female voice was heard calling Ray. There was a beautiful private house on one of the plots. The protagonist heard the voice and asked himself in his head whose voice it was. Suddenly, he heard it again. The girl was saying that he was waking up. In his head, the protagonist was asking if he really hadn't died. The girl was happily saying that he was opening his eyes. Yusun suddenly saw his small hands and was shocked. He immediately asked himself what it was and what was wrong with his hands. The next second, he looked up and saw a very happy girl and guy in front of him. At that moment, the girl happily said that her baby was very cute. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. The girl picked him up and started rocking him, saying that her son was so cute when he opened his eyes. What was going on? The main character wondered in disbelief. The girl held him tightly, expressing love and care. What the hell? Yusun wondered. Then he remembered how a truck ran over him and said that he was absolutely sure that he had been hit on the way home from work and died. At that very moment, he asked why he was still alive. In front of him, he saw the happy faces of a young couple looking at him. He kept asking himself who these people were. The girl's husband also took his son and began to rub his cheek against him, saying that his son was so cute. Suddenly, Yusun asked in his head why his body was so small. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his face. A few seconds later, he screamed to himself, was he really reborn as their son? The woman took the shocked boy, who said to himself that these people looked like some kind of cosplayers. Suddenly, the woman saw a scratch on her son's arm and said that her husband's stubble was too prickly. The abrasion was a little bigger than she expected. As soon as the man heard about it, he rushed to his son and screamed in fear that he needed to urgently call a priest to heal his boy. Hearing such a reaction, the girl grinned and said that these were just scratches. She put her son in the crib and added that she could patch them up herself. As soon as the main character heard this, he asked in his head in surprise what it meant to patch up. Then he asked himself if his new mother really understood medicine. At that time, the woman took his hand with the scratch. Yusun looked at his mother and said to himself that if she just applied ointment to the scratch, it might well leave scars. Suddenly, a bright, pleasant green glow was released from the girl's hand. It enveloped the boy's hand, after which the wound disappeared. Did the wound really heal? The main character asked himself in shock in his head. The next second he raised his hand to himself and, seeing that there really was no wound, said to himself that this wasn't a cure. But then could it really be magic? He asked himself in his head a few seconds later. Then his mother said with a smile on her face that their baby was healthy again. A pleasant magical glow emanated from his hand. The girl put her hand on her hip and, pleased with herself, said that she had said that she could handle it. As soon as her husband was convinced that everything was fine, he put his hand to his chest, sighed with relief and said that his wife was still good at magic. The protagonist heard this and said to himself that his father had just said magic. He was still looking at his hand. After a short pause, he firmly said in his head that he had reincarnated in another world after all. Some time had passed. It was night outside. The main character's new home. Yusun was lying in his crib and looking at the ceiling. A second later, he sat up and looked out the window, saying in his head that it had been a long time since he had slept for so long. 3 months had already passed since his reincarnation. The boy looked at the starry sky with a smart look. During this time, he realized something. Firstly, this world is completely different. It is more like a typical fantasy world, where monsters and creatures similar to people exist. People often suffer from raids, therefore, in order to become stronger, they devote their lives to their chosen path. But what interested the main character most was that the people of this world decided to develop not science, but magic. His mother's name was Sane, and every time she treated her son. He looked at the healed places in confusion and realized more and more clearly that even the most mundane things they rely on magic, and not on medicine. Now he clearly understands that everything around him is not a dream, but reality, but for some reason he was able to retain the memories and knowledge from his past life. He stared at the full moon in the sky and said in his head that he never thought he would be able to relax like this, because now that he thinks about it, he never had the opportunity to enjoy life because of work. The next second, he imagined himself from his past life and said that if it were not for the accident, he would have died of exhaustion. Suddenly, he happily lay down on his bed and added that now that he was reborn, he can be as lazy as he wants, because when else will he be able to sleep like this? Some time passed. A magical aura began to appear in the room. With each passing second, it became stronger. The protagonist slept peacefully, but he also felt it. His whole body was enveloped in powerful magical energy. At this time, the boy felt as if a thin thread was passing through him. He felt so rested. Then he asked himself if this was the mana that his mother and father had told him about. It seemed that it was not so easy to control it, because as soon as he tried to press, it simply dispersed. Yusun accumulated magical power in his hands and told himself that he needed to try to concentrate on the places where the flow of mana began and ended. He thought that mana most likely worked the same way as blood, so he should try to imagine the flow of mana as a bloodstream. He imagined living organisms, saying to himself that he needed to try to feel how it filled his body. This endless energy so very came. Then winter. A lot of time passed, but the protagonist finally had very in his hands. He happily waved his hand and shouted that he finally succeeded. After these words, he placed the fire between his hands and said to himself that he could not even think that he would succeed. He looked at his result with a warm smile on his face and added that he directed the freely flowing mana and used a fire spell. It was definitely worth the 3 years of work. A few minutes later, he sat down to read the books again, saying to himself that although he understood how mana flowed and could remember the direction of its flows, the next second, he put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully finished that he did not know how to control it according to the description in this book. Time was fast. Night fell, and the protagonist continued to sit in the library, reading one book after another, saying in his head that it was written here that one must accumulate mana in the body and use it as needed, but since it must be replenished from the environment. Then he added that it was not clear why they should accumulate it inside themselves at all. He carefully read each page and said to himself that the fact that they accumulated mana inside themselves limited some manipulations. But from whatever angle you look at it, it sounds rather ineffective. After these thoughts, the protagonist put his hand to his chin and thought. In his head, he wondered what if they just let the mana flow naturally without trying to hold it back. After a few seconds, he imagined small blue crystals and wondered if it wouldn't be easier to just suck in the mana from the environment and use it right away. At that moment, he happily concluded that there would be no need for mana circles. After such thoughts, he turned the page, looked up and said that this method could be quite dangerous, but it was still worth a try. After a few seconds, he created fire on the end of his boyfriend and said that no one could have imagined that the results would produce all his expectations. Morning came. The mother and father watched as their son diligently read books and muttered something under his breath. Sane covered her mouth with her hand and said that her son would definitely be an excellent mage, to which the father confusedly said that this was not true because with such a physique, his son should train to become a swordsman. Hearing this, the girl turned to her husband, shook her finger and said that if that happened, their child would turn into the same blockhead as Isle. The main character heard all this. He closed his eyes and asked himself in confusion why his parents were hiding from him if they were still making so much noise. Suddenly, after a short pause, Same looked at her son and said excitedly that although she liked their baby's diligence, she thought the main character was somehow too interested in books. The father looked at his wife in surprise and asked what they were talking about. Then Sane replied that children Yusun's age were walking and playing with friends. At this time, the main character was carefully reading a book, trying not to pay attention to his parents. Then the mother said that she was just worried that their son was only interested in books. Hearing this, Isle looked at his wife and calmly said that she had nothing to worry about, since most parents couldn't get their children to sit down with books, and she wanted to raise him to be a great mage herself. Sane looked at her son and thought about it. The protagonist didn't look up from his book, saying to himself that this wasn't enough. The next second, he turned the page and said in his head that he needed to plot the perfect direction for the mana flow himself, as precise as possible. It was the morning of the next day. The protagonist's house. His mother suddenly ran into his room, asking if her beloved son was there. Yusung looked up from his book and said with a smile on his face that he was there. The woman immediately turned away and said to herself that he was reading again. After a short pause, she turned back to her son and excitedly said to herself that although she was glad that her son was so engrossed in books, she also wanted him to be friends and play with his peers. Then she asked herself if she felt this way because she hadn't had the chance to play with them. The protagonist looked at his mother, saw her strange reaction, and called out to her. The woman looked at her son with a drop of cold sweat on her cheek and said nothing. Suddenly, she abruptly walked up to him, squatted down, and with a warm smile on her face asked if the protagonist wanted to play with her today. Play? Yusun asked in surprise, looking at his mother. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he immediately asked himself if she would really teach him magic. Then he added that this was definitely true, adding that he was sure that his mother would try to teach him the basics of magic. After these thoughts, he joyfully shouted, yes. Sane was slightly surprised by such a reaction. Unexpectedly, she abruptly hugged him and with tears in her eyes said that she couldn't even think that her son would have such a chance to play with her, adding that she should have asked about it earlier. After a while, the protagonist's face showed confusion and incomprehension. They were standing at the front door, and Yusun was asking where the books were and why they were at the door, to which his mother replied that he would not need the books today because they were going outside to play. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he shook his hand, laughed awkwardly, and began to leave, saying that he needed to study some more. At that time, in his head, he was saying that he could not waste his time playing when he needed to practice. Hearing such an answer from his son, Sane rushed to hug her son and said that she had a very diligent boy, that she could not help herself. After a few seconds, she let him go and with a warm smile on her face said that today was the time to take a break. She held her hands on her surprised son's shoulders and asked if he was not interested in what was outside. Then she suggested going outside and trying to have some fun. The protagonist, after listening to his mother, began to descend into memories, saying to himself that if you think about it, he never went outside after his reincarnation. He always read books, and the windows in the room were needed for lighting. After that, he left the memories and said that he did not even know what this world looked like. After a few minutes, he lowered his head, exhaled heavily and agreed to go out with his mother and play a little. Sane was very happy about this, so they immediately asked her son to go quickly and get ready. A few minutes later, Yusun went outside and was shocked. He saw a very beautiful city, and particles of magic were flying in the air. Looking at everything, the protagonist said to himself that in the 3 years he spent at home reading books, leaves slowly fell from the trees into puddles. He never once thought of going outside. In the other direction, he saw 2 large mills and a wheat field. A warm and fresh summer wind enveloped the protagonist. His mother saw her son's reaction and with a smile on her face asked what he was thinking about. Yusun, with eyes sparkling with happiness, looked at Sane, who asked if he wanted to look around a little. A few minutes later, the protagonist's foot appeared on the grass. He quickly ran across the field and laughed loudly. He was happier than he had ever been before, with a big smile on his face. He ran everywhere he could to have fun. His eyes were shining with happiness, and his cheeks were blushing. After a while, he ran to a cliff that had an insanely beautiful view of everything around him. This amazed the protagonist to the point of speechlessness. Before reincarnation, he had no opportunity to take care of himself at all. He lived under constant pressure. Patients were brought to him time and time again, and his colleagues turned away from him. Or rather, existed. Yusun had never felt so free. He looked at the beautiful view, held his heart, and said with a smile on his face that he was very glad that he was reborn in this world. After these thoughts, he called out to his mother, who was standing behind him. He turned to her with a sly smile, wanting to say something. The next second, he sincerely thanked her for taking him for a walk, when suddenly the protagonist found himself in the hospital again. A patient was being wheeled down the corridor and they were shouting that he urgently needed to be taken to the operating room. Again, Yusun remembered his life, in which he was with patients all day. He worked non-stop. He performed surgeries. After one operation, he was told that there would be another one in 5 minutes. He was so tired of this. The main character was sitting on the floor and asking for help, but they were shouting at him that he had to go save people. No strength, this was the limit. When suddenly he woke up from his mother's voice and with a pale face screamed that it was gastric tachycardia. Sane stroked her son's head and asked if he had really had a bad dream. Hearing this, the main character relaxed a little and realized that it was just a dream. Having caught his breath, he turned his head. At that very second, he saw a large, beautiful city. From what he saw, his eyes sparkled again. Then he said to himself that this was how he was reborn in this world. At that very second, he firmly added that he would definitely not live like in his past life. The sun was shining brightly on the city and Yunsu's house. Some time passed. The protagonist's house. My son and I returned home and greeted his father, who was very happy to see his family. After a short pause, the protagonist wanted to ask for something with a smile on his face. He pulled his mother by the dress and called out to her. The next second, he asked her to teach him magic with a warm smile on his face. As soon as Sane heard this, she covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks turned red. Suddenly, she fell on her husband, who immediately caught her and asked how her son could be so cute. A few seconds later, she warmly said with a blush on her cheeks that she would definitely teach her son everything. The protagonist was a little confused by such a reaction, so he just laughed awkwardly and said to himself that he could not get used to this. A few minutes later, Sane caught her breath and said that they could start right now. After these words, she loudly said fire and a powerful flame flared up in her hand. The protagonist smiled slightly and said coldly, "Wow." This surprised Sane greatly and asked herself in her head if this was really his reaction. At that very moment, she pointed to her hand and said that this was fire, asking if he was not interested. Her son clapped his hands and said coldly that it was cool. As soon as the woman saw the same reaction, she dispelled the magic, put up her finger and asked if this was not enough. At that time, the protagonist said to himself that he had already used this magic. After a short pause, Sane offered to sit down and her son immediately agreed. The next second, she looked back and with a smile on her face said that the thing is that there is a certain peculiarity. She imagined magic as a cloud of energy and said that the magic we want to use turns into mana. Then she added that with the help of spells and action. As soon as the son listened to his mother, he immediately said that he had a question. What question? Sane asked. The protagonist swung his legs and asked if it was possible to transform mana in another way. Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise, in another way. Then the protagonist shifted his gaze and thoughtfully said, for example, fire. First, you need to burn the mana and then collect it again. and then apply the force of friction. Only in this case will fire appear. The next second, he raised his finger up and asked if instead of 3 transformations of mana, wouldn't it be easier to do it once, although if you do this, the mana will dissipate faster. Hearing such a question, Sane was very confused and said that it was really hard to answer. After a short pause, she put her finger to her chin and thoughtfully answered that it was indeed possible. A second later, she put her finger up and said that if 3 events grouped together stabilize, then everything will work out. Suddenly, she laughed awkwardly and said that this was only purely theoretical. Okay, her son answered with a drop of sweat on his face. Several minutes passed. The protagonist's thoughts could be heard in the hall. He looked away and thoughtfully spoke about stabilization. Then he asked, "Does this really mean?" The next second, he clenched his hand into a fist and continued, "That in a complete state." A second later, he unclenched his hand and finished, "You can add more attributes." Immediately after that, a flame appeared in his hand. As suddenly, a pillar of fire struck the ceiling from his hand. As soon as it was over, the protagonist looked very happy because he succeeded. The head of the family immediately ran to them, excitedly asking what happened. Sane looked at her son and with a drop of cold sweat said in her head that she had no idea. She stared at the protagonist, who looked ahead with a smile on his face and said that she did not even notice the moment when he used magic. Then she added that when using magic, a mana flow always passes. There was great surprise and confusion in her eyes. In his head, Yusen said, a repeating life where he was constantly with patience. Above him, a black mark from the pillar of fire remained on the ceiling. He finished speaking then, but did not feel it. After a short pause, he put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that he thought so, that it was much easier to understand if you imagine it as an atom, and when combining as a compound, you no longer need to introduce mana. His mother heard all this. She stared at her son, who was not thinking at all like a boy. In her head, she screamed that he was still a child. Yusen suddenly came to his senses and looked at his mother, whose face was worried. In his head, he asked if he was concentrating too much. The next second, he turned to his mother and with a smile on her face asked what was wrong, to which the girl replied in confusion that she was simply proud that her son could use magic. Hearing this, the protagonist scratched the back of his head and said that he seemed to be a genius. At that moment, joy enveloped the mother, and she screamed that her son was really cool. That same night, Yusen woke up to conversations in the kitchen about how serious this was. His father and mother were holding hands. The woman was asking what they should do if they found out about their son, to which the man replied that they should do everything possible to prevent this from happening. The protagonist did not move from his place and asked himself in his head if they were really talking about him. Sane suddenly said that Isle himself understood that it was not that simple. Then she, with a drop of cold sweat on her cheek, said in an excited voice that their son was a genius who was born every 100 or even 1,000 years. After a short pause, she asked what would happen if the protagonist attracted the attention of the academy. Yusung silently looked at the ceiling, attentively listening to his parents' conversation, while saying in his head that he did not know what kind of academy this was, but the next second, he rolled over onto his stomach and finished, "It seems that he can be dragged into this place." After that, he tightly clenched his hand into a fist and added that in order to prevent this from happening, he needed strength. At that moment, he said that he wanted to learn magic for fun, but changed his mind. He closed his eyes and began to fall asleep, firmly saying that now he needed to get absolute power. A lot of time passed. Beautiful yellow-breasted birds were singing outside. The bright sun was shining into the protagonist's room. There were books and notes on his desk. The white-haired boy was yawning sweetly after waking up. He turned to the window and asked if it was already morning. Getting out of bed, he scratched his head and looked out the window and said that since he was a hermit in bed, he couldn't tell how time passed. This was the protagonist at the age of 15. He asked himself with a smile on his face whether he should take the risk. The protagonist's experiments and research on increasing the level of magic and his genius understanding of mana became the basis for his extremely rapid development. Due to the huge amount of mana he absorbed, his hair became pure white. He suddenly said loudly that he needed to take this with him. After that, he began to write on a small tablet that he could cure those who were sick, saying under his breath that he did not know if his medical knowledge would be needed. But a few seconds later, the inscription on the tablet was finished, and Yusen finished saying that it was worth trying. He looked at the tablet and gathered his strength. At that very second, he said that before going out for the last time. After these words, he summoned the element of fire, then wind and ice. With an outstretched finger, he united all the elements into a bright and beautiful clot of mana. Looking at the result, he scratched his head and with a happy smile on his face said that this was excellent and now it was time to go. Several hours passed. The city, suddenly, a wooden leg was placed on the road with a thud. The protagonist was in the center of the city and, looking around, said that this was a suitable place. After a short pause, he brought his fist to his mouth and with a blush on his cheek said that it was a little embarrassing. when suddenly he turned to the people and shouted loudly that he could cure someone who was not feeling well, so any patient could be brought. After a short silence, the people laughed and said that he was a very nice young man. Then the man shouted at him that a child like Yusun should play saint somewhere else because you can't mock sick people like that. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he turned white with shock. In his head, he asked discontentedly what these people thought of him. But after a few seconds, he smiled, raised his hand to his head and said to himself that he expected this, so he needed to calm down. Time passed. Evening came. The protagonist held his hand to his head and did not know what to say. Suddenly, he fell to his knees and out of grief said to himself that he could not believe that no one had come up. Then he said that there was nothing to do here now, so he needed to go home. After these words, he got up and saw a beautiful woman's dress in front of him. At that very second, the girl asked if the protagonist could really heal the sick. Yusun looked up at the girl with a sad face. He saw a girl with long brown hair in front of him, asking if he could heal any person. Then the protagonist thought in his head, is this really his first patient? Suddenly, the girl screamed very loudly, asking if he could do it. The protagonist was very scared and, waving his arms, screamed back that he had to examine the patient first. The girl looked at the guy with tears in her eyes and did not know what to say. Suddenly, she screamed that she thought so, that an idiot like him could not heal the patient. These words were like a knife to the heart for the protagonist. He began to feel angry, and in his head he asked if this was serious. Suddenly, he loudly called out to the girl, calling her Shorty. Hearing this, the girl turned around displeased and asked again what he had just said. Yusun looked at her and said that although he looked like a useless 15-year-old boy. The next second, he put his hand to his chest and firmly finished that there was no person he could not help. Then he said that you shouldn't judge by appearance alone. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised and thought that the guy was still very young. The main character was talking about his past life, in which he was successful in saving people. The girl looked at him and asked herself why she was so confident in him. After these thoughts, she walked up to him, apologized and said that he was right. The next second, she took the edges of her dress, bowed and said that she wanted to introduce herself formally, because she was the only daughter of Viscount Gade von Alika. Not a shorty, she added loudly and displeasedly, leaning towards Yusun. The main character was a little confused, waved his hands and said that his name was Ray. In his head, he wondered if she was a noblewoman, although it was obvious from her clothes. Stars had already begun to appear in the sky. Alika suddenly asked why the guy switched to formal speech, adding that he should speak like before. Okay, the main character answered calmly. After a short pause, the girl said that the patient she had mentioned earlier was her father. Hearing this, Yusun was very surprised and wondered in his head if it was Viscount Gade himself. Alika lowered her head in disappointment and said that recently the skin on his father's chest had turned red and lumps had appeared, and then it all swelled up like balls. Hearing this, the protagonist thoughtfully put his finger to his chin and thought that it could be a malignant tumor. Then he asked the girl if he could take a look at it, because this was an emergency and every second counted. At that very second, he lowered his eyes and said to himself that if this tumor was the size of a ball. Suddenly, he quickly ran after the girl and shouted that the main thing was not to be too late. A few minutes later, Alika stopped abruptly. She turned to Yusun and said that they were there. The protagonist saw a huge plot of land and a giant house in front of him. The butler suddenly ran out to meet her, very happy that the lady had returned. Alika immediately ran up to the man, grabbed his hand and screamed, asking what was wrong with her father. After a short pause, the butler quietly said that his condition had suddenly worsened and the Viscount had died. Hearing this, the girl raised her hands to her mouth, tears appeared in her eyes, and she screamed that it was all a lie. After that, Alika rushed to run into the house. She quickly ran down the corridor to her father's room. No, she screamed loudly. A few seconds later, she threw open the doors and called out to her father with tears in her eyes. Her mother was sitting on the bed next to her husband, who did not react to anything. Alika rushed to her father, begging that all this was not so. A few minutes later, the protagonist approached, bent down to the body and asked if he could examine the Viscount. What he saw emanated dark magical power. It came from the large black balls on the Viscount's chest. Yusun raised his hand, from which the magical power came, and thought that it was weak, but still felt. The next second, he suddenly stood up and said loudly that the patient could still survive. Everyone in the room looked at the guy in surprise. Alika suddenly grabbed the protagonist by the clothes. She tearfully begged him to save her father. Seeing this, Yusun smiled. He looked at the girl and firmly answered that she could not worry. "Who is this boy?" asked the Viscount's wife. The butler turned to the hostess and said that he was not sure, but it seemed that Alika brought him. The guy standing behind him asked displeasedly how it was possible to let an unknown commoner into the estate. Suddenly, he raised his hand and shouted loudly, asking if the protagonist really said that he could save the dead Viscount. The maid standing behind him asked if Yusun was just a swindler, maybe he just wanted to steal the jewelry. The Viscount's wife said with tears in her eyes that it didn't matter now because she was just The woman looked at the protagonist, who was getting ready to get to work, and finished. She wanted to grab onto her last hope, because perhaps this child would perform a miracle. At this time, Yusun looked at the black balls on the Viscount's chest and said to himself that he couldn't believe that it was all filled with black pus. Then he said that first, he needed to concentrate his mana and form a scalpel out of it. After these thoughts, mana was released from his index finger, which formed into a scalpel. Everyone was horrified and shocked by what they saw. The guy in armor suddenly screamed furiously, asking what he was allowing himself to do. Yusun covered his ears from such a loud scream. After a short pause, he turned to the indignant one and replied that he was trying to cure the patient. To this, the guy in armor shouted that this was stupid, asking afterwards how the protagonist could treat the Viscount like this. Hearing this, Yusun exhaled heavily and said discontentedly that if they did not trust him, then he could just drop everything and leave, because nothing would change for him. The guy in armor was furious at what he heard and headed towards the doctor, when suddenly the Viscount's wife screamed loudly, "Captain!" Then she looked excitedly at the guy in armor and asked him to just trust this child. The captain bowed and obeyed. The protagonist, seeing this, waved his hand and ordered him to stop shouting and get out because he was in the way. The commander heard this, clenched his fist and angrily said that Yusun was just an arrogant child. The next second, the protagonist began to perform the operation. Exhaling heavily, he said to himself that he pierced the tumor and instead of blood, pus immediately flowed. He looked at the tumors and said to himself that this was not just a tumor, this was. A second later, he finished speaking, skin that had undergone necrosis due to poison. This conclusion made him tense up greatly. He looked at the Viscount, and his magical power began to spread throughout the room. Yusun rolled up his sleeves and said that now. The next second, he waved his hand, created a scalpel and finished speaking, "It's time to begin." Without hesitation, he brought the scalpel to the tumor and said in his head that first he needed to get rid of the parts affected by pus. The whole family watched his actions, worrying every second. Once the protagonist finished with the first one, he made an incision on the side of the chest. He was very tense because it was a very delicate and careful job. After making the incision, he saw the lungs that had already begun to decompose and wondered how advanced the disease was. He put his hands on the patient's body and thought that in a way he was even lucky. Yusun continued the operation, saying in his head that the part with necrosis was not that big, and if he cut it out, the patient would be able to recover easily. After a few minutes, he stretched 2 fingers and created a thin thread with magic, which he was going to use to stitch up the incision site. After that, he began to stitch up the incision, making perfect movements. The family continued to stand behind, trying not to interfere. Suddenly, the butler broke the silence and said that the boy that the young miss brought here. With a drop of sweat on his face, he said that he was simply speechless. He looked at the protagonist who was performing the operation with a very serious face, and said to himself that not only did he have charisma that was rare among the young Mrs. peers, but he also had masterful hand movements. The butler noticed Yusun's hands, which were shrouded in magical power. Threads of mana were coming out from his fingers. In his head, he said that he would end up stitching. He moved his hands easily, stitching. The butler looked at this and said to himself that he was like a puppeteer pulling the strings. No, like God, he said a second later. Then he quietly said that this boy could really perform a miracle for them. The maid, hearing this, looked at the protagonist in surprise without saying anything. Indeed, she suddenly said, watching Yusung's work. At this time, the protagonist wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that he was almost done. There were no more horrible black tumors on the Viscount's body. The protagonist looked at the patient's body and said that all that was left was to restore blood circulation. After thinking these thoughts, he placed both hands on the patient's chest and thought about using his mana to replace the defibrillator. The next second, he sent an impulse with his hands using magic. The mana penetrated to the patient's stopped heart, as suddenly, it began to beat again. Joy and happiness appeared on the protagonist's face and he shouted that the Viscount was alive again. At the same second, he turned to the family and said that the operation was a success. But everyone was horrified by what they saw. This made Yusun surprised and he turned his gaze to the Viscount, asking himself in his head why they were looking like that. Suddenly, he saw blood spurting out of the patient's mouth and said to himself that it was because the blood started flowing when he restored blood flow to the dead body. The commander was shaking with rage. "Brat," he screamed in rage. At that very moment, he pointed his finger at the protagonist and shouted that he knew he was just a swindler. Could it really be him again? The protagonist asked himself discontentedly in his head. Then he waved his hands in denial and said in confusion that he would explain everything now, but the commander did not let him finish and shouted that he was still trying to cover himself up. The next second, Yusun pointed at the Viscount and said that he was alive. The commander shouted furiously, how dare he continue? He waved his arms and shouted, asking where he was alive, since he could only see a bloody body. Hearing this, the protagonist, with a drop of sweat on his face, replied that there was nothing to worry about since he was really alive. To this, the commander responded furiously, ordering him to close his mouth, adding that he could not believe that he had opened the body of a nobleman. Listening to this, the protagonist exhaled heavily and scratched the back of his head, asking for a minute. Suddenly, he heard Alika's voice, who lowered her head in sadness and said that he promised to save her father. The next second, she spread her arms and screamed that she believed him. Yusung looked at the girl and said that her father did not die. Then he pointed to the patient and asked her to look at him. But Alika did not even listen to the guy. She lowered her head and said with tears in her eyes that her father passed away because she brought the protagonist here. As soon as Yusung heard this, he raised his hand and firmly said that the Viscount was really completely cured and they needed to wait a little longer. At the same time, he wondered in his head why the family was acting like this. Was it because they had never seen an operation? Suddenly, a sword was pointed at his neck. The commander screamed in rage, asking if Yusung not only harmed the Viscount, but also desired the young miss. At that moment, a guard appeared behind him and he shouted that the protagonist had done enough, defaming the Viscount's body. The protagonist, listening to this, looked at the commander and did not know what to say. Suddenly, he exhaled and said discontentedly that he had spent so much effort to save the patient. In the brightly lit and expensive room, his voice was heard, which said that not only did he not receive any gratitude, but the commander also pointed a sword at him. At that very second, he menacingly asked if he had just called him a swindler and a murderer. With a very angry face, he said that they were messing with the wrong person. Yusung was sure that they were just angry. He looked ahead and thought that if you remember the norms of this world, this is an entirely expected reaction. He exhaled heavily and repeated that the treatment was successful. Getting ready to leave, the protagonist turned around and said to wait for the changes. He moved forward a little. Sharply turning his head, Yusung warned that no one should stand in his way. The commander gritted his teeth in anger and looked at him. He suddenly raised his sword up and shouted loudly that Yusung was arrogant. The guy turned around and bit his lip a little. Using magic, he used capture and chains immediately appeared. He clenched his hand into a fist and grabbed the commander with chains. The commander looked at the mana capture and asked if Yusung could really use such magic. The guards screamed loudly, looking at him. The commander tried to swing his sword and shouted to grab the guy immediately. He looked at the experience with excitement and shouted that Yusung would not be able to block several at once. The protagonist quickly stretched out his hand forward and used capture magic. Mana chains grabbed two guards at once. The commander opened his eyes wide and was surprised by the double magic. Yusung exhaled and looked at them with displeasure, after which the commander asked how the guy used magic of this level. He irritably thought about what Yusung was doing. As the protagonist left, he stopped the mana. He told the commander that this was the last warning. Frowning, Yusung exhaled and said that they shouldn't even try to stop him. It was a starry night outside. The protagonist closed his eyes and scratched his head, then said that it didn't matter how big the difference in the level of medical development was. He walked forward and said that people were going too far. The protagonist approached the house and, raising his head to the sky, was indignant that he was treated like a stupid child or a swindler. The guy pulled the door handle and said that the man was his first patient in this world. He looked at the floor in disappointment as he entered the house and said that his medical skills were limited in this world. Sane put her hands on her hips and said discontentedly that her son was late. Yusung came to his senses and thought that he had completely forgotten about the time. Sane angrily raised her index finger and asked what time she asked the guy to come home. The protagonist stuttered and answered that at 7. The mother began to scream loudly that there were many evil people in the world, so Yusung was punished, under house arrest for 2 days. He closed his eyes in frustration. The boy thought discontentedly that wherever he was treated like a child everywhere. At this time in the Viscountcy, the Viscount hit the table hard with his hand and asked who the child was. Alika stamped her foot and shouted loudly for her father. Lying on the bed, the Viscount screamed. His wife and daughter looked at him in fear. His wife immediately screamed that the Viscount was alive. The commander opened his mouth in surprise and asked how this was possible. He raised his sword and asked if the chief was really alive. The Viscount's wife closed her eyes and remembered Alika screaming that she believed Yusung. The boy was pointed at with a gun and accused and thrown out of the castle. She closed her eyes and sighed heavily. She felt guilty and said that they had made a huge mistake because they could not recognize their savior. She glared at the commander and ordered that the boy be found immediately because this incident would cast a shadow on the honor of their families. The commander exclaimed in displeasure, asking why he had to do this. Magic appeared under his feet. He fell abruptly to the floor, and the Viscount's wife told the commander to apologize for his rudeness to Yusung. The butler put his hand to his chin and said that it was all very interesting, because how could such a small boy do such an amazing thing? The commander assumed that the boy was a saint. Everyone turned and looked at him in surprise. The commander replied that if that was the case, then he had never heard of saints using magic. He looked at the Viscount and shouted loudly to show everyone his peaceful expression, and he had definitely given up the ghost. He spread his arms out and asked if it was not a saint who resurrected the dead, then who? Who were saints? Saints were chosen by God himself and possessed great divine power. They could hear his voice. After all, they were God's favorites and were also his confidants. The Viscount's wife put her hand to her lips and asked if it was really a child, since she had not heard that there was a saint in the kingdom. She assumed that no one knew about him yet. Alika exclaimed and asked if the Viscount's illness could not have been cured by the high priest. The commander said that the person who cured the Viscount was a saint. The butler smirked and asked what the commander had done if the boy was a saint. The commander gritted his teeth and said that due to his ignorance, he had cast a shadow on the Viscount. The Viscount's wife felt guilty and said that everyone was just standing there watching, so it was everyone's fault. Alika looked down in frustration and said that they needed to meet the saint and apologize. The Viscount opened his eyes and asked what they were all talking about. Alika happily called out to her father. The Viscount sat on the bed, holding his chest, and asked menacingly what happened. Alika came closer to the bed and briefly explained that the saint came and healed him. The Viscount clenched his fist tightly and asked if he woke up because of the saint. He looked at the commander and shouted why they were standing there discussing their outrageous rudeness. The leader tried to get up from the bed and approached the frightened commander and shouted at him to stop this fuss. He scratched his temple and told them to get everyone in the mansion involved and use any means necessary to find Yusung. He immediately shouted loudly for them to begin immediately. Yusung was reading a book and scratched his ear, then asked who was remembering him. In Korea, they say that if someone talks about a person, his ears itch. Yusung and his mother came to the forest to teach him healing. His mother, who was standing behind him, smiled widely and wished the boy good luck. The main character held a broken stick in his hand and shouted to heal it. Light steam came from his hand, and the stick remained broken. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked at the stick, and his mother happily shouted that the boy was very cute. With a slight movement of his hand, he made a fire and pointing at it, looked with his mouth wide open. Sane put on her glasses and, eating popcorn, happily watched her son control the fire. Yusung shouted loudly, healing, pointing his hand at the stick. His hand glowed brightly and magical lightning appeared around. Steam came from his hand and the stick remained in the same position. The protagonist got very angry and shouted why he couldn't do it. Sane smiled and told him to listen to her carefully because she would explain everything to him. The girl raised her finger and explained that healing was a spell that used mana to increase the target's vitality. Yusung looked at her thoughtfully and thought that it was a bit complicated. She smiled and pointed to the stick, then told him to imagine that he was using mana to create a layer around the target. She cast a healing spell and pointed her hand at the broken stick. At that moment, the stick was restored. Sane put her hands on her hips and, closing her eyes, said that healing was not very difficult, so the guy would succeed. Confused, Yusung looked down and exhaled heavily. Sane heard a rustling sound from the side, to which she turned around abruptly. She screamed, seeing a deer not far from her. The girl looked closely and saw that the animal had badly injured its leg at the knee. She spread her arms out to the sides and happily asked why the boy didn't try to heal the deer. Sane replied that the deer needed help anyway, so this was a practical task for Yusung. The protagonist put his hand on his chin and thought that the result from this would be greater than from training on a branch. Sane laughed and told the boy not to worry and try to get closer to the deer, to which Yusung looked at her with displeasure and thought that she was just enjoying the situation. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the back of Yusung, who was heading forward. Slowly creeping up, he stepped on a branch, which crunched loudly under him. The deer immediately turned around in fear at the noise. It suddenly jumped to the side and Yusung cried out in confusion that the animal was running away. His mother laughed and pointed her finger forward, telling Yusung to catch up with the deer, to which the boy was very surprised by this, his mouth open. The protagonist quickly ran after the deer and thought about why he had to do this. He gritted his teeth and thought about whether it was really that important that God's hand had made such an effort to heal. The guy looked at the running deer and thought that he had to do everything to save as many lives as possible. He released the chains from his hand with magic and thought about what had happened. He knew that the Gade family needed the knowledge of modern medicine. He thought that they were afraid because of the uncertainty. Yusung grabbed the deer in his chains and joyfully shouted that he caught it. The guy scratched the back of his head and was surprised that despite the injured leg, the deer ran very fast. He knelt down to pet the deer and said that he would now heal it. Sane joyfully shouted, supporting her son. The guy was enveloped in magical mana and he thought that if magic was what they used, then he would do everything to make it work. Sane watched him closely. She looked at the incredible mana in surprise and wondered how it was possible. Enveloped in magic, the boy exclaimed, jumping above the deer. Yusung thought that he had the honor of being a doctor. He thought that she was telling him to always take the next step. He loudly shouted a healing spell. The deer groaned sharply in pain. He coughed and closed his eyes immediately fell to the ground. Yusung and Sane frowned in confusion. They both screamed loudly from the realization. Sane screamed, asking what happened that the deer died instantly. The protagonist replied in frustration that it should have cured him. He exhaled heavily and thought sadly that he was a doctor who could not save. He put his hand to his chin and wondered if Sane had said so, that he needed to use mana, reduce the layer to increase vitality. The boy wondered why he didn't understand how to heal but could use other magic. Sane looked at him happily. Yusun said that it was because he had the path of mana. He wondered what would happen if he used healing on a person. The old man asked if the young doctor could heal him, to which the boy put his hand forward and joyfully shouted a healing spell. The old man smiled and asked how he could thank the boy, after which he began to cough up blood. At that moment, a coffin appeared before his eyes. The protagonist thought sadly that for now he should stay away from healing magic because he could risk the lives of other people. It was a clear day outside. After some time, evening came and only the light was on in the house. Isle saw a steak on the table and asked if today was some special day. Sane covered her mouth with her hand and laughed, approaching him. Ale let out a surprised breath and asked if their genius son couldn't heal, to which Sane pulled Yusung's cheek and smiled, saying that their son was very cute. His parents immediately laughed loudly, after which Yusung gritted his teeth in anger. He thought menacingly that he would never learn healing magic again. Some time later, in the Holy Empire of Gaia, the statue of God repeated the name of Ea. The Pope of the Holy Empire was kneeling and looking at her, calling her his mistress. He opened his mouth and wondered in surprise if the statue was calling him. The statue told him to find it. It spoke loudly for him to look for a new gray-haired constellation. The statue was talking about Yusung, whose hair was illuminated by a bright light. The army of the Holy Empire walked through the forest and discussed the new saint. They did not believe that another one had appeared because there was already one saint. The guard said that the new saint was quite young, to which the other replied that he was chosen by the goddess, so age did not matter. They said that it would be good if they had another saint, and asked if this was the first time in history. 10 hours before the Holy Empire contingent was to be sent out. In the Empire, the Holy Empire Pope called the statue his lady. He spread his arms out to the sides and thanked her on his knees. He opened his eyes wide and asked what business she had for him. The statue replied that he wanted to find a saint with white hair in a country known as Cilia. The Holy Empire Pope clasped his hands together and stared at the statue. He asked if that was all, to which she asked what else he wanted. The Holy Empire Pope nervously twiddled his fingers and said that there were many people in Cilia who had white hair, so he asked for some more clues. The statue shouted that the new saint was not old, and then told them to quickly find him and bring him to the Empire. Dad opened his eyes wide in fear and said that he would definitely find him. He turned around and shouted loudly if Aaron was there. The boy ran up and asked if Dad had called him. He stretched out his hand and shouted for Aaron to prepare the delegation because they were going to Cilia. Dad thought about the new saint with regret. A voice from behind called out to Yusung. Isle looked at the boy and asked how about learning the swords of courage. The protagonist looked at him with interest. Isle smiled and said that the more ways Yusung knew to defend himself, the better. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and thought that it was true. He thought about his past life, where he could easily get what he needed. In this life, he knew that he had to risk his life for every apple. Yusung slammed the book shut and said that he wanted to try learning it, to which Isle smiled and asked if they could start now. They went outside and the father asked why Yusung was wearing glasses, to which the boy replied that it was just a habit. They were holding wooden swords, which they had been fighting with. Ale swung his sword and said that Yusung was fighting quite well for a first time. He hit the boy's sword and shouted loudly if he was doing it too easily. Yusung smiled and said that he had studied kendo before. With a big swing, the protagonist hit the air and thought that with such speed they would just exchange a few blows. He looked forward and thought. The boy brought the sword behind his back. Ale looked at him in surprise. He looked at Yusung, who was enveloped in magic, and asked what was the matter. Did he really want to give up? The protagonist grabbed the hilt of the sword tightly and replied, "No way." He raised the magic sword in front of him and said that he was changing his strategy. Ale worriedly wondered if this was the aura of the sword. Yusung swung his sword hard. He thought that this should work. He abruptly brought the weapon down and it almost touched Ale's face. The protagonist swung the sword in all directions, while Ale thought that if this continued, he would lose. He wanted to use magic and gritted his teeth, thinking that he had no choice. He grabbed the sword tightly and thought that he should use his aura. Yusung looked at Ale in surprise, who was emitting a bright orange light of magic. Ale abruptly slashed his sword. It hit the protagonist. Yusung could not stay on his feet and began to fall, while his sword flew up high. The protagonist fell hard to the ground, groaning in pain. Ale looked at the boy with excitement. Stuttering, he called out loudly to Yusung. After a while, in the market, people looked at the Viscounts Mlug and asked if they were from the guild's intelligence service. There were many of them on the street and everyone thought that the guild was looking for someone. A guy in a cloak, passing by, heard all the discussions. He turned around and walked forward. The Viscount asked if the servants had received anything. They folded their arms and asked how they were supposed to search for a person knowing only their age and hair color. One of them said that it irritated him because they asked him every day. The guy in the cloak entered the building and the servants immediately noticed him. The guy gritted his teeth and asked if they had found anything. The servant moved his hand to the side and said discontentedly that it was easier to find a needle in a haystack, after which he asked how they were supposed to find a 15-year-old gray-haired boy. The guy in the cloak thought that the servants were useless. The Viscount slammed the table hard and shouted loudly why they hadn't found anything. The guy apologized to him. The Viscount raised his hand and asked if they really thought that Yusung was an ordinary guy. He looked at the commander and shouted that the guy was a saint, and if people found out that they had treated him badly, he continued after a moment, saying that there would be a war, because the Holy Empire could declare war on them. He shouted with his brows furrowed. He yelled for the guy to be found as quickly as possible, because he didn't want his family to be destroyed. The commander stuttered and asked the servants to be more diligent and said that they would pay any amount. The Information Guild member thought that he had to find Yusung. He approached the commander and asked if he had just said the amount of money. The guy smiled and leaned his elbows on the table, saying that he would help them in their search. Then he closed his eyes and smirked. Yusung looked at his cut hand and groaned in pain. Ale looked at him worriedly and said that he had overdone it, so he apologized. The protagonist smiled and said that everything was fine. Sane opened her eyes wide and screamed that Yusung's arm was broken. She ran to her son and screamed that his bone was broken, then looked menacingly at Isle. The protagonist smiled and asked if it could be cured with magic. Sane wanted to help him, but the boy said that he wanted to try it himself. He looked at his hand and cast a healing spell. A bright green aura appeared around him. Sane looked at her son in surprise. Yusung looked at his unbroken arm and said that the place where the wound was looked perfect. Sane was surprised and asked how this was possible, after which Isle said that according to his wife, the guy failed last time. Sane embarrassedly said that then Yusung brought down a deer in one try, and Isle thought it was delicious. The protagonist scratched his chin and thought that he would have to explain again. He closed his eyes and said that he had something to tell his parents. They asked what was wrong, to which Yusung wanted to say who he was. He lowered his head down in confusion and said that he was not like other people. There was an awkward silence between them. Sane smiled sheepishly and said that so be it, since her son said so. Ale leaned towards her ear and began to whisper something. Sane looked at her son and shouted that his parents would always support him. She put her hand on her chest and said that if Yusung brought home an orc wife, his parents would not mind, as long as he was happy. The protagonist shouted that this was a strange statement even for those who did not have prejudices. After some time, Sane realized that her son was referring to his mana vessels after all. Yusung said that instead of using a circle to store mana inside his body, he uses an endless stream of pure mana naturally formed with the vessels. Sane put her hand on her chin and said that since pure mana is much stronger than refined mana, she now understands why Yusung's magic is so strong. The protagonist said that when he uses healing on someone who can't withstand the flow of pure mana, he suddenly stopped talking and remembered the deer. Sane looked at her son with concern and said that she knows that he is a genius, but he uses their family's secret techniques. Ale continued, saying that it is better not to use them at all. Yusung's smile disappeared and he thought that his parents were right, since he can't use magic to save ordinary people, so he should think about it if he wants to heal them in the future. He looked at his worried parents. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought that he needs to gain surgical experience. He looked at his parents and told them that he will be back soon. Ale immediately asked where he was going, to which Yusung replied that he wanted to take a short walk. He thought that he couldn't tell them that he was going to perform surgeries. Sane raised her index finger and told her son not to go anywhere with strangers, to which he smiled and replied that he was not a child anymore. He shouted that he would be back soon and ran out of the house. Two travelers were walking through the village of Barlow and were surprised because it was bigger than they thought. A boy came up to them from behind and called out to them, saying that he wanted to ask them something. The Information Guild member handed over a drawing of the boy and asked if the travelers had seen him. The boy replied that the saint had snow-white hair and blue eyes and that he was incredibly handsome. The travelers looked at the drawing and said that the boy was terrible at drawing. The boy could not stand it any longer and shouted that he was just asking if they had seen him or not. The man asked how he knew where the boy was. Yusung, who was passing by, thought that the street was busier than before. He looked towards the travelers and wondered if it was because there were more people in the village. The guy was yelling at the men, saying something about the Viscount. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when he heard his name. The guy said that he had given a lot of money to find the saint. The traveler asked why he was interested in who this child was. The guy looked ahead and said that he seemed to be someone very important. He screamed loudly when he saw Yusung ahead. The protagonist thought that they were looking for someone in the Viscount. Could it be him? He heard screams from the side. The guy came as close as he could to Yusung. He frowned and leaned close to his face. He saw snow-white hair and blue eyes and thought that this was definitely the one he was looking for. He said that they needed to inform the guild that the boy had been found. He smiled and said that he was not some strange stranger, but a member of the information guild. The guy looked at Yusung with a smile. He asked if the boy hadn't been taught not to go anywhere with strangers. Yusung rolled his eyes and asked if he thought it was weird for a stranger to say that. He asked if the Viscount was looking for him and said that he still needed to check on his patient. The boy asked to wait a little while because he still needed to call a carriage. After some time, the boy asked if Yusung minded if he asked something. They were sitting in the carriage and the Information Guild member asked what the boy meant by the patient, if there was someone sick in the Viscount. Yusung looked away and told the boy not to pay attention to it. The protagonist smiled widely and asked how they were doing now. The boy wondered excitedly if Yusung had been this crazy before. The Information Guild member replied that they had already arrived. Yusung got out of the carriage with a smile on his face. The servant shouted loudly, welcoming the guests who had arrived. All the servants began to shout, "Welcome, Lord Saint," addressing Yusung. He looked at the servants, bowing to him in confusion. He pointed his finger at himself and asked excitedly if he was the saint. The boy frowned and closed his eyes, saying that he had to repeat himself again, but he was not the saint they were looking for. He smiled awkwardly, sitting at a table full of delicious food. The man slapped his palm on the table, asking how he could talk like that about himself. The Viscount pressed his hands to his heart and closed his eyes, saying that he had saved his life and family. The man clenched his fist and opened his eyes wide, saying that a person who blessed a commoner like him could not help but be a saint. Yusung brought his palm to his forehead, saying that it was a normal treatment, so he did not know how else to explain it. The woman smiled and clasped her hands together in front of her, saying that the young master could not deny the fact that he was able to bring their dying family back to life. She turned to her daughter, asking her to greet the master. The girl opened her eyes slightly. Alika folded her hands in front of her and looked down in embarrassment, asking the master to allow her to thank him for saving her father. Yusung's eyes widened when he saw Alika. He smiled and put his hands behind his head, asking if she was the one wondering why she brought him here in the first place. The Viscount and his wife widened their eyes, looking at their daughter. The man furrowed his brows, screaming that they had raised her wrong. Alika closed her eyes and knitted her brows. The Viscount spoke of how he had always taught her to be able to apologize for her mistakes. The protagonist's eyes widened and he smiled awkwardly. The man told her to apologize to the master immediately. Yusung knitted his brows and put his hands in front of him, saying that it was just a joke. The boy scratched the back of his head, not understanding what was wrong with them. After all, he told them that he was not a saint. The boy looked away, asking where the man who came with him was. The maid raised her eyebrows, saying that she was not sure, but it seemed like he was in a hurry. The hero ran forward quickly, thinking that it was simply unbelievable. This kid really was a saint. The boy put his hand in front of him, continuing to run. The member of the Information Guild raised his eyebrows and smiled, thinking that this was extremely valuable information, so he needed to inform the guild about it immediately. The hero ran forward, surrounded by tall trees with green tops. Yusung knitted his brows, hoping that nothing bad would happen. The man poured tea into a white cup, asking the hero how the food was. The boy said that everything was just fine. The Viscount closed his eyes and smiled, saying that they tried to make sure that he liked the food. He was very happy that the boy was satisfied. Yusung picked up the cup and smiled, saying that he did not think that he would ever be able to taste something like this again. The man was grateful for such a high praise, but he wanted to note that he should not worry, because in the Holy Empire, he would eat like this every day. The protagonist raised the cup to his mouth. He raised his eyebrows high and opened his eyes sharply, asking what the man was talking about. The Viscount raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if he did not know about this already. He smiled widely, saying that he was informed that the delegation from the Holy Empire was already here and was preparing to escort the boy back. Yusung jumped up from his seat and opened his eyes wide, asking how they even knew that he was here. The man stepped back, saying that there were many rumors that the Pope received revelations. The boy frowned and pointed at himself, asking what kind of revelations he received there if he needed a hero. The Viscount understood what the boy was asking. The Holy Empire was a kingdom blessed by God, and in times of need, he sent revelations to the saints. He imagined a tall tower of a bright building. The hero asked if God really spoke to people directly, to which the Viscount replied that it was not quite so. Rather, he put a marker appeared in someone's dreams. Rays of sunlight entered the room through the window. The Viscount had heard stories that whoever was a saint was followed everywhere by a beam of light. He imagined a hero in a dark cloak, on whom a bright beam of light descended. The people surrounding him called him a new saint. The boy wondered what kind of light this was. Yusung leaned his hands on the table, asking what would happen to him now. The Viscount spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he would of course go to the Holy Empire. He congratulated the young master on this. The protagonist frowned and opened his mouth wide. It became dark, the moonlight fell on the white house with a dark roof. The protagonist asked what was going on in Yusun now. Sane raised her eyebrows, saying that he had not left his room for a long time, maybe he was tired. Hale smiled, saying that maybe they should let him rest for a while. The young man lay on the bed, sadly frowning and thinking about what kind of revelations in the Holy Empire these were. There was a puddle under his head on the bed. He thought that he just wanted to live his second life in this fantasy world in peace. The full moon shone brightly above the dark branches of the trees. Above the Scylla fortress, made of light brick, there was a blue sky with white clouds floating on it. The girl asked if her interlocutor knew who the man was staying in the secluded building. She asked to tell about him. In the corridor there were tall white pillars. On the floor there was a red carpet. The maid bowed her head, saying that she had heard that it was a saint from the Holy Empire of Gaia. The girl standing next to her asked if the saint had finally arrived in their kingdom. She was curious about what she was like, because they said that she received her blessing in her youth. The maid standing next to her noted that she had heard about it too. On her back there was a white bow tied. They said that she had long hair flowing down her back and eyes like pink diamonds. They imagined locks of long dark hair surrounded by red diamonds and pearl necklaces. The girl stepped forward, saying that people thought she was so beautiful that she seemed to be constantly illuminated by a ray of light. Her interlocutor noted that this was very interesting. The maids walked forward, continuing to discuss whether they would be able to see the new saint. The hero asked if he could enter. The lady standing at the newly consecrated window allowed him to do so. Her long hair flowed down her back. The girl stepped forward. Her shoes appeared from behind the doorway. The guy said that the celebration would soon begin. The lady opened her mouth slightly, saying that there was no passage at all. On her neck was a gold ornament with a ruby in the center. The guy clasped his hands in front of him and raised his eyebrows, saying that if she was ready, then they could begin. The girl said that she would be right now. A bright light illuminated her body. Her hair was braided into a beautiful hairstyle. Saint Iriel of the Holy Empire of Gaia raised her eyebrows, asking about the information on the saint she asked about. The boy came closer and said that he had good news, holding a white cloth in his hands. The hero put his hand on her shoulder and approached. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. A smile appeared on her face. Iriel widened her eyes and raised her eyebrows, thinking that someone who could understand her had finally appeared. Above the lighthouse with a dark roof, there was a bright blue sky. Clouds were slowly floating across it. The protagonist frowned, his cheeks sunken. He grabbed his head with his hands. The guy thought that he couldn't think of anything no matter how hard he tried, and if the Holy Empire found him, then everything would be over. Yusun gritted his teeth and pressed his hand to his forehead, imagining himself as a saint in a white robe. He thought that his second life, which should have been calm, would be more difficult than the previous one. He would have to pray and worship a god he didn't even know for the rest of his life. Sane raised her eyebrows, asking if he was okay. The protagonist widened his eyes and screamed, saying that this couldn't be. He wondered if he should tell his parents about this and run away with them. The man and woman froze in place, sadly knitting their brows. The young man turned and looked at them worriedly, thinking that nothing would work because they had nowhere to run. He clenched his fist, thinking that no matter how much he ran, the Holy Empire would look for him to the end. The parents looked at their son worriedly. The woman opened her mouth, saying that he had been acting strange since last night. Maybe something had happened. Yusun sadly knitted his brows and looked away. The protagonist jumped up and ran forward, saying that he would be back soon. Sane opened her eyes wide, asking him to stop. The parents froze in place. The woman said that something was definitely happening to him. There was a blue sky behind the high mountains. The small town was surrounded by a stone fortress. The hero asked if this information was true, because the Holy Empire had been looking for this guy for a long time. Next to the Information Guild member was a dark-haired hero. They were standing by a stone fence. The guy looked at the paper in the other man's hand, thinking about the saint. On the paper was drawn a hero with bright blue eyes. The guy frowned, saying that the man could completely trust him, because he was the first one he shared with himself. The man smiled, saying that he knew this. He had already sold this information to the Holy Empire, so all that was left was to figure out where this saint lived. As the guy guessed, they were looking for him on the outskirts of the city, since a saint from a lower class could possibly be in this area. The rays of the bright sun fell on the building standing inside the stone fortress. The man raised his eyebrows and rubbed his fingers, imagining gold coins falling from the sky and saying that unlike them, everyone would blindly search in the village, so this information was important. They would save time. The guy looked away. That is agreed. He would return when the Holy Empire paid. He silently looked into the distance, looking at the dense green forest. The man looked at the thoughtful hero, asking what he was thinking. The boy pointed his finger forward, asking if he had explored this forest. The man frowned and opened his mouth wide, repeating his question. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that he had said so. He asked if this was not a great place to hide a saint. The man frowned and, imagining an image of an elf with a bow on her back, said that he would have died there. He looked in the same direction as the boy, saying that he knew that they hated outsiders. The Information Guild member frowned, saying that there was an area where they were not. There was a bright blue sky above the city, and dense forests surrounded the fortress. A bright light fell on a tree branch with green leaves. The trees were located next to each other, white flowers grew in front of them. Bright particles flew in front of the dark green leaves. The protagonist walked forward, the dense treetops blocked him from the sun, thinking that he would be able to think of something if he took a walk. The branches of a tree with dark leaves bent down. Yusung thoughtfully rubbed his chin, thinking that he could not figure out how to avoid their hunt. The boy frowned and opened his eyes wide, saying that running away was the only option. He looked ahead, saying that if this was the case, then he would have to be on the run for the rest of his life, which he did not want. The boy sat down on a large stone, saying that he needed to clear his head. The protagonist's eyes opened wide. He jumped up from his seat and clenched his hands into fists. The boy looked at the path leading deeper into the dark forest and thought that something was approaching. Yusung frowned, assuming that these were people from the Holy Empire. The noise from behind the tall trees continued. There was a blue sky above the forest. The boy frowned, thinking that he no longer felt the presence. He looked to the side, hearing a voice calling the man. The boy clenched his fists tighter, listening to the strange sound. It began to get dark. A dark energy appeared in front of the tree trunk, asking if he was a man. Yusung opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows in surprise. The dark energy moved away from the tree trunk, asking what the little man was doing here. The boy closed his eyes and smiled awkwardly, saying that he was just resting. The hero thought that it was the spirit of the forest or someone else. Another cloud of energy appeared next to the tree trunk. The voices asked the boy to leave here because this was their territory. Yusung closed his eyes and leaned his hands on a large stone, saying that everything would be done. He asked to let him sit for a minute. The dark energy repeated again that he needed to leave now. It became dark next to the tree trunk. The protagonist frowned. The boy scratched his head, saying that first the Holy Empire, now this. He didn't understand why everyone couldn't leave him alone. Yusung pointed his finger forward and frowned, saying that he would leave as they asked, but first he wanted to look at their faces. The hero froze with his hand outstretched. Bright particles appeared in the air. The boy frowned and sat down on a rock, saying that he could stay here. He didn't care. A bright stream of light appeared in front of the tree trunk. A voice threateningly told him to leave right now. Yusung lay down on the rock and put his hands behind his head, saying that he didn't care. A silhouette of an elf was visible from behind the tree trunk. She asked him not to say later that she didn't warn him. The protagonist frowned and opened his mouth, asking, "Do they really think they have the right to kick me out without showing their faces?" There was a noise next to the guy lying on the rock with his legs crossed. The elf, whose eyes were shining brightly, reached out to him with her hand. The boy's eyes widened. He put his hand out in front of him, fighting off the attack. A bright blue flash appeared between the heroes. The girl landed neatly on her feet. The boy froze in place, thinking that he did not expect her to attack so suddenly. Yusung frowned and smiled, thinking that if his mana had not been activated, everything would have ended badly. He widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows in surprise. The girl lowered her hand. Her thin fingers were visible from under the slit sleeve. She had long elven ears. In front of him stood a girl, her eyebrows furrowed in displeasure and her hands clenched into fists. The boy realized that she was an elf. The protagonist was surprised to meet an elf in such a place. He frowned, looking at her. The girl looked at the bright energy around her palm, saying that he managed to block her mana, which meant he was not an ordinary person. The elf frowned and clenched her fist, looking at him from under her brows. The young man smiled and scratched the back of his head, saying that it was so. She put her hands forward, saying that in that case, he even more so cannot stay here. The girl raised her hand above her head. There was bright energy in her palm. Yusung put his hands in front of him and clenched his teeth. A bright explosion was heard in the middle of the forest. The elf was sitting on the ground, leaning her back against the trunk of a tree and rubbing the back of her head. She opened her eyes wide, seeing an unharmed guy in front of her. The girl frowned, assuming that he was from a strong race. The main character raised his eyebrows high and his eyes widened, asking what this meant. The elf furrowed her brows and held her hand out in front of her, saying that she had changed her mind so the human could stay in the forest. The boy awkwardly furrowed his brows and smiled, pointing behind him with his thumb, saying that he could leave. The girl frowned, saying that they respected the strong. This was the rule of the Grandel Forest elves. She held her palm out, inviting him to their village. The boy gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide, thinking that there was an elf village in this forest. He looked at the elf who held out her hand to him, thinking that even though she had attacked first, he did not think that she was a bad elf. The hero wondered if he should go. Yusung raised his eyebrows and smiled, agreeing with her proposal and asking her to promise that she would not attack him again. The butterfly spread its wings wide, approaching the green leaves. The young man followed the girl, saying that he had forgotten to ask her name. She called herself Fia, from the Grandel Forest tribe. The girl looked ahead. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. Yusun thoughtfully put his finger to his mouth and looked up, saying that it was a beautiful name. Fia turned around and glared at him, asking what he had just said. She turned away in embarrassment, a blush on her face. She said that it was an ugly name. The guy smiled awkwardly and, rubbing the back of his head, introduced himself. The elf looked forward, saying that they had arrived. The hero walked closer to the stopped girl. His eyes widened, surprised by what he saw. A small settlement appeared in front of him. There were passages made between the tree trunks. Small houses were located at the roots. He wondered if this was really an elven village. Yusun opened his mouth in surprise and raised his eyebrows, thinking that he had never been here before. The hero could not believe that this was really inside the forest. The guy frowned. The elf stood to the side, surprised by the arrival of the man. They discussed it louder and louder and asked why Fia brought them in. The girl stopped in place. The boy stood behind her. The protagonist frowned sadly, thinking that they were being watched, but he had expected this. Silly raised her eyebrows and ran closer, seeing that Fia had returned. She looked at the young man behind her. Who was this human child? The elf folded her arms, saying that he was some kind of assistant. He seemed good to her, so she brought him here. The elves surrounded the young man. Silly raised her eyebrows, noticing that Fia called him an assistant, but it seemed that he could not even protect himself. The girl said that she thought so too, tried to drive him away, but nothing worked. He was stronger than she thought. Fia remembered their battle in the forest. Silly frowned worriedly, saying that there was no way her attacks would not work. The girl frowned, saying that she tried to find out if he was from a strong race, but she did not think that was the case. Silly raised her eyebrows, looking at the boy in the crowd of elves and saying that it was true. Fia raised her eyebrows, asking how the Lord's arrow were. The girl raised her head and looked at the house on the top of the tree. Among the branches of the tree stood a white house with a blue roof. Silly raised her eyebrows, saying that she was not awake yet. Fia raised her head, saying that she saw it. The girl turned her head to Fia, saying that the elder was looking for her. The elf said that she would go to her right now. She turned around, calling Yusun to follow her. The boy's eyes widened. The hero came closer, saying that he knew that the elves were wary of strangers, but not with him. The boy asked if this was true. Fia frowned, saying that it was true. After all, she was the one who brought him here. The boy raised his eyebrows, watching her go and thinking that this was her way of saying that she was a trusted person. The heroes walked along the veranda of a bright house. A girl entered the door. The elf frowned, telling the elder that it was Fia. The woman closed her eyes and smiled, opening the door and inviting her in. She moved her hand to the side, saying that a lot of time had passed so they could enter. Fia asked if everything was okay with the elder. The woman closed her eyes, answering that everything was fine. The young man raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide. The elder asked if it was a human child. Fia frowned, saying that she brought him here because she thought he would be a good helper. Yusun frowned and clenched his teeth, asking her to wait because he did not say that he would be an assistant or anything like that. The hero put his cup of tea on the saucer. Fia turned to him and raised her index finger, saying that if he became one of them, he would gain many benefits. Firstly, he would be considered an elf's friend at any time. The protagonist furrowed his brows and looked at her, saying that he did not need it. The elder raised her brows, saying that she called Fia today because she wanted to tell her something. She asked if the girl could keep it a secret from the other elves. The elf's eyes widened and raised her brows. Fia frowned, saying that the elder could rely on her. The woman looked at the youth, asking the human child to go out for a while. The boy raised his brows. The rays of the bright sun fell on the building. Yusun leaned his hands on the wooden railing and looked away, saying that he should go out and come in whenever they wanted. He looked down from above, thinking of the Holy Empire and the assistant of the elves. His life is full of ups and downs. The protagonist nervously pursed his lips and frowned. At the foot of the Holy Empire, blue waves were beating, turning into foam. There was a clear sky above the buildings. The girl asked if there was any news about the saint. The hero said that he was sorry. The guy clasped his hands in front of him and closed his eyes. They said that there was no news yet, because finding the saint was God's will. Iriel looked down at them and, raising her eyebrows, asked if this meant that they were so lazy that they could not find him. The guys closed their eyes and unanimously said that this was not so, because they were trying very hard. The girl did not take her eyes off them, saying that although they were trying, there were no results yet. They did everything they could, and since there were no results, they were useless. The heroes bowed their heads to Saint Iriel, asking her to wait a little longer. They would definitely find him. The girl looked at them with disinterest, frowning. She said that she would trust them again. The boys in white robes opened their eyes wide. Iriel closed her eyes and turned away, saying that her patience was far from limitless, just like God's, so she hoped that they would keep their word. A large green tree was visible, while someone was shouting loudly that Era was dying because of mana. The elder closed her eyes and said that Era's breathing had evened out, and this could either be a sign that she was cured or that she was on the verge of life and death, and the girl was not waking up. Fia opened her mouth in shock. The wooden door opened. Fia closed her eyes and sighed heavily. She looked up. A small house was built on the tree. Yusun looked at the girl, asking if anyone in this house was sick, and Fia nodded, answering that it was quite serious. Suddenly, she turned sharply to the protagonist, asking if he heard everything, and Yusun replied that he did not mean to eavesdrop. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and looked away. Fia smiled and was surprised that Yusun was worried, because humans and elves belong to different species. The protagonist looked straight at her and replied that they were indeed different, and asked why humans were trying to study elves when they could not even understand the people around them. Yusun gripped the railing. He raised his head and added that it did not mean that he was not worried about another creature, because in the end, it was up to him to decide who to worry about, even if that creature was different from his species. Fia's mouth fell open in surprise. Green branches could be seen above the roof of the house. The elf looked at Yusun. The protagonist closed his eyes and took a sip from his mug. Fia's ears drooped in embarrassment. She sweated and frowned. The girl put her hands on her face, not understanding what was happening to her, and Yusun said that he wanted to ask her something. Fia frowned at him, and the protagonist asked if it was true that Era was dying. Yusun looked at the elf carefully and asked if he could try to heal her. Fia opened her mouth in shock at these words. The protagonist leaned his elbows on his legs and explained that he wanted to help the sick, regardless of what species they belonged to. Fia frowned and asked in annoyance why Yusun thought he could handle this. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that he could not guarantee that he could heal Era, but he was still a great opportunity for the elves. Fia sweated and told Yusun to stop talking nonsense. The protagonist looked at her silently. He turned away and sighed tiredly. Yusun raised his hand, emitting a blue beam of light. Fia pulled out her sword, screaming in fear. The protagonist grabbed the beam. It pierced his legs and blood spurted out. Yusun closed his eyes and let out a pained scream. Fia threw the sword aside and screamed, asking what the protagonist was doing. The protagonist touched his leg, which had a large wound, and the girl asked what she should do. She opened her mouth in shock when Yusun created a bright glow using the power of healing. A blue vortex appeared around them. Fia looked up. She recognized Mana. The protagonist brought his hands to the wound, creating a green glow. He gritted his teeth in pain. The elves turned around, asking what was happening. There was a blue vortex of mana around the tree house. Yusun frowned, looking down. The wound on his leg disappeared. Fia sweated in shock. The protagonist stood up and said that if there was anyone who could help that elf, it was most likely him. Yusun frowned seriously. The elder, whose eyes were closed, said that she could not allow it. Fia frowned, asking why, and the woman replied that it would be considered a sign of great disrespect to Era. The elder introduced Era and said that she was the object of everyone's adoration, and even with a good purpose, it was not allowed to use untested methods on her. The elder raised her hand, stopping Fia from saying anything else. She opened her eyes and ordered them to leave. Fia frowned and looked down. The protagonist crossed his arms, wondering if there was any point in adoring Era if she was going to die anyway. The tree trunk was surrounded by green leaves. Fia placed her hands on her waist and apologized to Yusun for not having anything to do with it. The girl smiled and said that she had hoped for a chance. The protagonist smiled and told Fia not to be upset because this situation could very well resolve itself. The elf looked down and smiled shyly. She frowned when Yusun asked if he could come here sometimes. The girl nodded and said that he could safely stay in the village, since it seemed that he had already managed to gain the favor of the other elves. Yusun smiled and thanked her. Fia's eyes widened in surprise when the protagonist said that it was time for him to go. He closed his eyes and explained with a smile that he still had things to do. He turned away and waved his hand, saying that he would be back tomorrow, so Fia should not be upset. The girl crossed her arms, asking why he thought she was upset, and Yusun said goodbye to her. Fia smiled and sighed, watching him go. The protagonist walked deeper into the forest. The elf's cheeks slightly reddened. She turned away. The protagonist quickly ran to the side. He was wearing brown boots. Yusun looked at the river, over which there was a wooden bridge. The protagonist put his hand on a tree. There was a house built on the tree. Yusun frowned and thought that he could not abandon the patient without trying all the options. He put his hand on the door handle. The protagonist entered the garden and thought that it was very spacious. He opened his mouth in shock and thought that he expected there to be an ordinary house inside. Yusun carefully opened the large door. His eyes widened in shock. In the distance, someone was lying in a glass coffin. Era's eyes were closed. The girl's hands were on her stomach. She was wearing a white dress that exposed her legs. Era's long hair was lying around. Yusun opened his mouth in surprise, looking at the elf. He slapped his face and said that now he understood what it meant to be stuck on beauty. The protagonist told himself to concentrate and not lose his composure. He touched Era's wrist. Yusun leaned towards her face, listening to her breathing. Standing next to the sick woman, the protagonist concluded that her pulse and breathing were normal and that everything else needed to be checked. Yusun touched the girl's palm. His hand began to emit a blue glow, and he thought about using mana to look inside. The arteries inside Era's body turned blue from the influx of mana. The protagonist frowned and thought that the body was also fine. He doubted that the elf was really on the verge of life and death. He touched his head, indignant that he could not do anything. Purple smoke was visible. Yusung frowned tensely and sweated, noticing something. Era's body was emitting purple mist, which had a pungent smell. The protagonist turned the elf on her side. There were colored bedsores on Era's back. Yusung gritted his teeth, not understanding how the other elves had not thought to check the body during all this time, because this did not look like the very adoration that the elder spoke of. Era was lying on her side. The protagonist said that he lacked disinfectants. Suddenly, Yusung froze, looking straight ahead. A lake was visible in the distance. The protagonist held a cup woven from leaves in his hands. He sat down and scooped up water from the lake. Yusung reached out his hand to the water and used the healing power. The protagonist raised his glowing hands and thought that he had no choice and needed to hurry because it was dangerous to use healing magic directly. Yusung placed his hand inside the bowl. He brought his palm to Era, recalling the elder's words that this elf was the object of everyone's adoration. The protagonist remembered how the woman closed her eyes, saying that he should not experiment because there was a risk that Era would die. The protagonist frowned and hoped that he would not be punished for touching a holy creature. The elf's back was affected by severe bedsores. Yusung sighed and thought that the elves who did nothing and abandoned Era in such a state had no right to object to him. He put his hand on the elf's body. Yusung stood at the surface on which she lay. The sky was orange. The protagonist, who was holding a white cloth in his hand, turned around and was surprised that it was already sunset. He looked at Era and thought that this was the best he could do, but he couldn't figure out what was going on yet. Yusung frowned and said that he would come back tomorrow. There was a blue sky above the palace. The men in the same uniform were sweating, saying that they would soon receive news from the search party, and that they were searching throughout the kingdom, so it was only a matter of time. Uriel, who was sitting on the throne, replied that they were already well aware that she did not intend to tolerate it. The girl asked if they were testing her now. The men trembled in fear and began to apologize. The girl leaned against the throne. She adjusted her long hair and said that she could no longer trust their words. Uriel looked away and added that she would have to take matters into her own hands. The protagonist wiped his forehead with his hand, sighing tiredly. There were scars on Era's back, and Yusung said that everything should heal by next week. The protagonist hid the elf. He continued to sneak into her house and take care of her. On the floor there was a bowl of purified water, with which Yusung first washed Era's body and then kneaded the stiff muscles. There was a stack of books on the table. The protagonist studied information from Era's library in his free time. Yusung sat on the floor, smiling, looking at the pictures in the book. The elf's eyes were closed. The protagonist thought that every time he turned to her, he did not receive an answer, but despite this, he told her everything. Yusung sat on the floor surrounded by books. He told Era about what he saw on the way or what happened to Fia, even the most insignificant little things that came to his mind. The yellow sun shone brightly, and a month flew by. The protagonist entered the room and told Era that he was back. Yusung smiled and said that Fia had a day off today and that he had tea with her. There was purple smoke around the elf's body. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. He immediately ran to Era. Yusung frowned and shouted that her breathing had become heavy. Era slightly opened her eyes and the protagonist said that her size had become rare. Yusung leaned over the elf, saying that he did not expect things to turn out like this. He turned around and asked where the respirator was. Yusung clutched the white cloth and remembered that they were not in the hospital. The protagonist gritted his teeth and shouted that he could not do anything to Era now. The elf lay with her eyes closed and her mouth open. Yusung frowned his white eyebrows and shouted that Era could not die. The protagonist's blue eyes widened, not understanding what the problem was, since there was no external injury, no lethal poisoning, and the elf's vital organs were functioning perfectly normally. The elf opened her mouth, surrounded by a purple mist. Yusung looked at her and said that there must be a way to heal Era at once. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he realized something. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought about using the healing. Yusung gritted his teeth, afraid that Era might not be able to withstand his mana. He sweated and laughed. The protagonist clenched his jaw and thought that he had studied medicine so hard to save people, and now, at this critical moment, he could not think of anything better. Yusung clenched his hand into a fist. He closed his eyes, creating a bright light, and came to the conclusion that he must do everything in his power. The protagonist raised his hand up. A blinding flash of light could be seen from the treehouse. The elves turned around, with frightened faces, saying that there was mana again. Era was lying in bed, surrounded by fog. Yusung tensely clenched his teeth and shouted for the elf to hold on. The protagonist stretched his hands forward and used the power of healing. The elf's hand rose. Era flew up. A vortex of mana swirled around her body. The elves ran forward, asking what was going on. A bright blue light emanated from the house above. Fia frowned when she realized that it was Yusun. The girl rushed to the tree. She jumped up and thought that the protagonist gave up on the idea of healing Era. Fia gritted her teeth and thought that even Yusun was trying his best, and her fellow elves did not help at all. The wooden doors swung open. The protagonist raised his hands up, and Fia called out to him. Yusun gritted his teeth from the tension. His face was covered in sweat, his brows were furrowed. Era, floating in the air, was surrounded by mana. The protagonist lowered his hands and asked if he had really succeeded. Fia and Yusun looked at Era. Suddenly, the mana evaporated and the elf began to fall down. Fia jumped back. Yusun arched his back and screamed in pain. He fell to the floor. The protagonist frowned and opened his eyes. Era sank down. She opened her eyes. Yusun smiled happily. His eyes closed. The protagonist stood in the middle of the darkness, feeling as if he were in water. He closed his eyes and thought that he wanted to rest a little longer. Era looked straight ahead, saying that this person would be under her protection. Opposite her stood an elder who said that Yusun tried to do something unacceptable to Era's body. The protagonist frowned, recognizing the voice of the elf he had cured. Era gritted her teeth, saying that while the other elves had abandoned her for 20 years, Yusun had decided to do his best. She raised her hand and added that in the end, she was saved not by those who literally idolized her, but by a person who sincerely pitied her. The protagonist smiled slightly. In the middle of the darkness, he thought that Era's voice was very beautiful. Yusun furrowed his brows and called out loudly for the elf. His eyes widened in surprise when he realized he was sitting on the bed. The protagonist looked at his hand and concluded that it was a dream. Yusun turned around when Era came to him and asked if he called her. The elf was sitting next to him, looking at the protagonist. She smiled and said that she was here. Yusun furrowed his brows and smiled when he saw Era, tears streaming down his eyes. The girl's long hair covered her shoulders. Era hugged the boy, saying that the picture he found in the book was one she drew out of boredom. No wonder it was so funny. The protagonist's eyes widened, a blush appearing on his cheeks. Yusun froze as the girl hugged him, closing her eyes. The guy widened his eyes, asking if she heard about it. Era looked him in the eyes and smiled, saying that she heard everything. The girl put her palm on his face. The young man opened his eyes wide. Era frowned and smiled, asking why he was crying. There was a bright pink sky from the sunset above the heroes. The elf brought her hand closer to the guy, saying that only he cared about her, for which she thanked him. After all, if it were not for him, she would not be sitting here now. The girl bowed her head and smiled, saying that she still did not know his name. The main character raised his eyebrows and smiled back at her, saying his name. Era thoughtfully rubbed her chin, saying his name. She smiled and narrowed her eyes, saying that it was a beautiful name. The sun's light penetrated between the leaves and branches of the trees, among which stood a lighthouse with a dark roof. The young man looked out the window, thoughtfully frowning. The boy put his hands in his pockets and looked away, asking Era if she wanted to go for a walk since she was awake, since the elves were very worried about her. The elf closed her eyes and scratched the back of her head, her long curls falling on her hand. She said that for the past 20 years, they occasionally visited her, but no one really cared about her. The girl widened her eyes and frowned, asking if he really thought her anger could subside in one day. Yusun's eyebrows furrowed awkwardly, looking at her. He raised his eyebrows and placed his hand on the window, asking when she regained consciousness. Era raised her eyebrows and tilted her head, asking what he meant. The boy looked at her and opened his mouth, saying that he wondered how long it took her to regain consciousness. The elf frowned and looked at him seriously, saying that she had never lost him, she had been conscious the whole time. Yusun raised his eyebrows high in surprise. The boy widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, asking if she really meant to say that she had been conscious since the moment she was struck by the disease. So she had been lying there without the ability to move even a finger, just waiting. The hero imagined Era lying on iron chains. The boy opened his mouth, saying that she was very smart to cope with this. Yusun frowned and looked down, taking her hands. Era frowned and opened her eyes wide, looking at this. She narrowed her eyes, tears appeared in her eyes. Era said that she despised people for as long as she could remember. All the problems they had were caused by people who did not feel any regrets. The girl imagined her translucent image against the background of a dark sky with stars. The elf closed her eyes and frowned. She held his hand, saying that she used to hate them. A bright light appeared between their palms. The guy, whose face was hidden by the shadow, he said that her body was fine. Besides, she was not that old. The hero could not understand what happened to her. This man said that he would cure her and also touched her so treacherously, so she was simply furious, but the young man was different. The guy's hand appeared near her image in a white robe. The protagonist did not want anything in return. He gave her all his love and put in so much effort. This had never happened to her before. The girl frowned, closing her eyes. The young man smiled. His face was hidden by the shadow. He said that he drank tea with Fia today. The hero asked if she thought that elven tea was somehow tasteless. Era lay with her eyes closed, thinking that the elven tea was absolutely tasteless. Yusung raised his eyebrows and smiled. He was holding a book in his hands, saying that this book was written about a flower called Deher. The hero asked if these were the flowers that grow near the entrance. The elf smiled. Her eyes were closed. She thought that if you think about it, they are very similar to these flowers, because the meaning of these flowers is sacrifice and smile. The main character sat with his back, tilting his head down and saying that if she really drew this, then it looks more like ordinary scribbles. Era arched her eyebrows and smiled, thinking that she knows that she is a lousy artist, but from the fact that someone said it, such a strange feeling. Yusung opened his eyes wide and turned his head back. The main character smiled broadly and closed his eyes. The girl wanted to answer him at least once. She did not dare to wish for more. Drops of tears fell down. Era furrowed her brows and bowed her head, tears streaming from her wide eyes. She thanked Yusung for not giving up. The boy smiled, looking at the elf covering her tear-stained eyes with her hands. She threw herself into his arms. The protagonist smiled happily, hugging her. The full moon shone brightly above the large white building. The girl asked if they really knew nothing about the whereabouts of the saint. The man closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. He bowed his head, apologizing and saying that they really did not know anything. Iriel stood in front of him in a church outfit, saying that they would retreat. She apologized for the late and such a sudden visit. The girl bowed her head and opened her mouth, saying that if they lied and hid the saint, then she asks him to take into account that the temple will do everything possible to interrogate them. Iriel turned to him, raising her eyebrows. She held a piece of paper in her hands. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully and, looking at it, thought that if they could not find any traces of him after searching the kingdom, then the only place where he could be was here. The girl pointed her finger at the location of the forest on the map. Iriel looked up, her eyes shining brightly. The girl said that they were heading to the forest immediately. There was a bright moon in the dark sky, the light of which was reflected in the pond. The young man raised his eyebrows, asking what kind of punishment awaited him from the villagers. Era spread her arms out to the sides, standing in front of him and saying that no punishment would follow because he was not only their savior, but hers too. The elf frowned, looking down at him. Era thoughtfully rubbed her chin and raised her head, saying that if someone suddenly appeared who showed disrespect to him, then she would explain everything to him clearly. The elf frowned. Yusung raised his eyebrows and smiled awkwardly, thinking that even though Era had woken up, the other elves were not in a hurry to come here. And the fact that they had not shown up could only mean one thing: the stunning flow of mana could have scared them away from him and Era. The elves raised their heads, looking at the bright flow of energy that surrounded the lighthouse among the dark branches of the tree. The young man frowned and brought his clasped hands to his face. The girl took his hand. Era smiled, saying that while pouring his mana into her body, he held her hand the whole time. The elf closed her eyes and did not let go of his hand, saying that at first she was very scared because she did not know that there could be someone nearby who had mana that could affect her body. Era raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that when she felt his mana, she realized that there were still good people in the world. So, he could not dwell on this and just let him be nearby. Yusung raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide. The guy smiled and closed his eyes. The young man raised his eyebrows and looked at the elf, saying that he was curious about something, because he wanted to ask her how old she was. The girl opened her eyes wide. Era looked ahead and frowned in displeasure, saying that it was a secret. Yusung raised his eyebrows and smiled. He pointed up with his index finger and said that since elves live much longer than people, then she was about 200 years old. Era turned away from him in embarrassment. The young man opened his eyes wide and spread 5 fingers, saying that she could be 500 years old. The protagonist frowned in fear and widened his eyes, saying that she could be 1,000 years old. Era frowned and grabbed his shoulder, saying that she was not that old. She asked him discontentedly what he was imagining. The young man said that he was just joking. A blush appeared on the elf's ears. The girl tilted her head and smiled, saying that it was funny. There was a full bright moon in the dark night sky. The elf raised her eyebrows and looked at the guy, saying that she had never experienced this. She asked if this was the feeling people called happiness. Yusung raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that she was strange for feeling happy when she was teased. The girl tilted her head down, saying that she was really happy. Long hair covered the light skin on her back. Era said that this feeling was familiar to her only because she had never been particularly interested in anything. The protagonist smiled and looked at her, asking if she thought she could become happier now. Era raised her eyebrows and smiled sweetly, saying that this was only possible if she was next to him. Yusung frowned pitifully and smiled, thinking about how he constantly felt inferior when he treated her. The protagonist remembered himself standing over the lying elf. Maybe he was the best doctor in his past life, but in this one he was just a helpless person hoping for a miracle. The young man arched his eyebrows and looked at his palm with a smile. The protagonist frowned, reading a book and thinking that the most important thing in medicine is experience. This is what he should gain in this world. Since the Holy Empire is now the most advanced in terms of medicine and its envoys are looking for him, there is only one thing left: to become a saint and get all the knowledge and experience of the Holy Empire. Yusun frowned and looked up. The protagonist imagined himself in a church robe, with a staff and a book in his hands. The guy sadly knitted his eyebrows and looked at the girl, thinking that he was sorry that he could not spend more time with Era, but he could not do anything. The heroes were sitting on a white bed. The young man turned around, saying that it had become quite noisy outside and was only getting louder. Something was definitely happening. The elves surrounded the elder standing on a stone pedestal, ordering him to answer them at least something. The heroes ran to the wooden fence. The guy leaned on it with his hands and opened his mouth, asking if they should go down. The elves stood before the elder and asked if she had deliberately hidden the fact that Era had almost died, and what would happen if they were attacked by humans and were in danger of extinction. The elder turned to them, holding a wooden staff in her hand and saying that she apologized again. She was very sorry because it was only her fault. Yusun frowned and opened his mouth, saying that they were no longer choosing their words, so he thought it was time to intervene. Era frowned, saying that while she was bedridden, none of them even thought to visit her. It was disgusting. The girl moved forward. The young man frowned and shouted her name. The elf jumped down, streams of wind fluttering her long hair. Era knitted her brows, falling to the ground. Streams of bright energy and wind raged around her. The elder knitted her brows, realizing that Era had arrived. The elf frowned, telling everyone to stop immediately. The elves surrounding the elder immediately bowed their heads when they saw Era. The girl frowned and looked down at them, saying that she couldn't listen to this anymore. She asked if any of them had bothered to come to her while she was sick. The elves looked away guiltily. Era frowned in displeasure. Era spread her arms out to the sides, telling them to just look at themselves, since none of them had lifted a finger, so she asked why they had come here and attacked the elder. The elves silently raised their heads, sitting on their knees and looking at her. Era raised her eyebrows and gritted her teeth in displeasure, telling the guy to speak if he had anything to say. The elf raised his eyebrows, saying that if the elder had told them everything, they would have definitely come to her, but it wasn't she who had ordered the elder to hide all of this. The elder frowned, asking what he was saying. The protagonist frowned, looking at what was happening and saying that he shouldn't have said that, because now Era wouldn't tolerate it. The elf frowned and opened her shining blue eyes wide, asking how he dared to say something like that. Bright streams of swirling energy appeared around Era. Streams of light diverged from Era, who was standing on a stone pedestal. The elves couldn't stand it, so they fell. The guy opened his eyes and mouth wide. His body was enveloped in bright lightning. The elf looked at the elf lying on the ground, unconscious. The girl frowned, calling them ungrateful creatures. Era turned around and frowned, saying that if everyone thought it was her fault, then she would just leave the forest as they wanted. The elder covered her face from the bright stream of light that appeared next to her and shouted the elf's name. The elves, sitting on their knees, closed their eyes and clasped their hands in front of them, begging Era to forgive them. One of the guys rushed to the unconscious elf and began to shake him by the shoulders, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking. The young man turned to Era, who had arrived at the house, wondering if she was okay. Yusun raised his eyebrows, thinking that the departure of the head of the elf settlement meant that they were becoming completely defenseless. The main character frowned and opened his eyes wide. He looked at the back of the girl leaving, wondering if she was really going to do such a thing. There were blue chairs around the table. The bookshelves were completely filled with works. Era frowned and gritted her teeth, saying that she did not understand what kind of attitude this was. How could one disregard the authority of a high elf? Yusun raised his eyebrows and looked at her, asking if she really wanted to leave. Era sat down next to him and, throwing her head back, closed her eyes, saying that it was still better than seeing them constantly squabbling. The girl frowned sadly and looked down, saying that, besides this, she had not been noticed much before. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking where she would go after leaving the village. The elf frowned and aged forward, saying that there was one place she really wanted to go. She bowed her head and covered her face with her hand, saying that she had only been looking after them for 20 years, but it had exhausted her terribly. Yusun smiled awkwardly, saying that she really was about 1,000 years old. Era frowned and closed her eyes. The heroes looked out the round window, from behind which they could hear the cries of the elves asking Era to show herself. They were very sorry for the words they had spoken, so they asked to give them another chance. The elf sighed heavily and lowered her head. Yusun looked at her and smiled, saying that she had made the decision in a fit of anger. Era folded her hands on her knees, joining her fingers in a triangle and saying that elves never lie. She really was going to leave. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and looked at her, saying that she didn't really want this. If they had offended her greatly, it didn't mean that they didn't need her. Era frowned and closed her eyes, saying that it was so. The elf stood up, saying that he was right and they really did need her. The boy looked at her in surprise. Yusun closed his eyes and smiled, saying that it was wonderful. The elf, without turning her head, said that she was curious about something. Era turned around and lowered her ears in embarrassment, asking if he wanted to stay here with her. Yusun's cheeks blushed, and he raised his eyebrows high. The girl said that they would have fun living together. The hero bowed his head, thanking her for the invitation, but he could not do it. The elf frowned sadly, wanting to know the reason. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide, saying that he needed to go to the Holy Empire. Era frowned, repeating his words in surprise. The boy smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head, saying that they were already looking for him, because they considered him a saint and claimed that a prophecy was received about him or something. The elf frowned and spread her arms out, saying that since he was prophesied by God, he was a saint, but he was using magic, not divine power. The young man raised his eyebrows and shrugged, saying that they explained it by saying that he was not baptized or something. Era widened her eyes, thinking that he was a saint without divine power. There was a huge difference between a saint and an ordinary person. The elf widened her eyes, asking if he had used magic when he healed her. The young man tilted his head, saying that he had used healing. He himself was not entirely sure because he had not intended to use it, but the situation was urgent, so he had no other choice. For some reason, the disease affected her ability to use mana, but did not affect her consciousness like a curse, and he claims that he used healing to cure her, which is only the first circle of basic magic. This already shows how amazing his magic is. The hero's hands reached out to the bright silhouette of the elf, surrounded by energy. She imagined a bright light behind the boy and streams of energy in his palms. In addition to all this, he is a saint without divine power. She thought that he will become one of the most incredible saints in history. Yusun raised his eyebrows pitifully and opened his eyes wide. The girl's mouth opened and smiled. Era raised her head up, saying that she felt so pathetic because she could not decide whether to stay or leave the village. The elf looked at him and smiled, saying that it was time for them to go. She descended onto a stone pedestal, where the elves were kneeling and bowing their heads. Era frowned and put her hand on her hip, asking what they had to say in their defense. Yusun and the elder stood behind her. The elf raised her head and opened her eyes wide, saying that they had been incredibly rude. The girl sitting next to her lowered her head, asking for forgiveness for taking their protection for granted. The elf sat in the crowd on her knees in front of Era, saying that they all deeply regretted their behavior, so they asked her to be merciful. Devshuka looked at the elves, saying that in that case, she gave up her plans to leave the village. Era frowned and closed her eyes. She put her hands at her sides, saying that she understood why they were angry at the elder, but she did not wish them harm. If her condition became known, then people could find out and they would be in danger, so the elder was afraid. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and smiled awkwardly. Era put her hand forward, saying that this does not change their guilt. She raised her eyebrows and opened her eyes wide, saying that since both sides were guilty, she believes that they need to calmly discuss everything and sort out the situation, because if there is no elder, then there will be no one left to follow the village. The woman bowed her head down. The elves bowed their heads, sitting on their knees and saying that they understood everything. Era raised her eyebrows and smiled. She clapped her hands, saying that since she is no longer angry, then they can have a feast in honor of their savior. The elf smiled, pointing her hand at the boy standing next to her. Yusun raised his eyebrows in surprise. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, asking what kind of feast this was out of the blue. A scream rang out from the dark branches of the trees. The knights held out their sharp swords in front of them, pointing them at the giant monster. The girl took a step forward, telling them to spare no effort and concentrate, as they needed to cut their way through. Iriel frowned and opened her eyes wide. She held out her palm with a bright light, saying that they needed to cross this area before the end of the day. The bright sun was shining above the forest. Bowing, the soldier reported that they would not reach the elven village until the end of the day. Holding a cup of tea, Iriel guessed that they were moving too slowly, considering the small size of the reconnaissance party. Looking up, she asked what the soldier thought about it. Standing in front of the tent, the man said that they were having some trouble because there were many monsters in the area, so they were moving at a good speed. Taking a sip, the woman said that she could have reached their destination much faster if they were moving alone. With tears in his eyes, the soldier asked her for forgiveness. The girl put the mug on the table. Rising to her feet, the saint said that they had rested enough and that it was time for them to move on. A rope with colorful flags was stretched between the trees. The protagonist's mouth fell open in confusion. The entire village was decorated with flags and balloons. Looking down on her, Yusun asked what they were. The villagers were enjoying themselves at the festival. Someone patted the boy on the shoulder. Smiling, Fia said that she was very happy to see him and assumed that the guests had been waiting for a long time. Pointing her finger to the side, she invited him to join the celebration. The boy replied that he thought it would be a little more modest. The elf narrowed her eyes and reminded him that he had saved her village. Putting her hand on her waist, the girl said that she had some unfinished business, so she would not be able to come to the festival. Raising her eyebrows, the young man asked where she was going. Taking hold of her sheath, Fia explained that her work was important to her because during the festival, the village lets down its guard. Waving her hand, the elf wished her friend to enjoy the festival and promised to see him soon. Worriedly knitting her brows, the protagonist hoped that everything would be fine. The girl turned around when she was called out. Putting his hand to his mouth, Yusen suggested that they meet tonight and have something tasty. Fia turned around, dumbfounded. Grabbing her friend by the collar, she asked if this was true. Blushing with embarrassment, the elf said that this was the first time she had been invited somewhere. Throwing his head back, the boy remembered that his friend had been living deep in the forest all this time. The girl realized that she was worried and said that it was time for her to go. Heading straight into the forest, Fia shouted that it would be better if her friend kept his promise. Falling to the ground, the boy agreed since she liked it so much. He realized that he also needed to go. The sun's rays sparkled on the colorful flags. The villagers were dancing in the clearing. The girls surrounded the guest, inviting him to spend time with them. The young man sat down at the table. Caring elves offered him to try different dishes. Smiling, the main character thought that he was very grateful to them, but all this was a little tiring. At the top of the tree was a house. Someone opened the doors. There was a cup of tea on the table. Taking it in her hands, Era asked what happened and why the hero of the evening was sitting here. Scratching the back of his head, Yusen explained that he was very tired and could not find another place to rest. Smiling, the elf invited him to stay there and rest. Approaching her, the boy asked what that smell was. Looking up, he realized it was the scent of deer flowers. Pouring tea into a mug, the girl confirmed this and said that this was her own way of celebrating this special day. The guy took a sip and thought about it. Putting the cup on the table, the young man asked why his friend didn't come down to the festival. Closing her eyes, the woman said that she didn't expect her friend to raise such a serious topic over tea. The protagonist said that this question could be left unanswered if it was hard for her to talk about it. Putting a finger to her chin, Era decided that there was no point in hiding it. Putting her hand on the edge of the table, she said that a long time ago, a small conflict occurred between a forest elf and a high elf. The high elf was at the top of the pyramid, towering over the others. Representatives of his kind are born with a certain status and are considered more majestic creatures. Therefore, regardless of age, they become the object of adoration of the forest elves. However, there was a conflict between the representatives of different nations, so the high elf left her brothers. Smiling, the girl assumed that her friend knew what happened next. Surprised, raising his eyebrows, the protagonist realized that she herself locked herself here so that such a thing would not happen again. Closing her eyes, the woman decided to continue her story. However, something made her shudder. Era turned around in fear. Frowning, Yusen asked what happened. Rising to her feet, the elf reported that something had happened on the outskirts of the village. Looking down, the girl realized that uninvited guests had come to them. The boy widened his eyes, wondering what this could mean. Gritting his teeth, he decided that this could not be. The sun was breaking through the foliage of the trees. Fia frowned menacingly and asked what the people were doing here. Seeing an entire army in front of her, the elf grabbed her knife. Standing surrounded by knights, Iriel explained that they had not come here to fight. Narrowing her eyes, she said that she wanted to see the saint. The girl looked at her from under her brows. The treetops blocked the sun. Fia frowned angrily and asked what the people wanted. The elf kept her hand on her scabbard. The woman realized that she had heard of her. Raising her eyebrows, Iriel explained that they wanted to find the saint. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that he was not here and asked the people to return to where they came from. Spreading her arms, the woman expressed a desire to have a little conversation with her and asked if there was a white-haired boy nearby. Introducing the main character, Fia's eyes widened in surprise. The saint grinned. Squinting, she realized that he was really there. The heroes stood at a distance. The elf said that she did not know who they were looking for. The saint asked where the white-haired boy was now. The girl frowned tensely. Iriel repeated that they had not come here to fight, but to escort the saint, the sun reflecting off her golden armor. Looking ahead, the woman explained that they would leave once their business was done and that they would thank the villagers for their assistance. Clutching the hilt of her sword, Fia braced herself for a possible fight. The knights drew their swords from their sheaths. Placing a hand to her head, the saint realized that bloodshed was inevitable since the villager was so warlike, and promised that everything would end peacefully and no one would be harmed if they simply handed over the man. Throwing a stern look at her, the elf explained that the man had saved their village and that her people would be only too happy to join her in his defense. Iriel pursed her lips in displeasure. Narrowing her eyes, she declared that if anyone stood in their way, a holy war could begin. The woman smiled and asked if this was what the elves wanted. Upon hearing the mention of the holy war, the girl's eyes widened in fear. Looking at the people who had arrived in the forest, Fia realized that they were citizens of the Holy Empire. The elf bared her teeth. A sharp knife flashed in her hands. The saint looked at her with disdain and understood her answer. The girl furiously knit her brows and asked if this was not what they were trying to achieve with their actions. Iriel pointed her finger forward and ordered her subordinates to clear the way. The knights, obeying the order, rushed forward. They held long swords in their hands. Fia frowned upon seeing them approaching. Looking around, the soldiers realized that their enemy had disappeared. The elf approached one of them from behind and struck. Holding a knife in her hand, she lunged forward, and a sigh from the wounded soldier was heard. Watching the battle, the woman decided that their enemy was strong, judging by her energy. While the battle was going on at the edge of the forest, the saint was surprised that the enemy had a beginner level of aura blade. With their hands clasped, the priestesses called out to the Lord and asked for his blessing and holy protection from the enemies. Thanks to the healing magic, green particles appeared around the knights, their wounds were restored. Someone hit the priestess in the back. Pointing his hand to the side, the soldier shouted that the enemy was faster than they expected and ordered his comrades to close ranks. The knight opened his mouth wide when he was hit. Raising his hands to him, the cleric used healing magic. He was immediately hit in the stomach, blood spurted out. Sighing heavily, Fia thought that there were too many of them and that they did not die thanks to the healing magic. If things continued like this, the enemies would easily break into the village. The elf frowned menacingly. Her eyes caught Iriel, who crossed her arms over her chest. The girl jumped away from one of the soldiers. Fia rose into the air and raised her knife over the leader of the humans. The sound of a blow was heard in the dense forest. The elf clenched her teeth. The woman grabbed her knife with her bare hands. Smiling, she declared that this was the difference in their strength. Clenching her fist, the saint broke the blade of the knife. Iriel swung her fist, engulfed in light energy. A powerful wave of light hit the enemy in the side. The blow threw her body back. The girl fell to the ground. Putting a finger to her lips, the woman was surprised that the enemy was still alive. Coughing, Fia leaned on her hand. Clutching her stomach, the elf declared that the humans would not enter the village. Raising her hand, the saint praised her for her persistence. Looking at the enemy, she asked her not to be stubborn and just hand over the white-haired boy to them. The girl picked up the stick lying on the ground. Suddenly, a blue aura appeared around her. Fia held a branch in front of her and shouted that they would not be able to get the savior of the village. The sun's rays illuminated the forest. The man wondered how much longer they had to go. The protagonist ran after Era, who said that she could already sense enemies nearby. Looking ahead, the high elf said that they were almost there. Frowning, Yusun wondered how many people were there since they brought an entire army. Once there, the heroes opened their mouths in shock. The clearing was covered in blood. Enemy knights surrounded Fia. All her clothes were stained with blood. Pushing the armored men aside, the boy called out to his friend. His white hair fluttered in the wind. Looking back, the knights realized that the same saint was in front of them. Kneeling before him, the soldiers said that they came here for him. Stepping into a pool of blood, Iriel said that it was nice to meet her. Putting her hand to her stomach, the woman introduced herself and apologized for her appearance. The guy frowned in displeasure and said nothing. He looked at Era. The high elf glanced at him. The young man asked her to stay put and not approach the enemy. Sternly knitting her eyebrows, she urged people not to stand in her way if they did not want to die. The knight opened his mouth in surprise, holding a sword in his hands. The heroes approached the wounded Fia. The girl asked if everything was okay. Gritting her teeth, the forest elf said that she had to stop the enemy. At that moment, she lost consciousness. The hero's eyes widened in fear. Looking at his bloody friend, the protagonist wondered how she managed to hold out alone, and noticed that her shoulder was dislocated. Yusun took her hand to set the bone and said that it would hurt. With her arms outstretched, Iriel suggested that they go to the fortress together because the people were waiting for his arrival. The boy tore off the sleeve of his shirt with his teeth. With it, he applied a bandage to Fia's stomach. Smiling, the woman explained that it was high time for him to begin his duties since God himself had chosen him to perform a great deed. The boy looked up and asked what all this meant. Frowning menacingly, the young man asked what deed they were talking about. Raising her hands in front of her, the saint explained that the whole point was in God's intention to choose people who perform real miracles. Hearing this, the protagonist's mouth opened in amazement. He asked if people really thought that their actions could be justified by some higher purpose. Era sat in front of the wounded Fia. Narrowing her eyes, Iriel explained that they had politely asked the elf to leave and had tried to resolve the situation peacefully, but she had refused, even after being warned about using force. Bowing her head, the woman added that they had not even killed anyone. Yusun asked if the humans really thought that invading someone else's territory and using force to take him away could be justified. Raising her eyebrows, the saint replied that it was simply necessary. The boy, frowning sternly, asked if they really thought he would simply agree and follow them. Iriel's eyes flashed, and she said that she would not want to use force against such a person. Era's lips turned down, unable to believe that humans had not only invaded their territory and caused inconvenience, but also dared to threaten their savior. Frowning angrily, the high elf decided to test what they were capable of. The woman looked at her with disdain, noting that it was rather pathetic to pit a mere elf against the might of the Holy Empire. Clenching her fist, the girl offered to see for herself whether it was a bluff or the truth. Promising to make her regret her words, the knights pounced on the enemy. Suddenly, their swords crumbled. Seeing the weapons shatter into pieces, the soldier's mouth opened in fear. With her eyes wide and wild, Ira urged the enemy to attack. The armored men shook in horror. They fell to their knees, begged for mercy, and apologized for their behavior. Placing her hand on her belt, the high elf asked if this was the vaunted power of the Holy Empire, and doubted that they could achieve anything with it. Frowning, the saint explained that they simply lacked faith in God. Spreading her arms, the girl found it funny that humans thought that God had given them abilities, and said that such thoughts only limited them. Iriel's fist glowed. Swinging it, she declared that the enemy was talking too much. Gritting her teeth, Ira used a grab. Light chains bound the woman's body, preventing her from moving. The saint trembled. Trying to resist, the high elf asked how it felt to feel the power of the Holy Empire being stopped by an ordinary elf. Gritting her teeth, Iriel replied that this was not all the power of the Holy Empire. Opening her mouth wide, she promised to do everything to take the boy with her, even if she had to cut him into pieces. Hearing a loud sound, the birds fluttered into the sky. The woman's eyes widened in fear. She was asked not to say such things. Looking down at her, the girl declared that the enemy who perceived the boy as a piece of meat could not even imagine how important he was to her. The saint looked at her with horror in her eyes. Approaching her face, Era said that she could easily wipe their entire race off the earth if she wanted. Frowning sternly, the protagonist asked her to stop and reminded her that he himself was going to the Holy Empire. The high elf turned away in displeasure. Iriel smiled happily. Squinting, Yusun said that he had conditions. Frowning, he promised to go to the Holy Empire if they were met. The woman's mouth fell open in confusion. The boy raised his index finger and declared that he would not become a saint for God's sake. His brows furrowed. He added that he would only become one if he wanted to and that he would stop being one if he wanted to. The saint's eyes widened in fear and she asked what that meant and said that it was impossible. The boy raised his second finger. Clenching his fist, he explained that he would stop helping them if something like that happened again. Raising her eyebrows, Iriel asked what would happen in that case. Spreading his arms, the protagonist suggested that he could leave the Holy Empire and become a saint in an enemy country. The woman thought that it would be fine, since a saint would lose his powers if he betrayed God, and a bead of sweat ran down her cheek. She asked if there were any other conditions, and Yusun crossed his arms over his chest and answered in the affirmative. Holding up his third finger, he presented a multitude of books and asked for access to all the libraries of the Holy Empire. The saint smiled and decided that this would be quite simple. The boy raised his fourth finger. Frowning, the boy stated that he wanted compensation for his work so that he would always have clothes, food, and shelter. Narrowing her eyes, Iriel asked if that really bothered him that much. The boy pressed his thumb and index finger together and said that he was naturally worried about money. The woman's eyes turned white with shock. Clenching his fist, the cleric suggested that they ignore it, as being a saint was no reason to accept such outrageous conditions. The man looked back as his colleague agreed with him and expressed confidence that the god had made a mistake, as a saint should not ask for anything in return. The saint asked if they really thought the god had made a mistake, and the clerics hugged each other in fear and apologized. Frowning pitifully, Iriel said that they could accept all of the conditions mentioned, except for the first. Closing his eyes, the protagonist stated that the first condition was the most important. The woman's mouth fell open in disappointment. The sun shone through the treetops. Pointing to Fia, Yusun voiced the fifth condition and asked the humans to apologize to his friend. Frowning, he asked them to do it sincerely. Looking back, the boy asked Era to let the enemy go. The invisible chains disappeared from the saint's body. Gritting her teeth, she thought that she would not be able to apologize. Raising her eyebrows, Iriel asked them to take her situation into account. Looking down at her, the boy asked if he should not also take the elf's position into account. Lowering her hands, the woman explained that she had no other choice since the Chosen One himself rejected all their requests. Closing her eyelids, the young man asked if she really claimed that she would not be able to apologize. Closing her eyes, the saint answered in the affirmative. Looking down, she added that she could apologize if it was only her own apology, but the responsibility they carried was very heavy and every word she said could bring down the wrath of God. The sunlight shimmered in the leaves of the trees. Turning away, the protagonist decided to end it and asked the people to return to the Empire and ask their god to find another saint. Iriel's eyes widened in shock and asked what that meant. Looking at Era, Yusun asked her to follow him and help Fia. Clenching her fist, Iriel ordered them to stop. She raised her hand. Putting it to her chest, the woman said that she could prepare everything else and asked the Chosen One to reconsider his decision. Looking back, the boy replied that he did not need everything else and that he needed an apology. The saint frowned sadly and sighed. Putting Fia on his back, the boy said that it was time for them to go. The setting sun hung over the trees. Following her friend, Era said that it was not too late to go back and that the people would be happy to accept him. Looking down, the boy replied that he did not regret his decision at all and that it was better for him not to follow them since they could not even apologize. Looking down, the high elf asked why her comrade would go so far for another race. Looking at her with a smile, the protagonist stated that he only does what he wants. The heroes walked along a forest path. The girl asked what he needed. Yusen replied that he wanted to live a happy life. Confusedly squinting, Era asked if this was not a reason to become a saint. Continuing to walk, the boy replied that it would be nice, but getting irritated over trifles, helping the sick or wounded is not such a bad life either. Looking up at the sky, he stated that he was not afraid of being happy in a small place. The high elf smiled and called him unusual. The bright sun was setting on the horizon. It painted the sky a bright orange. Iriel stood silently in the middle of the clearing. A memory appeared in her mind of the chosen one looking back and calling for them to return home and find another saint. The woman looked down in disappointment. Closing his eyes, the cleric assumed that there was some kind of mistake and said that he could not believe that such a person could be a saint. The saint put her hands under her armor. The bloody armor fell to the ground. The man asked what she was doing. Lowering her hand, Iriel asked her subordinates to return to the Empire. Looking ahead, the woman said that she would go to the elven village alone. Guards stood at the entrance to the village. One of them asked if Fia was alright. His friend replied that she was seriously injured. Suddenly, the saint appeared in front of them. Grabbing their weapons, the elves called for her to stop and not come closer. Raising her hands, Iriel said that she did not come to fight them, but to visit the saint who lived in this village. The guards looked at each other and wondered what this could mean. Representatives of different races stood opposite each other. The elf said that they could not let a human into the village. His comrade asked the intruder to leave, otherwise her further actions would be considered an attack. Pressing her hand to her chest, the woman asked them to tell the saint that she would wait for him. Frowning, the brunette said that he could not fulfill her request and ordered her to return to the Empire. Looking at the sky, the saint asked them for permission to stay here and wait. Hearing the promise not to attack or harm anyone, the guards looked at each other tensely. Pointing his finger forward, the blonde asked the man to remain where he was, without moving, otherwise they would take retaliatory measures. Iriel bowed, thanked them and promised not to approach them. The elves did not let go of their weapons. Turning away, the blonde asked if the one the man was talking about was their savior. The bag fell to the ground. The woman took off her boot. Kneeling down, she began to pray. Her body was enveloped in bright energy. The guard asked if they should talk to the savior. His comrade nodded. The setting sun was reflected in the colorful flags. Fia was lying under the blanket. Stretching his shoulder, the protagonist realized that they had managed to heal her serious wounds. Hearing a knock on the door, Yusen looked at it. Opening the door, he asked what happened. The guard said that someone was looking for him right at the edge of the village. Gritting his teeth tensely, the boy realized that the Imperials had not yet surrendered. Frowning, the guy asked how many people were there. The elf answered that there was only one person. Hearing this, the young man opened his mouth in surprise. Night had fallen, fireflies were flying in the forest. The guards looked around and saw their friend. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the elf asked where the hero of the occasion had gone during his holiday. The protagonist replied that he felt superfluous. Looking up, he asked who was looking for him. The guard pointed his finger forward. Seeing Iriel praying, Yusen wondered what was going on. The boy headed in her direction. Approaching her, the guy said that they were looking for him. Standing behind him, the brunette said that 3 hours had already passed and the woman was still sitting motionless. The young man frowned tensely. Putting his hand on his belt, he decided that the saint would soon wake up. In the morning, the sun rose over the horizon. Opening her mouth, Iriel sighed. Raising her head, she stretched her neck. Leaning towards her, the protagonist asked what kind of prayer this was that lasted for a whole day. The woman looked up happily. Yusen asked her to get straight to the point and asked what was going on here. Looking away, the saint said she wanted to tell him something. Narrowing her eyes, the boy assumed she had come here to apologize. Raising her eyebrows, Iriel replied that she could not apologize, so she decided to show respect for this place with her actions. Raising her hand, the boy asked if she really thought they should enjoy her presence if she could not even apologize. Leaning on her hand, the woman said that she did not mean that at all. The boy asked what her words meant then. Looking up at him, the saint explained that she could not apologize directly due to the circumstances, but she could repent for her actions and work until all the elves were satisfied. She rose to her feet. The protagonist frowned sternly and asked if his friend had ever thought about the Holy Empire searching for her and them having to fight again. Bowing her head, Iriel explained that she had prayed for exactly that, as she had a direct connection with the Almighty, so the Holy Empire would not dare to do something like that. Crossing her arms over her chest, Yusen asked why he should believe her words. Looking down, the woman said that she could not force him to believe it, but if any of her words were a lie, that elf would still know about it. Imagining Era shrouded in a bright aura, she concluded that this girl was strong enough to resist her. Closing one eye, the boy wondered if he should trust her at all. Hearing the agreement, the saint looked up. Raising his index finger, the boy allowed her to do as she pleased, but not to count on his support if something happened or if she was asked to leave the village. Smiling widely, Iriel thanked him. The young man turned away, the woman called out to him. Looking back, he asked what else she needed. The woman raised her hand to her face. Blushing with embarrassment, she asked where they could go to freshen up. Gritting her teeth, the protagonist thought that she was too much trouble. The sun shone over the forest. With her hands clasped, the saint prayed to God. The guards watched her from afar. Looking at her prayer, the blonde said that the guest had sat in this position all day again. The brunette assumed that she was already quite tired. Seeing his friend nearby, the elf assumed that he was returning home. Yusen smiled, confirmed this and decided that it was probably hard for the guards to stand guard. The guard frowned sternly and asked if everything would be alright if they left the man here. The boy looked away thoughtfully. Bright energy shone around the saint. Imagining her with crazy eyes and bloody clothes, the boy wondered what kind of god this was to do something like this for him. The setting sun illuminated the house. Entering the open door, the young man informed his family of his return. The embarrassed parents hugged each other, not expecting sleep to return soon. Smiling tensely, the protagonist asked them to ignore him and continue their business. The parents tried to stop him, but the door slammed shut. The bag fell onto the wooden floor. Falling onto the bed, Yusung thought that he was very tired. Looking at the ceiling, he thought. Some time ago, Era frowned and suggested that it would be very useful for her friend to visit the Holy Empire. Sitting next to the wounded Fia, the boy asked what they were talking about. Putting her hands on her hips, the high elf explained that she thought her comrade really wanted to go there. She was glad that he gave them priority and helped, but it was no less important to take advantage of the chance that fate was giving him. Squinting, the boy thought that his friend was right, because he himself had sworn to go to the Holy Empire to study medicine and be sure that there would be no disease that he could not cure. The young man got out of bed. The protagonist took a book out of his bag. Resolutely knitting his brows, Yusen decided not to miss this chance. Next to the window stood a lamp with a candle. Someone's displeased exclamation was heard. A fork fell to the floor with a clink. Opening her mouth in shock, Saint asked if her son was really a saint and he needed to go to the Holy Empire. The boy looked down tensely. Covering her mouth with her hands, the woman wondered if this was a joke. Isle asked when her son was leaving and if he would return. Raising his eyebrows, the guy replied that he was planning to leave tomorrow and could not predict what might happen in the next couple of years. Hugging his wife, the man told her that after taking the rank, he would have to spend the rest of his adult life in the Holy Empire. Smiling, the young man promised to return home. Throwing himself on his neck, Saint asked why he had to leave. Noticing tears on her cheeks, Isle asked why his wife was disturbing the child's soul with her crying. Shedding tears, the man promised to do everything to keep them safe and sound until her son returned and asked her to take care of herself. The protagonist looked at his sobbing father. Smiling, he said that he would definitely take care of himself. The stars were shining above the house. The woman could not believe that her son had grown up and was not even crying. The sun rose over the forest. Closing her eyes, Iriel sighed. Feeling the pain, she clutched her stomach. The girl looked ahead, upset. Pointing his finger down, Yusen said that everything in this field was edible, so she could have as much as she wanted. Turning away and waving his hand, the boy hoped that she would be able to cope on her own. Looking at the dry plant, the woman asked how to eat it. The plant in her hand released juice. The saint clenched her teeth in disgust. Iriel stuck the sprout in her mouth. Suddenly her eyes widened. Opening her mouth wide, the girl felt a strong bitterness. Her stomach trembled. She grabbed it and broke out in a sweat. Frowning, the elf was surprised that the man ate it raw. His friend said that people like variety. Raising her eyebrows, the woman felt a strong thirst. There was a small lake ahead. The saint ran to it. A loud splash was heard over the water. Iriel got into the water on all fours. Imagining the boy sticking out his tongue, she wondered how she would live with the knowledge of what kind of person he was. White clouds floated above the forest. The girl was lying on the grass. Looking at the sky, the woman thought that she should just give up and go back. The treetops blocked the sky. Closing her eyes, the saint decided that this was also a test and she just needed to be patient. Someone's shadow appeared above her. Looking down at her, the protagonist said that it was time for them to go to the Holy Empire. Surprised, Iriel rose from the ground. Putting his hands on his hips, Yusen repeated his words. The woman asked if he had forgiven her. Hearing a negative answer, she closed her eyes and burst into tears. Raising his eyebrows, the boy asked her to prepare for departure and said that he needed to say goodbye to everyone. The archer approached him and was surprised that the savior had returned. The guy asked how Fia was doing. Hearing that his girlfriend had already woken up and was waiting for him, the young man's mouth dropped open in surprise. The windows on the second floor of the house were open. Running inside, the protagonist called out to his girlfriend. Seeing him, the elf raised her eyebrows in surprise. Smiling, Yusun was glad that she had come to her senses. He asked if she was okay. The girl put her hands on the blankets and answered in the affirmative. Putting her hand on her belt, Era was glad that she had recovered much faster than they expected. Closing his eyes, the boy decided that his girlfriend had come because she was worried about Fia. Crossing her arms over her chest, the high elf replied that she was simply doing her job and caring for her relatives. Leaning on her hand, the forest elf apologized to her. The woman asked her not to twitch because her wounds had not yet completely healed. There was a backpack hanging on the boy's back. Smiling, Era realized that her friend had already made his final decision. Looking at her, the young man said that he would follow her advice and go to the Holy Empire since there might not be a better chance. Closing her eyelids, the high elf said that this was the right decision and realized that their friend would soon be leaving the village. Hearing this, Fia opened her mouth in shock and asked what this meant. Putting her hand to her mouth, the forest elf apologized for raising her voice. The woman asked her not to worry about it so much. Closing her eyes, the protagonist said that she could ask him anything if she was interested in something. Frowning, Era asked if he was mocking her. Yusun bowed and apologized. With wide eyes, the girl explained that she thought her friend was going to stay here. Fia raised her eyebrows and asked if the savior was really going to follow those people to the Holy Empire. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy replied that he was not going to follow them specifically and would go to the Holy Empire because he had his own plans. Looking at him, the forest elf asked how long his journey would last. The boy replied that he would spend at least a couple of years there. The girl thoughtfully widened her eyes. Smiling, she asked him to be more careful during his adventures. The young man said that he would return to them. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist remembered that elves have a completely different perception of time. Raising her hand, Era asked if they could talk for a while before he left. Yusun agreed. He said goodbye to the girl. Fia waved her hand at him. The sun illuminated the tree house. Looking away, the high elf said that she had a gift for him and asked him to accept it. Smiling happily, the boy asked what kind of gift it was. The woman took his hand. Closing her eyes, the girl placed her seal on him, which serves as proof that she is always near. Blue sparks appeared around their hands. The boy looked at his hand in surprise. A symbol appeared on his wrist. Era explained that it was her, putting her hand to her chest. The boy narrowed his eyes and looked at the hand. Then he looked at his friend, his mouth hanging open in shock. The protagonist thought that it was a contract seal that forced humans to serve the elves. The high elf explained that it was not what one might think and that he should not worry about it. There was a huge globe in the corner of the room. The woman smirked and said that this mark was made of magic and that she practically gave herself to him. The girl said that she would always be by his side and that this mark would serve as protection for him during his adventures. Her eyes sparkled. The protagonist looked at the hand. A smile appeared on his face. Closing his eyes, Yusun thanked his friend and promised to see her soon. The sun set behind the trees. Iriel smiled happily. The boy watched her with annoyance. He looked back and asked why she was so happy. The woman clasped her hands and asked how he could not be happy when he returned to his lord. The boy thought that life in the wild had a strange effect on her. Looking at her companion, the girl suggested that they hurry. The young man looked at the beautiful sunset. The sun painted the sky red. Bright rays illuminated the face of the protagonist. He looked back when the saint asked what happened. Looking at the sky, Yusun explained that he was going to return here anyway. Putting his hands on his waist, the boy reminded him that Iriel had promised to fulfill all the conditions she had voiced. Winking at him, the woman said that she would have to discuss the first condition, but there would be no problem with the rest. The boy angrily clenched his teeth. Turning away, he asked her to go on. It seemed to him that it would be a very long journey. The heroes walked along a forest path. The sun set outside the city. Holding the map in his hands, the young man remembered that the saint had mentioned that they had to visit a certain place on their way to the Holy Empire. Looking at the map, Iriel explained that their way to the Empire was through the Royal Road. According to the map, the city of Cilia was on the Royal Road, where the heroes would be awaited by members of the expedition team. They would first need to go there and then to the Empire. The sun's rays shone through the foliage. The woman said that it was time for them to go. The protagonist wondered why she was so suspiciously excited. Putting a finger to his chin, Yusun thought that this short journey to the Royal Road should last 4 days, and wondered if it would be possible to cover the distance in 1 day if he used mana to move faster. After stretching his legs, the boy decided to prepare for the difficult road. The girl asked him what he was doing. Holding the horse by the reins, she asked if her comrade was really going to cover the entire distance on foot. The boy widened his eyes in surprise and asked if it wouldn't be much faster. Looking away, the saint stated that she couldn't do something like that and that her ally hadn't awakened his powers yet, so he wouldn't be able to cover such a distance with just his mana reserves. Thoughtfully closing his eyes, the boy thought that he could cover this distance with the mana vessels and reach his destination much faster than on horseback, but it would be very impolite of him to refuse the offer of a man who had bought a horse to make their journey more comfortable. Smiling, the protagonist agreed and said that it was pointless to spend so much energy. Jumping onto the horse, Ariel stated that she only bought one horse in case they needed money, although it would be inconvenient for both of them to ride on one horse. Yusen explained that he didn't know how to ride at all, so there was no need to worry about that. The horse's hooves clattered along the road. The heroes set off through the hills towards Cilia. Night fell, and the heroes decided to stop for a while to rest and cook. Pointing his finger down, the boy used fire magic. A flame appeared in the fire. Sitting on the ground, the woman was surprised that her companion could use magic by saying only one word, as if he was a second circle master. Taking out a cauldron, the boy said that it was nothing special. Using water magic, he filled the cauldron. Noticing that the water had already boiled, the young man picked up the ingredients for the soup. With her mouth open in fear, the girl asked him not to add it to the water. Looking up at her, the protagonist asked why and said that it was very tasty. The saint asked how these spicy and sour leaves could be tasty. Smiling, Yusen realized that his friend ate them raw and explained that only the roots of these plants are edible. Ariel gaped in amazement as the boy explained that although the leaves contained more nutrients, only the roots were edible. Gritting her teeth, the woman asked why she had not been warned about this, since most people simply threw away the leaves. Handing her the bowl, the boy asked her to try it as an apology, saying that the soup should taste completely different. Taking the bowl, the girl thanked him. There were pieces of plants floating in the soup. Raising her eyebrows, the saint smelled the delicious aroma and decided that it was not so bad. Ariel scooped up the broth with a spoon. She tasted the soup. The woman gaped in amazement, thinking that it was very tasty. Noticing how his companion began to greedily eat the soup, the young man wondered if the people of the Holy Empire were starving, since she ate so quickly that not even the spoon was visible in the air. Sitting in front of the fire, the protagonist said that if his friend ate so quickly, she would get a stomachache. A view of a huge city appeared in front of the heroes, in the center of which was the castle of Celia. Riding along the city street, Yusen noticed a huge market and decided that this was to be expected from the royal road. The saint said that everything here was not at all like in ordinary cities, and asked if her companion was happy that he followed her. The sun illuminated Celia's castle. Ariel said that the expeditionary force should already be inside. Looking up, the boy realized that he was in this place for the first time and hoped that everything would go smoothly. The horse headed towards the castle gates. The guard bowed and congratulated the lady on her return. The horse stopped. The man asked who the person next to the lady was. Smiling, the woman said that he was the chosen one. Looking back, she clarified this with her comrade. Looking at the guard, the boy introduced himself as a saint. The man apologized and asked them to follow him. The heroes entered the castle. Holding his hand in front of him, the priest greeted the lady. Looking at him, the girl said that she had completed the task entrusted to her by the kingdom of Cilia and that tomorrow they would leave for the Holy Empire. She asked him to convey the news of their return to the officials of the empire. Bowing, the man said that he would immediately report this to the empire and prepare everything for departure. Looking back, the saint said that her companion was now free and could rest for a while. The door opened. Inside was a clean and spacious room. Standing in the doorway, the young man thought that the decor here was better than many five-star hotels in the real world. He was surprised that he had the opportunity to visit such a place because in his past life he did not have time for this. Ariel closed her eyes and asked if he liked everything. Smiling, the protagonist assumed that it was very expensive. The woman said that she would leave him since he needed rest. Throwing his bag off his shoulders, Yusen asked if they would go to the Holy Empire in the morning. Smiling, the girl said that they would see each other tomorrow morning. She left along the corridor. Frowning in disbelief, the boy asked himself what that was and assumed that his companion was plotting something. The guy sat down on the bed. Putting his head on the pillow, he was glad that he would finally go to the Holy Empire. Closing his eyes, the young man wondered what this state looked like. White clouds were circling above the castle. Someone knocked on the door of the room. Approaching the door, the protagonist said that he was ready to go. Grinning, the saint asked him to follow her. Closing her eyes, she declared that it was time to meet His Majesty. Yusen raised his eyebrows, wondering what that meant. Looking away, the boy asked again who they were going to meet. With her eyes wide and wild, Ariel repeated that they were to meet the King of Cilia. The light was shining on the door, and the boy said that he could have been warned about this beforehand if that was her plan. Smiling, the woman asked him not to be nervous and explained that they would simply greet the king and report before leaving. Putting his hand to his head, the boy said that he had meant something else, as he needed to know the local customs to meet the king. Smiling widely, the girl explained that she had decided not to tell him about it, so as not to deprive her friend of sleep. The protagonist thought that he was irritated by her behavior and that he was becoming more and more suspicious of her. His eyes turned white from the strain. There were burning chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Someone praised the heroes for their work. The king asked if this was the chosen one in front of him. Raising his eyebrows, Yusun confirmed it. Diagard was sitting on the throne with a crown on his head. The chandeliers illuminated the throne room. The man greeted the traveler and assumed that they were very exhausted from their journey. Iriel thanked him for allowing them to rest before the meeting. The king glanced at his guests. The woman bowed. Noticing that her friend was standing still, she called out to him. The boy bowed too. Gritting his teeth, he realized that his companion had not told him anything to embarrass him. Frowning, Diagard asked them to raise their heads. The man, standing on his throne, said that he had heard that they were returning to the Holy Empire today. The girl smiled and confirmed this, saying that it was only thanks to his grace that they would be able to return. The man waved his hand and said that it was not his fault, since it was the Holy Empire that had protected them throughout their journey. The saint closed her eyes and said that it was because they had been allowed to stay in Cilia that they would be able to return safely, so they were indebted to the kingdom. The king scratched his beard and promised to take advantage of this. He turned his attention to the chosen one, who raised his eyebrows and introduced himself. Diagard frowned, realizing that he could not sense his mana, and that he must have some experience as a swordsman, judging by his build. The young man smiled. The man narrowed his eyes and remembered that the appearance of a new saint had worried him, but now it seemed to him that his worries had been in vain. Looking at the guests standing before him, he declared that it was an honor to meet two saints at the same time. Looking at his companion, the protagonist wondered if it was time for them to go. The king called out to Iriel with the corners of his lips down. Diagard raised his hand to remind her of her duty. The woman widened her eyes and asked if there was anything they wanted to ask. The doors to the throne room were closed. Imagining the girl sitting on the bed, the man explained that his cousin was sick and that many priests had visited her, but no one had been able to identify the illness or cure her. He asked if the saints could visit the daughter of Archduke Silos, and Yusun gritted his teeth and mentally begged his friend to refuse. Frowning, the boy thought that they had a long journey ahead of them, so they should refuse. Hearing that his companion had agreed, the boy looked at her in shock. The saint said that she could not refuse His Majesty's personal request. Smiling widely, the king thanked her and decided that the saints would definitely be able to take care of his cousin. Squinting, Iriel thought that this was not what she had meant at all. There was a fountain in the courtyard of the castle. Frowning angrily, the young man asked why their journey to the Holy Empire was taking so long. Raising her index fingers up, the woman said that her companion was now also a member of the Holy Empire and that he had the opportunity to learn how to use divine powers and act for the benefit of the whole world. Rolling his eyes, the protagonist asked if the trip to the lands of the Archduke would not take them even longer. White clouds floated above the courtyard. Smiling, Yusun said that they needed to hurry since someone was sick and they had the opportunity to help her because this was the true duty of a doctor. The knight was carrying wooden boxes in his hands. The old man frowned and said that he could not allow the lady to visit the Archduke because they were already expected in the Empire. Standing in front of him, the girl said that it was the king's request and that she was in no position to refuse. There was a forest near the castle. The priest asked if the king had promised anything in return. The saint explained that Diagard had made this request as payment for allowing them to stay there. Closing his eyes, the man said that they simply had no other choice since it was the king's request and promised to contact the Empire and report the delay. The boy put his hand on his belt in displeasure. Iriel thanked her colleague for her understanding and added that it was time for them to leave to save time. There was a cart on the ground. The boy thought that he had already had the opportunity to see people's reactions to treatment and that his first patient was in shock after it. He wondered how they would react to this now. The caravan set off. The sun set. The heroes stopped for a rest. The knights set up camp on the edge of the forest. The young man sat in front of the fire. Someone was whispering about him. The main character was stirring the soup. The strangers thought that he looked better in life and decided to talk to him. Someone approached the fire. Putting her hair behind her ear, the girl asked if the saint needed help. Yusun refused. Putting her hand on her friend's shoulder, the priestess asked if they could sit down next to her because they were curious about what the saint was doing. Smiling, the boy asked them to sit wherever they would be comfortable. The girls blushed with embarrassment. One of them asked what it was. The guy said that these were plants that grow in the elven forest. The setting sun illuminated the camp. Soon it completely disappeared behind the trees. Scratching the back of his head, the young man thought that these priestesses were too nimble. Standing behind a tree, he overheard a conversation. A priestess asked if there was any point in following the new saint. The girl decided that he was just a child who did whatever he wanted and set the conditions of the empire. The priest standing next to him reminded him of how some elf slapped their mistress. Frowning, the protagonist asked if it was really okay for them to talk about others behind their backs. Spreading her arms, the priestess said that the new saint would most likely turn out to be a fake when they arrived in the Empire. Approaching them, Iriel asked what they had just discussed. The priestess asked what would happen if the saint turned out to be a fake. The woman raised her eyebrows. Smiling, she realized that she had heard correctly. Narrowing her eyes, the girl asked why her subordinates allowed themselves to speak about him like that. Flowers grew on the forest path. With a stern frown, the saint promised to do whatever she wanted if her people remained silent. The priest smiled sheepishly and explained that they had simply decided to remind everyone of all that the lady had done for them. Getting close to his face, Iriel asked what this had to do with them and had she ever asked them to do this for her sake. The old man raised his hand and called out to her. Placing his hand on his stomach, the man decided that these children had made a big mistake and that they had much to learn, so they needed to be forgiven. Pressing on the back of his subordinate, the priest ordered them to hurry up and apologize to the lady. The woman asked if an apology alone would be enough. The people looked at her in fear. The girl asked how they dared to call the saint a fake and declared that she was not going to grant them forgiveness. Iriel raised her eyebrows and explained that the saints were chosen by God himself, and that their disrespect for the saints was the same as disrespect for God. In other words, it was desecration. The woman asked them to consider whether a simple apology could resolve this situation. The protagonist, who was standing behind the tree, frowned, and the girl stated that she did not know what would happen to them if their arguments were not convincing enough for her. The girl began to cry, asking for forgiveness for what she had said about Iriel. The dark-haired girl frowned and yelled that her subordinates had decided to disrespect a saint chosen by God himself, and now they did not want to apologize properly. Iriel gritted her teeth and whispered that there were people who could not apologize, no matter how much they wanted to. The protagonist looked away and thought that the girl was talking about herself. Yusung imagined Iriel sitting on his knees and thought that he knew how heavy and oppressive the title of saint was for someone so young, and that the girl was aware of the weight her words had on other people. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought with a smile that he knew this feeling well because in his past life, he was called a genius surgeon. Yusung turned his head to the left and thought about going out. He came out from behind the tree, saying that it was interesting to listen to all this. The protagonist looked at the girls carefully and said that they thought of him as a child and a fake, not a saint. They cried, saying that Yusung misunderstood them. The protagonist touched his chin and said that they were not so wrong because he thought that he would become a saint even if he did nothing to achieve it. The protagonist smiled and added that he didn't have any holy powers or anything he could do when he came to the Holy Empire, and even if he was chosen by the god himself, he would be perfect for the role of a fake saint. The servants tensed up when they heard this. Iriel furrowed her brows and said that there was a reason why God chose Yusung. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that there were many people in the Holy Empire who would think that God chose him for no reason and that he could do nothing about it. Yusung looked away and asked if Iriel would mind if he decided the fate of the people who were talking behind his back, and she agreed. Horror appeared on the faces of the servants when the protagonist said that the heretic inquisitors could take them away and even kill them. They fell to their knees in front of Yusung, begging for mercy. The protagonist imagined a crowd of people. He extended his hand forward and said that the people who ridiculed him and called him a fake were far more than those present here. The people were wearing white and blue uniforms, and Yusung said that they were not far from the truth because he was really young and had no trust, no power, no ability, no support, and no connections. The protagonist widened his eyes and added that for that reason, he was going to the Holy Empire for a few years to prove his point to everyone, including everyone present. The people looked at Yusung in fear and asked what he meant. The protagonist was wearing a yellow cloak. He replied that he would make sure that everyone who gossiped behind his back would regret it. He hoped that the people who insulted him would remember this moment. The crying girl covered her mouth with her hand when Yusung pointed at her and her comrade with his hand and said that he would not punish the two as a seal to his promise today. They both burst into tears, apologizing for their words. The protagonist smiled and hoped that in the future they would regret their decision more. He said that in order to achieve his goal, he would do everything to restore the honor of the Holy Empire. The moon was visible in the sky, and Yusung added that it might take years, as he was not sure how long it would actually take him. He waved his white hair and said that he would do his best. The protagonist's eyes shone brightly, and he added that he would do this to make them regret what they did today. The people looked at Yusung in fascination. They all knelt down. Yusung was sitting by the fire, and Iriel praised his impressive speech. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and laughed, and the protagonist asked her to stop making fun of him. A pot was heating over the fire. Yusung said that it was the stew that was cooked last time, and that the priest even managed to eat his portion. The protagonist smiled and said that after everything that happened, he was overcome by a terrible hunger. He offered Iriel some food. The girl closed her eyes and agreed with a smile. A shooting star was visible in the sky. Iriel raised her head and smiled, saying that she would not have the chance to see the night sky for a long time, and that this was great luck. A ray of light was visible in the middle of the darkness, and Yusung thought that in his past life, his name had a similar meaning to a shooting star. He closed his eyes and thought that in his current life, he was named Ray. The protagonist opened his eyes and said that he remembered that in his homeland, it is believed that when you see a shooting star, your wishes will come true. Iriel folded her hands and began to pray. They looked up, and the girl said that in the Empire, there is also a superstition that if you see a shooting star with someone, you can happily die with them. Yusung was holding a spoon in his hand. Iriel added that she did not believe in it. There were many shooting stars in the sky, and the protagonist agreed with the girl. He thought about what a happy death would look like. The blue sky was visible above the tree. A carriage with a white horse was driving along the path. Yusung and Iriel were sitting inside. The coachman turned around and asked where they should go first when they arrived, and the girl answered that because they were in a hurry, they should meet the Duke first. Iriel looked out the window and thought that they did not have much time. The carriage was approaching the castle, and the girl added that they would try to cure the patient as soon as possible and immediately leave for the Holy Empire. The man sitting on the throne greeted Yusung and Iriel. The Duke smiled and said that he was very happy that they had come a long way for his daughter. Yusung and Iriel stood on a long green carpet. The girl said that saints exist to give God's blessings to those in pain. The man frowned and asked if they could take a look at his daughter as soon as possible because he loved her very much and was afraid of losing her. The Duke folded his arms, thanking Iriel when she said that they could check on her condition right away. The protagonist frowned and thought that people believed in Iriel so much even though she hadn't done anything yet. The maid led them down the hallway. She opened the door and called out for Layla. Yusung and Iriel opened their mouths in shock. The protagonist's eyebrows were furrowed. There were red spots on the girl's skin. Layla was sitting on the bed. She frowned, and the protagonist suggested that these erythematous papules could be a symptom of a severe case of herpetiform dermatitis. The girl covered herself with a blanket, saying that it was disgusting. Iriel approached Layla and asked for her hand. The girl gave her hand to the saint. Iriel smiled, saying that from now on, Layla would be fine. A golden glow appeared around them. Layla opened her mouth in shock. The Duke covered his face with his hand, amazed at this incredible power. A golden light emanated from Iriel's hands. Layla raised her eyebrows in shock, seeing that the spots on her skin had disappeared. She looked at her hands. The girl began to cry, saying that her hand was cured. The Duke looked at his daughter in shock, while Iriel said that everything should be fine now. Layla hugged her father, crying loudly. The Duke turned around and thanked Iriel, saying that he would never forget this help. Iriel smiled and replied that it was the will of the god. Yusung gritted his teeth and thought that at first it looked like a skin disease that would require long-term treatment, but Iriel cured it with a single touch. He frowned and suggested that medicine was pointless in this world. Night fell. The Duke smiled widely as he sat at the table and told the guests to help themselves. Iriel replied with a small smile that he should not have done that and thanked him. Hopel smiled and said that Iriel was truly impressive and thanked her for curing Layla. Iriel closed her eyes and replied that she would make sure this gratitude reached her Lord Gaia. Yusung looked down. The Duke raised his eyebrows in concern and asked if the protagonist was silent because he did not like their food. Yusung smiled and replied that he was just thinking about something and apologized for disturbing the Duke. Iriel closed her eyes and explained that the protagonist had many thoughts that were bothering him. She turned to Yusung and quietly asked what was wrong, to which he replied that he was just tired. Iriel smiled and suggested that he rest since they had agreed to spend the night in the castle. The protagonist looked down sadly, not understanding why he had shed all that blood and tears to become a doctor. He remembered studying in the library. Yusung imagined a red cross, thinking that he was able to be reborn with all his memories, but in this world, none of that knowledge could be applied. The protagonist imagined himself in his current and past lives, and thought that he was living now, forgetting about his past. Someone knocked on the door and asked if Yusung was asleep. The protagonist was lying on a pillow. Iriel stood behind the door, telling Yusung not to lose faith in himself. The girl's sweat dropped, saying that everyone has moments when they doubt themselves. She hoped that whatever was troubling the protagonist would not ruin what he had worked for. Yusung gritted his teeth when Iriel said that she liked his normal, prickly, but funny side better. He pressed his lips together. The protagonist sat up, thinking about the girl's words. He furrowed his brows and thought that he was still a former doctor. Looking straight ahead, Yusung decided that he should find something that only he could do. Iriel twirled her fingers. Looking at the protagonist, she told him that he should not give up. Yusung thanked the girl with a smile and said that she had helped him a lot. Iriel smiled when the protagonist called her. The walls and ceiling were white. Yusung asked if this was the first time she tried to cheer someone up. There was a fountain in front of the castle. The maids covered their mouths with their hands while someone shouted loudly that Layla was fine yesterday. The Duke turned around and demanded that Iriel be called immediately. There was a blue sky above the palace. The Duke frowned and reported that the symptoms had returned and asked if Iriel confirmed that the treatment had not worked on Layla. The saint sweated and replied that the treatment should have worked and that she would try again to cure Layla. The Duke nodded while looking at her. Iriel turned around when the protagonist called her. Yusun passed by the girl. Layla frowned, asking that no one look at her. The protagonist smiled and asked the girl to give him her hand. The Duke covered his mouth with his fist, not understanding how a newly minted saint could cope with what Iriel herself could not. Yusun frowned and said that he was the only one who could cure Layla at this stage of the disease. The man broke out in a sweat and asked what the protagonist meant. Kneeling, Yusun replied that any treatment Iriel used would not work because the symptoms would return soon after the cure. The Duke pursed his lips thoughtfully, and the protagonist added that what Layla needed most right now was not the powers of a saint. He placed his hand on his chest and concluded that Solosa's daughter needed his treatment. The man frowned, saying that he heard that Yusun did not have any holy powers. He asked what the protagonist was going to do. Yusun frowned and replied that his treatment had nothing to do with holy powers because he was using all the information he knew to get rid of this disease. Layla raised her eyebrows in alarm and said that if they trusted Yusun, they would not be able to find another way to deal with the disease. The girl put her hand on her chest and added that she was willing to try anything the protagonist suggested if it would help improve her condition. The Duke closed his eyes and said that he would do as his daughter wanted. Yusun smiled when the man asked him to help Layla. The protagonist, with a confident expression, promised that he would cure the girl. There was a fountain in the courtyard of the castle. The next day Yusun decided to find out the reason for Layla's skin condition. The maids were carrying the laundry in their hands. The protagonist thought that he tried to check everything regarding hygiene because it was the most important part of health. But considering that the blankets, tablecloths, and clothes were washed once a day, poor hygiene could be ruled out as a possible cause of the disease. Yusun imagined the blue cells and thought that considering that the castle was protected by a magical barrier, it was also unlikely that the disease was caused by parasites that came from the outside. There was food and drinks on the table, and the protagonist thought that he noticed that all the dishes that Layla ate every day had one similar ingredient in their composition. There was bread on the table. It was flour. Yusun imagined a bag of flour and thought that in this world, bread is not only the most consumed product, but even meat dishes here usually come with side dishes that include flour. Layla ate bread and the protagonist thought that, in addition, the girl's condition worsened when she ate, and because of this, he suspected that there was an insoluble protein gluten in the flour. Red spots appeared on Layla's neck. Yusun concluded that Layla suffered from gluten-sensitive dermatitis, which is also known as an allergic skin condition that is not that difficult to treat. The protagonist imagined the flask and test tube and thought that the only problem was that there were no useful medicines in this world and there was no development in the field of medicine. Yusun spoke to the maids due to the fact that it was quite problematic to prepare medicine from unfamiliar plants. Even if it took a long time, the only thing he could do was change Layla's diet. The protagonist pointed his finger down and told the maids to exclude everything he mentioned from their diet from now on. White curtains were covering the window. Layla was lying on her side in bed. She stood up when she heard Yusun asking if he could come in. The girl got dressed, telling him to come in. The protagonist smiled and explained that he was there to check on Layla's condition. The girl smiled, and Yusun thought that her skin had become even worse than before, and that her diet was the cause. He walked up to Layla and said that there were a few things he was going to tell her. The protagonist raised one finger and said that from now on, he wanted Layla to avoid any food that contained gluten, such as bread, and not to scratch her body, even if she really wanted to. Layla sweated when she heard the words about bread, and Yusun said with a smile that this was all he could do for her. Layla's mouth dropped open in shock. Thinking about bread being her favorite food, she suspected that the protagonist was lying to her. The girl looked at Yusun, asking if he was going to use something else to heal her, like magic. The protagonist smiled and replied that what he suggested was also a form of treatment and a measure to prevent the spread of the disease. There were red spots on Layla's face and neck, and Yusun added that he would pierce the blisters once a day himself because he would need to check on the girl's condition anyway. He placed his hand on her stomach and told Layla to rest well because it was an important part of the treatment. The girl began to sweat, not believing that her skin would improve if she stopped eating bread. Iriel approached Yusun, asking about Layla's condition, and the protagonist replied that it had gotten worse. The saint furrowed her brows and asked if it would be better if she treated Layla again. The protagonist looked at her and replied that the symptoms would return and the rash would return again. Iriel raised her eyebrows sadly and asked why Layla's family didn't change her diet from the beginning if it would cure her illness. She sweat dropped and added that she did believe in Yusun, but the king didn't trust him too much and they weren't in a situation where they could stay here for long. The protagonist furrowed her brows and thought that she was right. Iriel blushed and said that if Yusun continued to look at her with such pitiful eyes, there was nothing she could do about their situation. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and thought that it wasn't a matter of whether he could cure Layla or not, but how it would determine how he would treat his patients in the future. Iriel closed one eye when Yusun asked her to give him 1 week. The protagonist raised a finger and said that he was sure that Layla would be completely cured if that happened. Ariel raised her eyebrows as she looked at him, and the next day, a loud scream was heard in the room with white curtains. The protagonist held a glass in his hand, screaming that Layla had not even come close to the amount of water she should drink today. He thought that the girl should drink 3 liters of water a day and a total of 21 liters a week. Layla began to cry, screaming that she did not understand how water would help her at all because it was not holy. Holding a glass in his hand, Yusun answered that drinking plenty of fluids helps with allergic reactions, because when a foreign substance enters the human body, the immune system produces a chemical called histamine. The protagonist imagined the spots on Layla's skin and thought that histamine is produced in response to the body's defense against foreign substances entering it. And in people with allergies, this chemical is produced in excess and can have a detrimental effect on the body. There was water in the glass and Yusung thought that when this happens, by drinking enough water, the body's cells will work properly and the effects of the allergic reaction will be reduced. The protagonist poured water into Layla's mouth. The girl cried, not believing that Yusung was a saint. There was a blue sky above the castle. 4 days had passed like this. Layla ate a salad with an expression of disgust. She simply hated the protagonist when he imposed a restriction on the consumption of flour and forced her to constantly drink water. The girl was wearing a white dress. She still decided to trust Yusung since she simply had no other choice. Layla was stunned, touching her face. Her condition improved at an incredible speed. The girl turned around, and the protagonist said that he promised that he would help her heal. And Layla said that she really felt much better when she started drinking more water and stopped eating bread. Yusung winked and replied that they should still be careful and they should continue to follow the prescribed treatment. Layla closed her eyes and agreed with a smile. She looked at herself in the mirror, and the protagonist thought that although he was worried that the people in this world would react completely differently, it seemed that there was no need to worry now. The massive white doors were closed, and Yusung came to the conclusion that Layla's recovery was now only a matter of time, or so it seemed to him. But on the 6th day, they encountered a problem. A plate broke and salad flew around. Layla cried, demanding bread, and began to experience withdrawal symptoms. The maids baked bread. Flour is a staple food in this world, and although it can sometimes be avoided, the appearance of withdrawal symptoms was quite expected. Yusung crossed his arms, shouting no loudly, as all his efforts would be in vain if Layla continued to consume flour until her treatment was complete. The girl was crying on the floor, and the protagonist thought that the only way to help her cope was to redirect her attention to something else. Yusung picked up a chess piece. Ariel came up behind him, asking what he was doing, and the protagonist explained that he was cutting out pieces for a game. He turned around and asked if Ariel could look at it. Yusung picked up the chess piece and asked what the girl was thinking about when she saw it. She touched her face and guessed that it was something that depicted the Holy Empire because it looked like a crown. Hearing this, the protagonist grabbed his bag and ran away, shouting for Ariel to follow him. The girl gritted her teeth in indignation, not understanding how he dared to abandon her like that. There was a nightstand and a bookcase in the room. Sitting at the table were Layla and Hopel, who asked Yusung why he wanted to meet him. The protagonist smiled and said that what he was about to show would help with Layla's withdrawal symptoms, and he wanted Hopel to help him. Layla and Hopel looked at Yusung incredulously. There were pieces on a black and white board, and the protagonist explained that the game was called chess. The 3 of them looked closely at Yusung, who said that from now on, each of them was the commander of their troops, and the rules were to capture the enemy king by moving their pieces around the board. Holding a piece in his hands, the protagonist said that there were also rules for how each of them could move around the board. Shock was reflected on the faces of Hopel, Layla, and Ariel when Yusung explained that he was currently holding a king piece which could only move 1 square. The white pieces were arranged in 2 rows, and the protagonist summarized that they all had their own rules. Hopel touched his chin, saying that the rules were simple, but there were many variations of moves, and that this game had a rather complex system that would be useful in real combat training. The girls looked at Yusung in surprise, who suggested that they play against each other. Layla and Ariel were smiling, sitting opposite each other. The saint offered to play with a smile. Layla closed her eyes and replied that she would not stand on ceremony with her. The protagonist crossed his arms, glad that Layla was interested in chess, thanks to which she would not remember about bread. Ariel moved her knight, asking if she should say check now. The girl placed her hands on her waist, saying that this was the power of the Holy Empire of Gaia. She put her thumbs down, asking why Layla did not just give up, and the girl began to cry. She lowered her head, admitting her defeat, and Ariel laughed happily. Hopel stood up and shouted that he wanted to play with the saint. Ariel closed her eyes and replied with a smile that she welcomed any challenge. Yusung sweated in shock, because he did not expect that they would like this game so much. The black piece stood in the middle of the board, and Hopel declared check. Ariel gritted her teeth, saying that the Duchy of Silos is not that easy. Hopel, and with a smirk, told the saint to make a move. The protagonist smiled and asked them to calm down. He thought that until this moment it seemed to him that the game would be a good way to distract Layla from thinking about bread, but then the events developed in the most unpredictable way. White clouds floated in the blue sky. Hopel loudly called his father. The man's mouth opened in shock when his son showed him the chess. Hopel raised his hand and said that this game was built on a complex system and was ideal because it could evaluate the commander's strategic ability. The Duke looked down in shock and thought that it was incredible and that he could find a proper use for this game. There was an arch in the wall. After the Duke became interested in chess, things took a very strange turn, and the week that Yusun agreed with Iriel came to an end, but there was no news. The protagonist sweated, asking in shock who all these people were. The maids were playing chess while sitting on a bench. The butlers were cutting out pieces. The courtyard of the castle was full of people playing this game. Yusun gritted his teeth and thought that chess was supposed to be a game to help Layla cope with her desire to eat bread. He did not expect that the entire castle of the Silos kingdom would be captured by this game. A man sat on the throne, looking at the two people, Iriel and Yusun, who were standing in front of him, greeted the Duke, who thought that in 1 week, the protagonist had managed to ease Layla's condition and had also invented a great game called chess. As Yusun looked at the Duke, he thought that he could not believe that the protagonist could do such incredible things at such a young age. The man smiled, saying that his daughter's condition had improved and that he wanted to thank them for that. He lowered his head and added that it was very painful for him to see Layla sick. Iriel smiled and said that the Duke should only thank Yusun for his treatment. The Duke smiled and told the girl not to downplay her merits, but agreed that he should be more grateful to the protagonist. The butler was carrying a golden box in his hand, and the man said that he would like to give Yusun a gift as a thank you. The protagonist's mouth fell open in shock. Inside was a ring, and the Duke said that it had been passed down through the generations of the rulers of their territories, and that they had received it when they saved the dwarf. Yusun furrowed his brows, shouting that it was a family treasure of the Duchy of Silos, and the man replied that this was his way of apologizing to him. The protagonist, who was actually very happy, began to sweat and said that he could not take something so valuable, but the Duke insisted. Yusun put the ring on his finger. He looked at his hand and thought that the ring was very beautiful, but a little big, so he would not be able to wear it all the time. The protagonist screamed in shock when he realized that the ring had shrunk to fit his finger, and the Duke replied that since it was the result of a dwarf's craftsmanship, it could do more. Yusun smiled, thanking the man, who replied that the dwarf who created the ring would be happy to hear that it was owned by a saint. There were white columns in the room, and the protagonist confirmed that they were planning to go to the Holy Empire tomorrow. Iriel and Yusun smiled when the Duke said that he wanted to sponsor their trip to make their journey as comfortable as possible. Night fell. Iriel and Yusun were sitting at the table, and the girl assumed that the Duke was trying to win the protagonist over to his side. Yusun frowned, not understanding what these gloomy thoughts were about, when suddenly someone knocked on the door. They turned around, and Iriel said that they were not expecting anyone. The doors began to slowly open. Hopel and Irina came inside and apologized for the late visit. The young man smiled and said that he wanted to thank Iriel and Yusun for what they did for their family. The protagonist gritted his teeth, saying that this was too much, and Iriel replied that she was also glad to meet you, but due to urgent matters, they could not stay here for long. There was a stone path in the middle of the garden, and Hopel invited them to join their picnic. Yusun and Iriel smiled, agreeing to this proposal. Layla folded her hands and smiled happily, and Hopel thanked them. The siblings walked down the hallway, shouting that they would be waiting for guests. Iriel laughed, and the protagonist asked what made her so happy. The girl smiled and asked if this was a farewell party for them. Yusun looked at Iriel in surprise, who said that because she was always very busy with the affairs entrusted by the Holy Empire, people were afraid of her, so she never had the opportunity to have this kind of relationship. The girl with a happy expression said that she had never experienced such a feeling before. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled. He remembered Iriel with blood stains on her face. The first time they met, she was cold and blinded by her goals. The girl thought she was incredibly tough. Yusun imagined the girl's silhouette and came to the conclusion that the old Iriel was no longer there and that she had truly changed. Standing in the middle of the hallway, the protagonist invited her to go to the garden. Lanterns shone in the night. There was a carpet of food on the ground. The protagonist looked at Layla and said that she would have to continue to avoid eating flour even after he left because otherwise her illness would return. The girl sweated in horror, asking if she was completely cured, and Yusun explained that it would be difficult for her because her body reacted to flour particles like poison. Layla cried in horror when the protagonist said that if she continued to follow the diet for 5 years, she would be much better by then. Hopel smiled, saying that they had prepared something else for Yusun. The boy raised his finger, creating a blue spark. Fireworks appeared in the sky. The protagonist looked up and smiled. The four of them sat looking up, and Yusun said that it was very beautiful. Hopel touched his hair, saying that he did his best since this might be their last meeting. The protagonist looked at the boy with warmth. Then he closed his eyes and asked Hopel to return the favor. Yusung said the word light with a smile. A blue glow appeared on the tip of his finger. Lightning appeared in the sky. Then powerful bright fireworks were visible. The maids watched this from the windows. The Duke smiled in admiration, holding a glass of wine in his hand. Layla touched her face, shouting that it was simply amazing. Hopel smiled, admiring the level of Yusung's magic, and Layla said that she would remember this night for the rest of her life. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that he was glad that he was able to give the two of them a table of wonderful memories. They sat on the carpet, and Yusung thought that due to the convenience of magic, he had abandoned his own views and beliefs. But he was still able to prove to himself that medicine in this world works. Fireworks lit up the sky, and the protagonist thought that he was able to make new acquaintances and create wonderful memories. He decided that he would continue his work in order to save as many people as possible. The starry sky is depicted, and it is revealed that Rei and the escort party have finally headed to the Holy Empire of Gaia. The Duke smiles widely when it turns out that thanks to him, the young people were able to complete their journey. Everyone looks extremely happy, and it is said that they were aware that this was due to Rei. It sounds like the youth's status continued to rise over time. The blonde-haired man uncomfortably thinks about how he has already become accustomed to such camping conditions. Suddenly, he turns his gaze to the side. The girl who came up to him smiles and says that they were very inspired by his game of chess. A happy group of people ask him to teach them a few tricks in the game. The people smile even wider when they hear agreement to their request. Rei, in turn, licking his lips, declares that he will not give in. The guests immediately tense up, but agree. It is reported that this is how the chess tournament of the accompanying detachment began. The girl in glasses looks at the board in amazement after losing in 4 moves. The guy even clutches his head in shock at the loss. The treasured figure on the board is depicted, and it turns out that everyone lost in 7 or 4 moves. Rei looks pleased with himself, and it is said that this is how he became invincible. The people around him look at him admiringly, and it is revealed that their opinion of him has improved. A small camp with tents is depicted, and it is reported that another day has passed like this. The trees stand motionless under the blue sky. Rei raises his eyebrows and feels like they haven't made any progress. The girl smiles back at him, confident that things will get better soon. Suddenly, everything around him starts shaking. A shocked man in a helmet is depicted. Suddenly, a group of ogres appears and the people prepare for battle. The blonde man awkwardly points his finger to the side, doubting that they shouldn't be helped. A white carriage drives along the grass, and the young man continues to offer help. Being serious, Isle makes an important remark in favor of refusing help. In tension, Rei listens to the phrase about how he needs to trust the Knights of the Holy Empire. Suddenly, the ogre clutches a stone in his hand. Unexpectedly for everyone, he throws it. Despite this, the knight skillfully swings his sword, defending himself. Gritting his teeth, the mustachioed man notes that the monster is good. Hario holds the harness and gives an order to the central detachment. Suddenly, an ogre's fist flies at him. The man immediately turns around in surprise. It is noticeable that the fist is moving straight towards him. The shield is activated. At this moment, a large figure of the shield appears in front of Rei. The young man who appears smiles, deciding that he did the right thing. The man, in turn, worries about him. Rei only casts a spell, claiming that everything is fine. Putting his hand in front of him, he begins to attack the ogres. A triple spell is used. The young man's gaze seems surprised. Suddenly, a magical wave covers the monsters. The man standing behind Rei is stunned. The blonde man only winks at him, waving away words of gratitude. Suddenly, Ario thinks, remembering the boy's age. At this time, Rei closes his eyes, and it turns out that he is using strong spells. The thought immediately sounds that he is the same level as the magicians of the 5th circle. Suddenly, an assumption is made that the blonde man has reached the level of the 6th circle. Smiling broadly, the young man turns his attention to Ariel, who is calling him. In response, she only sighs, suggesting that he stop spreading rumors about what a genius magician he is. An image of an ogre in flames appears, and a phrase is heard about how these monsters cannot be that strong. Suddenly, Rei points at something with his finger after the girl's remark about a bad feeling. Suddenly, goblins appear in sight. Watching this, Hario is surprised. He is still sitting on his horse and decides not to waste time. Putting his sword forward, the knight rushes into battle. The goblin, in turn, skillfully jumps back. After this, the knight looks up in shock. The monster's counterattack comes as a surprise. This is how blood appears on the body of the perplexed guy. Grinning, the goblin prepares to cast a spell. The young people, standing at a distance, realize that the monsters look much stronger than ordinary goblins. Suddenly, the girl frowns, deciding to express her thought. It immediately turns out that they will now have to deal with the rest themselves. Suddenly, the girl's heel clicks. It turns out that she is confidently going into battle. Rei, in turn, tenses up and decides that she is stronger than him. Suddenly, a goblin flies at him from behind. Despite this, he did not lose his head and used a wind blade. Irl stands with her back to him, reporting on the infinity of monsters. It seems that Ray gets an idea how to get rid of them all at once. Suddenly, the goblins, gritting their teeth, hear their name being called. Ray, in turn, begins to provoke them with grimaces. Apparently, this works because the monsters are angry. Now they are already running towards him in a crowd. Irl remains standing in shock. Suddenly, there is no trace of the monsters. All that is heard around is growling. Finally, the young man lands. Meanwhile, many goblins appear in front of him. This makes Ray wonder if he is far enough from the escort squad. Suddenly, a fireball appears in his hand. In response, the monsters only start laughing. Pointing to the ball in his hand, the young man thinks that this is not enough for them. At that very moment, a bunch of such balls fly at the goblins. Ray, in turn, smiles, declaring that he saved one ball for each. After that, the goblins look tensely ahead. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurs. This is what makes the men cover their faces with their hands. Gritting his teeth, Hario understands in which direction Ray ran. After that, he immediately sets off. Suddenly, he stumbles upon the trail of the explosion. There is a cloud of smoke in the forest, from which the young man comes out. He only smiles, suggesting that they quickly get out of the forest. The night sky is visible, and it turns out that Ray has discovered something. They have a fire burning, and it becomes known that usually the monsters are not so strong. Irl, sitting near the flame, begins to talk about the young man's mana. Suddenly, a phrase is heard that all his mana can disappear. This causes Ray to become tense. To this, the girl raises her finger, telling about the method of obtaining holy power and one nuance. At the same moment, it is said that holy power acts like mana. A possible explosion of holy power due to the presence of mana is depicted. After this, a clear picture is shown about holy power and the removal of mana. Ray, in turn, is perplexed, and it turns out that in the absence of mana, holy power calmly flows into the body. Stars are visible in the sky, and a phrase is heard about magicians accumulating mana with the help of circles. After this, a question is heard about whether people without circles can have holy power. During the explanation that God will create a vessel of mana inside a person, a guy is shown raising his hands. Subsequently, a silhouette in chains is depicted, and it turns out that later, Taboo will control all the mana in the body. In response to this, Ray incomprehensibly repeats the word taboo. Irl, in turn, lowers her gaze, noting that they cannot go against the word of God. She smiles, finding it funny that they can't voice their wishes. Ray frowns, asking what will happen if they go against the faith. The girl holds sticks in her hands, and she tells him that if a taboo is broken, all of the mana in the body will disappear. The sticks are thrown into the fire, and it turns out that the person will disappear along with the mana. The girl smiles sadly as she watches. The boy seems unhappy with this prospect and frowns. The girl then looks away, claiming that she must be sure that she is in control. Ray looks at her in surprise, and it turns out that all of his mana will disappear. He raises his eyebrows, asking if he will be able to recover. The flames from the fire shine on them, and a negative answer is heard. Suddenly, Irl smiles awkwardly, trying to think positively. Despite this, the young man only crosses his arms over his chest. He lowers his gaze, deciding to find out about an alternative method. Suddenly, the Holy Empire is depicted. Ray, in turn, sits joyfully in the carriage. The priest turned around and accepts the girl's request. The young man, however, is perplexed by the fact that she said that they would immediately perform the ritual. After that, Irl smiles, saying that first he needs to learn a lot of information. The blue sky is visible, and it turns out that Irl herself will be teaching him. A smile blossoms on her face as she talks about the topics of study. Her body is leaning forward, and it is said that she will teach him everything. The mansion was completely shining with beauty. Ray immediately noted that even from the outside one can say that the view is impressive. He walked slowly past the beautiful chandeliers. Everything around him was on a completely different level than the buildings in the Duchy of Silos. He asked in shock, did all this really belong to him? He was standing next to a girl. She said that the manor was home to saints, and it was a place that even his father had to make a request to visit, and the workers were carefully selected and had status, so he had nothing to worry about. The girl smiled contentedly and said that while he was here, they would go over everything she had mentioned along the way, and of course, she was the one who would teach him. Ray looked away in annoyance, wondering why the head of the manor, who was supposed to inform him of everything, was suddenly busy. A servant approached him and said that she was pleased to meet a saint. The dark-haired girl bowed and said that she would accompany him to the room he would be staying in. Ray smiled sheepishly, thinking that the girl was quite charming. She looked down with a frown. The hero thought that, as Iriel had mentioned, she must have some status because she did not look like an ordinary person. They entered the room through beautiful white doors. The room was shining. The servant said that these were the chambers where he would be staying. She nodded, asked to settle in, and with his permission took her leave. The hero thanked her. He looked at the room, only feeling such an attitude. It began to dawn on him. Night fell, and the hero still thought that he was really becoming a saint. Day came, someone told the saint to be more attentive. The girl hit his hand with a pointer and said that they did not have much time and therefore they needed to have time to concentrate. Uriel put on a teacher's costume and asked why he did not look at the material that she handed out. The hero was irritated. She was infuriated by her enthusiasm. She handed him the first page, but the hero had already said that he remembered everything. Uriel was embarrassed. The hero began to talk about the baptism ceremony, which was formally divided into 3 parts: worship of the god, a pilgrimage for the official announcement of the new saint, and finally, receiving holy power from the god. The last stage takes place in a secluded holy place with the new saint. Ray smiled, said that during the entire ceremony the saint should not lower his head, and he should also greet people exclusively in a position with his left hand located in the solar plexus area at an angle of exactly 70 degrees. 3 basic rules of table etiquette. Do not make sounds while eating, do not lower your head, elbows in a bent position should not go down, but should gravitate towards the upper part of the body. Uriel confusedly folded her arms on her chest. She was surprised that the hero was able to remember all this. The hero would like to know more about the 3rd part of the ceremony, what exactly he will have to do, because nothing is written about it here. The only thing he knows is that he will have to demonstrate his sincerity to the god. He raised his hand and asked what exactly he should do to have at least some idea. Uriel said that she did nothing at all. Ray looked at her in surprise and said that he was not in the mood for jokes. The girl said that it was true, she just ate and slept for a week. She looked away thoughtfully and said that then mana vessels appeared in her body and she felt the power flowing. Ray frowned. He did not understand how it was possible for power and mana to appear by themselves. Uriel suddenly looked at the hero seriously and said that he remembered correctly, but there was a snag in his manners. Ray glanced sideways. The girl said that even if he had a memory beyond human comprehension, it still would not help instill manners in him, because remembering and doing completely different things. She took off his glasses, smiled and said that it was already lunchtime. She cheerfully offered to look at his practical skills. Ray carefully cut meat. Uriel looked at him with confusion and said that he was surprisingly good. She pointed her finger at him and said that he had a lot to learn, so she told him not to relax. The hero asked why he should tense up. Was she really looking for a fight with him? He looked at the saint with displeasure, said that she was too strict, and the girl began to shout that his mouth was full and he should cover it when he tried to say something. The guy asked why. Uriel raised her finger and said that the pedantic nobles would find fault with everything he did, and in order for them to fail, she should make the discussion with them an integral part of him. Ray looked away irritably. Uriel laughed and said that she could not relax when she had such an important task in front of her, said that she was thinking of staying with the hero. A servant entered the room. Uriel looked at her. The girl asked to let her say something. Ray looked questioningly at the servant, who said that if the saint were to stay in the new saint's estate, it would attract unnecessary attention and could also give rise to unflattering rumors about her. The servant lowered her gaze. She knew that what she said could be considered excessively rude, but she asked everyone to take into account that she was simply sharing her concerns in order to avoid unpleasant incidents. Uriel looked at her thoughtfully, asked her name. The girl raised her heavy gaze and introduced herself as Belakwasia Eucliwood. Uriel looked at her in surprise, realizing that the girl was from the 3 most noble families. 3 noble families. Among the many noble families of the Holy Empire, 3 stand out, who are in the service of the saints. In addition, there are 6 families with the title of Sia, who received it for their achievements. Uriel sighed. She did not understand why such an important person was selected as a servant of the saint's estate. She said that she understood that it was necessary to be careful. She said that it was time for her to return. The saint thoughtfully looked after the girl. Belakwa lowered her gaze. The saint said that she would remember her. It was an honor for the girl. Ray looked at Belakwa questioningly. The girl was silent. The hero thought, if she had a title, then she could well be a noblewoman. He was surprised that they had nobles working as servants. He closed his eyes and said that the saint's situation was much more serious than he thought. That same night, the door to the room opened. Light began to fall on the hero's bed. Belakwa looked at the hero with a threatening aura. She pulled her hand to his face, clenched her fist, angrily looked at him, turned around and walked away. Ray looked contentedly at the mug of tea. He looked at the frowning Belakwa and said that she brewed tea wonderfully. The girl said that she added Ceylon flower petals to it. Last night, she entered the room so quietly that even the lightly sleeping Ray did not notice. However, she did nothing and the next day was as peaceful as possible, as if nothing had happened. Ray was chatting contentedly with Uriel while another servant was saying something to Belakwa. She turned to the saint. She approached him and said that she was told that everything was ready for the ritual. She told him to follow her. The hero thought that the ritual would begin after lunch. Why did he need to go now? Uriel smiled and said that there were still many things that needed to be prepared before the ritual. She grinned slyly and said that the hero needed to impress many people. After a while, she looked at the hero and said that the ceremonial clothes fit him well. You can't even take your eyes off him. Ray stepped forward. Belacqua asked for forgiveness, said that she would gather everyone and give orders. The saint asked if they were there. The servant nodded and said that the people from the high nobility were already inside and ready to meet him. The doors began to open. Ray walked through the crowd in a white robe. The exit of the saint, and the saint was announced. The nobles looked at Ray in surprise and asked if this child was really the new saint. They looked at each other and thought that this was their chance. They approached the saint, bowed, and began to introduce themselves. Iriel blocked their passage. She looked sternly at the nobles. She understood that they were all excited about meeting the saint, but their behavior did not correspond to the etiquette of the event. When it was over, she was sure they would have a chance to greet him. The nobles were taken aback, but said that the saint was right. Belacqua looked sternly at the men and asked them to show politeness to the saint before the ceremony, ordered them to avoid excessive excitement. The nobles stepped back in shock, recognizing the nobility from a great family, but they did not understand why she was wearing a maid's outfit. Belacqua closed her eyes in irritation and said that she would see the saint off. They walked to the golden gates. The girl said that he would be able to say a few words in honor of becoming a saint when they arrived at the place. The hero indignantly asked if they really wanted him to give a speech. Why didn't they tell him anything? The girl asked if it was really that important. The hero understood what she meant by her words about him having to impress people. The girl started throwing out options of what he could say and how people would react to his words in unison. The hero thought that all the bourgeoisie thought the same way. He sighed in irritation and said okay. Iriel clenched her fist and wished him luck. Ray smiled and said thank you. He went up to the platform. There were a lot of people in front of him, although now he felt much better. He looked around the crowd with excitement and asked why there were so many people here. Had people really gathered from all over the country for today? Belacqua asked him to take something. He asked what it was. The servant said it was a magical device that would make his voice carry much further. Blue sparks flew around his hand. He said that he did not need such a thing. The girl said that she did not want to interrupt him because she did not think that people would be able to hear. Blue waves appeared above the heads of the people. Belacqua looked at the hero in shock, surprised by the magic. He began to greet the beautiful inhabitants and said that it was nice to meet everyone. People looked at him in surprise. The hero introduced himself and said, "Who would have thought that such a young and inexperienced person like him would be chosen as a god?" He did not know what to say to this. Ray smiled and said that he was an ordinary boy who grew up in one of the villages of this country, and now he was chosen as a new saint. He said that he had already made a promise to some of them before appearing here. This promise. He smiled and said that this promise would guarantee that the Holy Empire would become the greatest country on the continent. He remembered how the knights looked at him in surprise. The hero asked to let him make this promise in front of the people of these lands. He smiled and swore that he would make the Holy Empire of Gaia the strongest country on the entire continent. He extended his hand forward. He was sure that some people would find such a bold statement from a child ridiculous. He spread his arms. Belacqua turned around in shock. People began to look up in fear. Ray put his hand to his chest and said that as long as they believed and supported him. A fireball appeared in the air. He said that he would do everything possible to support them. People in shock asked if it was a meteorite. Someone said that it was the magic of the ninth circle, which only great magicians can possess. They shouted that a new holy magician was in front of them. Ray smiled. People began to greet him. He clicked and used cancel. The ball evaporated. Ray turned around and asked where they were going now. Belacqua, embarrassed, asked to follow her. She asked to recite a little quieter next time. The hero asked in surprise if they were really telling him this only now. They were walking towards a large building. There was a stone circle in the middle of the flowers. The girl asked the hero to stand there. Ray looked at the circle with excitement. Belacqua bowed and said that when the hero felt that he was spiritually ready, he should ask the god for an audience. He lay down on the circle and thought that he did not even know what he should say. He closed his eyes and mentally asked if he should say hello. He saw white particles in the darkness, asking if the Lord God could hear him. He opened his eyes wide. He screamed, realized that he had fallen asleep. He looked at the sunset sky and thought about how the so-called god had not even appeared. His whole back was stiff from lying on a hard surface because for the last few days he had slept on a comfortable bed. He looked to the side, looking for Euclid. She had been standing in a helpful pose all this time. The hero thought that she must be tired. He sat up, smiled, and decided that he would have to get up for her sake, and not because his back hurt. The girl asked if the god had answered his call. Ray faked a smile and said that his voice could not get out of his head. The girl gritted her teeth and said that it was amazing, because it took Lady Iriel a whole day to get an audience. The girl said that he was indeed a saint, but the hero said that he did nothing wrong. He wondered if he should tell her the truth. Night fell. The voice said that after the appearance of the saint, they would need to make adjustments to their plans. The torches were burning. The voice said that they should be especially scrupulous, since this concerned an independent holy empire. Someone said that they should wait for the perfect moment. The hooded man said that when the time came, they would have to speed up the fall of this one by any means necessary. People asked in shock, did he really complete the ritual? There were people walking around the huge hall, discussing the latest news, asking if the preparations for the ceremony were finished. Someone heard that Marquis Harold had insisted on it. They asked their father if they wanted to see him. Marquis Harold looked sternly ahead, asking if Berit had heard about the new saint, the holy archmage who could materialize meteorites. He just needed to make sure that he would be on his side. He put his hand on his son's shoulder and said that this was his chance. The guy in the red jacket stood silently. The Marquis said that nothing had worked out with that rude saint, but they could very well win the favor of the new saint. The eldest son smiled and said that this way they could strengthen their family's influence in the Holy Empire. The Marquis said that it was, so he told his son to make sure he could get along with him at the banquet. He said to remember to treat the saint with the deepest respect, no matter his age. He demanded to make sure he did not fall into his disgrace. The Marquis frowned. The son said, "Yes, father." He walked forward contentedly and mentally said that his father should not worry about it. He had heard that the boy was a common bumpkin. He looked at the balconies and thought about how he could play with the hero. He entered the great hall. They asked him if he had heard of the saint. Someone said that he had heard some rumors and apparently the new saint was a commoner. The nobles laughed and said that the hero was very lucky to have been chosen, as a result of which he could rise so high. Berit offered to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson in good manners. Graham looked ahead questioningly. Berit's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth, thinking about how the man in front of him had never been to a banquet before, so why did he suddenly decide to show up? Zeke from the Duchy of Trey entered the hall. He looked around grimly. He was greeted. Burry smiled nervously. He did not expect anyone from the Duchy of Trey to attend this event. Zeke looked at him dismissively. Lady Sareth smiled at him and asked who Zeke was looking for. Zeke said that he did not come here to look at Berit's face. Zeke stopped in front of the lady and asked if the saint had not yet appeared. The girl assumed that he had not seen the saint either. Berit smiled nervously and said that the saint would appear soon, asked why they did not wait together. Someone behind said that the saint must be busy with something very serious to be so late. The hero's room, he wondered, was this really tailored especially for him? He looked at his clothes and said that they were very comfortable. He had the feeling that they were tailored exactly to his measurements. The girl said that this was indeed the case. Belacqua closed her eyes and said that she took his measurements on the first day of his arrival and sent them to the tailor. This robe was tailored to his measurements, so it was not surprising that it fits perfectly. The hero asked if she was able to visually assess his dimensions. He laughed. The girl said that with due practice, this can be learned. The hero said that even at their first meeting he thought that she was special, but it turned out that she even exceeded his expectations. The girl was silent and emotionlessly asked him to go to the banquet hall. Ray smiled nervously. Belacqua asked him to follow her, while he thought to himself that he did not receive any reaction, as if the girl was acting like a robot. The hall was full of people. Brian looked around and said that the saint arrived later than expected. Lady Sareth said that he needed time to prepare for the meeting. Had they heard about what happened during the ritual? Grayan looked at Berit. He had heard some of the rumors but not all the details. Berit said that their new saint had made quite an entertaining speech. He smiled contentedly, thinking that the hero was a commoner anyway. They turned around. Servants began to announce that the saint was entering. Ray came out into the light. He walked through the hall. People said that this was not how they imagined him. People assessed his confidence and composure. Everyone thought that everything about him was perfect. Berit bowed to the hero and greeted him. The hero said that he too was pleased to meet one of Harold's sons. Berit clenched his fist. Everyone introduced themselves, bowed. The guy thought that he could not find a single flaw in the hero. The hero said that he was pleased to meet all of them. Berit gritted his teeth. He knew that all his plans could go down the drain. He said that he had heard that the saint used to be a commoner. Ray looked at him in surprise. The guy thought that he should strike first. Ray smiled and said that it was true and he was from a small village in the kingdom of Celian. Berit spread his hands and suggested that the hero was participating in such an event for the first time. After all, commoners simply cannot attend such banquets. Ray smiled slyly, said that it was indeed his first time attending such a celebration. As he said, commoners cannot attend such. Berit smirked and said that the saint was no longer a commoner, so this no longer applied to him. After all, such events had no place for uneducated fools. Ray frowned and thought that such people are always there, wherever you spit. They are not able to compete with their original data and they can't just stand and watch from the sidelines either. That's why they behave so casually, every now and then trying to get into politics. He thought that such people are just scum. Ray smiled and said that Barry believed that a person's status determines their value. He asked why he thought so. Barry said that there was no special reason, it was just common sense. The hero thought that this type of people had one thing in common: the more they talked, the deeper they dug their own graves. Ray looked at the guy and said that he was not used to this kind of life, so it was hard for him to understand what he was talking about. Barry said that he forgot himself and that was why he misspoke. Ray smiled. They called him a saint. Barry sweated and said that a saint was just a commoner not long ago, so someone swung a sword. Ray looked forward in surprise. The hall trembled. Ray managed to catch the blade of Zeke's sword at Barrett's throat. He screamed in horror. Ray looked at Zeke in surprise and asked what he was doing. It was dangerous. He felt a huge relief that he was able to stop the sword with mana. Zeke knelt down and said he was very sorry that this was his first impression of them. He gritted his teeth and said he couldn't let that idiot continue to be so rude. He knew he had acted impulsively, but he just couldn't stop. Ray looked at the boy blankly. He begged for forgiveness. The hero didn't understand what he was doing. Belacroix came up and asked to be allowed to add. What the gentleman from the Herald family said was blasphemy. How dare he cross the line and make a fool of him? Zeke said loudly that he thought Barrett's throat should be cut and his family should be punished accordingly. Barrett was horrified. Zeke said that they needed to set an example for the others. Ray looked at them seriously and said that there was some truth in their words. He ordered the Marquis to be called. Iriel said that there was no need for that. She brought the evil man and said that he had been watching everything from the second floor. Barrett looked at his father in fear. The Marquis slapped him and called him an idiot. He started to hit his son and ask what he was talking about. How dare he show disrespect to the saint? He continued to call his son names. The son asked him to stop. The heroes watched this, confused. The hero tried to figure out if they should intervene. The Marquis fell on his face and began to ask for forgiveness from the saint. He said that this happened because he was unable to properly teach his son. He shook his head and asked what Barrett was doing. He told him to ask forgiveness from the saint immediately. Belacroix looked angrily at the heralds and asked what they were doing in front of the saint. Zeke took out his sword and said that he could take care of them. Ray asked them to calm down. He silently looked at the heralds and began to think about what he should do. The Marquis raised his head. The hero asked what punishment he thought would be the most appropriate in this situation for his actions. He gritted his teeth. He remembered that his son had lost his mother at a young age, so he felt guilty for being a bad father. He vowed to give him what he did not have, a good life without want. However, he made a promise to himself. The Marquis lowered his head and said that if the saint was merciful and forgave his son for his actions, as an apology and a sign of regret, he would give up his title and donate his fortune to the temple. The hero asked if the situation could not be resolved by punishing only Barrett. How could parents be guilty for the actions of their children? Ray remained silent. Who would have thought that he would be willing to give up his title to protect his son? Water is pure as long as its source is pure. Barrett looked up. The hero addressed him. He continued to sit on his knees. They asked him if he realized what he had done wrong. The boy said that he had insulted his name with his blasphemy. Ray thought that if the Marquis was like his son, he would certainly punish him, but it seemed there was no need. Ray said that his greatest sin was that his father was now on his knees. Ray smiled and said that he thought about punishing him, but seeing his father's sincerity and the love he felt for his child, he decided to just turn a blind eye. Belacroix and Zeke looked at the hero in surprise. He forgave the guy. He shouted that it was very merciful. The heralds looked at him in shock and asked if he would really do such a thing. The hero tried to figure out if it would be too much to let them get away with it. Ray laughed and said that only if they made a generous donation, as they had mentioned earlier. Iriel smiled contentedly. The Marquis said that he would be happy to donate any amount he wanted. Iriel thought that it was too light a punishment for something as grave as blasphemy. She smiled, because, as expected, the hero managed. The guests went home. The saint was asked if he really was going to leave everything like this. Zeke looked angrily at the hero. He demanded that he just tell them and he would deal with them right away. But the hero asked him to put away the sword because there was no need for it. He looked at the warrior with irritation and only now realized that he had been following him all this time. It was so natural that he did not even consider it strange. Zeke was taken aback. The hero said that he never asked his name. Zeke fell to his knees and said that he had sinned terribly. The hero said that he just wanted to know his name. Zeke introduced himself. Belacroix looked at the hero. He noticed that the guy used Sia in the middle of his full name. She said that it was a title. She looked at the fountain and said that the only people who have the title of Sia in their name are the three families who serve the saint and the saint, as well as a symbol of their loyalty to him. Ray smiled with relief and said if there was a real need for so many people, he didn't think he needed 3 families to serve him. The girl looked at him with irritation and said that it had been like that since ancient times. Zeke hit his chest. The girl asked the hero to relax and said to take it as God's will. The guy said that if he really thought that 3 was too many and he had to choose only one, then let her choose him. Belacroix looked at him angrily. The hero said that he was not driving anyone away and asked not to quarrel. He went forward and asked what about the other family, why were there only 2 of them? The girl said that they were protecting the hero from the shadows. Ray thought about it. The girl said that their true nature was unknown to the Holy Empire and in fact they did not know who they were, but it was known that they were always so close that they would instantly react in order to protect the saint. Ray turned around. He looked at the man in the tree. His eyes lit up. He realized that they were really there, and now that he knew, he could feel their mana. He looked at the trees, counted 6 people. He said in surprise that there were 7 of them. Belacqua turned to the boy and asked if he felt anything. The hero approached the tree and thought that he knew it. The parent in the tree smiled and said that the hero, although young, was still an archmage. Impressive. Day came. The hero greeted Mrs. Euclidwood. She walked around the hall, stopped near the swords. She remembered how the coach shouted at her and demanded that she get up right now. He pointed the sword at her and said that she was Belacqua. If she couldn't do even that, did she really think she had the right to bear the name Belacqua? The girl sat on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Her father said that someone who served a saint could not be weak. He ordered her to raise the sword. The bloody hand raised the sword. It had never happened that 2 saints coexisted in the same time period. Considering that they also had a saint, there should be no saints in this generation. Belacqua angrily pointed the sword. However, in order to curry favor with a non-existent saint, did she really have to suffer like this? She used to wonder about the meaning of her existence hundreds of times a day. But a few years later, as if in answer to her question, a new saint was chosen. She looked ahead angrily. Ray pointed at Iriel and said that she would accompany him to the next part of the ritual. What did that mean? The saint said that she should be accompanied by a handsome man. What was so hard to understand? The maid looked at him and said that if he allowed her, she would explain everything to him. She said that except for special cases, only saints can enter the place where the ritual is being held. It has nothing to do with appearance. Ray looked at the cheerful Iriel in surprise and asked if this was true. They walked through the forest. The hero said that it was beautiful outside and he did not know that they had such a forest nearby. Iriel led him forward. She said that they were almost there. This place was guarded by holy knights. The hero began to think, is it really necessary to have such protection here? Ray looked to the side. He saw a huge staircase ahead. The girl said that he needed to make his way to the very top. She laughed and said that this was part of the ceremony intended to show his respect to the god, and besides, he should not use his mana at all. The hero thought that this was too much. Sunset came. The hero asked to stand. He looked ahead heavily and suggested that they take a short break. Iriel smiled playfully and said that they had just left. It looked like he would have to work on his stamina. Ray looked ahead exhaustedly and said that it was because he had been running around the Holy Empire all day yesterday, and she had seen it all. If he had used his mana, he would not have batted an eye at these steps. Iriel raised a finger and said that he could not only in this place, but also during the ritual. Did he understand? She pointed to the steps and said that from now on he would have to get there on his own. She said to just follow the top and he would get where he needed to go. She said that he should never use his mana. She said goodbye. He looked at the darkness below. He decided that it would not be that long. After a while, covered in sweat, he said that he was there. He collapsed at the end of the stairs, said that it had been a long time. He looked at the house ahead, decided that was good. He had thought it would be an empty clearing, but he was glad it wasn't. Ray opened the front door, asked if he needed to spend a week here. He dropped his backpack on the floor. Even though Iriel had said that they should pay their respects to the god, he couldn't even imagine what he needed to do. He remembered that Iriel had said that she hadn't done anything at all this week. Ray laughed. He compared it to a vacation. He looked at the sunset, said that since he was here, he would try to rest as much as possible. He was sure that while he was relaxing, this week would fly by. At this time, he didn't yet know about the trials that awaited him and the harsh reality that he would have to face during his stay. He picked a fresh apple. He took a bite, chewed boredly and said that they were just annoying him. He threw the apple on the ground and said that this was too cruel. He started trying to make a fire, said he was going to try not to use mana and do everything with his hands. He caught fish with a stick. They never told him what exactly he was supposed to do. He asked if this was too much. He fried fish over the fire, said they were talking about a week. When was this going to end? He asked why he hadn't heard anything for a fucking month. He demanded to know what was going on. He screamed, asked if they thought he was here to learn how to survive in the jungle. He looked down in surprise. Yellow lines started flying around him. He asked if he was going to answer his call. Since he lost his temper, Ray rose into the air. Finally, light started coming out of his mouth and eyes. He was happy that he could get holy power. He landed on the ground. He looked ahead in shock, realized that his holy power was gone. What should he do now? Suddenly, yellow beams started hitting him. He realized it was just a joke. Everything disappeared again. Ray didn't understand what was happening. A yellow pillar of light hit him and disappeared again. Ray looked ahead irritably. He didn't understand what was wrong with God. He asked if he was really playing with him. He looked at the bright sky. A yellow beam hit him from the sun. Ray looked ahead tiredly. He had put in so much effort for a whole month and hadn't received any power. He began to descend. The beam played around him. The hero said that there was absolutely no point in this if the holy power didn't linger in his body. He sighed. It only infuriated him more because he felt the air around him being saturated with holy power. He had never been so disappointed in his life. Iriel looked at him fearfully. Ray smiled through the pain and said that this was the first person he had seen in a month. Despite the fact that it was Iriel, he was touched. Iriel saw a huge pillar of holy power. They were going down. The girl asked if he couldn't use holy power or mana. The hero said that he hadn't tried using mana yet. She asked why. Ray looked at the girl's dirty clothes and asked what was wrong. She smiled shyly, said that she felt a strong holy energy, so she rushed here as fast as she could. The hero used a purity spell. She looked at the clean clothes in surprise. The hero said that he could still use mana. Ray thought about it and said that if he could use the mana that was in the air, then why couldn't he use that power? Iriel smiled and asked, so what if he couldn't do it? He was still the chosen one of God and an incredible magician, and if someone was going to blabber too much, then let him teach them a lesson with his magnificent magic. She leaned towards the hero. Holy power was flying around him. She said that the air around him was so nice and smelled great. He asked what she was talking about. Iriel joked and said that the air was so warm, a scent that just begs to stay with it longer. Ray thought irritably that he would have to keep his distance from everyone until he learned to control this power. Zeke and Belacqua arrived. The guy hit his chest and said that they came to congratulate him on the successful completion of the ritual. Ray smiled happily and thanked them for coming. The couple felt power in the air. The girl wanted to say that the hero did a great job, but fell silent. They looked at the hero in bewilderment and asked what they could do for him. Zeke was going to take the bag and carry it. The hero did not understand what was happening to the two of them. He shouted for them to stop. He looked at the fascinated Zeke and asked why he was following him. The boy said that as part of the Trey Dukedom, he simply had to be ready to serve him at any time. The hero thought that this was somehow suspicious. Night fell. The hero said that he felt like they had no end. In front of him lay a huge stack of papers. He remembered his promise to make the Holy Empire the greatest state. Ray was working at the table. Now that he was officially one, he would have to fulfill his promise. First, he needed to learn a lot about the Holy Empire. From history and climate conditions, to agriculture and trade, everything that had happened to the country since its foundation. Ray read. He knew that there was a lot to read. He smiled. After all, in order to make the empire the greatest state, a new system must be implemented. As soon as the sun rose and shone brightly, Ray gathered all the nobles of the Holy Empire. Those gathered sharply criticized the inefficiency that flourished in the system. In response to this, Ray proposed to adjust the systems of agriculture, commerce, and trade. And among all the proposed changes was the introduction of the MILPA system for the agriculture industry. Ray spoke in front of the pulpit, and it was this system that received great support from the nobility and was adopted first. Count Grain turned to the hero with excitement and said that his system described the use of priests as mercenaries. What does he mean by this? Ray smiled and said that this is exactly what he reads. He proposes to engage their priests as mercenaries. The Marquis looked at him and asked if he was really suggesting using their men on the battlefield. The hero said that was true. Grain looked at the hero and said that if they did that, the death of the priests would lead to the fall of their nation, and the number of people who wanted to become priests would rapidly decrease. Ray raised his thumb and said that no one would send the priests to the front lines in the thick of things. They would be in the rear, and as long as they were not on the front lines and the wounded were brought to them from the front lines, they would be able to minimize losses in the ranks. Grain stood up and said that even if that was true, war was war. Another noble said if they were suddenly attacked from the flanks. Ray put his hand on his hip and said that he was well aware that the battlefield was not a sandbox and it would be just fine if all the priests returned safe and sound after the war. He was not suggesting to use them as cannon fodder. He intended to send paladins to accompany them on the battlefield. He raised a finger and said that if they assigned paladins to them, they could ensure their safety. He smiled and said that hiring priests as mercenaries was simply a different strategy from the current one. Even if they would not ultimately need their help, it would be very useful if they really needed it. Observing the wounded and what was happening on the battlefield in close proximity to the thick of things, it seemed to him that this could be a great practical experience for priests. The Count looked at the satisfied hero and said that he agreed that priests were simply necessary on the battlefield, but did they not have many other opportunities that could enrich and glorify their empire? The hero said that he was not proposing such an initiative only for the sake of glory, because in reality it was just a pleasant addition. Ray looked forward seriously and said that what they were seeking was support from other nations he was asked to get. He raised his hand and said that from the point of view of the nations that needed the help of the Holy Empire, they did not pose any threat to them. Then if they allowed them to borrow their forces, then in the event of various emergencies, they could demand compensation from them. Grain thought about it, agreed, because by borrowing their troops, they would gain more control over the situation on the continent, but he asked, wasn't it too dangerous? A girl entered the hall. She said that she thought it was a pretty good idea. Iriel smiled, raised her hand and said that she agreed with the saint's opinion. If he said that among all the above, his many great initiatives, she was sure that the idea of mercenary priests would cause an ambiguous reaction. Ray looked at her and asked, in that case, how could he win the favor of the nobility? Ariel said it was easy peasy because she would help him with this. She put her hand on the table and said that they did not need to try to win their favor. She smiled cheekily and said that they could simply override their opinion. The hero looked at the office. Ariel said that all she wanted in return was to hear from him, the greatest beauty of the entire holy nation. Please have mercy and help, Miss Ariel. Ray smiled nervously and thought that she had simply enormous influence, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire backbone of the nobility were her supporters. Ariel looked at him contentedly. The hero thought that if she supported him now, it would be difficult for her to object in response. But this was the path of least resistance, so he did not really have a choice. After a while, he stood in front of the nobles, said that they had finished their discussion, and if anyone had other ideas on how to change the Holy Empire, they should feel free to let him know at any time. Everyone looked at the saint, discussed that his ideas were really good. Someone said that they agreed with the saint's statements. Slowly but surely, everything planned in the Holy Empire was implemented. Considering the difficulties that such changes in the entire agricultural sector entail, they first tested the proposed changes on a small territory. In addition, the people did not speak out against the involvement of priests as mercenaries, and after receiving positive feedback from the priests themselves, many countries wished to resort to their services, and since the Holy Empire was able to collect a large amount of funds, this led to their investment in agriculture and trade, contributing to the prosperity of the country. Ray smiled, looking out the window, thinking that in order to ensure sustainable development, he simply needed competent personnel for each of the areas, but finding the necessary people would be quite difficult. Library. The librarian yawned. The girl who came up said that he was already catching flies with his mouth from fatigue. He jumped up and said that Mrs. Eckley had already returned. She replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. She smiled slyly and said that 3 months had passed. She turned around and asked if there weren't too many people for a typical day at the library. The guy smiled sheepishly and said that a saint had been coming to the library for the past few days. The lady asked again. She looked at Ray reading and asked if they had flocked to his pretty face. Ray watched as the lady pulled out a chair for him. She sat down opposite him, smiled and asked if he was a saint. The hero asked what was the matter. She picked up a book and asked if these were medical books. Had he read them all? The hero asked what she wanted. The girl smiled and said if he had read them all, then he should understand most of what was in them. Ray said that he did to some extent. Clay smiled and asked how to treat a wound caused by a rusty blade. Ray calmly said that she could prevent the infection by using holy water and then do the healing. The lady said that was true but asked if he agreed with it. The hero said no. She smiled and asked him to tell her how the hero would treat the patient. He would make a small cut around the flesh that was directly infected. The lady asked why. Ray looked at her seriously and said that although they thought that the cut left by the rusty blade provoked the poisoning, they could not say for sure that it was actually poisoning. He said that if she was cut with a rusty sword, it would not mean that he would be poisoned. The wound itself and the cells around it would be infected. Ray glared at the lady and said that this was why it was impossible to fully recover using only holy water and a healing spell. He said that it was better to cut away some of the flesh around the affected area and then treat. Eckley looked at him slightly puzzled and asked what kind of cells he was talking about. The hero forgot that the concept of a cell did not exist in this world. The girl put her hand to her chin and asked if it was too barbaric to cut off part of the flesh. The hero said that this was the best possible treatment. She swayed in her chair, said that as long as it helped the patient, it did not matter what the poultices were made of, but Ray said that he did not mean that. The lady put her hand on the table and said that she understood him perfectly. She smiled and asked to allow her to invite the hero to her library, because she sincerely believed that they would be able to enjoy a deeper conversation there. She apologized for not introducing herself right away. She smiled and said that her name was Clay and that she led the priests of thinkers. Ray looked at her in surprise. He realized that she was the chief priestess of Eckley. In the Eckley library, she said that this was their first meeting and she had heard a lot about him. She put on a sweater, smiled and said that if he had any questions about medicine, he could ask them, although to be honest, she didn't quite understand why a saint like him would study such an ineffective field. Ray looked at the pile of books in surprise and said that even if she said so, from what he could see, she was interested in it too. Clay touched her eye and grinned. She showed a white spot. She hoped to use it to cope with one old ailment. Ray looked at the eye intently and asked if she had had it since birth. Clay lowered the dot, noticing that the hero wasn't even surprised, said that she had it since birth. He approached her, asked if she could see with that eye, if she experienced pain. She said no, but she could hardly see with that eye. Ray looked at the pile of books and asked if it was okay if he took a look. She brushed her bangs aside. The hero said it was a cataract. She looked at him questioningly and asked what it was. The hero was not sure, but asked if it seemed to her that her vision returned at night. The girl said that it cleared up in the evenings. The hero was convinced that it was a cataract and if she allowed him, he would tell her more about it. She pointed to the board, said that he had drawn an image of a human eye, began to show where the pupil was and where the lens was. He drew an arrow, said that the lens focuses on light and allows them to see objects clearly, but in her case, the lens is cloudy, and the disease that causes the lens to become cloudy is called cataract. She touched her eye, said if that's true, isn't that strange? Why can't magic treat this disease? The hero looked at the window and assumed it was because she was born with it. The priestess asked how that related to the fact that the eye is not affected by holy power. Ray looked away and said that holy power heals body flaws, and if her body believes it has no flaw, then that explains why her eye cannot be treated. Clay irritably poked her eye and asked if that wasn't a significant flaw, since she can't see with that eye. The hero said that was the point of view of people from the outside. He pointed at the board and said that since it was a congenital condition, her body probably just didn't realize there was anything wrong with it. But anyway, to cure the cataract, they needed to clear the lens. The girl asked how. Ray looked at her and said that they needed to cut it out. Ackley was shocked, but Ray said that was only part of the treatment. He looked thoughtfully at the board and said that first they would get rid of the cloudy lens, and then they would replace it with something else. A bead of sweat ran down his face. He thought that cutting out the lens was quite possible, but there was no way that artificial lenses existed in this world. He thoughtfully closed his eyes, began to think that even if they got rid of the cataract, without replacing the lens, everything would be pointless. She smiled and said that everything was fine. What was the point of worrying about an incurable disease? She was sure that she would soon be able to deal with this problem herself. Ray shuddered. He was shocked by the thought that he, even in another world, would not be able to cure cataracts. He clenched his fist and said that he would help her cure her eye. He was sure that he would. Clay looked at him happily. She began to laugh and said that he was very funny. She raised her hand, asked him to follow her because there was a place that she wanted to show him. They came to the laboratory. The hero studied the equipment on the table. Clay said that she was allocated by the Holy Empire for her research in medicine. She said not to be shy and use whatever she wanted. Ray smiled happily and said that he was already lonely enough here, so this was just a little thing he could do for someone who was also studying medicine. And so Ray began searching for answers in the Clay estate. A month later, he took a test tube with green liquid and asked, "Is this troll blood?" He poured it into a plate, said that after contact with air, after a while it becomes elastic. He touched a green piece of jelly. He looked at the other test tubes, said that the blood of other monsters has different characteristics and if they use this factor, they will achieve certain progress. Ray turned to Clay and asked if it was possible to mix the blood of different species. Clay said no, since they have different body constitutions and if they do so, it will lead to instant death. She took a paper and said that there is an exception with orcs. They, unlike other species, make the situation completely different due to their resistance. Ray looked into the void, asked himself, is it possible to somehow check this? Evening fell in the Empire. Ray was sitting in the forest. He got up with a stuffed bag, said that this should be enough for today. He looked at the silhouette behind the tree and asked what it was. He saw an orc and a troll lying unconscious. He saw that the troll was still alive. He saw a huge wound on his chest, realized that he was in shock from the loss of blood. It looked like the orc had fought a troll that was bigger than him. Ray decided that it was a miracle that he was alive. He looked at the orc's body. He remembered the priestess's words that with orcs everything was different. He stuck out his tongue, thought that he didn't think he would have such a chance to check everything. He decided to save him. The troll was groaning. Suddenly he turned to the orc. Frightened, he looked at the hero in front of him. The monster jumped up. The hero screamed. He used a capture spell on him. Ray raised his hands and said that he was trying to calm him down, not kill him. He only wanted to save him, said that he had lost too much blood. The wound began to ooze. He took the transparent blood on his hand and asked why it was so clean. He realized that it had become clean, and he cried out in joy. He realized that everything should work out with her. He looked around and said that Eklay had spoken of this very place. Ray looked down thoughtfully, thinking that when he had finished transfusing the troll's blood into the orc's, it had become transparent and quite pliable. Who would have thought that mixing the blood of two different monsters could give such a result? If he continued his research, he would be able to create an artificial lens and with its help he would cure Eklay's cataracts. He looked ahead, realizing that he needed to collect more troll and orc blood. Recently in the lab, Ray had asked where he should go if he wanted to find trolls and orcs. Eklay had looked at him sullenly and said that there was an abandoned village of Jehel not far from the outer wall and in the surrounding forests. As she had heard, there was a place where orcs and trolls could be found quite often. Some time later in an abandoned village, Ray walked tensely along the main street. It seemed to him that the priestess was exaggerating, but the village was really abandoned. He looked to the side. He saw two children. The boy looked at the hero with displeasure. He thought that they were abandoned. He began to cover his sister. The hero greeted him. Ray handed him the meat and asked if he wanted to try it. The boy looked at him in surprise. Ray said that it was not poisoned and he could take everything. Ray looked contentedly as the boy took the food. He reached into the bag. He could help them only by giving them food and this. He handed something to the boy and told him to take it. He looked in shock at the purse full of coins. Ray smiled, told him to take them and go to Salonia. This should be enough for them to spend the night and food that would satisfy them. The boy asked why he was doing this for those whom he might never meet again in his life. Ray laughed and said that he did not have any special reasons. The boy looked at him in bewilderment. Ray went forward. He was shocked that this was happening literally outside the walls of the capital and their current laws could not fix it. He realized that this needed to be paid more attention. He looked at the ruins and promised himself that one day he would return this place to its former glory and create a better version of the Holy Empire. Day came. Ray approached the cave. He looked around. He was in the troll's cave. He saw one sleeping and whispered that he should be quieter so as not to wake them. Ray began to quietly approach the sleeping giant. He took a syringe out of his bag, apologized for barging in, smiled and cheerfully said that he needed a lot of blood. Sometime later in the orc camp, the pig-headed ones turned around questioningly. Ray walked towards them and waved cheerfully. He said that he came to ask for one favor. The orcs began to get angry. They ran at him to attack. The hero realized that they were not going to listen to him. He used a grab on the orcs. One of the orcs looked at the hero in surprise. He told him that he saved him when he was dying. Ray pointed to a pile of animal bodies and said that he had one request and he would thank them for their help. After a while, Ray walked with a test tube in his hand. He was able to test a lot thanks to the orcs. First, he would go back and sort out what he could collect. A girl stepped towards him. Ray looked at her in bewilderment. She was crying and pointing back. The hero asked what happened. The boy was thrown back. The big guy took the purse with money and asked, did the boy really not get it? Why should he have given the money the good way? The boy screamed and demanded that they give him his money back. He looked angrily at the robbers, and they only got indignant. The guy swung his club, screaming, how dare he bark something in response. The hero suddenly ordered him to stop. He grabbed him by the club and asked what he was doing. The man pulled the club out and asked who the idiot was right in front of him. Ray thought about it. He saw that the man had stolen money from children. He looked around. The robbers noticed that the hero was from a rich area. They asked if he thought that this was not the best place to walk. Why don't they teach him a lesson? The man smiled and ordered them to grab the hero. The bald man ran at him with a fist, but Ray easily hit him in the face. The leader looked at the hero in surprise. Ray looked at him angrily and asked if he wanted to continue. Did he really think that everything would be the way he wanted? The leader pointed at the hero and 2 more bandits ran at him. After a while, 3 bodies lay on the ground. The brother hugged his sister. The hero asked if they were okay. He smiled and apologized for what happened. He offered to take them to a place where they could stay. The saint's mansion. Belacroix said no. She closed her eyes and said that this was a sacred place where only the previous saints and their servants were allowed to stay and they could not allow children of unknown origin to be here. Ray pointed to the children and asked if even if the saint living in this place gave his permission, did she really mean that the huge estate could not handle 2 children? The girl apologized and said that this was the custom. Ray looked at her in bewilderment and said who would have thought that such a strict rule existed. He winked at the children and asked them not to be afraid, because he would find another place for them since they could not stay here. The children looked ahead in surprise and asked if this was not a dream. There was a house in front of them. The hero said that they would live here. He asked to remind them what their names were. He leaned towards the children and asked if he had even asked their names. The children said that they did not have names. The hero then offered to think of something. The children looked at him questioningly. Ray smiled and suggested naming the children Mary and Chris. He said that where he came from those words had deep meaning. The children stared at him. The boy was hugging the girl. He began to cry and said that he couldn't express in words how much he appreciated them. Ray looked at them contentedly. He sat up and hugged them. The Clay estate. The hero was working with blood. She turned to him and asked if he was still working on it. The hero was working with concentration. Sparks were flying around him. The priestess asked what he was trying to do. The hero asked for a little patience. After all, he was trying for her. He looked at the finished lens and said that it was ready. The clay looked at him with irritation and asked if he was really that serious about this idea. The hero said yes. He took off his glasses and said that he had found a way to help her, asked to take a look. He showed the bewildered priestess a test tube and said that these ingredients would help cure her eye. She asked if it was true. He smiled. The girl asked where he got it all. He answered troll blood. She asked in surprise how he managed to achieve such purity, and the hero said that he mixed it with orc blood. He remembered and said that, as she said, orcs, unlike other species, have an excellent ability to adapt, and although he learned about it completely by accident, in the process of infusing troll blood into an orc's body, his blood becomes transparent. Thus, by transfusing troll blood into an orc, they can get transparent blood that remains pliable enough for various manipulations. He smiled. Ekle asked if he could really cure her eye with this. He said that he needed her to trust him completely. The girl asked again. The hero said that in order for her to feel better, he would need to place this in her eye. Ackley was taken aback. She walked away from the hero. She said that the hero said that he needed to cut out the cataract from her eye, and now he was saying that he would need to shove this blood into her eye. Ray said that technically he would do what he did, cut out her damaged lens and put a replacement in its place. Ackley folded her arms over her chest and looked away. The hero was sure that she would need time to think. After all, she had not even imagined that such a procedure was possible in principle. Ray looked at her silently. He bowed. Ackley, shocked, began to ask what he was doing. Did he know what bowing his head to the saints could mean? He understood why she was hesitant to trust him. He looked at the floor and said that all this sounded just crazy and, it would seem, completely hopeless. That is why he asked to trust him only once. He would take full responsibility for her eye and do everything possible to cure it. Ackley froze in thought. The saint bowed before her. She felt the sincerity of every word of this boy, and it was simply impossible to tear her eyes away from his determination and good intentions. She squeezed her hand, thought that his desire to help touched the depths of her soul. She believed that this was truly madness. She smiled and offered to try, because she did not use this eye anyway. If there was even a small hope for healing, she would try to grasp it. The operating room, the hero used purification magic. Magic opened the eyelids. He put on a surgical suit, began to make an incision on the lens, began to remove the affected areas, and then after removing the affected area, place an artificial lens in the same place. Although the procedure itself is not that difficult, considering that he does not have any modern equipment at hand, it is very difficult to make precise movements. He has to do everything from start to finish manually. His eyes were glowing blue. He asked himself, why does it matter to him? He is the hands of God. After a while, Ackley opened her eyes. Her eye became clear. The hero asked if she was awake. The girl jumped up. She looked away sharply. She looked at the world through a large panoramic window. Tears appeared in her eye. Ray looked at her contentedly and asked how she felt, if she could see well. Ackley smiled embarrassedly and said that she could see well, asked if this was really a dream. Ray smiled and also looked out the window. The Marquis ran along the corridors. Iriel stood opposite. The man said that an emergency had occurred. All excited, he said that huge forces had gathered at their borders and right now they were breaking through to the Sacred Empire. Iriel looked at him excitedly and asked how far away the enemy army was now. The Marquis bowed and said that he had received this news quite recently, so he did not know all the details, but it seemed that they did not belong to any particular race or country. Iriel shuddered. The man said that they were led by a Necromancer and all of them were an army of undead. At the border, the sky became dark. Forest, the flower withered from dark magic. A purple haze went through the forest. A huge army of undead was moving forward. The flag was raised. The man shouted that the holy war would begin tomorrow and asked if they were ready. The soldiers looked forward. The commander said that the paladins would go first, all the guards and knights would protect the rear. He said to prepare for this battle mentally, because many lives were at stake. The soldiers went forward. One said that he still could not believe that they would come face to face with the undead. He looked at his friend and asked what his friend was looking at. In his hand was a photo of his family. He said that in such moments he always thinks about them. Instead of praying to God, he first thought of his relatives. His friend looked at the sky and said that he should have gone and seen them before going here. His friend said that prayer was the last thing he thought of. The sky was clear. The boy said that he heard from the officers that it seemed like a new saint would be joining them in battle. He was asked if it was the one who materialized the meteorite. The boys sighed weakly and said that it would take 4 days to go all the way from Salonia to here. His friend asked if they could hold out until the saint arrived. The two soldiers looked at the sky in silence. It was sunset. They prayed to God. Iriel was silent, worried. She looked ahead and said that the Pope ordered the saint to be sent to the border. He personally sent this order. The saint looked around with a frown. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a force that even the Pope would give the order for the saint to take part in the battle? She looked at the office and asked if the neighboring countries had sent reinforcements. She was told that they had already requested them, but it seemed that they would not arrive for at least 5 days. Iriel looked ahead and asked who would escort the saint in that case. The Marquis bowed and said that the Third Order of Paladins and the Holy Altar with the Royal Guard. Right now they are heading to the border. Iriel shuddered. She asked, is this really all their troops? The Marquis looked at her tiredly. Iriel slammed the table and asked, is her father out of his mind? Because their opponent is only a necromancer of the age of sorcery, she is sure that he is well aware that to win, this is not enough. The age of sorcery. In the distant past, magic was the subject of research and the entire continent flourished and smelled of innovations in the field of magic. One day, the Issels, who used dark magic, put an end to this era, and the one who was considered the main reason for its fall, the King of the Dead, a necromancer, managed to resurrect. The Marquis lowered his gaze and said that they have to deal not only with external conflicts, but also with sparks of rebellion within, so they cannot send more troops to the border. Ariel glared at him and said that the situation at the border was deplorable, so father. She gritted her teeth and asked how dare father use the god's viceroy as a bargaining chip. They entered the office. The frightened boy said that they had received a report that enemy forces were approaching from the southern mountains faster than they expected. Ariel looked down. The boy was shouting that this was a holy war. She ran out of the office. She had no time to waste. The horn blew. The captain looked ahead and said that the enemy was approaching, weapons at the ready. The archers began to shoot. Skeletons were pierced by arrows. Paladins cut them into pieces. The priest opened a magic book and began to ask for the blessing of a body capable of withstanding the pain of enemy attacks to be sent to them. She raised her hand. The paladins began to receive the blessing. They began to feel stronger. They chopped up the skeletons and said it made things easier. They could finish them before reinforcements arrived. The captain turned and shouted at them to stay alert. These were the weakest of their army. He gritted his teeth and said the strongest were yet to come. Banshee spirits flew towards them along with the Death Knights. The captain looked at the paladins and told them to fall back and regroup. He looked away in fear. A spirit grew in front of him. Blood sprayed. The priests and paladins ran away. A paladin was pierced by a spear. A priest was killed by a banshee. The necromancer watched as the army of men was torn apart. He laughed and said that it pleased him to watch the men being cut to pieces. He cast a spell and ordered that every last one of them be killed. The paladins fought in fear. The soldiers shouted that the enemy was getting stronger. The captain ordered not to fight them head-on, ordered to retreat and wait for reinforcements. He gritted his teeth, asked if the Lord had abandoned them. A huge Death Knight appeared behind him. He swung his mace, but a green beam destroyed him. He turned around. Ray stood in front of them in the robe of a saint, casting magic. He smiled crookedly and asked why there were so many enemies. He jumped up. Running forward, he understood that everyone wanted him to go to the border. Ray frowned. He was told that due to an unforeseen situation, his father had no other choice. The priests looked sadly at the floor. Judging by the messages coming from the borders, this mission looked like suicide, and since they would have to deal with a necromancer, a clash with the rebel forces was inevitable. Ray picked up the report, thought that even if they defended the border, there was little they could do if their troops fell apart from within. He asked to tell the Pope that he was leaving to defend the border. Ray walked forward seriously, casting magic. The soldiers looked at the saint and asked how he got there. Ray turned around and ordered to immediately withdraw the wounded paladins from the ranks and asked the priests to heal them. The royal guards would cover the holy troops. The soldiers and priests began to bow. The captain said that if they entrusted their troops to treat the wounded, they would not have enough strength to stop the undead army. The priests said that they needed to wait for reinforcements. The hero asked if they really thought they were in a stalemate. He pointed to the corpses of the skeletons. They said that the undead that were nearby had melted due to the powers of the saint. Ray sighed heavily, thought that it was hard to be a saint. Was it really his duty to go to certain death too? He turned around. The monster behind was incinerated by holy power. He looked at the huge army in front of him, thought that although he had dealt with most of them, using holy power, there were still enough of them. He would have to deal with them all. He stretched his hand forward and used fireball. The skeletons began to burn. An explosion thundered. Black smoke rose into the sky. The necromancer put up a barrier. Ray pointed his hand at him, asked if he was really that necromancer. The necromancer looked at the hero in shock. He did not understand what was happening, because if there was a saint in front of him, he should not use magic. His eyes began to glow. A magic circle appeared in front of him. He thought that now was not the time to complain. He should not let his guard down. Whirlwinds flew in front of him. He said to reject the call of the world of the dead and ordered to rise in the world of the living. They are death and will bring everyone to their knees with the power of their regrets. The army of the undead went forward. He used resurrection. The captain looked forward in fear, said that there were too many Death Knights. Ray sighed. He used healing. A blue whirlwind began to fly around the necromancer. He looked around in fear and said that the hero should not dare to interfere with him. Long spines flew at the hero, but he used stop. His eyes flashed. He used capture. The necromancer was caught by chains. He trembled, said that incredible power was in front of him. A disc of saints appeared behind Ray. It was perfect. The necromancer thought that he could not have so much power. Perhaps he himself was an angel or even a god. His head was pierced. The priest cried, rushed forward. Ray looked around. The necromancer screamed that the pride of the paladins had fallen and divine punishment would befall him. There was a field of corpses and fire around the hero. He realized that even the dead soldiers had become undead. He looked at the resurrected priests, thought that they were once someone's family members, friends, and lovers. A blue orb appeared in the hero's hand. He thought that the least he could do now was to let them rest in peace. Ray raised his hand to the sky, thought that he would organize their farewell. He used extensive healing. The corpses began to illuminate with blue light. They began to blur. Rain began to drip onto the ground. Rain began to pour on the battlefield. Blue waves scattered to the sides. Someone was crying. Ray angrily looked ahead. If he had arrived earlier, could he have saved these people? He told himself to focus before delving into thoughts about this. He needed to sort this out. He looked at the tied-up Necromancer. He was silent. The hero said that he talked too much. Having lived his whole life with the dead, wasn't he afraid to join them? The madman began to laugh and said that the border was not the end. Ray walked away from him while the Necromancer was shouting that they had to conquer Salonia. The hero asked Yor to take the Necromancer and go to the Holy Empire. He also had to go back. Ray looked towards, as expected, the rebel forces. He ran across the field. He had to hurry. Screams echoed through the city. Skeletons were advancing on people. They were calling for help. Someone hit a skeleton. The girl smiled cheerfully and asked Zeke not to make him laugh by saying that he was a sword master. The girl looked around, said that he was too cruel. She did not understand where their saint could be then. Smoke billowed over the city. A bunch of skeletons were walking across the bridge. Knights stood ready in front of it. Iriel's hand was glowing. The knights were shouting for them to retreat. Iriel quickly ran and destroyed the skeletons. Her gaze was serious. She thought that it did not matter how many she killed. New ones kept coming and coming. The paladins cut down the monsters. She looked at them, realized that there were not only undead, an unknown army was joining their ranks. She clenched her teeth, realized that they were running out of options. She screamed. The light flashed. Zeke struck. The explosion scattered the skeletons. Iriel looked forward in surprise. Feya and Mr. Zeke stood in front of her. He greeted the saint, apologized for the delay, and hoped for her understanding. The girl said that Iriel had nothing more to worry about. She began to calm Feya and asked what they were doing here. What about the saint? But Zeke said that they were here precisely on his orders. Iriel looked at him in confusion and asked what he was talking about. Zeke frowned to the side. It flew into his forehead. Ray stood next to him and asked where he was going and told him to stay in Salonia, because if they went with him, they would cause trouble. Zeke said that he would do everything possible to avoid causing trouble. He asked to let him follow the hero's example. Ray sighed heavily. Zeke looked at him questioningly. He offered to go one-on-one. Ray waved his hand, said that he claims that he is quite strong and will not cause trouble. He ordered to prove it. Zeke looked at the hero in confusion and said that he understands. He waved, mentally asking the saint for forgiveness. Thundered. Zeke looked in surprise as the hero blocked his blow with a trickle of magic. Ray smiled and asked, "Does the master understand now?" Zeke shuddered, thought, even if the hero is not able to manifest the aura of the sword. The aura sparkled, shaking on the sword. The hero said that Zeke is much more needed elsewhere. That's the truth. He needs his help. Zeke noticed how thin the blade was able to block his sword. Iriel now shuddered. Zeke said that he could not help in any way. Being next to him, that's why he helps another saint. Feya looked at the saint with alarm. While she was thinking, does the hero really not know how dangerous the Necromancer is? She looked up at the sky and said that this idiot doesn't realize how dangerous he is. Ray came into town. He looked at the street littered with corpses. He was worried about Mary and Chris. He turned around. Someone called him. Mary was crying, holding her sister in her arms. The girl was not moving. Ray ran to them, started asking what was wrong with her. He sat down seriously, started feeling her. There was no pulse or breathing, and judging by the girl's condition, she was already. The boy hugged the dead girl. He said that she had always been so small and weak. Ray looked sadly at what turned out to be his older sister. She said that she always had to protect her. She was crying. The hero said that he did the wrong thing by bringing them here. The girl screamed that it was not so, when the hero apologized for causing her a lot of pain. The girl started pointing at the hero and said that he tried to do everything in his power so that they could live in a better place, but it was not his fault. She cried and looked down, asked if she were stronger. Could she protect her little sister? Ray approached her. The girl said that she wanted to become stronger. He was silent, did not know what to say. He looked at the body of the knight behind her. Judging by the nature of the wounds, they were clearly not inflicted by a soldier of the Holy Empire. Putting all the facts together, it seems that Mary killed him. Ray looked to the side, realized that Mary was not without talent. He looked forward sharply and told them to come out of hiding. There was silence on the street. Ray tensed up, asked how dare they ignore him. He pointed to the roof, said 2 on the roof, 3 in the tree and 1 by the fountain, and 1 that follows on his heels. He ordered them to come out. A man appeared behind the hero. The family of envoys of the Dane family stood in front of the hero. They asked to be allowed to greet the hero. Honan put her hand to her chest and introduced herself as one of the envoys of the Dane family. Then she looked to the side, and she introduced her comrades, Hekan, Chonan, San. Then she introduced 3 more as Chokan, Son, Julian. The protagonist heard her and fell into a stupor, mentally saying that someone was clearly too lazy to come up with names for them. A moment later, he frowned, saying that he called them because he wanted to take care of the child. Immediately after saying this, he pointed at Mary. Honan narrowed her eyes while the protagonist was telling her that the girl had the makings of an assassin. The girl, looking at the girl, understood that this child was not simple since she was able to survive despite all the enemy soldiers passing here. But still, the girl decided to object, but her master interrupted her saying that he was only asking for a chance to become stronger. When Julian asked Ren if he wanted them to teach Mary techniques, the protagonist pointed at her and praised Julian for her guess. Honan sighed, saying that they couldn't do that since they were tasked with constantly protecting him and didn't have time to train anyone. Shonen, who was standing to the side, intervened, saying that the identities of some of them couldn't be made public since any leak of information could become a direct or indirect threat. The protagonist frowned, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. But a moment later, he made the assassins flinch by asking what would happen if he ordered them. Seeing their reaction, Ray was slightly puzzled. Then, understanding the situation, he smiled. He immediately shouted joyfully, ordering the assassins to take Mary and train her in the skills of an assassin. The assassins bowed their heads, accepting the order. The protagonist then pointed to the child, asking the assassins to bury her. Ray then glanced at Mary, telling her to follow the assassins and do her best to learn as much as she can. Ray turned around, saying that he himself needed to help people before it was too late. The protagonist became serious as he walked towards his goal. At this time, one of the knights on the battlefield used a blessing. The paladins received the blessing and rejoiced. The knight commander shouted, ordering them to attack. Feya saw the commander sigh and asked if she was okay because she had used too much holy power. But a moment later, she plucked up her courage when the captain ordered her to go to the left flank. The girl bowed her head, although it seemed that everything was okay, but this was only an appearance. The knights were fighting the enemy and trying to understand how much strength the enemy had, and the commander could not continue blessing the troops without a plan. The best she could do was to lower the enemy's morale and force them to retreat. The protagonist clenched his fist, mentally telling his friend to hold on. But at that moment, an attack was directed at the knight commander from behind. She barely felt something and turned around, and then blocked the enemy's attack with her hand. Zahard, standing opposite the girl, said that it was nice to see her. The saint saw the man and screamed in shock, because she didn't even think that he was involved in this. Suddenly, Zeke appeared in front of the saint. Zahard saw him and grinned, calling him the little Duke of Trey. Zeke frowned, asking Zahard to shut up, because he should be ashamed of betraying God. Zahar grinned and said that the Holy Empire had no future because it was too small to cope with superhumans. The saint gritted her teeth, realizing that the enemy was deliberately trying to anger them. Looking at the man, she tried to find a way to defeat him because he was still a sword master, and the saint was not sure of defeating him even if she was completely healthy. The man standing in front of her was one of the strongest sword masters on the continent. Even if she attacked with Zeke, it would not be easy. A moment later, she was surprised because Zahard suggested that they disperse. He smirked when he saw the girl's reaction. The large amount of holy energy used earlier allowed the knights to seize the initiative, and this managed to break the enemy's morale. Zahard frowned, realizing that their troops were being pushed back. Looking at his opponents, he understood that it would be difficult for him to fight the sword master and the saint. It would be better for him to retreat and regroup now. The girl thought about it. For her, Zahard's offer was not bad. A moment later, the man smiled when he heard the girl's agreement. Suddenly, Mana appeared in space, and the protagonist asked Zahard where he was going. He immediately looked into the distance when he heard Ray's voice. The saint and Zeke also turned around when they heard the guy's voice. The protagonist wrapped himself in Mana and asked Zahard who he thought he was to leave and leave such a mess without paying for it. Then Ray began to use skills, making the Mana glow. All three near him looked at the sky after that. A huge ball of flame formed above the protagonist as he said that he could no longer hold back. Since the human body can only hold one type of magic, saints chosen by God have the magic inside their bodies converted into holy energy, so they cannot use normal magic. The man became wary. He did not understand what was happening to this child. The protagonist looked at the man and asked what his last words would be. Zahard first stared at the sphere of flame. Then he looked at the protagonist and suggested a fight between representatives. Ray frowned upon hearing his proposal. The man smiled nervously and said that he was sure that this was a good deal for him, because if he killed everyone here, it would be a big problem for him. The protagonist, perplexed, asked the enemy if he thought he could confront him one-on-one. Zeke abruptly interrupted him, saying that it was not beneficial for him and it was better not to agree, because the enemy was clearly up to something. Destroying his fireball, the protagonist admitted that Zahard had some restraint. The man smiled, not believing that the guy actually agreed to his offer like a fool. The protagonist only raised his hand, beckoning the enemy. Looking at the enemy with disdain, he told him to come closer. The man slightly narrowed his eyes, mentally calling the guy stupid. Looking at the guy's stance, Zahard realized that he had a chance because the guy had so many open spaces. Standing opposite, the man mentally said that even if the guy was an archmage capable of creating a meteor, there was no point in it if he did not have time to cast a spell. Zahard abruptly rushed forward. In an instant, he found himself in front of the protagonist, wanting to end everything quickly. Ray, looking at him in surprise, began to summon his weapon, with which he blocked the enemy's attack. Seeing the aura of the sword, Zahard was greatly shocked. He immediately stepped back. Then he looked at the crack on his blade. The protagonist smiled and said that he did not expect his blade to remain intact. The man, falling into horror because of the guy's strength, rushed forward. His next attack was blocked by the aura of the sword. A second later, Zahard himself had to block the enemy's attack. Within a few seconds, the enemies exchanged dozens of blows. The protagonist grinned, realizing something. Using Zahard's technique, the protagonist suddenly appeared in front of him to attack. The man was shocked to see this. The guy copied his fighting style. Ray, looking at the enemy, asked if he understood why he agreed to a one-on-one fight. Attacking the man again, the protagonist said that he hates people like him, so he will definitely make sure that he does not die peacefully. Zahard's eyes widened in shock. The guy not only copied the technique, but also changed it for himself. Looking at his wound, Zahard finally understood who a real genius is. The sword master fell to one knee, stopping to resist. The protagonist pointed his sword at the man and said that his pride as a duke and sword master would never allow him to obey orders. Zahard gripped the hilt of his blade tighter. Then he attacked sharply, shouting that he wanted to show the hiding nobles that, despite such methods, the world could change. The protagonist easily blocked the enemy's attack. Then he dispersed his sword aura, and formed it again in a different position. Seeing this, Zahard was shocked. A moment later, Ray was far behind the man. Zeke, who saw this, became wary. The events take us to the fortress. Reborn in disbelief asked Flamen if the new saint really released dozens of fireballs at the opponents. Looking at the captured Necromancer, they could not believe everything that was said. Philia, who was standing to the side, said that the guy really was a Necromancer. Suddenly, one of the servants called Ario in fear, after which he shocked everyone by saying that the rebel forces were almost completely defeated. At this time, demonic energy appeared on the battlefield. Zeke gritted his teeth, blocking the gusts of wind, which made the demonic mana move around the city. The saint opened her mouth in shock, not believing what she saw. A bone dragon was summoned right in front of her. Lightning flashed in the sky after it appeared. At this time, Ray entered and told the maid that they would talk another time. Then he opened the door, telling the maid to do everything he asked her to do. Then the protagonist glanced at the hall, mentioning the messengers of Dane. This made C frown. The events take us to the roaring bone dragon, breath that created powerful gusts of wind. The paladins opposing him were struck by demonic mana. The saint, seeing this, began to read prayers, and applied extensive healing along with holy protection. Seeing the state of their comrades' bodies, the paladins began to despair along with the saint. The bone dragon finally landed on the ground, and standing in front of the girl, he roared loudly. Her pupil dilated as she experienced the dragon's horror. She clenched her teeth trying to move, but she couldn't and began to lose consciousness. Suddenly, her legs stopped shaking. Someone approached her, and the fear retreated, which greatly surprised the saint. Zeke, standing in front of the saint together with Feia, said that he never even thought that they would have to experience the horror of the dragonesses. Esviata closed her eyes thanks to those who came. Feia was suddenly surprised to hear something. A skeleton appeared behind her and attacked her, but Zeke managed to kill the skeleton in time, saving the girl. Feia was very surprised that Zeke could move fully. The guy began to resist the skeletons, but because of fear, he could not fight at full strength. The guy frowned, realizing that if he continued like this, he would only gain a little time. The guy stood in front of a crowd of skeletons crawling towards him. Then he closed his eyes. A moment later, he suddenly opened them wide and rushed to attack the skeletons. In an instant, he destroyed 3 skeletons and began to confront the multi-eyed monster. The guy gritted his teeth attacking the monster, but suddenly one of the skeletons was able to approach him, because of which, having interfered with the guy, he allowed the rest of the skeletons to pounce on him. The saint immediately began to read a prayer trying to help Zeke, but a moment later, her holy energy dissipated. No matter how much she concentrated mana, fear did not allow her to do anything. Soon the bodies of the skeletons trembled. Suddenly, they all flew back due to a powerful explosion, from the epicenter of which a wounded Zeke emerged. Feia worriedly asked about his condition. The guy, shaking all over, reassured the girl that he was fine, but in fact, for the first time since becoming a sword master, he was so exhausted. Looking at the bone dragon, the guy tried to understand why it did nothing but exude horror. Starting to confront the skeletons, Zeke mentally asked himself if he hadn't trained enough. Suddenly, the guy was attacked by a monster, which made him grit his teeth and distract himself from the skeletons. The guy himself, being confused, said to himself that if it were not him, but a person as strong as Zahard. A moment later, the guy's body was pierced by skeletons. Blood flowed from his mouth, after which he fell to his knees due to wounds. Zeke closed his eyes, mentally telling the saint that he was sorry that he could no longer serve her. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared behind the guy and began to heal him. The protagonist then used a large-scale attack, destroying the skeletons. Afterwards, Ray looked at the bone dragon, not believing that it was all because of him. Ray began to concentrate mana into a ball, forcing the bone dragon to fly up. Looking at the bone dragon in the sky, the protagonist remembered that in childhood he read a story about a great weapon that put an end to the era of old magic, the strongest undead, which even the blade of aura and magic below the seventh circle could not cope with. The protagonist began to look around trying to find a necromancer. Not finding the necromancer, the protagonist pointed his hand at the dragon, deciding to deal with him. A moment later, his mana completely enveloped the dragon's body. The saint and the fairy were surprised by this. Suddenly, the dragon's eye sparkled, after which he dispersed all the mana around, forming a sphere of mana in his mouth. His attack destroyed many buildings in its path, but even such a powerful attack could only make the barrier crack slightly. The protagonist, dispelling the mana shield, advised the dragon to stop destroying the city. A moment later, Ray used 7 healing magics, completely enveloping the bone dragon's body. His mana became visible in the air when he used healing again. A powerful explosion of mana occurred due to another healing magic. The protagonist, looking at the epicenter, tried to sense the necromancer. At this time, the saint used her magic to heal Zeke. Feia, worried, asked the girl why Zeke was not helped by the holy spell. She answered by saying that the demonic energy in his body rejects holy power. Looking at the demonic mana, the saint said that they could heal him by continuing to pour holy energy into his body, but they did not know how long Zeke could last. Suddenly, the protagonist approached Iriel, asking her to stop. Looking at the boy's body, the protagonist realized that her condition was terrible because his lower abdomen and insides were torn apart. Taking off his mantle, the protagonist said that he would do everything to save the boy. Starting to use magic to disinfect his hands, the protagonist began to think about possible actions. Creating a scalpel from mana, Ray told Iriel to make sure that no miasma or demonic energy gets close to him. Feia screamed when the protagonist began to cut the boy's body. Iriel only nodded nervously, while Feia barely held back her tears. The protagonist looked at the boy's body and mentally cursed. He had no equipment, no easily accessible donor organs, no suitable conditions. Then he looked at the demonic energy, admitting that this was the main problem. Putting his hand to the wound, the protagonist decided to act. A moment later, he exclaimed due to the sharply increased demonic mana. The guy gritted his teeth, telling himself that demonic energy was just a form of mana. The protagonist decided to use its property that affected areas with low density and completely clear the mana paths in his left hand. The protagonist, having absorbed the demonic energy in Zeke's body, endured terrible pain. After that, the protagonist looked at the guy and applied healing. He began to attach the aorta using mana threads to make sure the heart was working. Suddenly, the demonic energy in his hand stung strongly. The protagonist gritted his teeth, barely enduring the pain. Looking at the guy, Ray realized that he looked much better. Realizing this, the protagonist sighed with relief, deciding to proceed with the abdominal surgery. Looking at the guy's stomach, the protagonist noticed that his ileum was in terrible condition. At this time, Iriel carefully watched the protagonist. Seeing him stitching up the body, the saint admitted to herself that she didn't trust him at first, and even after stopping Faye, she still doubted him. Seeing how the saint's hand had completely darkened, she became worried about his condition. Soon, the wound on the guy's stomach was stitched up, after which the protagonist dispersed his mana, and then he fell to the ground. Iriel ran up to him and immediately used purification. Looking at the saint's hand, the girl realized that the demonic energy had already penetrated his bones and she would need control over her holy energy to cleanse it. The girl stood in a stupor, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, she turned around and saw Honan approaching her. Closing her eyes, she ordered Chokin to take care of the protagonist. The guy obeyed and immediately lifted the guy onto her shoulder. Looking at the saint, Honan asked her to follow them to Salonia to continue treating the protagonist. Iriel frowned and then ordered Feia to deal with the rest. The girl screamed, saying that as soon as she finished here, she would immediately return with Zeke. Iriel suddenly weakened. The girl pitifully drew her eyebrows together, looking forward and saying that he was a saint. The guy was lying on a white bed, covered with a blanket. The guy's loud voice was heard. The doctor in a surgical suit looked up and said that it was time to go to the operating room. He handed the man in front of him a tablet, saying that he was sure that the doctor would be able to draw conclusions from this table. The doctor reached out to it with his hand, saying that it was true, the patient had undergone a major heart operation. The doctors froze in front of the hero lying on the operating table. The man folded his hands behind his back. He did not understand why he had a feeling that something was wrong. He looked at the dark-haired guy on the bed. A respirator was attached to his face. The doctor noticed that this patient looked vaguely familiar. The man frowned and closed his eyes. He mentally convinced himself that this could not be. He asked for a scalpel. The voice repeated his words in surprise, saying that they could use magic. The heroes turned to the doctor. Putting their hands forward, bright streams of energy were concentrated in front of their palms. Yusun opened his eyes and mouth wide, jumping up from his seat and screaming. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked out the window, asking where he was. Belacquasia frowned, saying that the saint had come to his senses. The girl standing next to him smiled, seeing that he was fine. The main character smiled and stroked her head, thanking her for the work she had done. Barry smiled and frowned, asking why he had done such a reckless act. The young man looked at Sia, saying that she must have been very worried about him. The girl frowned, saying that she was worried about losing her job. The boy widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows, saying that he was not cute at all. The boy remembered Zeke, asking where he was now. On the table was a white vase with large white flower buds. Sia's face darkened. She folded her hands in front of her and said that not only could he not save the protagonist when he was in danger, but he also put him in danger. However, he was now in a deep sleep. The boy awkwardly tilted his head, saying that he was fine, so she did not need to quarrel with him. He asked why they were always at each other's throats and could not get along. On the boy's hand was a black glove with a white symbol. Yusun frowned and began to slowly move his fingers, asking how he did it. Although it was a little painful, the girl noted that the saint and the high priestess healed him. The boy's eyes widened, imagining the image of a smiling Ekli, saying that it was amazing. Sia looked at the boy, saying that no one in this world had such healing magic as hers. Although she was sorry, she had to share the news with him, so she asked him to look at it. The boy asked what he should look at. The girl said that it was in the basement. If he wished, he could follow her. The white walls and doors of the room were decorated with golden ornaments. The protagonist frowned, putting his hand forward. Sia, standing behind him, folded her hands in front of herself, suggesting that this was what his messengers brought with them. The heart of the bone dragon, she sensed demonic energy from it. Although they managed to surround it with a blessed veil, it was still unable to block all of its energy. It was noted that the heart was in the same place where the bone dragon was defeated. In front of the heroes, on a stone slab, lay a giant purple heart with dark streams of energy emanating from it. The protagonist turned to her, asking why she showed it to him. Sia looked ahead, saying that he was instructed to take the heart and proceed to the lecture hall. Yusung frowned and put his hands on his hips, asking her to say that they needed an explanation on how he killed the bone dragon. The girl looked at him, saying that he was right. It seemed that some of the nobles could not take his word for it, so the Pope ordered him to come and personally give a full explanation of the events that had occurred. The boy smiled nervously and furrowed his brows, thinking about how he had captured the Necromancer, protected them from the rebellion, and even defeated the bone dragon. The hero wondered if they now wanted him to act as their diplomatic representative. The boy told the girl to take it and do it for him. She immediately began to follow his orders. The hero thought that he could no longer be the saint. It was dark in the stone passage. The weak light of torches illuminated the way. People were sitting in the rows of the lecture hall, saying that it was impossible for a young man to defeat a necromancer alone. It just couldn't be. Someone suggested that this was all a staging staged by him. The man in white robes whispered something in the girl's ear. She said that she understood everything. Clay smiled and raised her eyebrows, asking everyone to calm down. She was sure that everyone had many questions that they wanted answers to. Count Slane frowned and looked ahead, saying that first the high priestess should say if this was really possible, because he not only defeated the undead, but also, according to rumors, used mana. The girl standing behind the podium smiled, saying that they didn't know all the details yet. Only God knew the truth. The man frowned, asking if it wasn't the duty of the Holy Empire to understand all of this and explain it to the other kingdoms. Clay noticed that everyone present here must be playing with curiosity. The tall wooden door opened. Yusun entered the room, wearing a white robe and a red scarf on his shoulders, saying that they could ask any questions and he would answer them all. The girl with long red hair pressed her hand to her chest, introducing herself as Marquis Philia of the Glamin Kingdom. She heard that he used magic to personally defeat the Necromancer. She wanted to know if it was true. The boy frowned, saying that it was. The people sat in their seats awkwardly, not expecting such an answer. The voice said that they needed proof now. The boy rolled his eyes in displeasure. The man folded his hands in front of him, introducing himself as Gregory of the Risian Empire. It was a pleasure to meet the boy. The girl sitting next to him furrowed her brows, introducing herself as Selena of the Risian Empire. It was an honor to be in the presence of a saint. The protagonist frowned, asking what proof they needed. The voice replied that they had all come here as reinforcements to prevent any possible danger that could threaten the Holy Empire and the entire continent. Gregory frowned, saying that the events that had just happened were a threat not only to the Holy Empire but to the entire continent. He asked if the boy thought they deserved proper proof to ensure a peaceful exit from this area. The boy said that the captured Necromancer was already convincing enough. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked at the High Priestess, saying that this fact did not prove that he had personally captured the Necromancer. Ekle raised her eyebrows, thinking that this was a fearsome sword and the young princess mage of the sixth circle of the Risian Empire. It seems that some very sonorous names are already starting to take the first steps. In other words, they realize that the saint is a threat. They are afraid of the man who single-handedly defeated the Necromancer. That is why they are using time as an opportunity to decide whether to eliminate him or not. There were light streams of energy against the dark background. Ekle looked at the young man, wondering what he would do. Yusin beached eyebrows and widened his eyes, saying that it does not matter whether he defeated the undead alone or with other people. The young man asked what this has to do with their country. Gregory frowned and gritted his teeth, saying that obtaining accurate and reliable information is an important task not only for them but also for other kingdoms. If they simply take the word of the Holy Empire, it will be difficult to decide on their next plan of action. The guy took a few steps forward, saying that he will provide him with proof. The protagonist swung a blue translucent sword at his neck, asking if this was enough. The man tilted his head back, realizing it was an aura sword. Selena frowned, asking if this was the Holy Empire's official statement regarding the Risian Empire. The boy turned to Zia, asking for it to be brought to him. The hero removed the white cloth from the item. Yusin frowned and held out a purple heart, saying that since they wanted proof, then so be it. It was the heart of a bone dragon. The hero was sure that they would be able to tell it was real by feeling the magical energy emanating from it. The girl tilted her head forward, asking if this was truly the heart of a bone dragon. The boy handed her a tray with a giant heart, saying that she could take it if she didn't believe it. Selena furrowed her brows and gritted her teeth in displeasure. Dark energy was emanating from the large purple heart. When the girl took it in her hands, a powerful stream of dark purple energy rushed in all directions. Selena knitted her eyebrows and opened her mouth wide, saying that she was suffocating. The guy said that the Holy Empire gives them the full right to conduct an investigation into the captured Necromancer. No matter who wins, the Holy Empire has enough power to defeat the Bone Dragon. Yusin was holding a large purple heart in her hand. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows, saying that he does not understand why they treat the Holy Empire like this, because now he will ask whether their actions are an official statement on behalf of the Risian Empire. Gregory frowned. Selena opened her eyes wide and grabbed her throat. Ekle raised her eyebrows and smiled. The man and woman stood up and placed their hand on their hearts. Gregory bowed his head, saying that they had jumped to conclusions regarding the disrespect shown to the holy people. He, Gregory of the Risian Empire, would like to offer his sincere apologies. The girl bowed her head, saying that she apologized. The hero handed over the wrapped heart. The boy frowned, saying that he hoped that they understood that one false statement from their people could lead to conflict. He did not care about the titles they held in their kingdoms, but they must understand that by coming here they were the face of their state. The boy smiled and looked at the high priestess, asking if that was enough. He had been busy with something when he was told to come here, so he hoped that they would accept the fact that it was time for him to return. The girl smiled, thanking him for his work. Ekle closed her eyes, asking if anyone had any questions. The bright sunbeams fell on the light building with the dark roof. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking if it would be worthwhile to visit Zeke. Sia knitted her eyebrows, addressing the saint. The girl folded her hands in front of her, saying that as someone who served him, she could not speak out when he tried to show them kindness, but in such an organization, it was necessary to keep a distance between people of different classes to ensure fair treatment for everyone. She was reporting this because she had recently noticed that he was showing excessive favor. The boy waved his hand, saying that he was doing this only to check on his condition. After all, he was his patient. The hero could not believe that she would be so jealous of his displays of attention. Sia said that she did not only mean this, she had a whole list of people waiting to meet him. The boy widened his eyes and opened his mouth, asking why they did this. After he left the meeting, negotiations took place. The girl said that the boy captured the Necromancer and defeated the Bone Dragon, and the saint did it all with magic. Selena stood up, asking if they could tell what circle of magic the saint currently possessed. Ekle raised her eyebrows, saying that even the Holy Empire did not suspect what circle of magic the saint currently possessed. However, they, the Holy Empire, currently estimated his level to be at least the 8th circle. Ekle smiled, imagining a vivid image of a youth enveloped in energy. The statement Ekle made during the meeting was based on an analysis of the magic that Yusin demonstrated during the baptism and was just a guess. The head of the Magic Society possessed magic of the 5th circle. Even the top imperial magicians of which country did not possess magic higher than the 6th. This statement left a lasting impression on those present. The man and the guy sitting next to him jumped up and opened their mouths in surprise. Philia looked at the man sitting next to her in shock. Selena frowned, thinking that this couldn't be. The Saint of the Holy Empire is not a 5th circle mage, which is the limit of human capabilities, not a 6th circle mage, but an 8th circle mage. Selena frowned, saying that they, the representatives of the Risian Empire, would like to spend a little more time in the Holy Empire in order to confirm the statement made by the head priestess. Rays of light fell on the gray walls. A voice was heard, asking if in that case they, the representatives of the Glamour Kingdoms, could also stay here for a while. The representatives of Reborn would also like to stay in the Holy Empire. Clay raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that those who wanted to stay in the Holy Roman Empire were free to do so if that was their wish. She thought that Yusun had a lot of work to do. The protagonist hit his forehead with his palm, thinking that he had expected this, but no one could have imagined that they would show up so suddenly. Sia folded her hands in front of herself, saying that representatives of the Risian Empire had requested an audience with him. She asked if he had any wishes regarding the place where he would like to hold the meeting. The guy stood up, saying no. He put his hand to his side, ordering to cancel everything. They were immediately leaving for the Herzogetry estate. The girl bowed her head and, addressing the saint, said that he should not patronize Zik so much. The young man interrupted her, shouting discontentedly that everything was not so at all. White clouds floated across the blue sky. A white carriage with a golden ornament moved forward, a page urged on a white horse. The young man put his hand on the windowsill and, looking out the window, said that the estate was quite far away. He had the feeling that they were entering an elven village. Sia looked at him, asking if he had ever been to the elven village. The boy lowered his hand, saying that he had lived there before coming here. Yusun raised his hand and opened his palm, wondering how the elves were doing in the village. The page turned and looked out the window, saying that they had arrived at the Duke of Trey's estate. The girl knitted her brows, telling the saint that it was time to go. The carriage door opened. The protagonist stood in front of a tall and large white building, saying that it reminded him of Zeke. Sia, standing behind him, said that Zeke was the one who designed the exterior of the mansion, while the interior featured a number of designs from the previous owner. The maid of the mansion bowed, saying that Mr. Zeke was in his bedroom and the heroes should follow her. Yusung and Sia followed the maid down the hallway of the building. The boy asked why Zeke came here. It would be great if he was recovering in Salonia Castle. The girl noticed that when he lost consciousness, Zeke was the only one who continued to take care of him with his last strength. The boy imagined himself lying on the bed and Zeke holding his hand, asking if he really cared about him. Sia frowned in displeasure, remembering the evil Zeke screaming that they have no right to touch this precious body with their wicked hands. The girl said that was what he said, not letting her even get close to the protagonist. Sia folded her hands in front of her, saying that after that, he declared that he could no longer serve the boy in his dying state and came back here. Although it was very sweet of him, she did not think it was necessary. The boy smiled awkwardly, saying that she really hated him. Sia looked away, thinking that she did not hate him, she just did not like him and did not find him interesting. The protagonist thought that all three families were just hovering around him. Maybe that was why there was some kind of rivalry between them, but he could not put it off any longer. He had to hurry. The boy reached for the door handle. He opened the door and smiled, asking if Zeke was here. The hero raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes when he saw the saint. The boy asked him not to get up, because his body had not yet had time to recover. Zeke threw off the blanket and jumped up from his seat, saying that he couldn't do that when the saint was here. The protagonist looked at him and said that he came here to examine him, so he should lie down. Zeke closed his eyes and pulled his shirt open, saying that if it was true, then he understood everything. The protagonist asked the youth to examine him carefully, as it was necessary. Yusung raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide, looking away. The guy opened his mouth wide, saying that the hero was almost healed. His regeneration speed was incredible. The box covered his eyes, saying that it was all because the youth healed his wounds. Sia, who was standing behind them, frowned, asking how long Mr. Zeke was going to show his skin to the saint, asking him to cover himself. The hero stood up and gritted his teeth in displeasure, asking what she was doing here. He thought there was no need for her to be here since she was always busy. Sia rolled her eyes, saying that she was here because she was following the saint, not because she wanted to check on Zeke. Yusung put his hands on his hips and frowned, telling them to stop arguing. He asked why they kept arguing. Were they really going to do the same at important times too? The girl looked at him, asking him to apologize. The hero said that the saint was right. He himself was sure that people arguing was the worst thing they could do. The protagonist frowned, saying that he came here to check on Zeke's wounds, but he had more important things to do. He ordered the messenger to come out. Zeke opened his eyes wide and looked away. The girl said that if he continued to call them that, it could become a problem. Honan appeared in front of the boy, closing her eyes. Zeke frowned and reached for his weapon, thinking that they had been so close all this time and he hadn't even sensed their presence. The hero asked why assassins like them were here. The girl placed her hand on the weapon. She raised her eyebrows, saying that they weren't mages, so Zeke should put his sword away, The boy froze, seeing that Honan was not alone. Sia frowned, thinking that even though he was wounded, even Zeke, a sword master, didn't have time to react to them. She clenched her hand into a fist, telling her to step back. Sahyun smiled and grabbed her from behind, saying that if they were enemies, they would all be dead by now. The hero clapped his hands at Tick, saying that they should stop since Sia and Zeke were seeing them for the first time. Yusung raised his eyebrows and smiled, telling them to greet the envoys of the Dane family. Behind him were people in dark robes. The boy and girl frowned and gritted their teeth, amazed that they were the envoys of the Dane family. The girl told the saint that they wanted to know why he had called them. The boy frowned, saying that he would get straight to the point. He had called them here for a very important reason. Honan furrowed her brows, asking him to tell her quickly. Chonan and the heroes standing behind him widened their eyes. The protagonist said that this was an order. From now on they would all dine together. A satisfied smile appeared on the boy's face. He froze, putting his hands on his hips, looking at the envoys of the Dane family and Zeke and Sia standing in front of him. The heroes repeated his words in their heads in surprise. The castle had a tall wooden door with a red stripe, and there were stone gargoyles on the walls. The voice asked if everything had failed. Did they realize how much they had invested in executing this plan? The blue-cloaked man said that the Necromancer had been captured and that their identities would soon be revealed, and asked if they thought they should destroy the Holy Empire. The red-cloaked hero bowed his head, saying that there was a monster living in the Holy Empire and that until they got rid of it, they wouldn't be able to lay a finger on it. The yellow-cloaked man stood by, asking if the monster they were talking about was the swordsman who defeated the Bone Dragon. The blue-cloaked hero cried out, asking what they should do now, since they needed a plan to fight the swordsman. The red-cloaked man bowed his head, saying that he already had a plan. They would send the saint to another kingdom. The protagonist stood by the grill, turning the meat. The young man asked why no one was eating. Was it really that bad for them? And the girl asked the saint why he had decided to hold such an event. The sky was dark. The light of the lanterns illuminated a small area. Yusung smiled and closed his eyes, saying that he hoped that they could get to know each other better and start cooperating. He asked if the main point of the organization was to help each other and compensate for each other's shortcomings, since working alone like they were now was extremely ineffective, because he was sure that it might seem completely unnecessary, since they were already used to living like this. In the short term there would be no effect, but over time, the problems would begin to solve themselves. The heroes took off their masks, looking away. Honan closed her eyes, saying that if this was his wish, then they would obey. Yusung said that he did not want to force them. If it was a burden to them, then he would prefer that they work separately. There was fried meat on a white plate. Zeke frowned and, sitting at the table, said that the Trey family would cooperate with everyone. Sia frowned, saying that Mr. Zeke was breaking family traditions by saying such a thing. She was sure that he understood what this would entail. The boy furrowed his brows, saying that the Trey family's duty was to protect the saint, so he was making such a decision in order to fulfill his duties. The boys turned their heads to the side, looking at Honan. The girl raised her hand, saying that they would also cooperate. The girl furrowed her brows and looked to the side, saying that the Dane family's duty was to carry out the saint's orders, so their family would cooperate regardless of their duties. Sia closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, saying that the Belaqua would cooperate. Because their family's duty was to inform the saint, their family would be loyal to their duties and stay by the saint's side. The protagonist thought that things could go much better than expected, so there was only one thing left. The boy raised his brows, thinking that the duty would remain by the saint's side. Sia furrowed her brows and looked forward, saying that in other words, this meant marriage. Honan and the boy behind her opened their eyes wide. Zeke raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes. The protagonist froze in surprise, his mouth slightly open. He repeated the word marriage in surprise. The tops of the trees were visible against the dark night sky. There was a bright blue sky with white clouds floating above the light manor. A houseplant was visible in the window of the building. The girl said that she was sure that the protagonist had already heard about the request of other nations. Uriel raised her eyebrows and looked at the guy, asking if everything was okay. Yusung looked away, saying that everything was fine. Sia folded her hands in front of her and closed her eyes. The girl with pigtails raised her eyebrows, asking if this was really the family's mission. Sia closed her eyes and knitted her brows, noting that this was precisely why she did not want to talk about it, but she asked them not to worry, because marriage was just a means for her mission. There was no need for it, and besides, she had no intention of doing anything with the saint who had just turned 15. She opened her red eyes, saying that she had no such intentions yet. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled nervously, remembering the frowning Sia and thinking that he remembered how she looked at him that night. It just couldn't be. The voice said that Mr. Gregory from the Razan Empire was here to see them. Uriel raised her eyebrows, allowing him to invite him. The man smiled, saying that he was here to see the saints. In his hands was a white box. He held it out, saying that he wanted to apologize to the saint for his rudeness during their last meeting, and as an apology he wanted to present this. In the box was a bright gemstone. The youth asked if it was a necklace. The man said that in extremely rare cases, a small crystal would form on the tip of a wyvern, and a similar one was used to create this earring. Ariel widened her eyes, crying out that this was Cecilia's tear. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking what it was. The girl closed one eye and imagined a woman in a dress, surrounded by expensive stones and flowers, saying that Cecilia was a famous English craftsman who lived several hundred years ago. One of the decorations she created were earrings. Although only one remained, they say that the second can be found with the help of magic. Ariel screamed, asking if this was really the legendary treasure. Gregory screwed up his eyes and smiled, asking not to worry, because it was just a gift from them. The young man put on the earring, asking Ariel if it suited him. The girl decided that it did not bother him at all. The protagonist smiled happily, thanking him for the gift and saying that if the man was free, then other people were waiting for them. The man asked them to wait a little. Gregory raised his hand in front of him, saying that they, representatives of the Russian Empire, decided to visit them to improve their relationship. If they expressed a desire, then they could visit their empire too. The young man repeated his words in his head. There were light symbols and hieroglyphs on a dark background. The Russian Empire was considered the greatest nation on the continent in terms of economy, military power, and political strength. It wasn't such a bad idea for the Holy Empire to form a political alliance with such a country. He thought that with the freedom of information exchange, there were probably many people who were knowledgeable about medicine. Compared to other kingdoms in the Holy Empire, their medical knowledge should be on a completely different level. The boy raised his eyebrows, imagining a bright building under a clear blue sky. Gregory held his hand out in front of the boy, saying that they had heard many rumors about the same. Not only had he managed to organize production on his farm using new techniques and developments, but he had also optimized the composition of the clergy by using some of the clergy as mercenaries. The hero said that this was the result of their hard work together. The man dispersed, saying that they were truly inspired by the influence he had on the holy nation. Gregory frowned, saying that if the boy went with them to the Russian Empire and combined his methods with their technology, he was sure that they would be able to create business proposals that would accelerate their economic results. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that such conditions were impossible to refuse. In fact, they were giving the saint everything he wanted for free. If they could capture his attention, then the technology of the Russian Empire was a small price to pay. This boy was much more important. Yusun raised his eyebrows, looking at him. The man thought that the greatest nation would be the one that had control over the strongest person. Rays of light fell on the gray wall. The boy said that he really appreciated his offer, but he would have to refuse it, because he had too many things to take care of in the Holy Empire. The same applies to the representatives of all the countries standing behind the door. He had no intention of leaving the country. Yusun closed his eyes and smiled broadly. There were people in robes standing in the hallway, holding boxes of offerings. Gregory bowed to the boy, saying that since these were his intentions, he was forced to accept them. He asked the boy not to hesitate to pay them a visit when the opportunity arose, as they would be very happy to see him. The boy sat on a chair, saying that he would definitely do so. Sia frowned, asking if the reason he had decided to refuse was really because of the nation. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that it was true. It did not seem like they had completely cleared the borders of opposition forces. He asked if she did not think it would be very unfortunate if he left the Holy Empire. The girl said that even if that was the case, there was hardly anything specific that he needed to do. The boy said that it was. There was a large chandelier on the white ceiling. Yusung smiled and pointed his finger forward, asking her to gather the nearby nobles and tell them that he needed to discuss something with them. Sia closed her eyes, saying that she would do it right away. The boy smiled, asking if Ariel could help him like last time to express his intentions. The girl closed her eyes, saying that if it had to do with politics, she would first listen to what he had to say before agreeing. The boy stood up from his seat, saying that he would like to create conditions for teaching his medicine. Yusung stood in front of him and smiled, saying that they would create an academy to teach doctors how to heal and save lives. He remembered the dark energy on Zeke's body, saying that he was sure she had already seen it on the battlefield, but there were many people who could not be saved with holy energy, and it was not like everyone could use holy powers and magic. Ariel closed her eyes and smiled, saying that she would help him with something like that. The boy smiled widely, thanking the girl. She stood up, saying that she was not sure that he needed her help. The hero asked what she was talking about. Ariel said that he usually did not notice anything around him, but to the entire holy nation, he was a hero. The youth opened his eyes in surprise and raised his eyebrows. Ariel widened her eyes and covered her mouth with her hand, saying that she forgot to make him say "Help me," the most exalted and beautiful holy lady Ariel. There was a vase of red flowers on the floor. After that, a meeting was held with the assembled nobles. Yusun proposed to establish a new medical academy. Upon hearing the news that the academy, originally planned to serve the needs of the nobility, would be repurposed, many members of the noble families began to hesitate, but then Ariel intervened. The people were in the meeting room, discussing what was happening with each other. The girl clapped her hands. By making it a condition that Yusun teach magic lessons at the existing academies, Iriel managed to reach a compromise and establish a multidisciplinary academy for both magic and medicine. The girl smiled, raising her eyebrows. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and frowned. Yusun raised his head, smiling and looking up. Thus, the young man began teaching at the academy as a professor. The guy put his hands on his hips and raised his head, looking at the tall building in front of him. The rays of bright sunlight fell through the windows. The hero said that he was glad to meet you. He wrote hieroglyphs on the board with chalk, saying that his name was Yusun. He had recently been appointed as a professor at the academy, although he specializes in medicine, but once a week he will give lectures on magic as a guest lecturer. The protagonist smiled widely, thanking them for listening and hoping that everything will work out for them. The young man looked away in embarrassment, wondering why there were so many people here, since there were not only students but also other professors. In front of him, all the desks were filled with people. He was right. The news of Yusun being appointed as a professor had spread rapidly throughout the academy. A teacher with a large number of magic circles has appeared. The students in uniform were outside the academy. Among the stories that attracted even more attention were the talks about his appearance. Shiny gray hair, blue eyes, smooth skin, a sharp jawline, and a teardrop-shaped earring with strange magic that completed his appearance. Yusun raised his eyebrows, adjusting his jacket. This place was an ordinary academy where nobles of various statuses studied. Yusun's magnificent appearance was more than enough to attract the attention of the young students. The girl and boy's eyes widened in surprise and their mouths dropped open. The hero wrote on the board with chalk, asking them to focus. Their first lecture would be on the manifestation of magic. The boy raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that the manifestation of magic is an integral part of a mage's life, as well as the ultimate goal. He asked what its components are. The student in the front row raised his hand, saying that it is the mana incantation, the correct pronunciation, and the technique of directing the spell correctly. The protagonist smiled, saying that this is the correct answer. He put his hand up, saying that there are other ways. They should try using a fire spell as an example. They need to heat up the mana, gather all the ingredients for the spell, and apply friction. The boy imagined the sum of the components that would produce a bright fire. The hero asked what would happen if they reduced the number of words in the mana incantation from 3 to 1. The blonde boy raised his eyebrows and put his hand up, saying that the spell would not work and the mana would be wasted. The boy said that the student was wrong. Yusun raised his hand, saying that the magic words would become easier to pronounce and the amount of mana would decrease, and until the expression was fully pronounced, it would be difficult to get ahead of what kind of spell was being used. Looking at their faces, he could tell that they were having a hard time understanding it. The heroes raised their eyebrows and looked at each other. On the board was a large circle and 2 small ones on the sides. They didn't understand how the boy came up with such an image. It could be just a line in a circle, but this pattern allows them to get to the fundamental truth of the spell. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that it works. The blonde boy raised his eyebrows. A stream of magic appeared between his palms. He said that they can actually do it without a single word. The heroes cried out in joy, saying that they were doing it. The boy raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide. Yusun furrowed his eyebrows and smiled, thinking that he never imagined that he would not teach others, but he was really proud seeing their reactions. The boy closed his eyes, hoping that he could achieve the same results during his medical lectures. A voice called out to the professor. The heroes surrounded the boy and opened their eyes wide. The man said that he had never attended such a great lecture. The girl wrote everything down in a book, saying that they should appear in front of the association. They asked what the theory was called. The guy raised his eyebrows and smiled, offering the name Atomic Theory. Above the light building was a blue sky with floating white clouds. That evening, after the lecture ended, there was a big commotion in the Magic Academy. A bright blue light came out of the windows of the building. A voice called Professor Claris. The students opened their mouths in surprise. Their faces lit up with a bright light, saying that this was a circle promotion. Professor Claris became a 5th circle magician. In the guy's hands was a stream of bright blue energy. After Yusun's clear explanations during the lecture, he managed to overcome the difficulties of a 4th circle magician and increase his level. There were white clouds in the blue sky. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly. The sun's rays hit his face. He asked why it was so noisy since early morning. There was a knock on his room and they called his name. The guy opened the door slightly, asking what was going on and why it was so noisy. The students widened their eyes, asking him to repeat his lecture from yesterday. One of them had a question about the theory. The boy folded his hands in front of him, asking him to make the magic lectures regular. The protagonist rolled his eyes in displeasure. He used fortify, close, and silence. A blue lock appeared in the background of his door. The students cried out sadly, calling for the professor. However, Yusun had no choice but to answer their pleas. In exchange for them never coming to his private quarters again, he increased the number of lectures to twice a week. The boy bowed his head tiredly, thinking that he had not planned this at all. Bright sunlight fell on the elf house. The elder smiled, asking what Lady Era would like to do with the elf village that asked for a move. She picked up the white mug from the saucer, saying that she would allow it. Era raised her eyebrows, asking to tell them to finish all their business by the end of the week. The elder repeated her words in surprise. Era confirmed that it was a week since she was going somewhere when everything was over. The elder asked where she needed to go. There were bright flowers growing on the windowsill by the window. The woman smiled and rolled up the scroll, asking to tell Yusun that she was also fine. Era frowned, asking if she said she was going to the Holy Empire. The elder raised her eyebrows and smiled, asking if she was going to the Holy Empire. Era frowned, saying that she would tell him her regards. The elf raised her head and smiled, thinking that half a year had already passed. Although for elves this meant nothing, she wondered why just thinking about Yusun made it feel like an eternity had passed. The bright rays of the sun fell on the academy building. The boy noticed that there were quite a lot of them. The protagonist smiled, saying that today he would be assisted by the ice element Professor Claris. The boy frowned, thanking him for the invitation. The student smiled, asking how Claris managed to get close to someone like the protagonist. The blonde boy covered his mouth with his hand, saying that he heard that he returned from Professor Yusun's class and even refused to give his own lecture. Claris looked at them with displeasure, his eyes sparkling. The boy reached for the chalk, asking everyone to stop talking and concentrate. Yusun smiled and turned to the class, announcing the beginning of the second lecture. The diagram showed molecules that were equal to each other. Mana was a self-complementing element. All mages were forced to use mana of the same quality. Who cast the spell or what type of mana was used did not matter at all. Smiling, the protagonist decided to demonstrate this visually and asked his colleague to demonstrate the Wind Cutter spell. Claris asked why he would do this if it was too dangerous a spell. The students opened their mouths in fear, thinking that they were about to be killed. Looking at his comrade, Yusun assured him that everything would be fine and suggested that he aim at the board. Concentrating energy in his hands, the professor asked it to become a sword that would cut down enemies. Putting his hand forward, the magician used the Wind Cutter spell. Directing the energy forward, the boy used cancellation. Pointing his finger at the blue particles, the guy explained that it was possible to cancel the spell if you determine where the source of the magic is and cause a collision in the same place. The students were surprised that this was even possible. The teacher announced that the lecture was over and asked the children to break into pairs and try to cancel each other's spells. With their mouths open in shock, the students said that this was impossible and that only the professor was capable of such a thing. The young man spread his legs wide and asked if they had forgotten who magicians were. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist shouted that magic was defying logic and that if they stopped accepting new ideas, then everything would come to an end. Magicians should never forget about the final goal, even if the method was unsuccessful. The students' eyes lit up in surprise. The students said that they had never even thought about such a thing and decided to start training. Leaving the office, Yusun wished them good luck, encouraging his students, and this ended the second lecture. The bright sun was shining above the castle. Someone's cry was heard. Closing his eyes and stretching, the boy realized that he was very tired due to sitting in one place for too long and that he had managed to prepare everything for his lectures on medicine. People only had to come to it. Looking to the side, the guy thought that this type of activity was not as popular as fencing or magic. He was interested in the question of how he could attract listeners. A crowd of students surrounded the girl, who asked them to let her go. One of them said that they had spoken to her 276 days ago. Minos blushed with embarrassment and said that he was waiting for her answer. The boy wondered who these guys were. Greya clenched her fingers, unable to answer anything intelligible. The protagonist realized that the students were pestering her. The people turned around when Yusun asked why they surrounded the girl and could they not see that she was scared. Raising his hands in front of himself, the student said that he did not plan to scare anyone. The girl apologized to him. Raising her eyebrows pitifully, the schoolgirl admitted that she could not date him because such muscular people are not her type at all. Pointing a finger at the boy, Minos asked if the classmate refused him because someone interfered. The student asked if he was being rejected because of a smooth-faced weak man with skinny arms and legs. Crossing his arms in irritation, the boy wondered if this was a compliment or an insult. Closing his eyes, Greya said that it was not so, and added that this man was clearly better than Minos. Turning around, the youth shouted that this was not what she should have answered, because it would only make things worse. Drawing his sword from its sheath, the sobbing student declared that he would not forgive him for this and offered to fight. The student shouted that he should have expected that his competitor would be afraid to fight him. The protagonist caught the thrown glove. Opening his mouth wide, Minos called himself a master of the Imperial Swordsmanship of the 3rd level, rank 30. Yusun hit him on the head with a stick. The crowd of students immediately jumped back. The boy asked who he thought he was. Someone asked if he was a newbie. The boy looked around in surprise. He was surrounded by jubilant children who were happy that the teacher was able to defeat Minos, who was annoying everyone with an ordinary branch. Scratching the back of his head, the young man thought that he became a hero completely by accident. Greya thanked him for his help. Smiling, the main character hoped that he did not interfere because the student could handle it on her own. Suddenly a strange smell of alcohol hit his nose. Yusun asked what kind of smell it was and said that it was definitely not perfume. With her mouth open in surprise, the girl explained that she was making potions and that the smell must have remained on her clothes. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy concluded that she was interested in medicine since she was making potions. The girl said that she was very happy that there would soon be lectures on medicine and that even students at the fencing academy would be able to gain such experience. Mentally happy, the boy smiled and said that he was pleased to meet someone who was also very much looking forward to lectures on medicine. Hearing his name, Greya was surprised that his name was the same as the professor of medicine and also introduced herself. Turning away, the young man said that they would see each other again at the lecture. The girl happily clenched her fists. Closing one eye, the protagonist thought that for some reason he had a feeling that everything would be much easier. Grabbing her friend by the shoulder, Ian asked what she talked about with the professor and said that without glasses he looked much more attractive. The girl asked if it was really the professor. The students were standing in the courtyard of the academy. The girl asked if her friend didn't know who she was talking to. Greya asked what she should do now if she suddenly made a mistake while talking to him. Smiling slyly, the student asked what her friend was worried about and if she had developed any feelings for the professor. The blonde smiled shyly. Her friend raised her eyebrows in shock. A surprised cry was heard. White clouds floated above the castle. Sitting down on the bed, the protagonist wondered why he was able to spend at least one day calmly. Looking up, Yusun thought about what he should tell in the lecture, the material of the first or second year. Putting his hand to his forehead, the boy thought that he had too many reasons to worry. Someone called out to him. Peeking out from behind the bed, Ariel said that it was hard for her to hide here and asked what her friend was doing outside. The guy clutched his heart in fear and asked what she was doing here and what about the Holy Empire. The girl closed her eyes and explained that she had already figured everything out. The towel was hanging on the dryer. The boy asked why his friend had come here. The woman explained that she was just curious about how he was doing. The protagonist asked if she was doing too much for him. Closing her eyes, the saint answered that he was right. Shaking off her skirt, Ariel said that she had come to see her dear friend. The girl quickly approached him. The seal left on her wrist glowed. A huge magic circle appeared in the air. Era appeared from it. Yusun, his mouth open in shock, wondered what was going on here and whether there was some important event today. The high elf put her hand on her belt in displeasure. During dinner, the girls looked at each other with distrust. Seeing the appearance of the elf, the heroes opened their mouths in amazement. The boy assumed it was a teleportation spell. Stepping onto the floor, Era asked if her friend wouldn't even say anything after all this time. She crossed her arms and stated that she came because she really wanted to see him. The high elf narrowed her eyes in displeasure and asked what the human woman was doing here. The saint closed her eyes and asked if there was some law that prohibited her from being here. Handing them 2 cloaks, the boy asked them to put this on and get ready to leave. Frowning, he stated that they needed to leave the academy, thinking that it would attract too much attention if he was seen with the saint and the high elf. The girls put on their cloaks to hide their identities. The boy wondered why he couldn't have at least one day in peace. The sun was shining on the academy building. Sitting at the table, Era noticed that it had been a while since she had been to a human village and that a lot had changed in that short amount of time. The protagonist wondered what a short time was to her. The innkeeper gestured at the guests and apologized and asked the heroes if they could sit with them. Sitting at the huge table with only the 3 of them, the boys decided that they would not mind since they had no other choice. The waiter thanked them and led the guests to the table. Pulling out a chair, the man thanked the boys and explained that they were waiting for a seat to become available. Yusung asked him not to worry and asked if they were adventurers. Judging by the flow of their mana, there was a mage and 3 swordsmen among them. Scratching the back of his head, the stranger replied that they were not adventurers, but mercenaries. His companion decided that it was easy to draw such a conclusion from them. Looking away, the girl explained that they were members of the Belakal Mercenary Corps. Looking up at the ceiling, the boy thought that he had heard of them before and that most of the Corps members had a lot of combat experience, and that the organization had grown significantly in size recently. Smiling, Ariel said that she had heard a lot about them and asked what they were doing in this village. Putting a piece of paper with a seal on the table, the mercenary said that they had received a request from the Holy Empire, according to which they needed to suppress the resistance forces and the monsters nearby. The heroes looked at the paper in surprise. Smiling happily, the woman said that it was impressive to receive an order directly from the Holy Empire. Looking at her, the protagonist realized that she had not finished her work, but simply shifted the responsibility to the mercenaries. Putting her hand to her chin, Era said that she found this story very interesting, most likely because she lived in the forest. Hearing the request to tell more about it, the mercenaries blushed embarrassedly. The man placed his hands on the table and began to tell his troubles. Yusun learned a lot of useful information. After his arrival at the academy, the number of monsters decreased dramatically. The orcs were holding weapons in their hands. The number of low-ranking monsters decreased, unlike the mid-ranking monsters, who seemed to be under someone's control and adhered to tactics. Looking away, the boy decided that it would be difficult for their people to fight such opponents, so his friend took this into account and hired mercenaries. A gust of wind shook the street sign. The waiters turned around in fear and noticed the monsters. Looking at her friend, Iriel said that it was time for them to go. A huge shadow hung over the mercenaries. The wyvern spread its wings in the air. Looking down, the mage asked what was happening and why she could not move. Frowning, the boy realized that this was a fear spell. Raising her hand in front of her, Era said that fear was only used against weak opponents. The monster rushed at her and opened its mouth. The high elf lowered 2 fingers. The wyvern fell to the ground, breaking a cart standing nearby. Looking down at it, the girl asked how the monster dared to use fear on an opponent who was stronger than it. The wyvern launched sharp ice shards at her. Thanks to the capture spell, her body was bound in chains. Frowning, the girl explained that the monster managed to cast the spell after fear affected her. The protagonist called it strange and added that she seemed to be unconscious. Iriel said that there were more monsters nearby and promised to deal with them. Yusun looked back and thanked her. Squinting, the boy thought that he had treated the situation too frivolously, deciding that everything was over because someone else was probably behind all this. The guy decided to talk to the Necromancer first. A torch was burning in the dungeon. Gaiman frowned, wondering at the loyalty of the enemy who was still silent, and asked if black mages usually tolerated pain better. The Necromancer said that he couldn't afford to reveal their grand plan. Selena, standing behind him, suggested using a mental spell. Philia used a mind-reading spell with her hands aimed at the enemy. The old man wondered that they thought that magic would work on him. He was shocked that a 6th circle novice would use such a low-grade spell, and suggested that they bring the saint to him. The girls gritted their teeth. The Necromancer narrowed his eyes, thinking that he already knew about the events that had happened in the outside world and that the saint had returned to the academy. The old man decided that he would target areas that the saint couldn't reach if he came here to extract any information from him. The monster tamer would easily handle this. The wyvern opened its mouth and cast a spell. The man narrowed his eyes slyly, thinking that they would use the trade union to put pressure on the Holy Empire's economy, and then the state would fall. Approaching him, the man in the white robe asked if the Necromancer really wanted to see the saint so badly, and said that the saint had already arrived here. Grinning, Ekle said that they did not care at all about what the enemies were planning. Approaching the old man, the girl called their plans pipe dreams. Smiling, the man asked her to do whatever they wanted with him, and suggested that they check who would laugh last. The corridor of the dungeon was lit by torches. The setting sun illuminated the city. The heroes dealt with most of the monsters. Someone asked why they were doing this. Having decided to sort this out, the protagonist frowned and suggested strengthening the academy's defense. Iriel suggested leaving the monsters to reinforcements, because their skin could be used to create good armor. Hearing his friend's voice, Yusun looked back and asked what happened. Era asked him to step aside with her to talk. The sky turned orange. Looking away, the high elf cast a silence spell. She explained that she didn't understand much because of her life in the forest, and decided to share her own feelings. The boy frowned. Imagining a huge magic circle behind her, the girl said that right now there were magic circles in several places, including the academy's territory. Crouching down, the guy asked what that meant. The woman said that at first the mana flow was very weak, but then the mana began to react when the monsters were in the circle. The boy asked what type of circle it was. Era raised her eyebrows and said that she only felt a weak magical power, but it would be difficult to destroy a circle of this size, so they needed to prepare for destruction. The protagonist asked if they could erase part of the circle at that point, his eyes wide in shock. Imagining a broken circle, the high elf said that it was almost impossible, because they needed to get rid of 30% of the circle's area to destroy it. In this situation it was impossible since they didn't know what the circle was drawn with. Yusun thoughtfully frowned and decided that if the circle was drawn with chalk, it would have been erased much earlier. Its size also created additional problems. The boy realized that he didn't know if it could be stopped, and decided to evacuate the people. Iriel looked at him in surprise when she was ordered to prepare an evacuation order. Opening a map, the woman calmly began to look for a way. According to the map, the academy was located between 2 cities, so the best way to evacuate people from the northern part was to Geralt, and from the southern part to Sulin. However, since there are mountains between the northern area and Geralt, this was not the fastest way to evacuate. Iriel's face was depicted next to Geralt, and Era was next to Sulin. The boy trusted them to evacuate people to different cities. Looking up, the boy asked if there was a high place that could be used to inform the residents about the evacuation. The high elf asked him not to move. A tall stone pillar suddenly appeared under the protagonist. Standing at the top, he thanked his friend. Raising his hand, Yusen used voice amplification and told the residents that they needed to evacuate to Gerl immediately. The residents opened their mouths in fear, not understanding what was happening. The boy threw off his cloak and ordered all the residents of these lands to leave the city because this area was very dangerous. The people in the square looked at him, not understanding why they needed to leave. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought that he didn't have time to convince people and that he had only one way out. A powerful explosion was heard in the square, and people ran in different directions. Keeping his hand behind his back, the young man decided that he didn't have time to explain at all. Looking at the raging fire, the protagonist decided to leave everything else to his friends and go to the outskirts. He jumped off the pole. Resolutely knitting his brows, Yusen thought that they better not think about how they could safely get out of this situation. Iriel ran through the forest. Frowning, she thought that a sudden evacuation of people would take more than 3 days, so they needed to ask for supplies. It was dark in the forest. The woman realized that the road to the north was more difficult, so there was a higher probability of being in danger than in the south. Looking back, the girl felt that someone was watching her right now. There were 5 mana sources hidden in the trees. The saint thought that they could release aura so their level could be higher. Stopping, she thought that this place should be suitable. Taking off her hood, Iriel asked if they had any business with her. The people's faces were hidden behind masks. Someone ordered them not to talk in front of the enemy. The masked man replied that the enemy would die anyway. Noticing that the men had as much energy as Zeke, the woman thought that this could cause her a lot of trouble. Raising his sword, the bandit said that he would like to fight the saint, not her. The girl asked which kingdom would be punished if she dealt with them. Jumping into the air, the blonde ordered her not to look down on them. After all, they taught a lesson to many people who tried to ridicule them. Summoning light energy around herself, the saint said that it was rude. With her eyes shining, Iriel asked the enemy to lie still and promised to gut him. The man parried the blow with his sword. His sword was covered in flames. The woman mentally praised his technique and wondered what kingdom could send 2 sword masters here. The stars were shining in the sky. It could be the Leshan Empire, but they had no reason to attack. Closing her eyes, the girl decided that there was a whole dark army in their way, a necromancer with a bone dragon and even a sword master. Throwing off her cloak, she thought that she could die if the enemies found even one hole in her defense. Stepping back, the saint decided to act slowly. A bright light flew out of her hand. Her power has a long range, so she can close the distance a little. The stranger took a fighting stance. At the same moment, he jumped up. Iriel's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that while she was watching one side, the enemies were planning to strike from a blind spot and attack simultaneously. The light illuminated her smile. A huge glowing cross appeared in the air. Thinking that there was one simple tactic to use against the sword master, the woman raised her eyebrows and used a blessing, holy seal, and holy activation. These tactics would determine the winner. The girl cut through the air with waves of energy. Something behind her caught her attention. The energy cut off the arm of one of the swordsmen. The man grabbed his arm. The saint explained that her opponent was too careless with his life, as if it were a piece of paper. Night fell over the forest. The stranger said that he was trying to be strong, and asked what the enemy would do if there were forces that could make her feel helpless. Iriel replied that she would try to make peace or compromise. Smirking, the swordsman was surprised that they were guided by such methods and said that with such power there can be no peace. Turning away, the woman said that then there was nothing left but to destroy the enemy. The man asked if it was possible to destroy someone who was stronger. Smiling, the girl replied that she could not do it, but she knew someone who could. The stranger raised his eyebrows in surprise. The saint asked if he had nothing more to say. Closing his eyes, he answered that this was the end. Light illuminated the forest clearing. Blood splashed in the air. Looking ahead, Iriel thought that the rest ran in that direction and decided not to let them hide. Dark clouds floated above the forest. Someone was surprised that the saint was so strong. Frowning, the masked man asked what they should do if even 2 sword masters could not defeat her. The woman placed her hand on her belt, stating that they would not be able to escape, and urged them to attack. With a stern frown, she offered the assassins to go with her in a good way, because they would go with her anyway. Grabbing his shoulders, the stranger shouted that he would do it. The boy clenched his teeth. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, realizing that they had eaten something. Seeing blood pouring out of the mercenaries' mouths, the saint realized that they had hidden a capsule of poison in their mouths and had committed suicide to keep the secret. Iriel held her hand out in front of her and used her healing ability on them. Narrowing her eyes, she asked if the boys really thought they could die so easily, and ordered them to follow her if they did not want to lose their legs. The trees shot up. The young man asked if they would be untied if they agreed to go with her. The woman asked what situation they thought they were in now. Frowning, the girl added that they would be executed immediately for killing the saint. Closing his eyes, the blonde explained that if they told everything, the Holy Empire would be unable to do anything. The saint stated that it was none of their business and that they should just tell everything honestly. Leaning on his hands, the stranger asked her to promise something. Ariel replied that she would try to fulfill the promise if he only spoke the truth. The other mercenaries shouted that they would all die because of him. Putting his hand to his chest, Front swore to only tell the truth. Raising his eyebrows, the woman realized that if the person who took the oath of mana broke it, the mana inside his body would flow in the opposite direction. A bright eye appeared in the background of the magic circle. The guy said that their group Phroxia infiltrated the Holy Empire more than 20 years ago. The girl put her hand to her chin and reminded him of the Great Massacre in Geralt. The boy said that it was just the beginning. Hearing that it was not the monster's fault, the saint's eyes widened in shock and she realized that it was because of Phroxia's actions. During the Great Massacre, flying monsters kidnapped several people with great physical strength. Everyone else became prey for the monsters. A huge snake wrapped itself around a city dweller. The sword masters stood with their backs to each other. They were kidnapped in other kingdoms. Their enemies killed their family members if they refused to obey. Front, with tears in his eyes, said that the kidnappers were holding his younger brother hostage, and asked the saint not to destroy Phroxia. Looking down, Ariel said that she understood everything and asked them to leave. The boy asked if they were really letting them go. Turning away, the woman asked them to return to their families or die alone. The mercenaries looked at each other. The girl said that they could not worry about Phroxia and promised to do everything to prevent her from being destroyed. The saint stopped. Scratching the back of his head, the man said that he also wanted to tell something about their squad. His comrade agreed with him. Looking around, Ariel asked them to follow her. On the outskirts of the academy there was a white building. The protagonist did not see anything like a magic circle, but he felt its presence. Looking to the side, Yusen thought that he needed to destroy the magic circle as soon as possible so that the magic would not activate. In front of him were traces of explosions and bloodshed. All the villagers were petrified. He noticed that none of the buildings were damaged, as if the enemies had specially tried to preserve them. Frowning, the boy thought that this could not be. In his memory, Eris showed 3 fingers and said that they needed to destroy 30% of the circle so that it would stop working. Putting his hand in front of him, the boy caused a powerful explosion. The house caught fire. The boy felt the magic circle begin to disappear. Imagining a giant magic circle, the protagonist realized that it was the entire village. Hearing the voice of the survivors, Yusen looked away. Seeing them in front of him, he asked what they were doing here if everyone was told to leave. Looking away, the villager said that they were not disobeying the order. His friend shouted that the people were petrified and died and that they were afraid to leave so as not to die during the evacuation. Frowning, the boy asked who turned people into stone. A ghost appeared above the magic circle. These monsters use black magic. When the people came to their senses, several ghosts were walking around the village. Closing his eyes, the man thought that they were trying not to cause the activation of the magic circle. Squinting, the survivor could not believe that the saint began to destroy houses. Putting his hand on his belt, the guy asked why they did not think to catch the monsters using aura. The villagers gaped in shock. The young man noticed the blood on their clothes, which clearly did not belong to a ghost, and reminded them that they had said they were hiding in the house. The protagonist's blue eyes widened, concluding that these people had killed the soldiers who were fighting the monsters and had hidden in the building after they had dealt with the reinforcements from the Holy Empire. Gritting his teeth, the man realized that they had no other choice. The traitors' bodies melted. Looking at them in amazement, Yusen realized that they had used poison. 2 puddles appeared on the ground. The boy realized that he had never heard of a substance that could dissolve a human body so quickly, and he wondered who was really behind all of this. Putting his hand to his head, the boy decided to deal with the magic circle first. His eyes lit up. Mana detection waves appeared around him. The young man realized that one explosion would not be enough to destroy 30% of the circle. A clot of energy appeared in his hand. The protagonist slammed the ground with force. An earthquake destroyed nearby houses. Darkness hung over the city. Scratching his head, Front told them that Phroxia kidnapped them, forced them to go through hard training and do various nasty things. Ariel realized that the mercenaries did not have much information. Imagining the creepy ravens and the strange symbol, the woman thought that she managed to find out Phroxia's size, an approximate idea of their strength, skills, methods of transmitting information. Scratching his head, the guy asked how her childhood was, because she probably grew up in a rich family. Looking down, the girl thought about those times. The bright sun illuminated the country house. Someone called out to the saint. Smiling, the girl saw her father. Near a small church on the island of the Holy Empire, there was a plowed field. Little Ariel stood against the background of beautiful flowers. She had pink eyes and soft golden hair. Next to her were other orphans, from whom she differed in beauty, kindness, and a wonderful character. The sun's rays fell on the window. Someone asked if the girl wanted to go to the outside world. Smiling, Georgie said that she was always interested in learning new things about the village, which meant that she would like it outside too. Hiding her hands behind her back, the child asked what she should do outside the church, and said that she would be sad to part with her friends. The man promised to help her and said that she would succeed. Stroking her head, the priest said that he saw great potential in her and that a better fate awaited her in the outside world. He added that he would help her until she found what she wanted to do and would make sure that she had the opportunity to return here at any time. Ariel smiled happily and said that she wanted to see the world. The heroes stood in the middle of the room. Georgie explained that they could leave today so as not to miss a wonderful opportunity. The girl said that she had not yet said goodbye to her friends. Thinking that he said she could come back whenever she wanted, she raised her eyebrows and agreed to go now. The wooden carriage was driving through the forest. The child was upset that she had not managed to talk to the other children. The man suggested that she write a letter. With wide eyes, Ariel asked if everything would be okay. The heroes sat opposite each other. The girl asked if they had not passed the village. The priest explained that they were going to the port. The wheels clattered on the stone road. Georgie said that they would board a ship to sail to the large city of Jahal. Opening the door, the man said that it was much nicer there than in the village, and asked his ward to imagine that this was an exploration. Climbing the step, the child wondered what kind of city it was. The sun was shining on a large ship. Hearing that Jahal was in front of them, Ariel's mouth opened in admiration. The ship moored to the port. The priest smiled and asked his ward if he liked the city. The girl replied that Jahal was simply amazing and asked where they were going next. Going down to the pier, Georgie said that first they needed to talk a little. In his hands was tea with holy water, which he had prepared to celebrate their arrival. The heroes picked up glasses. The man offered to drink. The child took a sip. Suddenly her face distorted. Her eyes closed by themselves. The priest smiled. The people stood opposite each other, discussing the price. Ariel could not understand what had happened. Looking around, Georgie hoped that she would be able to live a wonderful life here. The man with the beard asked him to take his money. Frightened, her eyes widened. The girl asked if this was really the place she had been told about. The man replied that it was a settlement of slave traders. Closing his eyes, the priest said that he had just sold her. Hearing that she would now be a slave, the child raised her eyebrows in confusion. Ariel said that she was promised to be taken to an amazing place and allowed to find an occupation to her liking. Turning away, Georgie explained that this was a common lie. Pulling the door handle, the man decided that such a smart child would be able to work well. Going outside, he asked her to write letters to her friends whenever she wanted. Grinning, the priest promised to bring them here and laughed. Approaching the girl, the slave owner asked her to come with him. Sitting on the floor, Ariel stared at the wall like a madwoman for 4 days. Looking down, the girl realized that the guards had become less vigilant. There was no one else in the room. The child analyzed the surrounding area, remembered the actions and habits of all the people who left this building. She straightened her jacket. The day of her sale had come. In her hands was a cross. In the past, a woman gave her a cross, saying that she was very sorry that she did not have the opportunity to protect her daughter to the last. Putting the cross on her, the mother said that her daughter would grow up strong. Squeezing the gifted cross, Ariel thought that she should become stronger. Someone said that there would be a great demand for such a curiosity. Closing her eyes, the girl realized that the time had come and that she had no other choice. Holding a lantern in his hands, the slave trader was surprised that the priest sold him this slave for only 3 coins. The child thought that she had less strength than the manager. Noticing that she was sitting on the floor, the man ordered her to get up. Grinning, he asked if his goods were dead. Determined to make him lose his guard, Ariel's eyes widened. She plunged the cross into his throat. Bright blood appeared on the cross. An adult girl was clutching it in her hand. The woman said that she could be called a murderer. Looking at her, Front laughed sheepishly and said that they were almost at the main gate of Jahal. The priest fell to his knees in front of them and greeted the saint. Frowning, Ariel said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Georgie broke out in a cold sweat, feeling her menacing gaze. A dark sky is visible, and suddenly the location of the girl is reported. The men look displeased, and it turns out that their victim killed a man. Suddenly, it is said that slavers are very tenacious. Steam comes out of the girl's mouth from the cold, and it is said that she was being pursued. Suddenly, the running men trip over something. After that, only a scream is heard. Now pools of blood surround them, and it turns out that the girl continued to run away time after time. Blood gushes directly at her. Suddenly, it is reported that the blood has stopped washing off. It is noticeable that her hair is dirty. Suddenly, the thought sounds that her sense of guilt has weakened. After this, it is said about the girl's hatred of the world. Here she is, bloody, looking up, and it turns out that her spirit has become murderous. Suddenly, some light appeared behind her. At this moment, a semblance of an angel appears before her. It immediately turns out that the goddess has chosen her. The girl only looks with an indifferent gaze. Suddenly, the thought sounds that she has realized the preciousness of life. After this, it is said that revenge is also futile. The man, in turn, sweats, and it turns out The girl can look him straight in the eyes. Suddenly it is reported that she does not think anything about him. Here the dark-haired one sadly lowers her gaze. The next moment a picture of destroyed houses appears. It turns out that Ray is sitting and conjuring, analyzing his actions. Symbols appear above the houses, and these are the runes of the magic circle. So it says that there are about 6 magic circles. Suddenly, Ray notices his nose is bleeding. This makes him look up at another magic circle. Suddenly, he starts shaking. After that, the boy closes his eyes, realizing that the magic circle of the building has interrupted the flow of mana. A magic circle is depicted, and a question is heard about whether it is a curse type. Ray has a dark face when he remembers a powerful spell. Suddenly, a woman's corpse is shown, surrounded by dark magic. Meanwhile, Ray is trapped and asks if Era was under the same spell. Suddenly, a portal appears in front of the boy. It is from there that the monsters come out. At this, Ray clenches his jaw, realizing that he cannot fight in this state. Suddenly, one of the monsters cuts off the head of a stone statue. Now one hand reaches for a laser, and Ray realizes that they will go after the people. He immediately attacks all the monsters. Suddenly, his body is pierced by pain. After that, he goes down, realizing that the mana is flowing in the opposite direction. He suddenly throws his head back. At the same moment, the young man falls to the ground with arrows in his back. Here he looks away, thinking that he was careless. He is in the middle of the room, and monsters surround him. The action moves to the area near the castle. From above, in turn, a man watches and wants to go to Ray. Suddenly, Era begins to hear his voice. A certain sign sparkles on her palm. Gritting her teeth, she understands that Ray's life force is weakening. At the same moment, a teleportation gate appears in front of the girl. Meanwhile, the ogre is already approaching the young man. Era, rushing to help, is indignant. After that, she immediately cuts him down. Suddenly, she looks at something in amazement. Ray is lying on the floor in blood. Then Era runs up to him, trying to make him wake up. Here she frowns, smelling a certain smell. Suddenly it turns out that Era will never be able to forget it. The girl is lying in bed, and it is said that the scent has been enveloping her for 20 years. Suddenly, a moment is shown with a worried young man, when it turns out that this is a sign of plunging into a long sleep. Era's neck is bandaged, with a smell around it. Suddenly, it is reported that the same scent emanated from Ray. Tears begin to flow from the girl's eyes. There is a lot of blood around them, and only Ray's name is heard. Now his body is shown in flowers, and it turns out that a month later he did not wake up. Around him, in turn, mourners have gathered. They were on the other side of the body, too, and a ceremony is said in honor of Ray. The boy's body lies in the middle of the road, and it is said that he was awarded the title of the Hero Diamond. Suddenly, knights appear, and the thought is heard about the vulnerability of the Empire. It immediately turns out that this is when the war began. Iriel's battle is in full swing, and she jokes. Suddenly she thinks, noticing moral exhaustion and a bunch of enemies. The girl turns around instantly when she is called. Suddenly, a marquis appears on horseback, wanting to help. The blonde holds a staff in her hands, and she casts a spell. After that, she points it to the side, activating lightning and fetters. Something flies somewhere. A guy appears, fighting an enemy. While the battle is going on, Iriel watches, noticing worthy warriors. Here she lowers her gaze, believing that Ray will have to rest until the end of the war. Suddenly, one of the people in armor is hit. Suddenly, a statement is heard that they are not equal to the saint. A smiling woman in a hood appears. Zeke, standing next to the girl, tenses up. It turns out that a certain group of people has appeared. Flaming weapons are depicted, and the thought is heard that the team cannot fight them. It seems that Iriel is tense. Zeke is standing nearby, and the same is noticeable on him. Suddenly, a man with a weapon flies at them. Immediately, Iriel fearfully blocks the attack. Meanwhile, the half-blind attacker notices the blow is avoided. Suddenly, he attacks again, and Zeke tells the girl to step back. Now he is already looking at the weapon flying at him in fear. At that very second, a powerful blow occurs. After that, the bloody guy clenches his teeth, realizing that this was only one attack with a sword. The silhouette of a man is depicted, and the thought is heard that they have too big a gap in strength. Iriel, in turn, nervously tells everyone to retreat. Despite this, the bearded man breaks away from the spot, not wanting to give up. Suddenly, a hand appears in front of him. After that, everything is illuminated by the light of Gaia. This makes the man cover his face with his hand. Meanwhile, a dark sky is visible, and a remark is made about the girl borrowing God's power. Then a knight sitting by the fire is shown, and the battle tactics are explained. Rhea looks confident, broadcasting the plan. Iriel, in turn, holds the card, noticing that the girl stands out from the others, and deciding to follow her strategy. Here she puts her hand on the table, ending the meeting. A blazing fire is shown. The girl smiles when they realize that it is hard for them without Ray. The next moment, she closes her eyes, realizing that they cannot always rely on him. Suddenly, the guy's legs appear, and the guys decide to repay Ray for his mercy. Suddenly, a group of people appears. Meanwhile, the guys smile at each other, realizing that there is no comfort during war. Iriel, in turn, looks up, wondering if this is a consequence of the changes in the Empire. Here she watches the guys, noticing that they are now united for a common goal. Here tents are shown, and the thought of strange feelings sounds. The next moment, a large building is depicted. It is noticeable how the hand of the spell-casting girl shines. The blue-haired girl is standing nearby, asking about Ray's condition. At that moment, the girl turns around, saying that there is no change. A blue light is seen, and the sorceress leaves. Meanwhile, the blue-haired one frowns, talking about a person who enjoys the love and care of a high elf. Suddenly, she puts her hand on his head, claiming that many are worried about him. Here she stands gloomily over him, asking him to wake up quickly. Suddenly, her finger twitches. The next moment, her hand is surrounded by magic. The main character's mana supply is unique. It does not form a magic circle inside his body, but draws mana from the surrounding environment. But currently, there are two sources of mana in Yusun's body: the Bone Dragon's magic and the spell that Era was under. This is the mana of the magic circle. The protagonist recalled the method he used to treat Era. It was not exactly a treatment, because he simply pushed the spell's mana out of the elf's body using his magic. He understood that he needed to push the cursed mana out of his body. Inside himself, he was flying over two incredibly powerful sources of mana. He looked at them and said that now he had less control over the cursed mana, so he could not do it himself. Then he thought that if he moved his mana a little to provoke the Bone Dragon's magic, then, at that very second, he threw a small magic ball. It accurately hit the Bone Dragon's mana, which immediately woke up. The dragon began to look around and was surprised when he saw it in front of him. It was the cursed mana in the form of a snake, which was sleeping peacefully. The dragon looked at her in surprise and made a decision. The protagonist looked at this and said that due to the different nature, the two manas would not be able to coexist in one place. Immediately after these words, the dragon pounced on the snake and bit it. Yusun saw this and said contentedly that the energy of the bone dragon would displace the cursed mana. He watched the fight with a sly smile on his face and added that they should bite each other. Then he added that it would be great if the dragon's energy won, but the curse had been getting stronger for decades, when suddenly the snake twisted sharply and began to strangle the bone dragon. The protagonist looked at this and said that if the magic circle completely destroyed the dragon's energy, then everything would be over for him. The next second, he said that in order to prepare for this moment, he collected as much mana as possible. He flew above the crazy magical fight of two incredibly strong manas and spoke and watched everything closely. His whole body was shaking and he felt great pain. Yusun understood that all this madness would be happening inside his body, which meant it would seriously affect him. In reality, his body was experiencing great difficulty, beads of sweat were running down his face, and his jaw was clenched tightly. In his head, he said that he did not know who created this magic circle, but if he caught the creator, he would pay for everything. At this time, a pleasant female voice asked if she really thought Phroxia was already close. There were two maids in the corridor. One of them turned to her colleague and said that Phroxia could have already brought in their troops and killed everyone except the elderly and children, to which the other girl replied that even Mrs. Euclid had gone to the battlefield. Everything was in order in the mansion, and in the corridor, the leaving voice of the maid was heard, who said that she hoped that everything would be alright with Mrs. Euclid. At this time, Sia's voice was heard on the battlefield, ordering the 8th Order of Holy Knights to retreat. A few seconds later, she ordered the squad of magicians to use a spell. There was not a drop of fear on her face. Immediately, the magicians launched powerful fire and wind spells into battle. They fell on Phroxia, causing serious damage to the enemy. After that, Sia stepped forward and ordered the squad of magicians to retreat. Unexpectedly for the opponents, she used the skill Snowstorm. A powerful ice flow fell on the opponents, freezing them. In horror, Phroxia began to scream, but they needed to retreat because the opponents were using magic. Sia looked with disdain at the fleeing opponents and ordered all her troops to return to the camp. After some time, there were loud joyful cries in the camp that Sia was magnificent today, and no Phroxia could compare with them. The captain of the 8th Holy Knights, Lorraine, and the deputy commander of the 8th Holy Knights, Glacia, stood behind the Blonja and raised their hands, joyfully shouting that they would follow her even to the ends of the earth, adding that thanks to her, the troops' morale had greatly increased, and they would be proud to have protected Sulin. Hearing this, she coldly replied that it was a good job. After that, she looked to the side and said in her head that the girls were right, because if they continued to fight like this, they would be able to easily protect not only Sulin, but also Geralt and Salonia. Then she added that they had to take all variables into account, because most of the enemy troops were located near the camp. She imagined the images of the invaders in front of her and firmly said that they needed reinforcements. A few seconds later, she ordered Lorraine and Glacia to transfer all their forces to Geralt. The girls said with wide smiles that they would do it. Sia was looking at the ground thoughtfully. Suddenly, she felt something that made her very surprised. She immediately turned her head to the side and asked herself in her head, what kind of mana flow was this, really? Suddenly, the protagonist abruptly opened his eyes. He looked at the ceiling and joyfully shouted in his head that he finally did it and woke up. The next second, he looked at his left hand and saw that the dragon energy had disappeared. Then he happily said that it was very good that he made two types of mana collide. The dragon energy completely disappeared when the curse overcame it, and the curse weakened greatly. A bright blue glow suddenly appeared in the room. The protagonist understood that he could not move his entire body yet, but he was able to control the mana of the environment. Then he added that he did not need a lot of mana now, because a little would be enough for a healing spell. At that very second, he began to absorb mana and use a healing spell on himself. His entire body was enveloped in powerful magical energy. In his head, he was saying that the healing was less than usual, so he needed to concentrate so that it would not dissipate. Suddenly, all the vessels and veins in his left hand began to glow brightly with blue energy. The protagonist noticed this and felt that his hand had become lighter. At the same time, he felt as if mana was filling his blood vessels, muscles, and every cell of his body. His eyes widened in surprise because this was true. The next second, he looked at his glowing left hand and asked himself in his head in shock if the mana inside his body had activated because the hand was accustomed to a large number of mana flows. The glow in his hand began to fade while the protagonist looked at it and said that the mana was circulating in his left hand, where two energies collided, and this optimized the consumption of mana in his body and increased efficiency. He smiled widely and said that the feeling when mana was activated was amazing. At that moment, Yusun firmly said that he would adapt his entire body to this. After these thoughts, he used the healing technique. A few minutes later, he was sitting on his bed in the lotus position, enveloped in a strong magical aura. A few seconds later, the protagonist put his hand to his chest and thought that his body had become very light and his physical condition had improved greatly. Sharply clenching his hand into a fist, he asked himself if it was time for him to return. With shining eyes and a wide smile on his face, he said that at this moment, all the chains that bound the beast had fallen. The appearance of the Sword Masters was a turning point. At night, they retreated to the capital of the Holy Empire. Loud cries were heard in the camp that they were under attack. Saint Iriel waved her hands and shouted at all the troops to retreat and not look back. In her head, she said that if they lost more warriors here, it would be very difficult to protect Salonia, so they needed to get out of here. Then she said that she had to stop them at all costs, because if she didn't do it. But while she was praying, Zeke interrupted her thoughts, asking her to leave. Zeke and three of his comrades raised their weapons and prepared to hold off the invaders. Hearing this, the saint shouted furiously that they were too few, he couldn't offer her such a thing. Suddenly, Zeke shouted even louder that Iriel was a saint. A second later, he said that if the Empire lost her, everything would end. As soon as the girl heard this, she lowered her head in sadness, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, she abruptly stretched out her hands. She used the Holy Protection, Holy Seal, and Blessing techniques. A strong holy power enveloped all the soldiers, who were very surprised. Zeke immediately shouted to the soldiers that they would fight them and that they could not retreat. Iriel looked at her comrades excitedly and ordered them not to die. After these words, she instantly disappeared. A few seconds later, Zeke turned to the army and ordered everyone to take their positions and not let anyone break through. Suddenly, a rough male voice was heard, mockingly saying that it seemed like they were too late because he did not see the saint here. Hearing this, Zeke turned around in shock. He saw 4 mid-level masters. The short man stroked his beard and said that he thought it would be fun here, but they should still follow the saint. To this, the woman said with a smile on her face that it was so, after which she turned to the guy and said that he would sort everything out, to which he said quite happily that it was so. Zeke heard all this, so he immediately prepared to attack. Giving mana to his sword, he said to himself that, as expected, the invaders had come and he needed to stop them. After these thoughts, he rushed to attack, shouting that he would not let anyone escape. But one of the 4 masters suddenly appeared in front of him. He easily blocked the attack and said that Zeke, the youngest sword master on the continent, was brave. The next second, he smiled widely and said that he would deal with him. Zeke was very tense from how quickly and easily the guy repelled his attack. The woman from the masters with a mocking smile told her comrade to be gentle with the guy. Zeke understood that now the others would simply leave. At that very moment, he jumped back, leaving a bright fiery trail from the blade of the sword. He immediately prepared to attack, but he knew that it would most likely not work. Then he shouted loudly, ordering the mages to use the fireball. A few seconds later, a powerful explosion was heard. At the same time, Greya appeared out of nowhere, excitedly shouting to Zeke that they would help. The guy looked at the girl in surprise, not knowing how to react. At that very moment, the voice of a guy from the mid-level masters was heard, who said that he did not believe that there were many talented people in the Empire. The smoke cleared and he, throwing the sword over his shoulder, with a smile on his face said that it was too stuffy here, so they could not leave everything like this. Zeke saw that there was not a single wound on their opponent's body and realized that it did not work. This caused him shock and surprise, when suddenly the guy's accomplice appeared behind Greya. She said with empty eyes that the girl was bothering him. Horror and fear appeared in Greya's eyes. At the last moment, she managed to defend herself with her sword from a powerful kick. The girl put her foot on the ground after the unsuccessful attack. At the same second, she suddenly tore herself away. She rushed at the army of soldiers who were terrified and wanted to run. The enemy took out a glowing sword from under her cloak. The next second, fast and powerful attacks fell on the squad of warriors, which left a trace, creating a web. Zeke looked at this, clenched his jaws and said to himself that these two were much stronger than all of them. When suddenly a guy from the middle-level masters pounced on him, shouting that he did not need to look around. Zeke managed to repel the attack at the last moment and, heavily holding back the enemy's sword, said in his head that it was very difficult for him to fight such an opponent, after which he asked if there was really no way. Suddenly, he saw a snowflake next to him. The air temperature dropped sharply, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The frozen field ability was used. A cloak appeared out of nowhere, fluttering in the wind. Black heels landed on the ground. The intruder immediately stopped and said in his head in shock that this was a 6th class field magic. At that very moment, a menacing female voice was heard, ordering him to retreat right now. It was Sia. The air temperature around her was even lower, and she herself looked at the enemy with hatred in her eyes and ordered him to surrender again. The guy looked at her and asked himself in his head if the Holy Empire really had a mage of such a level. At this time, the saint quickly covered a long distance. She stopped in a clearing in the forest, saying to herself that she tried not to leave any traces because she needed to buy some time. She looked at the ground and with a drop of sweat on her face, she excitedly said that even if she got to Salonia, she still did not have a single good idea. When suddenly she heard a rough male voice that said, "What a pity." A man and a woman from the 4 mid-level masters came out of the darkness towards her. The short man held his hands behind his back and said with a smile on his face that if the girl had chosen the straight path, she would have been able to escape. The saint immediately spread her arms and created blades from the sacred power, saying to herself that she had assumed that this would happen, but she did not know that they would be so fast. The next second, she stood in a stance and shouted that she would guarantee that she would take one of them with her to the grave. The woman grinned and told Ariel to do what she wanted. Suddenly, they jumped up with glowing eyes and rushed to attack. Suddenly, at that very second, the magical power of the protagonist appeared in the air. Blood splashed. The man's chest was deeply cut. The saint was very surprised by this and did not understand what was happening. The next second, her eyes sparkled with joy. In front of her stood a guy in a saint's cape and gray hair. She immediately recognized him as the protagonist, who stood up to protect her with a very serious and dissatisfied face. Yusung stared at the man and asked if he had a good time while he was gone, since this magic circle had caused a lot of trouble. Kneeling, the wounded sword master said that the circle was only able to delay the protagonist for a month. As soon as Yusun heard this, he raised his hand, began to accumulate energy in it, and angrily said that this was a long time. While the protagonist said that he did not have much time, the clot of strong magical energy in his hand became larger and stronger. The wounded man looked at this and said in his head in shock that this was just a huge flow of mana, adding that he had heard about it, but it was too strong. The next second, he and his partner exchanged glances and nodded at the same time. They suddenly rushed at the protagonist and grabbed his hands. The saint saw this and was horrified, asking herself in her head if these two were really going to perform mana suppression. The female sword master screamed loudly that the protagonist had a lot of mana in his body, but he was only a teenager and the two sword masters had much more mana, which meant he would die. Yusun was illuminated by a bright glow, and he looked at his two opponents and said that they were trying to push their flows apart, but the loser's mana reserve would burst into tears. The next second, his eye lit up and he screamed that they had attacked the wrong person. A few seconds later, an incredibly powerful explosion of magical power occurred, the bright light from which illuminated the entire forest. As soon as the glow died down, the protagonist walked past his opponents lying on the ground in a pool of blood, saying that he needed to study the enemy better because they were the first to take his blow. After that, he turned to Ariel, who was surprised by what she saw and did not know what to say. Yusun looked at her out of the corner of his eye and said that he was going to Jehel first, so she should follow him. At this time, Zack was badly wounded on the battlefield. He was breathing heavily and standing on his feet, but his whole body was covered in blood. The frightened Sia shouted at him if the guy could still fight. Suddenly, she managed to block the second sword master's blow at the last moment. At the same time, she said in her head that she was missing blows because of her anxiety, and Zeke was hurt in the midst of this chaos. After these thoughts, she began to chant a spell, and her eyes lit up. In her head, she added that she could not calm down. The next second, she waved her hand and used the ice spear technique. Many thick and very sharp icicles fell from the sky onto the battlefield. Her opponent began to dodge each spear with great speed. She stared at her opponent, analyzing her every action, and said in her head that, as expected, these were not her actions. She watched as Sia waved her arms, casting one spell after another, saying in her head that as soon as she dodged one spell, she immediately cast another, and the speed and angle at which she cast them was simply amazing, so that's how high a 6th circle mage level is. When suddenly Sia heard a loud, painful scream and turned around abruptly. She saw that Zeke's opponent had pierced his stomach. Blood immediately spurted out of the guy's mouth, and the life went out of his eyes. The next second, he fell to the ground, dead. The victorious invader swung his sword and said that Zeke held on for a long time. After that, he turned to the remaining opponent with burning eyes and a crazy smile on his face and said that now it was her turn. Sia gritted her teeth in rage and told him not to dare do this, saying in her head at the same time that they had no choice now. After these thoughts, she released her power and screamed loudly, "Phroxia." A few minutes later, a knight was running towards them, screaming in horror that everyone should run. A bright flash appeared behind him, and the boy screamed that he was here. The next second, an explosion occurred, which destroyed the knight. As soon as the smoke cleared, the protagonist appeared. Horror gripped the remaining sword masters. The knights immediately took out their swords and surrounded Yusun. The protagonist slowly approached Zeke's dead body. Leaning towards him, he felt his pulse and realized that the body was already cold. After that, he stood up and turned to Zai, simultaneously saying in his head that Zeke had died 20 minutes ago. Then he asked who did this to Zeke. The girl folded her hands, bowed and said that she was sorry because it happened because of her incompetence. To this, the protagonist said that it was a meaningless question. At that very moment, he looked at the opponents with eyes burning with rage and said that he could simply kill them all. The sword master girl turned to her comrade in fear and said that Yusun was too dangerous. They needed to act carefully, to which the sword master guy replied with a smile on his face that the protagonist had fierce mana. Then the girl said that she would create a passage and her comrade for now. But before she could finish speaking, the protagonist's magical attack flashed across her face. At that very moment, blood splattered in all directions. The girl was dead at the hands of Yusun, who stood behind the last opponent and said that, judging by the angle of the wound, it was not her. After these words, he turned sharply to the guy and asked with burning eyes, was it true that it was him? The sword master guy was overcome with fear, but he smiled and said that his opponent was a real monster. Immediately after these words, blood splashed out. In a pool of blood lay 2 dead sword masters, and the protagonist asked Zia if he could leave the battlefield to her. Yes, the girl answered firmly, adding that she would take care of everything here. Hearing this, the protagonist took Zeke's body and said that he trusted Zia. The girl looked at the saint excitedly and asked herself in her head what he was going to do with Zeke's body. After a while, there was a bright glow in the forest. On a large stone lay Zeke's body, which was completely healed. In front of him stood the protagonist. He looked at his comrade excitedly and said in his head that he tried to remove the damaged spinal cord and put stitches on his kidney, but without some way of blood transfusion, this is impossible. The saint suddenly appeared behind him and called out to him. Coming closer, she asked sadly if Zeke had already ascended to the goddess, to which Yusung did not respond. After a short pause, the girl raised her hand and said that Zeke must be in a better world, and his exploits will forever remain in their memory. The next second, the guy's body was enveloped in divine energy. Suddenly, it dawned on the protagonist. Then he said that they can save him. Hearing this, Iriel turned to the saint in surprise. Unexpectedly, Yusung turned to the girl and, with wide eyes, loudly shouted that they can save Zeke. Iriel said that she was very sorry, but divine magic was not omnipotent, so he could not bring a dead person back to life. Yusung coldly replied that he knew about it. He pointed his hand with the scalp forward and said that it was not divine magic that would save Zeke, but he. Iriel looked at the tool on Zeke's body and screamed loudly. She spread her arms out and screamed that she understood the protagonist's feelings and that it must be hard for him to accept this. She tried to stop him and recalled the previous situation, saying that it was completely different then, because now Zeke is already dead, but life and death are the will of God. The girl screamed that mortals can do nothing about it. Yusung turned to her with an angry look and replied that if giving up a life that can be saved is the will of God, then he will crush that will. Iriel frowned and wanted to scream, "What will happen with such blasphemy?" She immediately opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked ahead. She looked at the guy and wondered if nothing happened to him. Yusung put his hand to his head and said that he could not explain everything to her in a few words, so he asked her to trust him. The girl clutched the dress in her fist and thought excitedly that this was the same situation as then. She remembered how the protagonist used his magic. With a pair of scissors, he approached Zeke, who was lying on the ground. He carefully stitched up Zeke's body. Iriel watched as Yusung used this strange method and brought Zeke back to life. At that moment, the girl felt a holy power from him, even though Yusung used mana and said words that undermined his faith in God. Iriel lowered her head and thought that this was absurd, and then said that if she could help in any way, then let the protagonist know about it. Yusung looked at her with a smile and said that she was already doing enough. He turned to Zeke and thought that his brain was already dead and in this state, he could not be saved. He knew that just now, with the help of divine magic, his physical condition became the same as that of a living person. The protagonist thought that he could save him within 4 minutes from the moment the heart stopped. He thought excitedly that every second counted. Yusung reasoned that he first needed to cut the ribs that covered the heart because everything except the heart was normal. He regretted that he did not have an automatic defibrillator. With burning eyes, he looked at Zeke's body. The guy decided to use lightning mana. He thought that the heart was started by the constant movement of blood that came out of the ventricles and atria. The guy knew that the defibrillator was the solution to the current problem, because if the movement became inconsistent or stopped, then this was an indicator of the body's weakness. A bead of sweat appeared on his face and he thought that he would use magic to control this movement and strike lightning in a precise rhythm. He held the heart in his hand and thought that this was to massage the heart and stimulate the blood flow. Yusung gritted his teeth and excitedly struck Zeke with lightning. He nervously screamed for his heart to start pumping blood. He continued to stimulate the heart with lightning strikes. The protagonist and Iriel opened their eyes wide in surprise and looked forward. The girl looked at the protagonist in surprise and he screamed that it worked, so let Iriel heal him quickly. Not understanding, she looked at Zeke and screamed that it was impossible. She looked at Zeke's natural complexion and said that he was breathing again. The girl turned to Yusung and asked who he really was and how he did this. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled, then replied that he couldn't do it alone. He winked at Iriel and said that they did it together. The girl irritably asked what he was talking about, since she would never do black magic, to which Yusung gritted his teeth and rudely replied that it was medicine. The protagonist told Iriel to transport Zeke to Phroxia to help Ja. The girl immediately asked if Yusung wouldn't come with her. He turned to look at her and said that he needed to meet the Pope. Iriel stretched out her hand and called after him. With a pitiful face, she said that it was not a good idea to meet the Pope now. The city was engulfed in burning flames. The church attendant turned away from the city and said that Garlem was finished too. He looked up at the sky and laughed loudly that people would soon lead him to safety, and while he hid, he could guarantee his safety. The masked guy came up behind him and ordered him to be still. The attendant screamed loudly, asking who he was. He immediately fell to the ground with his arm cut off and screamed loudly in pain. The masked guy loomed over him and ordered him to answer questions. The attendant held on to the place where his arm had been cut off and thought he was sure that he had placed mana barrier stones everywhere. Tears started to flow from his eyes and he wondered how he couldn't sense the guy's presence. Another guy kicked the servant in the back and told him to stay still. The masked girl put her foot on him and asked who he worked for. The servant nervously thought that the guy wasn't alone. Through his tears, he answered that it was their high priest, Lord Xavier. The guy asked who from Phroxia was giving him orders. Honan lifted her foot off the servant and told Son that he wasn't going to tell them anything. The girl exhaled heavily and asked why he couldn't just tell them the whole truth at once. Son used mana and said that she hated the feeling of having to dig around in someone's head. The servant screamed loudly and wondered if this divine magic was really used for unorthodox interrogation. A cross appeared in the dark sky after using mana. Son looked at the servant lying on the ground foaming at the mouth and said that his head was mostly useless information, so it was time for her to go now. She yawned and said that she would leave the rest to the boys. Honan ordered Chokin to take the girl, and then turned to Chonin. She asked him to make sure he sorted everything out and then to follow them since they were going to the saint. Honan thought that by now, the protagonist must have already headed to the Vatican. At this time in the Vatican, Yusung thought that if he analyzed the current situation, the neighboring countries had united and formed Phroxia. He knew that it was not a newly emerged force. Entering the mansion, he thought that if they had infiltrated the Holy Empire's top leadership as well, it would be too difficult to deal with it with just his influence. He didn't want to, but the person who had the most power in the Holy Empire at the moment. Without finishing his thoughts, he asked if the Pope was inside. Aaron put his hand on his chest and opened his eyes in surprise, greeting the saint. Yusung asked him to tell the Pope that he wanted to meet him. He thought that he would have to ask him for help. The Pope was very upset to hear about the traitors of the Holy Empire. Yusung replied that Phroxia's group did not appear out of nowhere because in fact, they were an alliance of neighboring countries. He said that their empire was also involved in this. The Pope frowned and shouted loudly, asking how they could do such a thing and said that he would immediately order someone to find them. The protagonist frowned and asked him not to do that. The Pope shouted indignantly, asking how Yusung could say such a thing. The boy replied that they should wait to get rid of them completely since any action would make them more cautious. The Pope shouted indignantly, saying that he would not allow such a thing to happen. He shouted loudly, asking how he could turn a blind eye to the heretics. He shouted that he would overthrow them if they did something like that, since he was sure that even Gaia would approve of it. He said that he would pass judgment on the heretics even if the entire empire had to be turned upside down. Yusung gritted his teeth and thought that he did not expect such a reaction from the Pope, since even for a believer, why would he go too far? He exhaled heavily and closed his eyes, then repeated that the Pope should not do this. The boy fixed his gaze on him and asked him not to let his emotions get the better of him and to lead the Holy Empire in the right direction with his wisdom. The protagonist bowed and said that he must take his leave. The Pope placed his hand on the armrest of the throne and squeezed his hand tightly. He clenched his teeth in anger and frowned, and thought that Yusung was being impudent. After a while, Yusung walked through the castle and did not understand what the Pope was thinking. He thought that it would be better not to tell him that he was acting rashly. After all, the survival of the entire empire was at stake, which was more important. He frowned and thought that there were 6 sword masters in Phroxia and wondered if there were still forces of that level. He thought that this power would be enough to crush a medium-sized kingdom in an instant. The protagonist knew that if they gave up on attacking the Holy Empire and turned their attention to another kingdom, then in the worst case, Phroxia could become so powerful that even Yusung would not be able to stop it. He thought that it would be great if he could predict their moves, but for that, he needed information. He put his hand to his chin and thought about shaking it. After a while, early in the morning, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Zeke rode forward on his horse. He frowned and looked ahead thoughtfully. When they arrived, Iriel said that from now on, he was not allowed to appear on the battlefield. Zeke asked what she meant. He put his hands behind his back and loudly replied that he was a sword master and that it would be a great loss to the military. Iriel extended her hand, palm forward, and said that it was the opposite. She looked at Zeke and said that the army was using sword masters as expendable material and the next enemy that appeared before them could be stronger. After a short silence, she continued, saying that this battle gave them an idea of their strength and asked where the forces would be concentrated if Zeke were to lead the army. The girl was sure that he did not want to need the saint's help, after which the boy furrowed his brows deeply. Zeke hung his head down in disappointment and said that he could handle this war. Iriel looked at him coldly and replied that this is why she wanted him to leave the battlefield and join the saint. Zeke mounted his horse and set off. He remembered himself when he was a child. Everyone called him a sword master and had high hopes for him, after which he became the youngest sword master. His destiny was to help the Viceroy of God, the saint. Zeke had no doubt about this and lived every day with pride. When God chose a new saint, he met him. The saint calmly blocked Zeke's sword with his bare hands. He looked at him in bewilderment, frowning. His heart was pounding wildly from the feeling he experienced for the first time. Then he looked at the saint and realized that he had to give him everything he had. Zeke wanted to serve Yusung all his life to become his sword. He grabbed the horse tightly and thought that he was too far from all this because for Yusung he was just a hindrance. He clenched his teeth hard and with tears in his eyes thought that the saint had already saved him twice. The guy hit the horse so that it would gallop faster. Speeding up, he was indignant. What kind of a guardian was he? Iriel looked out the window and worriedly thought that everything would be fine. She looked ahead and thought that she removed Zeke from the battlefield at Yusung's request, but what was he planning? After some time, the lanterns were burning in the prison and it felt damp. Yusung approached the Necromancer's bars and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The old man grinned ominously and asked if the Holy Empire was really in a bad situation, to which Yusung replied that all the chaos was because of Phroxia. The protagonist said that he came to ask a few questions. The Necromancer laughed and asked if the guy really thought he would want to tell. Yusung smiled widely and asked if he would ask for no reason. He said that the old man had joint pain, poor eyesight, and sagging skin. He listed the loss of muscle mass, weakness of the cardiovascular system, and kidneys. He put his hand in the bag and said that the old man's body was not what it used to be and he could fix it. Yusung took a file out of the bag and grinned, saying that the Necromancer would be grateful to him and would tell him everything. He smiled widely and said that he had always been curious if the body of trolls and orcs was similar to a human. Sitting on the floor, the old man looked up and asked Yusung in fear what he was going to do. The protagonist is well versed in medicine, so he knows many ways to cause pain. He immediately screamed loudly. Some time later, using injections, Yusung smoothed out all the old man's wrinkles and made him look younger, after which the Necromancer asked him to stop and said that he would tell him everything. Through tears, he screamed that Phroxia was a magic tower. Yusung opened his mouth indignantly and asked why the old man told him everything so quickly, since he still had so much to try. The Necromancer screamed, calling him a demon, and said that his title of saint was in vain. The Necromancer said that along with the end of the era of magic, the black, red, blue, gold, and yellow towers disappeared. He said that these towers maintained balance among themselves and the magical order between the cities. The old man said that fearing the gradually growing power of the magic towers, the alliance of the continent's forces attacked them. Then, in the war that followed, the Black Tower summoned the Bone Dragon and his undead, destroying countless kingdoms and putting an end to the era of magic. The Necromancer shouted loudly that the remaining magic had united, waiting for the day when revenge would be taken. He said that Phroxia still had 15 sword masters and 7 sixth circle mages, and the first 7th circle mage in human history was also sharpening his blades. The old man shouted that Yusun had no chance of winning. The protagonist scratched his ear and rolled his eyes, asking where they were. The Necromancer smiled maliciously. He said with a smile on his face that they were in the Greninja Mountains. The Greninja Mountains are the only mountain range on the continent where dwarves and elves live, a neutral zone that does not belong to any country. The mountains have fertile soil and a lot of resources. For this reason, the dwarves and elves are always at odds with each other. The environment in the mountains is unsuitable for human life. Yusun thought that he could not think of a better place for a military headquarters and the creation of his own organization away from prying eyes. As he walked down the prison corridor, he thought that he would gladly throw a meteorite into the mountains to deal with this faster, but he couldn't drag the elves and dwarves into this. By the way, Yusun remembered the old man's words about 15 sword masters and 7 sixth circle mages. He laughed, thinking about the first 7th circle mage in history. He looked ahead and understood why the Necromancer was so inspired, because with such forces, conquering an entire continent no longer seemed like an impossible dream. He knew that this fight would be harder than he thought. Hearing a rustling sound behind him, the protagonist asked if Honan was there. The girl nodded and said that she was ready to carry out his order. Yusun turned to her and said that everyone would go to the neighboring countries to monitor the movements of the people from Phroxia. He asked to inform him even if they noticed something completely insignificant. The girl awkwardly looked away. The guy asked if she really wanted to say something. Honan replied that she would follow Yusun's orders at all costs, but they thought that they should also provide support on the battlefield. She said that the enemy had more forces, to which the protagonist smiled widely and replied that she was right in some ways, but it was okay since such a situation required more efficiency. He looked at the girl and said that they needed to react faster than the enemy and not try to build up forces. He was silent for a while and said that the task they were given was much more important than a normal battle. The protagonist turned his back to Honan and said that they could create a frontline force. It was deep night outside. Zeke stood at the door of the saint and thought that he did not even know how he could appear before him. The maid met Zeke and called out to Yusun that he had arrived. The protagonist replied that the girl should ask him to come in. The door to Yusung's room swung open. Zeke bowed and greeted the saint. Yusung looked at the depressed boy and thought he could understand. The protagonist walked towards him. Zeke closed his eyes in disappointment. The protagonist smirked and put his hand on his shoulder, then told Zeke to come to the training ground in the morning. Zeke clenched his fist tightly and asked if the boy was going to get rid of him. Yusun looked at Zeke and angrily asked why he would kick the boy out. The protagonist said that he would make the boy an invincible warrior. He just needed to focus on the next 10 days and forget about the rest. He said that Zeke's only goal was to become stronger. Yusun looked at him and said that he knew how much the boy suffered on the battlefield back then, so that the protagonist's absence would not be so noticeable. He looked at the surprised Zeke and said that if anyone deserved to cover Yusung, it was him. The protagonist smiled widely and said that Zeke was his sword. Zeke looked down with excitement. He immediately knelt down on one knee. He bowed his head forward, ready to follow any orders from the saint. The next morning, Zeke shouted that he was greeting the saint. Half asleep, Yusun asked the boy if it was too early. He clenched his hand into a fist and shouted that he could not keep his master waiting. The protagonist nervously thought that the pressure was now twice as much. Going outside, he pointed at the target and asked Zeke to coat the blade with mana. Holding the sword in his hands, Zeke coated the sword with his magic, after which the protagonist asked him to stop. He came up behind him and said that he needed to get rid of old habits, because it was not only about how he coated his sword with mana. Yusun looked into Zeke's eyes and said that aura blades were related to balance. The boy looked at him in surprise. The protagonist told Zeke to imagine a sword with 3 equal parts and distribute the mana equally between them. He placed his hand on Zeke's hand and said that he was now going to influence the mana in his body to create a blade. Instantly, the sword was covered in fiery mana. Zeke looked at the sword in surprise and thought that it was a completely different level of power, as if the air was attracted to the mana. He couldn't believe that his mana could become like that. Yusung asked Zeke to try again, but by himself. He used mana and thought that he succeeded with the same feeling that Saint Yusung demonstrated. After a while, his sword suddenly returned to its previous state. Zeke exhaled and said that it was not easy. Yusung looked at him and said that he was trying to give something formless precise proportions and keep it in that state. He said that if Zeke could do this, his aura blade would not just disappear. Zeke exclaimed in surprise, "Is this true?" Yusung smiled and asked if Zeke could master it in 3 days, to which the boy shouted that he would do everything in his power. After some time, the protagonist sat on a chair in his robe and thought that he had given Zeke 3 days, but he did not expect him to do it so quickly because it was very difficult to refine the aura this way. He looked out the window at the Holy Empire and thought that he would wait until Zeke was strong enough to entrust him with the Empire while he was away, and then head to the mountains. He grinned and thought that now it was only a matter of time. The protagonist immediately felt a familiar flow of mana. In front of him, he saw Era. He opened his eyes wide and smiled, standing up from his chair. Era opened her mouth when she saw Yusung. With tears in her eyes, the girl threw herself into the boy's arms. The protagonist patted her back and smiled. Yusung asked if Era knew anything about Granisia. The girl put her hand to her chin and said that she was not the one in charge in these forests, but another high elf. The guy looked at her desperately and thought that this made things even more complicated. The protagonist thought that it did not matter if the plan to destroy Phroxia was large-scale, because even a small disturbance would be noticeable. He knew that elves were known for their distrust of strangers, so it would be even more unpleasant for them if a strong stranger appeared on their territory. Yusun was afraid that he could lose the high elf's favor, then not only the villagers, but also the elves living nearby would not let it go. The guy asked Era if the high elf was as strong as her, to which the girl replied that all high elves are very strong, so they are different from other elves. Era laughed and said that he was weaker because she was the guardian of all high elves. The protagonist thought that if he became an enemy of the high elves, then also Era. He gritted his teeth and said that he would try to avoid conflicts with the elves, to which the girl smiled and thanked him. Era activated the portal and said that it was time for her to go and that she was glad that the guy had woken up. The protagonist smiled and thanked her for visiting him so often. Era smiled sweetly and said that Yusun had taken care of her too, so she wanted to be the one to thank him. The guy grabbed his neck and smiled sheepishly. As she left, Era asked him not to worry because the elf was a supporter of permissiveness, and he would be fine as long as he did not cross the line. Yusun waved at her and thought that the guys from Phroxia had chosen the wrong target. He thought that if he showed up there, something could happen to him. He wondered how Zeke was doing because he hoped that it would not take him more than a week. 3 days later, Zeke was practicing on targets. He tried hard to activate the mana. Yusung gritted his teeth and said that he did not ask him to do this. Zeke exclaimed in fear and began to apologize. He lowered his head and said that when the protagonist controlled his aura, he felt like something inside him had awakened. He continued by saying that he thought about this feeling and felt that he could get closer to the state he was in during the fight with Zahard. Yusung opened his eyes in surprise and thought that Zeke was constantly maintaining the aura ratio and even maintaining the shape of the sword with only aura. He remembered the activation of mana and thought that it really awakened Zeke's physical senses, but it was difficult to do so in such a short period of time. The protagonist thought that Zeke was worthy of being called the youngest genius who had reached the level of a sword master. He thought that this should be enough and now he can entrust the Holy Empire to him and leave peacefully. He placed his hands on his hips and smirked, asking the boy if he wanted to get stronger, to which Zeke happily shouted yes. Yusung replied that he needed to know one more thing. He activated the sword and smiled, asking if Zeke could block his sword. Zeke frowned and asked the protagonist to attack. Yusung slowly stood on his toes. He raised his sword above himself. Zeke looked into his eyes seriously and thought that the boy was underestimating him. He thought that the essence of blue mana was incredibly pure. When he fought with Yusung, he thought that he could feel the density of the aura and it was not much different from his. He looked at the protagonist's sword and thought that he could block this blow. He immediately looked forward in surprise. Yusung smiled and said that this was the last lesson he had to learn and immediately asked how Zeke felt like experiencing this. Zeke looked at the sword in confusion and thought that it was unstoppable. He opened his mouth and asked if there was no way to block it. The protagonist smirked and told Zeke to try to figure it out until the guy got back. Zeke asked what he meant. The protagonist put his hand on his hip and said that he was going to Phroxia's headquarters. Zeke immediately became indignant and started shouting. Yusung interrupted him and shouted that he would not go with him. At that very second, Yusung hit Zeke in the forehead with his finger. He exhaled heavily and said that Zeke was the only one who could replace him. Zeke sat down on the ground with his back to the guy and sadly replied that he would protect the Empire. The protagonist looked at him, slightly raising his head and said that Zeke probably trained a lot. The boy answered sheepishly that when Yusung taught him, he began to repeat this exercise. Yusung looked at him in horror. He frowned and asked what about food. Zeke shouted that the saint had so generously bestowed such knowledge on him. He clenched his fist and shouted, asking how he could waste time on food since it was unimaginable. Yusung angrily shouted for the boy to follow him. After some time, Ekli asked if her assistants had done as they were told. The boy answered that since the saint would be going on a pilgrimage, there would be no escort with him. Ekli smiled maliciously, looking at the papers. The assistant wanted to tell the girl something else. She immediately turned her gaze to him. The boy said that it seemed that the Council for the Investigation of Heresy had become active. Eckley slammed the table hard and asked how they dared to start without the permission of the High Priestess. The boy replied that the Pope ordered them to. The girl looked ahead angrily. She clenched her teeth and thought that this old man was crazy. She thought that he was only making things more difficult. Then she ran towards the exit and ordered the boy to follow her. There was a thick layer of snow in the mountains of Greninja. Yusun looked around with interest. The protagonist sneezed and thought that the weather in the mountains was simply magnificent. He looked ahead and thought that he was wrapped from head to toe in clothes with warming magic. Then why was it so cold here? Because it had never been like this before. He thought that every step felt different to him. The boy stopped, folded his arms on his chest and thought that the blizzard was getting worse and he could not see anything in front of him, so he wondered if he should set up camp. Having lit a fire, he sat down by it and stretched his arms out in front of him to warm himself. Yusun looked at the fire and thought that he should light it bigger. He looked around, asking if there was anything nearby that could be used as firewood. He saw a short, strange tree in front of him and thought it might be suitable. He picked it up, when suddenly a voice was heard for the person to let go. The protagonist frowned and looked down in surprise. The monster turned to the guy with white eyes and shouted for him to let go. Yusun looked at it and wondered if it was a monster. No wonder it looked so strange. The monster crossed its arms and said that it did not expect to meet a person. The protagonist replied that he did not expect to run into a tree monster. The monster replied that it was a dryad. Yusun frowned and asked how the monster could lie so shamelessly. The guy knew the usual image of dryads, thin girls with long hair. The monster asked what the guy was thinking and said that he would show everything now. He immediately pulled out his roots from the ground. He said that even if he got them, he would not die. The protagonist looked at the monster with disbelief and nodded his head. The monster looked at the guy piercingly. Yusun continued to remain silent and look at him. The monster turned away from the guy, putting his hands on his back and said that the protagonist had wonderful divine powers and asked if he was a divine being. Yusun thought that the monster had simply changed the subject and answered that he was a saint. The monster raised his hand and asked if the guy could share some of his powers, because if he helped, the monster would give him what he so desired. Yusun thought that for the elves, the very existence of dryads who fertilized the forest was very useful. He thought that if this little one really was a dryad, he was sure that the elves from these mountains would like him too. Besides, they could help him in hunting Phroxia. He thought that he could even make them stay away. Yusun folded his arms and asked the monster what power he wanted, to which it replied that it was the one he had mentioned. He placed his hand on his heart and asked to be made stronger. Yusun replied that he did not know how to make dryads stronger. The monster hung its head down and said sadly that we need power to return to the forest. The protagonist folded his arms and asked if this was not his home. The monster replied that a man had appeared one day and made their forests weaker. It closed its eyes and said that dark magic had either destroyed them or deprived them of their powers and thrown them out of their home. Yusun gritted his teeth and wondered if the monster was talking about the forests of Greninja. He thought of the people of Phroxia. The guy clenched his fist tightly and asked if this was not a wonderful coincidence. Yusun smiled and gave a thumbs up, after which he said that he was going to punish the people who settled in the monster's forest. He said that he couldn't make him stronger, but he would take him back to the forest. The monster looked at him and smiled. The protagonist put his hand to his mouth and asked where he could get firewood and if he would have to use magic to keep the fire going. The monster asked him to wait a minute. He suddenly pulled his hand away. He threw it into the fire and said that his body was burning beautifully and for a long time. Yusun looked at him with his mouth wide open in shock. He thought that he should take him back to the forest as soon as possible. The next day, Yusun stood up out of breath and said that this is what the mountains should be like. He looked at the tree and said that judging by it and the map, he was in the territory of the elves. The protagonist walked forward and thought that he would like to talk to the high elves first. Suddenly, he was called from behind. The elf girl menacingly asked what a human was doing here. Yusun looked at her and wondered if they were the guardians of the village. He smiled and greeted her, asking if he could meet the head of the elves. The elf asked him to shut up and asked if he really thought they would just let a human into their village. The girl was indignant that he dared to think that he could meet with Churcheye. The protagonist wondered if that was the name of the high elf. He smiled awkwardly and said that he knew, so he politely asked for permission. The elf told him to get out right now. The smile disappeared from the guy's face and he thought that he did not expect a warm greeting. From the side, he heard a girl's voice asking what the noise was. The girl carefully approached the sounds. The elf saw Churcheye and screamed loudly. Yusun thought that Churcheye somehow reminded him of Era. He was glad that it seemed that Churcheye could maintain a conversation. She smiled and greeted the guy, after which she asked what brought him to their village. She immediately fixed her gaze on him. She suddenly noticed an earring on his ear. Angrily, she looked at the guy. Churcheye frowned and asked if these were Cecilia's eyes. She began to slowly approach the guy and ask where he got this earring from. Frightened, Yusun replied that it was a gift. She fixed her gaze on him and said that these earrings were the property of their village, and also a keepsake from her mother, so she would ask him again. The girl menacingly asked who gave him this earring. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and said that the sword master of the Risian Empire gave it to the guy as a diplomatic gift. Cersei gritted her teeth, hearing about the Risian Empire. She suddenly stretched her hand forward and shouted that she had heard enough, therefore the friends of the Empire are their enemies. The guy looked at her in fear and wondered how everything turned out like this. Cersei directed her mana towards Yusung. The protagonist tried to run away from Churchai as fast as possible. The girl screamed loudly that the guy was running very fast and ordered him to return the earrings now. Yusung turned his head and screamed that she would kill him even if he gave the earrings back and called her a bloodthirsty elf. Mana appeared on the guy's leg and he screamed that he must not attract attention until he got to Phroxia. The guy jumped high and immediately broke away from Churchai. The girl frowned angrily and asked how a person could move so fast. After some time, Yusung walked and wondered why all the elves were so wild. He looked at the earring and thought that he wanted to get the elves' help and get rid of Phroxia, but he did not expect that the plan would fail from the very beginning. He asked if these earrings were really able to find their pair, because who would have thought that it would happen exactly like this? The guy squeezed the earring into his fist and thought that he had deviated a little from the plan, but it was not so bad because running gave him a rough idea of this place. This area with significant differences in altitude, there are sources of water nearby. These places are suitable for human habitation. Yusung took into account the approximate distance to the elven village and thought about the supposed location of their base. He looked ahead and thought that he would first check one direction, but it was already quite late. He looked around the area and said that he would set up camp. He set up a tent and smiled, after which he thought that he tried not to damage the forest. He looked at the sunset and thought that as soon as the sun rose, he would immediately find them. The next day, Yusung oriented himself on the map. He came to a place in which he found the location of the magic tower, outposts, the borders of the elven village, and even the dwellings of the gnomes. He frowned and thought about the rough magic he felt in the magic tower because it seemed like they were using intersecting magic circles for protection. A strange noise was heard from the side of him. He looked ahead in surprise. Looking closer, he saw a wounded elf. A short distance away from them, he immediately noticed a large number of dwarves. He looked at them thoughtfully and realized that they were in danger. They drove him away and did not even let him into the village. Swinging his arm, he thought that despite this, he could not let them die. He pointed his hand up and used flash magic. The dwarves closed their eyes and screamed, asking who he was. The dwarf saw a burnt forest in front of him. The protagonist lit a fire and offered them to examine the wounds. The elf put his hand to his wounded chest and screamed for Yusung to get away, to which the guy laughed and said that the elf must be in a lot of pain. He extended his hand and asked him not to worry as he would heal him in no time. Yusung prepared a medicine using many herbs and smeared it on the wound. The elf thought that his pain had subsided. The elf girl replied that they owed Yusung their lives and were truly grateful, and the elf boy thanked him and asked him to forgive his rudeness. The protagonist asked them why they were fighting the dwarves. They said that such things often happened here as they were disputes over territory. The girl said that they had recently discovered a mine near the village and the dwarves had set their sights on it. They said that the dwarves' reckless destruction of nature was simply barbaric. Yusung thought that the values of these races were completely different. The boy said that he liked Yusung's attention to detail. The girl looked at his tent and said that it showed how much Yusung valued nature, then introduced herself and said that her name was Sephia. Yusung looked at her and introduced himself in return. He smiled and thought that he was glad that everything turned out this way. Sephia asked what brought the protagonist here. The guy asked if she knew that there was an army of people stationed here. The elf said that there were about 150 of them. Yusung's mouth opened wide, surprised by such a number. He looked away and thought that to get here, they had to go through snowy mountains and cross a couple of kingdoms, and there was no way that so many people had made it. He wondered if Phroxia had already established her rule over the kingdoms here. Yusung said that right now, this army was trying to destroy the continent. He looked at the elves and said that he was going to stop them because they had to disappear. The guy asked if the elves could trust him. The elf asked if they could help with anything, because the elves would never forget about it because he had saved their lives. They said that if they could help with anything, they would repay him later. Yusung thought about it and asked if they could take him to the elf village. He extended his hand and said that he would like to talk to the villagers. The elf said that he was very sorry, but it was not up to them to decide. He explained that only the elders could let people of other races into the village. The protagonist sighed heavily and thought that he had already managed to rejoice. The elf said that it was already late, so Yusung should return quickly. He regretted that he could not help in any way. The protagonist handed the earring to Sephia and asked her to give it to Churchai, to which she exclaimed in surprise. The elf looked at him and said that he would give it. Yusung watched the elves leave and thought that he would hardly be able to get into their village. He suddenly looked away. That night, Yusung managed to move to another place, but not too close to Phroxia's camp. While there, he noticed all the peculiarities for 3 days. He studied their daily life, culture, and surroundings. Then Yusun came up with a cunning plan. He smiled sarcastically. The boy looked at the book he had been writing in. The next morning, he was in the forest. He saw a small mouse in front of him. He screamed loudly, quickly covering it with a barrel. With a grin on his face, he grabbed its tail. The Vatican. A foot stepped on the ground and a female voice was heard, offering to systematize the information they had received. Then she said, Weber, Gleiman, and Heron, intelligence had revealed some involvement of Phroxia in these kingdoms. San stood nearby, holding his hands behind his back and saying that the impact on the current situation was insignificant. To this, Son firmly said that the enemy was in the Holy Empire. Hewlin looked at Son and said that their country had been too unsettled lately. Hecken stood next to her and added that various trading companies had concentrated huge capital in one place, and this was not only due to a group of noble families. At that moment, Chenin, who was standing opposite Son, finished speaking, but also with the Heresy Investigation Council. Hearing this, Son folded her arms and asked if it was true that the Pope personally controlled them. The guy nodded and firmly replied that it was so an internal investigation was necessary. But before he could leave, the girl stopped him. The next second, Julian opened her eyes wide, in which two bright crosses appeared. After that, looking to the side, she said that she had detected an unknown mana in the Vatican, and it had just moved outside the city and did so very quickly. Hearing this, Son looked at the girl in surprise and asked how many, to which she replied, 2 and 8 outside. Suddenly, the aura among the guys changed and Son said loudly, Attention everyone. The eyes of the girl and her comrades lit up with scarlet fire, after which Son ordered to catch up with these people, and she also allows partial liquidation. At this time, in the Vatican itself, Eckley was in her office, hands on her hips, asking herself in her head, what kind of childishness was this from the Pope? Suddenly, she heard the door to her office open and immediately turned around. She saw several people in masks and white suits come in. The girl smiled and said that she did not allow them to come in, who sent them. At the same time, she asked herself in her head if they had really slipped past the guards. After a short pause, a rough male voice was heard, which said that Eckley did not need to know this. At that very second, he began to take his sword out of its sheath, saying that she would soon die anyway. Raising the sword, he loudly said that the High Priestess should say goodbye to life. The girl was very scared from what she heard and did not know what to do. Suddenly, the window to the office broke, and Honan flew into the room, knocking the attacker down. While her comrade was being killed by the others, she turned to the head priestess and asked if she was okay. Shocked, Eckley looked at the saviors and asked how they were. At this time, the protagonist said in his head that the time had come. He laughed maliciously with a wide smile on his face. The next second, he released all the captured mice towards the settlement and screamed in his head that the plague was returning. The plague. This is an acute infectious disease with the highest mortality rate in human history. It is spread by the rat flea. It contains the plague bacillus in which it carries it. It was a terrible disease that killed half the population of Asia and Europe. The sanitary conditions of Phroxia were similar. The people in this settlement were exactly the same as in the old villages. Despite the existence of magic, the level of development is not very high. The protagonist at this time leaned on the ground. The situation is almost no different from medieval Europe. When the protagonist observed life in Phroxia, an idea came to him. What would happen if the plague bacillus spread in such conditions? In this world where penicillin is unknown, the only way to fight the plague is divine magic. The protagonist watched everything carefully and said to himself that from what he had seen so far, that night, when no one was on the streets, many plague rats were released into the city. The protagonist looked at this and finished the thought that in Phroxia, priests who use holy power are extremely rare, so it is very easy to release the infection into the city. Until that day, he took a large barrel and placed the pathogen in it along with the rats, and then waited for the rat fleas to spread. He rested his hands on his hips and looked at the barrel with a crazy smile on his face, saying that thanks to this he could easily wipe out all of Phroxia. There was complete silence in the forest. In it, Yusun realized that it was time to create a cure. After a while, during the day, he said with a satisfied smile on his face that it was amazing. In front of him were several moldy pieces of bread. The protagonist looked at them and said that he was very lucky that so much mold had grown in such a short time. In the next few minutes, he began to throw away all the brown ones, and on the contrary, he began to put the blue and white ones in a bag. In front of him was one more slice of bread with green mold, which was exactly what was needed to create penicillin. Taking the slice in his hand, Yusun said to himself with a smile on his face that the mold liquid he had taken needed to wait a little while, adding that it would allow them to turn the mold into a medicinal substance. Suddenly, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. If only he could control this divine power. He gritted his teeth in pain and said that he felt very sick, but he had almost cleared everything. At this time, in the settlement, a loud, furious cry came from one of the houses, asking if the tower had used black magic, to which he was told to watch his language, because they had not done anything. A dead man was lying on the floor, with black spots all over his body. The man pointed at it in anger and shouted, asking if this was not black magic, adding that all the people had a fever. After a short pause, he shouted loudly that people were dying. The guy in the black cloak shouted back that the Black Tower had nothing to do with it. The protagonist was watching all this from afar, smiling as he said that those guys couldn't even stand up straight. Turning around, he added that magic would also be useless, since treating the disease wouldn't change the level of pollution in the environment. He was closely watching the settlement, thinking that Phroxia would collapse on its own without any further intervention. But he was a little worried about the first seventh circle mage in human history that the Necromancer had spoken of. Yusun knew that problems would arise in the future, so he had to come up with a plan to prevent them now. He suddenly remembered a lot of books and shouted happily in his head. Since they had been an academic group since the era of magic, it was only natural for people to take what they wanted to get. After thinking about it, he began to dance happily and hum something to himself, while saying to himself that he wouldn't have to go through the snowy mountains since magic was traveling. Some time passed. The Black Tower. The guards inside quickly ran in pursuit of the intruder. The infiltrator was the protagonist, who ran up the stairs and asked who was going to stop him if the guards were just whining. At the same time, he was saying in his head that the guards were also infected with the plague, so it was very easy to get in. The two men were breathing heavily and were unable to go up any further. Yusun was saying in his head that the guards were sword masters, and there must be something important at the top, like treasures, magic tools, or spellbooks. Having climbed to the very top, he was met by several knights who furiously asked who he was and how he got there. The protagonist did not think long, created a sword from mana and cut all the opponents, asking himself in his head if they even knew what he had been through, because if it were not for these guys, he would have built several decent residences. With a wide smile on his face, he rushed inside, shouting in his head that he would take all the most valuable things as compensation. The door to the tower opened. Inside was a huge library. Yusun walked in and happily said that he thought so, adding that the magic that was filling the room seemed to be from magic tools. With a sly look in his eyes and a sinister smile on his face, he asked where to start. The next second, he stepped forward and hit something with his naked body. He immediately lowered his head and saw a man in a cloak underneath him. The stranger suddenly woke up and began to pick up something from the floor. After a few seconds, he looked at the protagonist. Then he asked who he was, since he had never seen him before. Yusun was very embarrassed and said to himself that he should not say this. Suddenly, the guy's magical energy spread throughout the entire room, and he himself stood up and said that the protagonist must have released the rats and spread the plague. Yusun immediately recognized this mana. Then he added that the same mana was in the magic circle that sealed him, and the mana emanating from the guy was huge. After thinking about it, he smiled and said that he didn't imagine it like that at all. At that very moment, he said in his head that this was an archmage of the 7th circle and the leader of Phroxia. The guy stared at the intruder and said that he was so young, but he had already reached the 7th circle. At that very moment, he slightly narrowed his eyes and asked if this was really a lord level. At that very moment, he said that the protagonist had defeated the bone dragon with one blow and gotten rid of the sealing magic that had warped his mind. At that time, Yusun looked at the archmage with a dissatisfied face and listened as he continued to say that he had the knowledge to wipe out cities, but he wondered if he was a human. As soon as he finished speaking, the protagonist calmly replied that he was not a lord, but an ordinary person, adding that he wanted to ask one question. All the shelves in the library were lined with books. The protagonist's voice could be heard asking if revenge was really Phroxia's only goal. Hearing this, the archmage asked again, "Revenge?" To which Yusun said that he did not understand how he could commit such inhuman acts for such a reason. A few seconds later, the archmage stepped back, thought and said that there were several people who wanted revenge, but he was not interested in it. Not interested? Yusun asked in surprise. The guy looked intently at his interlocutor and coldly answered that he wanted to gain knowledge and conduct research, and the actions committed for the sake of experiments were carried out by ignorant inhabitants of the tower in the name of revenge. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he stepped forward and asked discontentedly if all these wars they waged and the suffering of people were really for the satisfaction of his inquisitive mind. The archmage put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully answered that he believed so, adding that they asked, and he planned, and this was repeated many times. Then he said that all the experiments he had conducted were of little importance, but the fact that such a creature was standing in front of him now was a wonderful result, and all of this was not in vain. Hearing this, Yusun asked with disgust in his voice what kind of psychopath this guy was. Suddenly, the archmage waved his hand and said that now, a magic circle appeared under him, and incredibly powerful magical energy spread throughout the room. The protagonist did not stand and also waved his hand, using chains. The chains quickly enveloped the Archmage, who looked at them emotionlessly and said that this spell would work better than his. He looked at the chains around him and continued to say that his opponent was not even a lord, so any capture he wanted to tie him up with. But before he could finish speaking, he was shocked. During this time, the chains completely bound him and did not allow him to move. Realizing that he could no longer move, the boy asked in surprise if he, the 7th Circle Archmage, had been captured. At that moment, a strong magical energy appeared in the protagonist's hand, and he firmly said that he could not leave the enemy alive. Shock and horror appeared in the Archmage's eyes when he was blinded by a bright flash of the enemy's magic. The next second, he was completely absorbed by a bright light. A powerful explosion was heard, the shock wave from which spread throughout Phroxia. Phroxia was destroyed. That same evening, Yusun put on his briefcase and happily said that he was finally able to leave this terrible place, adding that now the battles would be over, and if he returned, he would only practice medicine. After a short pause, he took out a book and said that he took it as compensation. In his hands was a black grimoire. Looking at it, Yusun said to himself that he had left everything else because they were useless magic spells, but this grimoire was different. Then he said that he was sure that there must be some advanced magic. He did not want to wait, stretched out his hand to the chosen thing and loudly said open. But nothing happened. Yusun tried again and then again and again. The grimoire did not open. The protagonist was overcome with anger, sadness and rage, when suddenly he shouted loudly throughout the forest why it did not open. At this time, in the Vatican, dead assassins lay on the floor, who had come to kill the High Priestess. In the office, Honen's voice was heard, saying that these people were Night Moon, the best assassin guild on the eastern continent. Then she added that it was known that they secretly received orders only from the most powerful, and they were tracking them from the Vatican itself. Ekli was also standing in front of them. She put her hands on her hips and said in a dissatisfied tone that the Pope was involved in Phroxia's infiltration, to which Honen replied that he was. The next second, the head priestess looked down and quietly said that that was why he tried to kill her. At the same time, she remembered coming to the Pope and saying that she had heard that he personally headed the Heresy Investigation Council. Hearing this, the old man slammed his hand on the armrest. At that very moment, he looked at the girl and shouted in rage, asking how so much corruption had appeared in the Holy Empire, adding that instead of being a country of gods, it was becoming like a nest for the vile members of Phroxia. The high priestess looked away and said that she knew that the saint had asked to let things slide, but without finishing, the Pope interrupted her and shouted loudly that only he could determine the future of the Holy Land. At that very moment, with rage and hatred in his eyes, he shouted that he was going to persecute the heretics even more resolutely than before, adding that this was the will of the goddess, the execution of which was entrusted to him. Then he asked if the girl really adhered to the opinion of the saint and not him. The clay tensed up greatly and said that she wanted to ask if the old man really meant that his holiness would ignore the saint's statement that he was the representative of God. Hearing this, the Pope looked at the head priestess and did not know what to say. After that, Ekli left the memories. Honen, after listening to her, asked if this was also related to the saint, to which the head priestess, walking to her desk, replied that it was, since the protagonist's popularity was growing, and the fact that she had taken his side must have been an eyesore to them. After a few seconds, she turned around and asked if it was true that the person standing in front of her was Honen's messenger. She put her hand on her hip and said that she wanted to ask her for a favor. Some time passed. The protagonist was enveloped in a divine aura. In his mind, he said that the Phroxia base was indeed isolated from the outside world, since there was a risk of infection from other races. Yusun covered the sun and the sky with his hand and said that he should take preventive measures. After a while, he imagined a large circle in his head with a destroyed settlement in the center, and said that within a radius of 300 kilometers, he seemed to have cleared all the places where the pathogen could spread. After that, he lowered his head, exhaled heavily, and said that divine power can sometimes be useful. Suddenly, he heard a female voice. He immediately recognized it and looked in the direction it came from. Not far from him, he saw Churchai, who was tiredly saying that she had finally found him. But Yusung did not talk to her and began to quickly walk away, saying in his head that he refused to get involved in any conflicts. The elf saw this and shouted at the guy to stop, adding that she apologized for last time, as well as for the earrings. Closing her eyes and exhaling heavily, she said that she heard that Yusung saved the children from their village, so she thought there was a misunderstanding. Then she told him that her mother had died because of the Empire, and even the thought of the Empire returning her mother's stolen things to her simply made her furious. At that very second, she said that she was very sorry. As soon as the protagonist heard this story, he became furious because he did not know that the Empire had given him someone else's earrings. After that, he turned to Churchai and asked why she was looking for him, because he was sure that all this was not just for the sake of an apology. The girl was a little confused, but then said that many of their children from the village who wandered here caught a strange disease, because of which black spots appeared on their bodies. Hearing this, Yusun was shocked. Then the elf added that she did not know, maybe it was a powerful curse, but even healing magic did not work on it. The protagonist heard this and confusedly said that this must have become a big problem for them. At the same time, he was saying in his head that he couldn't even imagine that the elves would show up here at such a time. A few seconds later, Cersei put her hands on her hips and said discontentedly that she was sure that those people were to blame. To this, Yusun answered in his mind that the disease spread because of Phroxia, but it was he who created the source of the disease. Suddenly, Cersei looked up and asked pitifully if the protagonist could cure them. The guy, without a second thought, with beads of sweat all over his face, shouted that he would cure everyone. Some time passed. The elf village. A guy was lying on the bed, whose body was covered in black spots. The protagonist leaned over him and asked himself in his mind if this was because of the healing magic, but fortunately it was not that serious. Then he said to himself that the plague is characterized by a high mortality rate, but this disease can be treated with antibiotics. Next to him stood Churchai, who thanked him with a smile on her face for the holy magic. Yusun looked at the elf and replied that he was going to make medicine. At that very second, looking at the girl, he said that the children could be cured without divine magic, and he knew how to create medicine. Hearing this, Churchai spread her hand to the side and asked if she understood correctly that the saint meant potions that people use. The protagonist looked away and replied that it was something like that, adding later that he needed ingredients. When suddenly he heard his name being called. In front of him, he saw the elf children whom he had recently saved. With wide smiles on their faces, they asked what ingredients were needed because they could bring everything that was needed. The sun was shining brightly outside, and Yusun's voice was heard from the house, who said that she would write everything down and let them bring it. Later, on the table were 2 bowls of water, a bottle, and a creche. Seeing this, Churchai was surprised to ask if the saint could really make medicine using things like this, to which the protagonist replied that it was, but to be precise, these were not exactly the ingredients. The back of the bag he handed over to the boys said, charcoal, rapeseed oil, vinegar, lime water. The next second, he took out a bag and said that he would turn it into medicine. When he took out some spoiled bread from there, Churchai was shocked to ask if this was spoiled food, to which Yusun replied that he would not use it in this form. After a short pause, he softened it in water and began to filter it. Then he poured in some rapeseed oil and began to stir it well. As a result, all the impurities dissolve in the oil, and the medicinal ingredients remain in the water, and after purification, it will look more like medicine. Churchai watched carefully as the protagonist mixed everything and explained that this process needed to be repeated several more times, and after mixing, the charcoal treated with high temperatures would absorb the impurities. After a few minutes, the protagonist transferred the charcoal to a funnel and used water magic to wash away the impurities. Then he said that acidic vinegar-based water needed to be added to remove the alkaline impurities. The rescued boys also watched the process, but they did not understand the words that the saint was saying. After a few minutes, the protagonist began to add lime water, which is an alkaline liquid. A clear liquid began to slowly drip into the second bowl. Pointing to it, Yusun said that now only the purest ingredients are released that can be used for treatment. This liquid is the medicine. As soon as the bowl was full, he lowered the syringe into it. Having drawn up the medicine, he said with a smile on his face that it was time to try it. Then he went to the sick boy and injected him with the medicine. He injected penicillin into patients, so he cured the whole village. Then he covered the whole village with divine power. 3 days later, the sick guy jumped out of bed and shouted that he was much better and even his fever had gone down. Churchai was very happy to hear this, so she also shouted that she could not believe that it was possible to heal without using divine magic. And the protagonist stood behind her and said that he made the medicine edible, so it would be necessary to take it once a day. After a short pause, the elf turned to the saint and with a warm smile on her face thanked him, because it was so nice of him, he was trying for them, and she knew that elves were quite withdrawn, but what happened taught her a lot. The protagonist smiled confusedly and said that it was not worth making such statements. At the same time, he said to himself that he simply sorted out this mess. Suddenly, Churchai raised her hands and said happily that they should hold a banquet in honor of their savior, to which the protagonist loudly shouted that they should not do this. Hearing this, the rescued guy and Churchai asked sadly why. Yusun looked at the sad faces of the elves and did not know what excuse to come up with. It was a bright day outside, and clouds were floating in the sky. The protagonist's voice was heard from the house, saying that he was already very late, so it was time for him to return to the Holy Empire. The plague was spreading, and Yusung still had a drop of conscience. The next day, the protagonist was sneezing loudly in the snowy mountains. Shaking from the cold, he hid his hands and said discontentedly that he could not believe that he had to go this way again. He walked forward and thought about how useless the scoundrels from Phroxia were, adding that it was very strange that there was no movement spell in the magic tower. At that moment, something stepped onto the snow behind him. After a short pause, it called out to the saint. Hearing a familiar voice, the protagonist turned around in surprise. In front of him, he saw a dryad who bowed and thanked him for allowing her to return to the forest. Yusun looked at her and said to himself that her horns had grown very much. Then the dryad said that she felt her strength had returned, so she would like to give him a gift. There was a very strong snowstorm in the mountains. The protagonist, listening to the creature, said to himself that her tone had changed. Was she delirious? Suddenly, the dryad broke off her horn. Handing it to the protagonist, she said that only once in her life would she give him her strongest branch. Yusun stretched out his hand and said in confusion that it was a very rare thing. When he took the branch in his hand, he realized that he should give it to Zeke, because to him this branch seemed like a very ordinary tree branch. At that time, the city of Garlem was burning. One of the townspeople begged for help, but he was hit in the back by a powerful blow, which caused blood to spurt from his mouth. The man with a mace in his hand waved his arms and ordered his comrades to kill absolutely everyone they found, because there were demons in this city. After these words, he approached the woman and his son, who were begging for their lives in horror. "Heretics," the man shouted back, asking afterward if they were the ones who opened the city gates of Phroxia. The woman, with tears in her eyes, screamed that it was not them. Hearing this, the man swung his mace and screamed in rage, how dare she lie to him, adding that she would pay for this with her life. "Stop," the protagonist suddenly said loudly. He was standing not far away and, looking at the man, asked if this was really like the Holy Empire. What was this? Coming out of the smoke, he added that he thought they were bandits, but this was not true at all. The man suddenly turned around to look at the protagonist and walked towards him, asking if he had really forgotten his place, and if he was really treating the judge of the investigation council like this. As soon as Yusun heard these words, he got angry and asked if he had really forgotten how to behave. Suddenly, he was enveloped in an insanely powerful divine power, with which he menacingly said that it seemed like he was the only one who did not know where his place was. The man immediately recognized the saint and fell to his knees. Yusun immediately asked what group he was in. The man raised his head in horror and answered, "The Investigation Council." The protagonist heard this, clenched his teeth and said with disgust in his voice, "So the villain behind this senseless order is the Pope." Suddenly, from the side, a woman knelt down and screamed loudly, calling out to the saint. She raised her head, folded her hands, and with tears in her eyes screamed that they swear by God that they did nothing, and these people began to kill them, accusing them of being heretics. The townspeople began to run out from everywhere. They fell to their knees and begged for help, because if the protagonist left this place, they would definitely all die. The protagonist listened to all these pitiful cries and did not know what to do. Suddenly, he screamed loudly for everyone to stop worrying, because he swears on his name that he will sort this out. As soon as the people heard this, they were very happy. With tears in their eyes, they thanked the saint. After these words, Yusun put his hands on his hips, turned to the man and ordered him to retreat, to which he replied that they had received a direct order from the Pope, so they could not do such a thing. The protagonist looked around the burning city and said, "Since the man cannot disobey the Pope, what then?" the killer said in a shaking voice. The saint looked at the man with contempt and hatred in his eyes and finished, if he continued to follow the Pope's order, he would die at his hands right here and now. As soon as the man heard this, he said in horror that he would follow his order. "Excellent," Yusun replied, adding that he should tell the Heresy Investigation Council to stop this activity. At that very second, without taking his eyes off the man, he told him to tell them that he would tear the entire council to pieces if they did not follow the order. The rest should also retreat right now. "Understood," the man replied in a shaking voice. Right after that, the saint looked away and said in his mind that he had to stop this madness as soon as possible. Then he asked himself why every time he returned from a difficult task, some kind of problem would start to arise in the Holy Empire. After thinking these thoughts, he started to run. Saint Iriel's estate. In one of the rooms, Saint Iriel and Greya were there. The latter held her hands behind her back and excitedly said that the council's actions were becoming more brutal every day, adding that their family was trying to put pressure on them. But the Heresy Investigation Council was an organization of the Vatican that was politically independent. Iriel heard this, lowered her head in sadness and said that she had the same problem. There was only one thing holding her back, and the arrows of the Executive Council could be aimed at her at any time. When suddenly she felt a divine power and heard a furious male cry from the street, who was furiously asking if he even knew where he was and how dare he beg here. She immediately realized that it was Yusun. At this time, on the street, the knight bowed his head and begged for mercy, because the last time the saint looked completely different. In front of him stood the protagonist, who folded his arms on his chest and said that he was a vagabond who was begging here. Suddenly, a happy Iriel ran out to him, shouting that he had returned. Yusun was also happy to see her, answering that he was a little late, trying to explain the essence of the matter. It was very cloudy outside, and Iriel's voice was heard in the air, who offered to go inside, to which the protagonist asked permission if the vagabond could come in. A few minutes later, the saints were already inside, drinking tea, and Iriel asked what happened in Phroxia. Yusun answered that they would not be able to return, even if something was left of them, then there was nothing to worry about. After a short pause, the protagonist picked up his cup of drink and asked if the saint knew that the Pope had sent out a council to investigate heresy, adding that at this rate, the doors of the Holy Empire would be completely closed. Iriel closed her eyes and, with a drop of sweat on her face, replied that they would probably cut off all relations with them, since after the extermination of their own people, no amount of shouting about the true faith would help other countries think anything good of them. She then added that their country's role on the continent would then diminish. As soon as Yusun heard this, he put his cup down on the saucer and said that this was true, so he wanted to ask for one more favor. What favor? The girl asked in surprise. After a short pause, the protagonist asked if it was true that the judge from the council for investigating heresy was still here, adding that if so, he should be told to recall his entire council. Hearing this, the saint raised her head and asked if the protagonist realized what he was talking about. Of course, Yusun answered firmly, looking at the girl and adding that there was no need to argue with him, she just had to pass it on as his order. Gritting her teeth, the saint replied that they were under the Pope's command, which Yusun was trying to do. But before she could finish speaking, the protagonist slammed his hand on the table. He stood up from the sofa and firmly replied, "Bring them to justice." Some time passed. The Vatican, the main building of the Heresy Investigation Council. The doors inside opened and someone shouted loudly that the entire council needed to gather. As soon as those gathered saw that the doors had opened, they asked in displeasure who dared. When suddenly the protagonist walked in on them. He walked to the center and loudly asked who the highest-ranking member of the Heresy Investigation Council was. "Me," the man answered firmly. Not far in front of him, Yusun saw a plump man named Dios. He was the chief judge of the Heresy Investigation Council. Coming closer, he asked what brought the saint here, since he hadn't even warned them. An order, the protagonist answered firmly, adding that he wanted them to gather all the members of the Heresy Investigation Council here right now. Dios looked at the protagonist and replied that this order was already a month old, and it was backed by the seal of the Pope. Hearing this, Yusun asked displeasedly if they were not going to do this, to which Dios replied that it was not in their power. At that very moment, the saint released an incredibly powerful divine energy. Everyone present grabbed their hearts and screamed in their heads that they felt like their bodies were about to burst. At this time, the protagonist put his hand on his hip and asked displeasedly if they still hadn't changed their minds. Dios, with the last of his strength, with beads of cold sweat on his face, shouted that this was an order from the Pope, asking afterward if Yusun seriously thought that he could resist his holiness. The protagonist heard this and said that they can call it a confrontation or whatever. His divine power immediately became even stronger, and he said that he was only doing what he had to do for the good of the people because it was the duty they had entrusted to her. With eyes burning with anger, he said that he would give them 1 week and send everyone to Salonia, and if this was not done. The next second, he raised his hand towards the ceiling, and immediately after that, a powerful explosion was heard. A hole was left in the ceiling, and the saint looked at Dios again and added that he would destroy everything. Dios was scared to death by this, so he fell to his knees and said that he would do as Yusun wished. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his head and said to himself that now there was only one left. He remembered the Vatican. In it, he imagined the Pope and said that only he remained. Some time passed. The Holy Empire. The protagonist stood in the Pope's hall and asked if he had caused the problems. The Pope sat on the throne, scratched his beard and replied that he was the Pope, he simply punished heretics. The protagonist stared at the Pope and asked if this was really such a joke, and why unjustified killings of people were now called punishment of heretics. Hearing this, the Pope grinned and asked why a reason was needed. Suddenly, he put his hand to his chest and laughed madly, shouting that he was the Pope, which meant his word was law for the Holy Empire and God's will. Yusun with anger in his eyes. These words caused anger in the saint. He looked at the old man with hatred and said that he was surprised at how confidently he was talking nonsense, adding that he understood that the real reason was completely different. Then he said that he had visited the village that he had destroyed. From what he heard, the Pope clenched his hand in anger. At that very second, with rage in his eyes, he asked what the saint was trying to tell him. The hall was very bright. The protagonist's voice could be heard in it, saying that no matter how much he thought about it, he simply could not comprehend his faith. He remembered the people in that village and said that the old man used it as an excuse to kill innocent people, so perhaps the Pope was hiding something. The old man screamed in rage, "How dare Yusun!" Standing up from the throne, he screamed that this was too impudent, asking afterward if he was trying to humiliate him with such a lie. The next second, he waved his hand and ordered the guards to make him kneel. Yusun immediately tensed up and began to accumulate magical power in his hand. Wait, a female voice was suddenly heard. The doors swung open again. The high priestess entered, calmly saying that the saint should not dirty his hands. She immediately took out a scroll and said that from this moment on, Pope Glissier was to be arrested and tried for heresy. The Pope began to look around in rage and shout at the guards, asking why those two were still standing, since they needed to catch the traitors. It was useless, Eckley answered firmly. She unrolled the scroll and said loudly that she had a contract for the construction of the academy, and all the construction work was entrusted to Phroxia. Thereby the Holy Empire received 1,800 platinum coins as a bribe. Then she said that if the constructed buildings did not meet the standards or the builders broke the law, then the Holy Empire would not be able to make any claims. She held the scroll open and continued to say that this document stated this. Shock and rage washed over the old man. The next second, with a drop of cold sweat on his face, he screamed, "Where from?" The high priestess remembered Honan and her companions and replied with a smile that her friends had helped her. At that very moment, she said that this was an official document with the seal of the Pope, so there was no point in even making excuses. Immediately after saying this, she screamed loudly and ordered the guards to arrest the old man. "Yes, my lady," the guards screamed back, when suddenly the Pope chuckled and told them not to make him laugh. Suddenly, he released all his divine power, which immediately filled the entire room, and screamed that he was the king of this nation. With eyes and mouth burning with rage, he screamed that those who opposed him were defying God's will, and with this power he would judge everyone. When suddenly, at that very moment, the protagonist jumped up to him and hit him in the face with all his might, screaming in rage that all this was nonsense. Pope Glissier was sent to prison. From behind the bars, his furious cries could be heard that the gods would never abandon him. This must be his test. It seemed that all this chaos was coming to an end. It was sunny outside and nothing foreshadowed trouble, but the position of the leader of the state became vacant. The priests and nobles fought for the position of pope. At this time, in the estate of the high priestess, Eckley was asked to become pope. Then she was told that she did not belong to any faction and was the most powerful priestess, which meant that she would be a breath of fresh air if she became the first woman in history to hold the position of pope. In front of her stood the protagonist and Saint Iriel, who was holding a form. Looking at them, the high priestess said that she was not sure that she could handle such responsibilities, to which Iriel, grinning, replied that there was no need to worry about it. After these words, she handed over the form and said that it was a list of people who offered their candidacy for the post of pope. As soon as Eckley read the first lines, she screamed in rage, asking why those bastards were going to become pope. She clenched her teeth in rage. Suddenly, she said loudly that she would do it. The boys were very happy about this decision. With the great support of the saints, Eckley became the Pope of the Holy Empire. The protagonist attended her ceremony and was very happy about it. Some time passed. The Holy Empire. Iriel was sitting in the office, writing something on paper. Suddenly, the protagonist came up and brought tea, saying that she had a whole mountain of work. The saint looked at the saint helplessly and replied that there was nothing new. When he handed her the cup of tea, the girl drank it in one gulp, which greatly shocked the protagonist. He stared at the tired Iriel, who was trying to help herself with divine power, and said in his head that he had always only received help from her, and this happened many times. After thinking these thoughts, he used purification magic on her. A green magical aura enveloped the saint, and her fatigue and bags under her eyes disappeared. The girl looked at her hands in surprise and said that this magic was great, adding that divine powers could not relieve her fatigue. Hearing such a reaction, Yusun said contentedly that if the saint needed help, then let her ask. There was still a lot of work in her office. Iriel's voice was heard, who was surprised to ask what was wrong with him, why he was so nice to her, to which the protagonist asked with displeasure if she was really upset when he helped her. Suddenly, she pointed her finger at the saint and asked if he really liked her. These words shocked the protagonist, so he did not know what to answer. The saint suddenly chuckled and said that it was just a joke, because he was doing this because she helped him. The next second, she spread her arms out to the sides and said with a smile on her face that she would not be surprised if the main character fell in love with her, because such a beautiful woman helps physically and spiritually. As soon as Yusun heard this, he grinned. At the same second, he stroked the girl's head and said that she was right, after which he thanked her. This made Iriel very embarrassed, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. After a short pause, the girl embarrassedly raised her head and said that she was not a child. Then suddenly it dawned on her. Iriel abruptly jumped to her feet and screamed that because of work she completely forgot about it, adding that if they did not start right away, they would have problems. Yusun looked at her and did not understand what she was talking about. It was already evening outside, and the saint continued to scream that there was no time for such behavior. Hearing this, the main character asked what happened. Was something important really supposed to happen today? Suddenly, it dawned on him too. After a short pause, they shouted in unison, "The Pope's inauguration banquet." The same night, the lights were on everywhere in the mansion. The protagonist got ready and changed his clothes, saying that if they left now, they would not be late. Suddenly, he was notified that Zeke had arrived. Yusung looked over and said to tell him that he could come in. A few seconds later, the door opened and Zeke came in. When he saw the saint, he gave him a thumbs up and said that he looked amazing. "Thank you," the saint replied, and then asked why he was here and where Sia was. Zeke put his hand behind his back and firmly replied that he heard that there were many things to do after the war ended, so he would accompany the protagonist today. Yusung put his hand on his hip, and as soon as the guy finished, he said that he had a gift for him. As soon as Zeke heard this, he was very surprised, and a blush appeared on his cheeks. Unexpectedly, the protagonist handed the guy a branch. Zeke took it in his hands and trembled while the protagonist said that it may seem very simple, but suddenly, Zeke interrupted the teacher and, with tears in his eyes, shouted that he was sincerely touched and would cherish it as a relic of the Trey family. Yusun saw such a reaction and said in his head in shock that he did not even have to say that it was a branch of a dryad. After a short pause, he asked if Zeke understood how to stop the sword. Yes, the guy answered loudly and firmly. Hearing this, the saint was very surprised and with a drop of cold sweat on his face asked if Zeke really knew what to do. Then he remembered how he had trained the guy before leaving. He remembered how Zeke failed to block his attack. The guy said in shock that this sword was simply unstoppable. Leaving his memories, the protagonist asked in confusion if he really found a way. At this time, Zeke held the branch like a sword and shouted that if the teacher was talking about the sword attack that was shown last time, then he was sure that he could block it. As soon as the saint received such an answer, he shouted in his head that Zeke was simply a talent. At that very moment, the boy with shining eyes firmly said that he would definitely show it soon. The hall of the Holy Empire. Everything was brightly lit and glittering. Saint Iriel and Greya were already inside. The latter looked around and said that, as expected, the entire family was present at the banquet for the Pope's inauguration. Iriel stood in front and said with a smile on her face that this was true. Suddenly, she looked to the side and said that she had not seen these people before, to which Greya replied that they were diplomats from the Heron Kingdom. She then added that these people ignored them when they asked for reinforcements and still came. The two men in cloaks stood calmly to the side. Suddenly, a kind male voice was heard, which said that their goal was most likely to be. Stopping, he finished speaking to resume trade relations. The girls turned around and saw the protagonist, who said with a smile on his face that Iriel was early today, after which he greeted Greya, because they had not seen each other for a long time. Greya bowed and said that she was greeting the saint. At that very second, Yusun said that he heard that she had achieved great success during the war. That was true. The saint immediately answered, adding that the girl had decided to help her with her work in the Holy Empire. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he asked in surprise if she was not going to return to the academy. Massive chandeliers decorated with gold and diamonds hung in the hall. Greya's voice was heard, saying that it was possible, but it would be difficult to implement for some time. A future doctor, Yusun said firmly in his head. After a short pause, the girl smiled widely and said that if the saint opened a medical academy, she would definitely find time to study. True, with a warm smile on her face and a tear in her right eye, the protagonist asked. Yes, the girl answered loudly, adding that she would look forward to it. Suddenly, people in cloaks approached them, greeting the saints. They were the two guys from the Heron Kingdom on behalf of Aloin. Yusun looked at them and with disrespect in his voice and contempt in his eyes said that it was nice to meet him. At the same time, he said in his head that they did not respond when the Holy Empire needed help and yet they dared to appear so shamelessly in front of them. The man folded his arms and with a forced smile on his face began to say that it was truly an honor to have the opportunity to meet all the heroes who protected the continent from Phroxia. Listening to this, the protagonist waved his hand in order to get closer to the matter. Iriel joined the conversation. She said with a displeased face that the people who were watching the fire from afar were not welcome here, but that they were willing to listen to them since they had come here. The man heard this, coughed into his hand, and got down to business, saying that the Heron Kingdom's trade with the Holy Empire was currently suspended due to the war. But according to the trade agreement, they were friendly countries, and Heron was the exclusive importer of the Empire's grain. Then he looked at the saints and added that they had come here to ask for the resumption of trade. But before they could finish speaking, they heard a furious scream ordering him to shut his mouth. At that very moment, another scream was heard, asking if he really thought he could talk nonsense since he had a mouth. Then came the order to get out of here right now. A divine power enveloped the entire hall. The Heron Kingdom men looked around in horror. At that moment, Iriel came closer and said with hatred in her eyes that this was the position of the Holy Empire, adding that they had come such a long way, so they should head back right away. Hearing this, the man lowered his head in fear and with beads of cold sweat on his face, he asked in confusion if they really meant to say that they were going to break the agreement, adding that it seemed like they did not care what would happen to the reputation of the Holy Empire. Unexpectedly, the protagonist said that they could not unilaterally break the agreement. He stood nearby and with a malicious smile on his face said that Heron was heavily dependent on trade and was currently experiencing financial difficulties, so he was sure that the goddess would want them to help their neighbor. Hearing this, the male negotiator was delighted and with a wide smile on his face said that he thought so, that the savior of the continent understood everything. Double that, Yusen suddenly said firmly. He held up 2 fingers and repeated that they should send them 0 at double the price. As soon as the man heard this, he shouted that it was outrageous. The saint, hearing all this, came closer, folded his arms across his chest and mockingly asked if they really meant to say that they wanted to break the agreement. At that very moment, with a wide smile on his face, he said that he did not think that the brotherly people could do such a thing. Then he closed his eyes and, smiling ominously, asked if their kingdom did not want to make the Holy Empire its enemy. Suddenly, the Holy Pope came out. She clapped her hands and laughed, saying that it was very good that both countries had released the bar, adding later that this day could not get any better. Then she suggested that they solve the problems later, but for now she hoped that the guests would enjoy the rest of the banquet. Everyone was happy with the celebration, except for the negotiators. Dancing began. People drank and talked. At one point, the saints came out onto the balcony. Iriel looked at the stars with a warm smile on her face and said that she thought it would never end, but the war had come to an end. Yusung chuckled and said that he knew. After a short pause, he looked at the girl and asked if she was sure she was okay with him returning to the academy. Of course, the saint answered, turning to look at her interlocutor, adding that she could handle all the work. Then she said with a smile on her face that the protagonist had gone through all sorts of troubles when he suddenly had to come to the Holy Empire, so now he can do what he wants. The next second, she added that she would like to see him from time to time and get a little help with the paperwork. Hearing this, the saint smiled. At that moment, he said that if that was enough for her. After that, they looked at the stars together. The destroyed Phroxia base. The Archmage's eyes suddenly opened. He looked at the ceiling and wondered if he was dead. Sitting on the floor, he said in his head that he couldn't believe that a person had a higher circle than him. Then he added that the protagonist's mana pierced his heart in an instant. After saying these words, he remembered the saint who attacked him with a powerful magic attack. It was huge, pure and beautiful. At that moment, he touched his chest where Yusun hit him. After that, he said that it looked like the source of all magic. Raising his head, he said that he would look for it. The moonlight penetrated through the hole in the roof and illuminated him. After a few seconds, he finished speaking, "Lord." After the war ended, the academy allowed the students to return. Perhaps it was due to the aftermath of the war, but some students did not return. When word spread that the saint was giving public lectures on medicine, students began to come to the academy. Ray was writing on the board. He smiled and suggested that they begin their lecture on medicine. He pointed to the board, saying that this was the topic of today's lecture. He raised his hand and said that during the war they had the opportunity to see priests in action, but they were not the only ones who could save people, as some of them must have experienced it or witnessed it on the battlefield. He pointed to the students and said that priests and even saints could not cure certain diseases. The students looked ahead with concern, saying that these people were doomed to die. Ray slammed the board and said that with the medical academy they could cure them. The students jumped up. The hero said that starting today, the medical academy would accept students and focus on diseases and wounds that even priests couldn't cure. The hero shouted if they were interested, they should enroll in the academy. The students looked at the hero. He said that from now on, all external wounds would be called superficial. The boy raised his hand while the hero was saying that before they moved on to the next part of the lecture, he asked to know why soldiers who could have been saved during the war died even from minor superficial wounds. The student said that the temple didn't have enough priests for people with minor wounds. Ray tapped the board, said that was true, but why do they think they died even though the wound wasn't serious? He smiled and said that it was because of sepsis from a superficial wound. He looked at the student and said that there were a huge number of microorganisms around them that were not visible to their eyes. He said that the palms of the student sitting in front of him. The guy looked at his hands in surprise. The girl behind him asked if the hero was really saying that creatures called microorganisms lived on all objects. She spread her hands in confusion and said that she did not feel any of them near her right now. The hero said that microbes were so small that they would not be able to see them or sense them with mana. The students were alarmed, asking what kind of creatures these were and how the hero knew about them. They wanted him to provide evidence. Ray rubbed his chin. He said that bread that had been lying at room temperature for a long time became covered in mold. He said that mold was also a microbe. He said that microorganisms had unique properties. They were called algae, bacteria, protozoa, fungi, yeast, and so on. He said that even the decomposition of a corpse is caused by microorganisms. He circled the writing on the board and said that when microorganisms get into a wound, a severe inflammatory reaction called sepsis can start. He said that this was the reason why people died during the war even from minor wounds. But they couldn't just throw away these people's lives or cut out a piece of flesh because of a small wound. The students looked at him blankly and asked what they should do then. Ray put his hands on his hips and said that as long as a superficial wound was properly disinfected, they had nothing to worry about. He said that disinfection was a way of killing off microorganisms to prevent infection. He said that everyone here had had plagues at least once. They should know that a severe case of the disease could lead to death. The student raised his hand, asked if he wanted to say that plague is caused by microbes. The hero said that in this case it cannot be said that microbes do not play a role. Plague is mostly caused by a virus, which they will learn about next time. He called water, said that this disease can be prevented by disinfection. He said that this method is quite simple. Ray stuck his hand in the water and said that they need to wash them. If they follow the order, they can prevent the disease. The students listened to the hero with fascination. He said that this applies to minor wounds too. Simply washing the wound with plenty of clean water gives a positive effect. He said that village women who do laundry are direct evidence. Since they rarely get plague, their hands are always in contact with water. He looked at the student cheerfully. He said that he had a question. The guy raised his hand and asked how he would explain the phenomenon of magic used by dark magicians. After all, they use black magic, not microbes. The hero said that this is a good question. He smiled, showed a magic circle and said that the disease caused by dark magicians does not just appear. In fact, they just use magic that creates a favorable environment for the life of microbes. He looked at the audience, said that they had gone a little off topic, so he suggested talking about. The clock began to strike. The hero said that he had just begun. He said that the first step is the most important. He looked around in confusion, thought that he could not interest the students with such a lecture. But the students began to clap and thank the professor. After the first open lecture on medicine, along with frequent hand washing in the dormitory, the popularity of medical lectures grew. And at some point, the medical academy attracted an incredible number of students. Ray walked forward in a white coat. He smiled and said that this was just an amazing start. The sky was bright. The unknown walked forward, said that he was here and he could feel him. He frowned down, thought that he had to follow the old tracks of his mana. He walked up to the university. He thought the hero was related to the Legion Empire, but the Holy Empire and also in the academy. He rubbed his chin. He wanted to talk to the hero right now, but if the enemy he killed appeared in front of him again, it would look rude. He might even be offended. This mage knows how to be considerate. The archmage looked away, began to think about how he could meet the hero in the most natural way and not offend him. He looked at the students, noticed that most people here were dressed the same. He decided that this was the academy uniform. He frowned. He took a step. His hair fluttered in the wind. He was in the academy uniform. He said that this should be enough. He had no tact at all. There are 3 types of students in the academy. Students with swords, in robes, and in white coats. For some reason, the Lick liked the white coat. He thought this outfit was amazing. He was asked if he was a new student. The Lick turned around sullenly. The girls were embarrassed and said that he was very attractive, not understanding how they had not noticed him before. The girls asked if the guy knew where to go. He did not know and they decided to walk him home. The girls looked at each other. One friend said that today it might not be necessary. Today was a practical lesson and they could be divided into groups of 3 people. Her friend said that today they would dissect a pig. She was simply horrified. The Lick asked, was this really dark magic? The girls laughed and said that he did not look like a joker. They said that in medicine it is important to understand the structure of organs. The Lick looked ahead sullenly, began to remember, was it fashionable in the era of sorcery? He thought that the effectiveness of such methods was much less compared to magic, so they began to disappear. He was surprised that such useless things were taught in the Academy of the Holy Empire. The student passed by them and pushed the girl, asked, did they really not look where they were going? The Lick glared at the blonde and asked the girl if he hadn't bumped into her. Her friend said he was just dividing the territory. The blonde was pestering the students while the girl was saying that the medical department was new and most of the students there were just commoners. The fencing and magic departments were usually attended by nobles, so they couldn't just put up with it. The Lick turned to the offended girl and began to hurry her so that they wouldn't be late for practice. The blonde walked up to the mage and asked where he was going after such an apology. The guy asked if she hadn't apologized to him. The guy furrowed his brows and said that it wasn't enough, she should at least kneel down. The Lick smiled. The guy suddenly fell to his knees. The mage's eyes were shining. He asked how the big guy dared to be so arrogant just because of his status, which he got by accident. He said that his vulgarity was simply astounding. He loomed over the guy menacingly and said that from now on he was an orc. The guy looked at the mage in fear. He told him that he would go build a village in the forest and wallow in the mud. The guy ran away from the mage in fear. He shouted after him that now he was starting to look like his real self. He smiled, turned to the ladies and asked to be taken to the lab. There were medical devices on the table. He looked at the table with satisfaction, thinking that as soon as he finished here, he would go look for the owner. Ray looked at everyone and asked if they were ready. The Lick covered his mouth with his hands in shock. He did not expect to meet a hero here. He was not ready at all. Ray frowned, looking at him. He approached the guy, put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he knew him. He pointed a glowing finger at him threateningly, asked if he knew him. The Lick was confused. He looked away with a sweaty gaze and said that he did not know. The hero shot out of his finger and said that it was nonsense. The hero's hair stood up. He said that he didn't know how he was still alive, but he would tear him into 60 trillion pieces and he would definitely die. The Lick threw up his hands in horror and said that this way he would kill him for real. He began to beg the master to listen to him. The hero radiated a powerful aura, said that he was giving him 3 seconds, to which the Lick screamed that it was too little and he did not want to fight him, but only wanted to help. He was crying. The hero asked how he could believe his words. The Lick said that as a lower level mage, it was their duty to salute the higher circle mages. The students looked at the hero in confusion. He said that it was complete nonsense, but the Lick asked them to believe him. Ray frowned, thought that Phroxia no longer existed. The Lick would never commit suicide by appearing in front of him. He decided that the Lick really did not want to fight him, but he extended his hand to him. The guy was grabbed by chains. Ray walked away from him irritably and told him to stay in his field of vision and not move until they finished the lab. Ray looked at the students and told them to ignore the Lick and get to their practical lesson for today. A little later, the Lick grimaced and said how disgusting it was. He watched the students slaughter a pig. He was interested to know how good the students were, but they were just worthless. He looked at the girls, asked if they were really extracting bones. He thought they were grinding meat. He asked why not use a hammer in that case. Ray approached the Lick menacingly and asked if they knew how to cut her up. The guy said that was his specialty. The chains flew off his body. The hero offered him to try, but reminded him that he knew what would happen to him if he did something wrong. The Lick bowed and said that he would not dare. He was going to prove his loyalty with his skills. He took the blade, said that it was dull, but he was starting. He approached the carcass and began to wave his hand quickly. After a while, he smiled proudly and said that this is how it should be done. He winked. Ray looked at him embarrassedly and said that the guy was really experienced to teach someone because it was an excellent dissection. The hero asked if the Lick wanted to help him, to which he began to beg for a chance. Ray grinned slyly and said that since it happened, he had a task for the guy. After a while in the corridor, the hero was asked if he was inside. Ray opened the door. They handed him a paper. He asked what it was. He was told that it was from his home country. Ray looked at the letter in surprise. He was told that it came from home. The mansion of the saints. Ariel tiredly fell on the table, said that she could not do this anymore. Gria passed by with a box in her hands and asked to leave the rest to her and suggested to rest at least for a few hours. Ariel smiled tiredly and said that she promised that she would sort everything out before Ray returned. She kicked him out so confidently. She thought that she had already finished the work, the amount of which an ordinary person would not have been able to handle, but she looked ahead. Ray looked at the letter in surprise. She said that she really needed a saint. He burned the letter. He knew that the Legion Empire was the most powerful country on the continent. The monarch who ruled this state, George the Legion, was seriously ill. He asked the hero to visit him for treatment. A saint whose power healed all existing ailments, this was already known to the whole world. The hero thought that if he failed to cure the emperor, the Legion Empire might assume that the Holy Empire did not want to heal him. This would cause a rift between the two states. He looked away sullenly, thought that most likely he would be able to cure him, but he imagined hands reaching out to him. A bead of sweat ran down his face. He understood that this was a little different from treating ordinary patients. He could not do anything about it. He walked forward, decided that in this case, he appointed Lick as an honorary professor. He walked arrogantly through the courtyard. A student ran up to him and greeted him, but he ordered not to talk to him outside the laboratory, called him a servant. He looked down tiredly, thinking that because of the master's order he had no choice. He cried, clenched his fist, thinking that he wanted to meet other scientists too. He looked angrily at the student. He was sure that he had asked him not to talk to him. The student said fearfully that Professor Ray had called him, and Lick immediately flew to the master. He looked at the hero anxiously and asked if he had called him. The latter said to say hello. Zeke looked at him sullenly. The hero said that Zeke would look after him while he was gone. Lick gritted his teeth and irritably asked again where the hero was going and what he was talking about. Ray said that he would be away for a while at the academy, told him to take this. He threw him a piece of paper, said that he had written down most of the lessons. He told him to study them first, and when he was completely familiar with them, he would teach the students instead of him. The Lick looked at the paper pitifully and said that he was there to help the hero. The hero asked if he dared to argue. Zeke folded his arms and asked if he didn't know how much the saint valued this academy. He should be grateful that he was entrusted with such an important matter. He said that the guy was definitely crazy. The Lick looked at him furiously and asked what business it was of his and who he was to interfere in the conversation. Zeke said that he was the head of the Trey family, one of the 3 families that served the saint. The Lick asked if such a non-entity dared to serve the saint. Zeke was indignant and said that he was a sword master. Ray looked at this argument with annoyance. He had a bad feeling about this. The Lick bowed politely, said that he would perfectly complete the task he entrusted him with and would earn the trust without that creature watching him. Zeke clenched his fist, smiled and asked the hero not to worry, wished him a safe journey. He promised to deal with the cunning villain. Without missing a single action, Ray watched the boys arguing with depression. He left the academy, thinking that he should not have introduced them. Sunset came. Ray opened the door and asked where Iriel was. The saint was sleeping at the table. He went up to her. He knew that she had a very hard time. He adjusted the hair on her face and said that he had a lot of things to do after returning to the Holy Empire, and right after the war, he decided that this was very different from how things were before. He took the piece of paper, decided to look at it. Iriel began to slowly open her eyes. She said in fear that she fell asleep. She jumped up. Seeing the hero, he smiled, said that she worked so hard all this time. He thanked her. He put his hands on the table, said that he dealt with the scrolls and asked not to worry. Iriel looked at the hero in confusion and asked again. She looked at the documents laid out and asked if he had really sorted everything out in such a short time. She ran around the office in shock and said that he was lying. Because she still had work left for a week, began to ask if he had done everything carelessly. He offered to check if she did not believe him. Iriel looked at the scrolls in surprise. Everything was perfect. She waved her hand carelessly. The hero said that he would like to help her more, but he did not have time left. The girl said that there was nothing else to help with. A servant entered the room and said that the saint's carriage had already been brought. Night fell. A strange voice said that if the emperor died so quickly, it would create many problems. The guy was sitting in front of the emperor in bed. He said that no one wanted their father to recover. The third Prince Gale looked sadly at the floor and said that everyone wanted to get the place that the emperor so diligently defended. He put his hand on the emperor's hand and said that he asked the Holy Empire to send them a saint. He said that the emperor needs to wake up soon and take control of the empire. They came to him and asked if it was time to leave, because their father needed to rest. Gale turned around. He had thought about it himself, said that only his brother cared about their father. He felt that he had acted too shamelessly, that's why he came. Luke frowned and asked not to worry about it and asked to let him take care of his father. He froze. Gale said that it was time for him to go. His brother left. Luke looked out the window. He asked his brother not to get involved in this dirty war. The Listen Empire. Ray looked around happily, said that here he is. He looked at the beautiful sunset over the palace, said that is expected from the most powerful country on the continent. It is simply huge. Ray looked to the side. He was told welcome. The Count bowed and said that he would accompany him. The hero thanked him. The Count looked at the saint with confusion, assumed that he was very tired from the long journey. He knew that he asked for a lot, but the hero said that everything was fine and offered to go. He smiled and said that they could not waste time. The Count thanked him for understanding. After a while, they found themselves at the door. The man told them to come in. Ray opened the door and smelled a strange smell. He looked at the bed, asked if they had never washed the emperor. He approached the emperor, decided to look at his condition, touched his hand. He looked at the man in surprise. He realized that all the muscles were tense due to muscular ankylosis. He assumed that this was because he had not moved for a long time. The emperor did not move. The hero thought that everything was so serious that he could not stretch any part of his body, but muscle rigidity alone was not enough to make a diagnosis. Ray frowned. There were quite a few reasons that caused muscle rigidity. The emperor was not too old, so he ruled out myotonia. He thought that the problem was in his consciousness. When an acute illness leads to impaired consciousness, various disorders arise. He opened his eyelids, thought that the treatment was in reverse order. Since he did not know what disorder the emperor was suffering from, he could not make a careless diagnosis. He looked to the side in surprise, noticed that the lumbosacral sprain and lumbago were not accompanied by impaired consciousness, otherwise there would be complications. He lost consciousness for some reason. He saw a bruise on his arm. He shuddered, opening the emperor's chest. He even had bruises on his stomach. Ray frowned. The next day, Ray stood in the middle of a rich room, thought that the emperor had a long-term shock from internal bleeding. Given the rigidity, he would suspect that there were muscle tears. He recalled the types of bruises. He understood that they could not be caused by muscle stiffness. They were definitely caused by an external irritant. He sighed, thinking that he did not want to get into trouble. He was asked if the saint was inside. Luke approached the hero and introduced himself. Ray looked questioningly at the second prince, said that he was a saint and asked what brought him here. Luke heard that the hero visited the emperor last night. He asked what his current condition was. The hero could not make any precise conclusions yet. His treatment would take some time. Luke understood that the hero could not heal him quickly, but what was more important, he looked at the hero with concern and asked if the hero's illness was poisoning by any chance. Ray looked back and said that this was another case. Luke looked at him calmly, said that he completely left the hero to His Majesty's treatment. Luke walked away, while the hero thought that the concern about poisoning was a very reasonable concern. Ray frowned, thought that now he should go back and make a treatment plan. The girl with the fan smiled. She wanted to greet the hero. She gathered the fan and said that she was Luciella, the third princess. Ray smiled irritably, thinking that he was busy and they were disturbing him. He asked if she wanted to know about the health of his majesty. She brought the fan to the hero's face and said that he was much more interesting to her. Luciella smiled and said that the saint was really handsome. Ray sighed. He did not understand what was wrong with this girl. He turned around, said if she did not mind, he still had business that required his attention, to which the princess said that she was just offended. She smiled slyly and asked if she irritated him. He immediately said yeah. She looked at him in surprise. Ray looked at her seriously and said that she irritated him. He slammed the door, having previously said that if she did not have any business, not to come to him, because he was currently busy treating his highness. Luciella took a panicked breath, not understanding how he could ignore the princess of this empire. She clenched her fists angrily, thinking that they would see how long he could act like this. The princess left. The ninja on the tree smirked. She turned to her partners and said in sign language that she would definitely cause trouble for the saint should they deal with her right away. The girl looked at her and asked with signs, shouldn't they wait for the princess to try to do something, since the saint had told them to keep a low profile? The other girl looked at her and said that she was right, they would just watch. She pointed her hand to the side. She folded her fingers, said that if anyone from the Lysian imperial family was planning something or tried to harm the saint, then. She looked forward angrily. She hit her fist into her palm. There were many ninja eyes around the irritated princess, who would immediately get rid of her if anything happened. After a while, Ray walked forward. He thought that the Lysian Empire asked him to come, making an official request to the Sacred Empire. In front of him were magical artifacts. He opened the door to the room. He thought that they could not cure the Emperor. This meant that his illness was not a simple injury. He looked at the Emperor, thought that muscle tension or lumbago would be cured by divine magic. He thought it must be an autoimmune disorder. He looked at the Emperor, who had a syndrome of a stiff person. Ray looked at him thoughtfully, thought that an autoimmune disorder is a disease called a syndrome of a stiff person. It is a condition in which the immune system fails due to severe muscle tension. Even the princess's illness could not be completely cured by divine power. It is logical that the Emperor could not be helped in the Empire. His eyes opened wide. He asked why the Emperor was unconscious and at what speed his body was frozen. He looked at the Emperor's body, noticed that the bruises on his body had become even brighter. Ray gritted his teeth, realized that the stiffness of the body should be treated especially carefully, because due to the nature of the spasm that accompanies the cramp, the muscles are easily torn, so bruises remain. He looked at the large blood stains and thought that even so it was too much. He was sure that someone was trying to move the frozen body. He imagined a network of tears and impulses in the body. A castle appeared in the air. Ray was going to stop the bleeding with a laparotomy. The room lit up gold. He needed to block the controls of the divine power. So that no infections would occur, he used purification. He began to cut the body, said that it would hurt a little when he woke up. Opened the cut, noticed that there was no peritonitis and no heavy bleeding either. He started to stitch up the cut. He decided that a few stitches should be enough. Could it be all because of muscle stiffness? He had an intestinal obstruction and he needed to pay attention to that. Ray stitched up the wound. They had sorted out everything that required urgent intervention. He thought that the problem was the stiff person syndrome. He frowned. He knew that all this would not be easy. In a dark alley, Honan was told to report. The ninja smiled and said that as expected, there was a lot of debate in the imperial court about sovereignty. He said that currently, Prince Jared was first in line to the throne, followed by Luke. Now the third princess Luciella, she supports the first prince, and the first princess Elizabeth supports the second. Honan looked at Honan and asked about the information about the others. He said that the others didn't stand out as much as the first and second princes. Although the second princess is a sixth circle mage, she doesn't seem to be interested in the throne at all. The others looked at Honan questioningly. He assumed that the fourth prince was already dead. Honan frowned and asked if he was killed because of the sovereignty dispute. The ninja said that after that, even the fourth and fifth princes were involved in the fight. He looked at the candles and assumed that they suspected that the culprit was a member of the imperial family, and given the situation, it was the work of the first or second prince. Ninja looked at everyone. She was asked if there was any progress from the third princess. She said that there wasn't yet, since they were keeping an eye on her and the first prince. Honan looked at Hecken and said that she would leave him to her. She pointed at the big guy and said that he would stay here and the rest would return to the Holy Empire. The girl asked if it was really just the two of them. Honan looked away with a frown and said that right now the saint needed information and sources of danger. The big guy and the girl looked at the leader. She said that the safety of the saint was now in their hands. She said that in exceptional circumstances they could act at their own discretion. They were missing. Honan asked Henan to dig a little deeper into the history of the imperial family, because there were still many hidden from view. The guy looked at the girl. She said that she would continue to look after the princess and from now on they would report every evening. Night fell over the palace. Henan suggested that they split up. In the Emperor's room, Ray asked if it was really right now. He was told that the members of the imperial family were waiting for him. Ray frowned. He thought it was about time, but it was still unexpected for him. The servant bowed. The hero ordered to lead, thought to himself that he should take the chance to meet everyone. They walked along a large corridor. The servant bowed, asked to go to the next room. At a large table sat members of the imperial family. Ray was taken aback and thought that the emperor had amazing stamina. He saw several familiar faces among the crowd. He saw Luke and the immature princess. He saw the princess who came to the Holy Empire. Ray looked at everyone else with displeasure. The others looked at him. The hero tried to understand what they were trying to achieve after forcing him to come here. This is the basic etiquette of nobility. A person of lower status greets a person of higher status first. Ray frowned, thinking that a prince or princess is one step below a saint. Despite this, they called him here to test him or openly humiliate him. He said, "Oh my." He looked at everyone else and said that even dogs greet each other when they meet. Everyone was indignant and asked how dare he say such a thing. He said that it was incredibly rude. Ray smirked and asked, did they really think he came here because he wanted to? He put his hand in his pocket and said if they were going to act like this, they better stop. He looked at the rich decorations. All this made him doubt the methods of education of the imperial family. Ray put his hand to his chin and thought that saving lives had nothing to do with this. He needed medicine for treatment. Ray looked questioningly at the person present, not understanding who it was. The princess greeted the hero shyly and said that she was Selena, the second princess of the empire. Ray was surprised. She apologized for what happened earlier. She was sincerely sorry. She carefully looked at the hero and said that she would like to talk to him. Would the hero mind if she came in for a while? The princess entered the room. Ray stood in front of her and asked if she wanted to say that it happened because of the stress that appeared during the struggle for the throne. Selena said yes. Ray put his hand to his chin. The girl said that it was a very important question. Which faction would bow their head to him first? Ray noted that this is exactly what the envoys told him. Selena came closer, said that she would take responsibility for this and apologize. She would support the hero on her own behalf and on behalf of the royal family. Selena looked at the hero with anxiety. She thanked the hero and knows that it was reckless. She wanted the hero to continue treating the emperor. Ray asked not to worry because he was going to do it anyway. Selena bowed and said that she had to get back to work and if the hero needed anything, he could contact her. Ray watched her go silently, thought that at least she was promising. He pressed his lips together, decided to think about what to do with the others later. Now he had to prepare the emperor for treatment. Ray could just forget about how they treated him, but he does not forgive such things. A few days later, sunset was approaching. There were berries and flowers on the table. The hero did not even imagine that it would be so difficult to find the necessary herbs. He came across a chamomile on the way back and it was a real miracle. Now he used a drying spell on the chamomile. He began to squeeze out the berries. He began to create a medical miracle. After grinding the herbs, he needed to get a concentrate. Then he added water to turn it all into a pill. The antioxidants in the blueberries would be more effective. He had already boiled them once. Some of the minerals would evaporate, but there would be plenty of vitamin C left, which should lower his cortisol levels. Ray concentrated on his work. Now the internal bleeding had stopped and the symptoms should subside. The medicine should relax his muscles and allow him to move, so they could begin physical therapy. Ray put everything on the table, intending to give the medicine to the emperor when he woke up. The emperor lay motionless in bed. He opened his eyes. He felt pressure all over his body. He looked tiredly at the ceiling and asked if he had really been lying here for a long time. He could not speak. The door to the room opened. Ray walked up to the emperor and said that he had woken up. The emperor did not even know him. Ray smiled and said that he was a saint from a holy empire and he was invited here to cure him. He threw a pill into the water. It began to dissolve. The hero said that this medicine was similar to the potion that mercenaries take. He spoon-fed the emperor and said that he should drink it 4 times a day. He would come to him for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and before bed. The emperor was surprised that the hero did not use holy power. Now he could only trust him. Ray looked at the emperor thoughtfully. He thought that he was giving him a natural drug that might be less effective, but there should be no side effects. He lowered the corners of his lips. He used purification on the emperor's body. He looked at the glow and thought that it was somehow strange. He frowned, thought that the emperor's body was left like this. He had many maids here. Someone must have restricted their access. The first prince would not gain anything from this, since he was already first in line to the throne. But if the second prince was to blame, was it too risky? Ray looked away, thought, if the second prince had something to do with the emperor's illness, he would not be able to escape the death penalty. He slapped his cheeks and asked him to stop thinking. The emperor looked at him with confusion. The hero decided that he needed to treat the emperor and he didn't care who would seize power in the empire. Ray smiled with handprints on his cheeks. The emperor didn't know if he could trust him. A week later, Ray walked down the corridor, thinking that during this time the emperor had gotten much better. He still couldn't speak, but he could eat slowly. Ray lowered the corners of his mouth. As he expected, the rate of recovery was increasing, and if he increased the dose of the drug, his muscles would begin to relax faster. A red aura was following him. He thought that now it could be done. His eyes widened. He felt the thirst for murder. He thought about an assassination attempt and that someone was targeting the Emperor. He grinned and said that they had come for him today. Sohn was behind him. She grabbed the sword. The hero ordered to leave one guy alive and get rid of the rest. Swings of the sword, splashes of blood and screams. Ray captured the last survivor, praised the ninja. The assassin was lying in chains. The hero said if it was true he blinked once, if not, twice. He asked if the Imperial family hired him. The assassin opened his eyes wide. The hero realized he was an assassin. Sohn approached him. Her eyes sparkled. She said she would deal with him. The corridor was filled with bright light. They had come. An explosion thundered in the palace. Ray stood in front of him and ordered the third princess to be brought to him, and if they did not do it. Fire was burning in his hand. He shouted and said that then the building would blow up. People came running to the noise and asked the saint what was going on. Ray looked indignantly at the people who said that the princess was now eating. He began to shoot everything around and said that the princess's meal is the most important thing. They asked him to stop and said that she would be brought now. The princes asked what all the fuss was going on. The princes looked at the saint with confusion and asked what he was doing. The hero glared at them and said that assassins had come to him last night. Was the Empire trying to kill its important guest? Luke asked in confusion, was that really true? The hero asked, did they think he was doing something without a reason? The first prince remained silent. He bowed and apologized. Everyone looked at the prince in shock. He said that these apologies were not empty words. He said that the imperial family would look for the culprit. The count said that the first prince did not need to bow his head without knowing all the details. Jared looked at him sternly and said that this incident happened in the imperial family and he must take responsibility. Luke said that he would accept any punishment for putting the saint in danger. Ray glared at Luke, remembering how he looked down on him the first time they met, but now he was trying to act like a prince. He pulled out a scroll and said it didn't matter. The main thing was to just bring the princess here because she was the criminal. The princes looked at the scroll in surprise. They saw Luciella's handwriting on the murder order. Luke screamed and demanded that Luciella be brought faster and made sure to tell her that he would not tolerate lateness. Ray sighed angrily and folded his arms over his chest. The princess was being held in custody. She was asking how dare they. Jared looked at her and asked if she really tried to hurt a saint. Luke asked if she was crazy. The princess looked at her with displeasure and asked what he was talking about. She looked away carelessly and swore that she knew nothing about it. The hero showed the scroll and said that it belonged to her. She shuddered, not understanding how he got that scroll. She hit her chest and said that she didn't write that. She was sure that someone copied her handwriting. Ray looked at her angrily and asked if he really let things slide, and she thought he was weak. He released a powerful aura. Everyone looked at the hero in shock. Someone remembered that the saint fought the Necromancer. Ray looked at the princess from under his brows and said that if the Empire didn't want to help him, did she really want a war with the Holy Empire? Jared walked up to him and said that they were too excited. He said that their empire never wanted a war with the Holy Empire. The hero asked if he was the one who was excited. Luciella looked away. The hero said that one of the princesses of the Empire tried to kill a person of the Holy Empire. How can they say that the Empire does not want a war? Jared shouted at the princess and demanded that she apologize now. His sister said that they were right in front of the soldiers. She was hit while she was asking how a princess could bow her head. Jared looked at her cruelly and said that she had no shame. Was that what he taught her? She grabbed her cheek. Jared once again offered a sincere apology to the saint. He extended his hand to him and said that they would like to settle this matter verbally. He suggested that they gather and talk. Ray looked away and ordered that all the princes and princesses be called now. He held his hand out to the side and made another explosion. He pointed to the broken wall and said that if he was treated badly, it would not end so easily. After that, the entire imperial family gathered. They listened to the whole story and apologized to Ray. Ray accepted their apology and started talking about compensation. He demanded two things: closer diplomatic relations between the empires and active trade between them. It was an offer that could double the income the Sacred Empire received from trade. This was a profitable offer for the Leshan Empire as well. 65% of the losses were paid to the Empire, but Leshan agreed to call it compensation. Ray laughed and said that this was a big benefit. Should he thank the third princess for this? He walked down the corridor and thought that it was time for the Emperor to start moving. He decided to go and check on him. He walked into a dark room. The Emperor grimaced in pain. It was still not gone. He looked at the bruises on his arms, thought that thanks to this medicine, he could move a little. The door to the room opened. Ray happily approached the Emperor and said that he felt better than he thought, asked if he could speak now. The Emperor looked at him with difficulty and slowly said thank you. Ray grinned and said no need, offered to see how he was doing today. He asked him to move. He smiled, said that the bruises were not gone yet, but it was not scary. The Emperor frowned at him. When Emperor George came to his senses, a figure approached him in the darkness. He woke up. They knelt in front of him. Someone said that he was sorry and hit the Emperor. Blood splashed. The Emperor did not understand what was happening. His relative begged him for forgiveness and again hit him in the stomach. Someone hit the Emperor and kept repeating that he was sorry. The Emperor looked into the void in confusion and asked why. The fists glowed. The stranger cried. He asked never to forgive him. At the request of the Legion Empire, Rei is sent to treat the Emperor, who is in critical condition. He eventually discovers that the Emperor has Stiffman syndrome, but one question remains unanswered. The Emperor's body is covered in bruises. It becomes clear that someone knowledgeable is to blame, but Rei decides to focus on treating the Emperor for now. Meanwhile, the selection committee conducting an internal investigation into Rei's safety discovered that there is an active struggle for sovereignty within the Empire. And in the midst of the battle, in which Gale and Luke gain the upper hand, they confirm that they will not hesitate to kill their own brother. After a series of events, the Emperor regains consciousness. A guest enters his bedchamber. He beats him and constantly asks for forgiveness. But then he cries, hiding his face with a hood, and asks him to never forgive him. A few days later, the men in black stood in the cemetery. The funeral of Lion, the 5th Prince of Legion, was taking place. Rich decorations. The hero thought that they had gone mad. The ninja stood before the hero as he stood there in thought. Son looked at the hero. He asked if they recognized him. The girl said that the first person he had captured was Prince Luke. Rei looked at the messengers in surprise. The girl said that he had started by ruining the Crown Prince's image by making sarcastic comments about his policies and behavior. When he was cornered, he sent assassins to kill Prince Luke and Gale. In response, they also increased their security and began ordering assassinations of members of the imperial family. She said that this had been going on for almost a week, and today at dawn, the 5th Prince's bodyguards were found dead at the door of his mansion. The prince himself was found dead in his bedroom, his throat very neatly slit. Rei looked at her and asked who killed the 5th Prince. She said that all members of the imperial family had alibis. Rei scratched his chin. Son said that when checking, neither Prince Luke nor Prince Gale were found in the designated places. They had false alibis. Rei raised a finger and said that in the Legion Empire, there was no assassination organization that could quietly subjugate so many royal guards and infiltrate the bedroom. He concluded that there was a person who could move freely and without guards around the imperial household. He looked to the side and said that he recognized the mana the first time he saw it. It was quite excellent, far from perfect, but still quite good. He said that it was most likely Prince Luke. Hecken and Son looked at the saint. He said that they would have to work hard. Rei raised a finger and told them to gather more information about the power struggle in the Empire. He was interested in any violations or things that could bring bad reputation to the imperial family. He said the dirtier the better. The next day, someone mumbled in the palace. The Emperor sat up and screamed. Rei looked at him happily and said that was great. He motioned to stop. The Emperor looked at him questioningly. He lay back down and sighed heavily. He gritted his teeth. Rei said he knew what he was going to say, but he should repeat it. He smiled and thought and that the medicine had worked and the muscle stiffness had eased considerably. He was worried that it was something else, but thank goodness. His eyes widened. He turned around, realized that someone had arrived. The Emperor began to stagger. The hero cast a sleeping spell on him. The prince entered the room, noticed that the hero was still there. Rei smiled, said that he was doing more or less well. He looked at the Emperor. He was fast asleep. The hero said that he had heard about the prince, that he had had an accident. The guy smiled sourly and said that it was the imperial family. The hero asked if he had had an upset stomach when he was riding in the carriage. The boy looked at him and said a flock of wyverns, said that the neighboring villages were also attacked. The hero was sure that the wyvern nests were on the outskirts of the empire. The prince was happy and went to the imperial castle, but at the right moment he was ambushed by wyverns. Rei frowned. Did they really want to tell him that? He looked at the boy, who asked how His Majesty was doing. Rei looked at the Emperor. The hero said that he would quite possibly open his eyes in a while. The boy looked at the satisfied hero and said that if he needed anything, he should not hesitate to ask, and he would try to help. The hero laughed and asked to bring him some peace. The boy grinned and said that it would be very soon. He asked to take care of His Highness. The boy began to leave, but turned to the saint. He turned and seriously said to try not to find out too much about the imperial family. He slammed the door, and the hero thought that he was going to do something. Rei smiled. He grinned slyly and mentally said that it would not happen. The sunset was burning. The hero was going to make peace by force. A few days later, Rei folded his arms across his chest. Everything was going as he expected. The ninja knelt before the hero and said that they had compiled a list of violations in the imperial court. Rei took the scroll. He began to read with disgust and thought that they were simply insane. Prince Gale was lobbied by the top brass and received a monopoly. Prince Luke had an inappropriate relationship with the third princess. How many times had he let her get away with it? Ray turned around and addressed the envoys. They stood up. The hero ordered it to be returned to his master, Son asked if he would not try to get rid of it. Ray smiled and said that he would not dare because it would mean that the stranger knew his main weakness. He frowned and said that they needed to restore the Emperor's health before they made their move. Ray turned towards the sound. The Emperor dressed himself and stood there smiling. He said it was all thanks to the saint. The Emperor said there had been a lot of fuss in the imperial court during his illness, but the hero said it had not been that fast. The Emperor calmly said he understood everything. He adjusted his sleeve and said he had to meet the children. He asked if the saint would be there when he gathered his children. He pointed at him and said he had healed him and asked him to do one more favor. The hero thought he did not want him to get an upset stomach from eating all the goodies he gave him. The Emperor said his character, patriotism and selflessness, his ability to return the Emperor's favor to his country. He said there was nothing he could not admire. He looked away angrily and said he had raised the children incorrectly. The hero agreed but said it was time to fix that. He rubbed his chin, smiled when the Emperor said it was because he had raised them alone without a mother. Ray smiled and said he could help him. He was glad the Emperor was finally feeling better. The royal family gathered in front of the Emperor. Gale congratulated his father on his recovery. The princess frowned and asked why the saint was sitting there. Ray sat arrogantly on the throne next to him. The Emperor said he asked him to do so himself. He looked sternly at the children and said that he had done more for his recovery than anyone else. He said that his children had done something they should not have done, asked if they understood him. The children looked around in confusion and asked what the Emperor meant. He covered his face with his hand and said that he was talking about the prince's death. The princess shuddered. The Emperor said that although it was disguised as an accident, he knew that it was the result of a quarrel between them. The prince looked at the ashamed birth givers. The Emperor asked how brothers could want to kill each other. Hadn't he been calling on them since time immemorial to reconcile? He said that this was how the princes and princesses of Legion acted. Ray leaned forward and asked if they were so power-hungry that they had abandoned humanity. He said they were like animals. Gale glared at the hero and said he talked too much. The princess behind him asked how dare he talk to the royal family of the Legion Empire. Ray glared at them and said they were as uneducated as plants in a greenhouse. The princess gritted her teeth. The hero asked what she was going to do, challenged them to a duel. He said she couldn't win. He pointed to a box of scrolls and papers. He said they were proof that she had not been taught. The Emperor looked at the hero in surprise. He knew these were the parchments that had been stolen and returned. The hero asked to let His Majesty take a look. The Emperor sighed heavily. The hero said that the scrolls contained the essence of what they had done to each other, maiming and eventually killing. The imperial family was so rotten. The hero pointed to Princess Selene. He said that she had not committed a single crime and had not been caught in the crossfire. The girl closed her eyes and remained silent. The Emperor covered his face. He could not believe it. He glared at the children and said he was giving them all 3 years probation except for Selena. Gale and Luke exchanged indignant glances. Jork said that if they did not obey they would leave the palace. He said that now everyone and ordered them to leave. Luke was the last one standing at the exit. The hero thought that if they spent 3 years as if they were dead, they would never be able to inherit the imperial throne. The Emperor looked at the frozen Luke and asked what he wanted to tell him. Jorg glared at him and asked why he did it. Luke closed his eyes. His father said that he only wanted to understand his behavior, so he told him not to worry and answer him. Luke was sullenly silent. He said that it was because of the prince. Jorg was surprised. Ray looked at Luke in amazement, who said that he wanted the prince to sit in the Emperor's place himself. Luke looked down and said that neither he nor his brother could think of anything other than the welfare of the Empire. But he was different. He said that he had a weak character, but he cared about the people and would be able to take care of his subjects. He clenched his fist and said that he and his brother and the 5 princes were going crazy about the power that came with the imperial title. He said that under such circumstances, how could a prince himself become an emperor? He glared at his father and said that he was leaving his throne to them who were busy biting each other. He said that such emperors would be a disgrace to the empire, who would later become a disgrace to the entire nation. Jorg looked at him sadly and asked if this could be the reason why he laid his hands on him. Festival Street, the carriage system was coming to an end. The position of the crown prince was always decided after the carriage festival. He said that the crown prince he was referring to was the first crown prince. The emperor looked at his son and said to prevent this, he attacked him. His father, Luke, asked to punish him to the fullest extent. He said that no matter what the punishment was, he would pay for his actions. The emperor covered his face, sighed heavily, and said that he was also to blame for not controlling him properly. He gritted his teeth and said that he did not forgive him. They would talk about it again soon, but for now he could leave. The door closed. The emperor sighed heavily. They sat on the thrones. Jorg said that it was like a headache, because just when he thought that he had raised them, but they were still children. The hero said that this is how parents feel when they interact with their children. Jorg smiled. Ray said that he thought in the future he should pay more attention to his children, even if they were on probation. Jorg laughed and said that the saint was right. He was ashamed to show such behavior. Ray looked at him sternly. The emperor could not believe what he saw in front of him. Jorg smiled, thought that the saint may be young, but he has a completely different depth of thought. At first he thought it was a bit rude, but he found it refreshing to think and he liked it. He remembered the hero who broke the wall, said to himself that there was a power in it that he would never have again. He did not want to send him back to the Holy Land. He smiled, said if it happened again. He laughed and said that he would have to ask the Holy Land for the saint again. He laughed. Ray was embarrassed. The emperor said that he was worrying too much. The hero thought that he saw inspiration in front of him. The emperor turned to the saint again, asked how the princess looked in the eyes of the saint. Ray thought, winked and said that she was better than her brothers, and above all, if his heart felt right, whatever he did, he would be able to do it with the same determination as the first time. Jorg smiled contentedly, said that he had expressed himself incorrectly and asked what it would be like to be the spouse of a saint. Ray smiled. He had no intention of getting married yet and he was sure that she wouldn't want it either, because he understood her. Jorg nodded, confused. Ray looked ahead in surprise. Jorg asked if the saint wanted to join the team in that case. The hero asked about the crew. He looked at the emperor in surprise. He said that once every 3 years their empire holds a competition to find out who can do the job best. He said that the rewards are very large. The Crew Festival, an empire-wide festival that is held every 3 years, and within its framework, numerous competitions are held. The competitions are divided into 2 main categories, fencing and magic. There is also erudition, debate, and archery. Ray drank tea with the emperor and asked if he could participate in all of them. The emperor said that the rules do not allow participation in more than 3 competitions, and in the sword tournament the hero must use only fencing, and in the magic tournament only magic. Jorg smiled and said that from now on, usually each region has a qualifying competition, but since he is a saint, he will arrange it so that he will get into the main round. Ray took a cup of tea with satisfaction and said that he will participate in the fencing and magic competitions. The emperor stood up and said that he will go and take care of the organization right away, and in the meantime, let him rest and prepare properly. Ray smiled nervously. It seemed to him that he was sometimes teased, but they could pay for it, so it could be fun. He should also check how things are in the country of Sun. He took out a crystal ball and decided that he should contact through it. He remembered how he gave it to Zeke, so everything should be fine. Mana began to fly around the ball. A cheerful Ariel appeared in the ball and asked how many years, how many winters. He looked at the orb in surprise and asked why she needed it. He was sure he had given it to Zeke. Ariel said she had simply asked him, of course. The hero said okay, said the emperor was safe now. Ariel said she knew he could handle it. She looked away thoughtfully. The hero asked how things were. She said everything was the same here, but at the academy everything was a little different. Ray tensed up and asked what that meant. The saint said nothing special, said the students respected everyone and said everything was fine. The hero asked what the problem was then. Ariel imagined the arrogant Lick and said some were picking fights with other academies. Ray put his hand to his head and said he would be back a little later than planned. Ariel asked what happened. She looked questioningly at the orb. She had heard that the fight for the imperial throne had intensified, but she had not known it had reached this level. Her voice from the ball said that he had already intervened and it seemed that everything had been resolved. She said that it was for the sake of uniting the provinces and the empire. She said that she would not mind if he did not rush. Ray looked away. Ariel said that it was good, because she was just about to tell him something. She asked if he understood that soon it would be exactly a year since he came to the Holy Land. Ariel smiled, said that time flies quickly. It will be a little while and he will travel back and forth between the kingdoms. The period of adaptation to adulthood will end and activity will begin. Ray was embarrassed, asked if this was still the adaptation period. The saint told him to rest in the empire as much as possible. She said that she would be with him no matter what happened. Ray touched the ball and said goodbye. He closed his eyes, thought about the active period. In 2 weeks, colored ribbons were flying outside. Ray smiled. Selena walked next to him. He said that he never knew that you can create light in the sky with magic tools. The princess said that he himself is a magician. Is he really that interested? She laughed. The hero said that magic tools feel a little different. Ray turned around and asked if she was laughing. She apologized and said that she was remembering the moment when she first saw him. She said that she found him a little scary then. She was embarrassed and said that not now. The hero laughed and said that today she was giving him an initial tour. She pointed to a large arena ahead and said that this is where the fencing tournament will be held. Next to it is a larger hall for the magic tournament. It is quite impressive. The hero looked at the archery range and asked what was wrong with it. Even a dog kennel would be better than this. Selena looked at him with confusion and said that archery has not been popular in the empire for a long time and few people watch it, much less participate. She said it was a miracle that it was not closed. The hero looked at the targets and thought about what kind of participants there could be if the training ground looked like this. The princess turned to the hero and said that the qualifying competition was starting. Two fighters were standing in the arena. The big guy ran at the guy with the sword. Ray and Selena opened their mouths in surprise. A moment and the man with the sword won. Sunset came. Selena asked what he thought of the qualifying competition. He looked at her with satisfaction and said that it was quite professional. He said it would be interesting. Ray looked ahead, hearing the music. A bard stood in front of them. Selena offered to stay and watch. Ray said that he would be happy to, because they had time before dinner. The hooded bard silently played the violin. Ray looked at this instrument in surprise. The princess asked if he knew this instrument. Ray smiled and said that he was pleased to see it now. He closed his eyes, smiled. The bard played beautifully, told the princess that he even missed her a little. A crowd was walking around the heroes. The bard put his bow away and said thank you. Selena looked at the hero and said that it was good. The bard approached the couple. The princess asked what it was. The bard said that the hero had seen her instrument before. She looked at the hero in surprise and asked if he really called it a violin. She put the violin in its case and asked the hero in surprise, where did he know this name? Ray became wary. The girl knew the name of the earthly instrument. He said that he saw it in a book. The girl used the eye of truth and said that it was a lie. She looked at the hero sternly while he tried to figure out if she was an elf or a half-elf. Ray sighed, promised to answer honestly, but asked to tell where she got this instrument and how did she learn how to play it. The bard looked at the hero and said that this instrument was an heirloom of her grandmother's family. She created it and passed it on to her descendants, and she also taught them to play it. Ray fell silent and thought that in this world it was impossible to create something like a violin. The girl said that now it was his turn to speak. She picked up the case and repeated her question. Ray thoughtfully looked away and said that he saw someone playing it some time ago and asked, he called this instrument a violin, so he just remembered its name. The girl used the eye of truth. Ray bashfully looked away, because technically he did not lie, because his music teacher told him about the violin. The bard looked at the hero and apologized for her rude questions. She just thought that he might know something. The hero said that he was wrong too and apologized. The girl looked away thoughtfully. The hero asked if she could tell him about her grandmother. She agreed and began to think where to start. She said that she could be described as extraordinary, but at the same time she was incredibly talented and admirable. She was the one whose ideas were beyond this world. She remembered that she once created something and called it a bicycle, and she was very surprised how she wrote it, as if it was something completely ordinary. Ray opened his mouth wide. He understood that the girl was the same as him. The girl remembered her words. She remembered the smiling elf and said that she was not from this world. The bard said that this is how her curiosity about her world was born, and she began to look for someone who could know more about it. She looked at the hero and said that he saw someone who played a similar instrument. Could he please tell her more? Ray smiled and said that he did not remember very clearly where they lived. The girl laughed and said that he had a similar situation. She smiled at the princess, said that it was nice to meet someone like him in the mist too. She smiled, throwing the case over her shoulder. She had a feeling that they would meet again soon. She walked away. Selena looked at the hero happily, said that he looked happy. Did he really like this conversation? He looked ahead, thought that the realization that he was not alone somehow relieved him. Ray sighed and said that he felt his loneliness disappear. They walked forward. The hero thought that it did not matter, because the life he was living right now was important. The day of the finals. The arena, he was asked, how was he? Ray smiled at the emperor and said that it was not bad. George was glad that since it was the final, there would be many more spectators in the stands. He looked at the hero, said that he was also looking forward to the start, asked if he remembered the rules of the game. The hero said that the first 3 battles were one-on-one. Then there were 4 team battles of 5 people, chosen at random. These were the rules of the final sword fight. Ray closed his eyes, touched his chin. He remembered being told that communication and teamwork were key at this stage. The emperor clenched his fist and wished him luck. The servant pointed to the door, said that if the saint was ready, he should come here. He opened his eyes. He looked at the hero in surprise and asked where his sword was. The hero said that out of habit he forgot to take it with him. He looked at the stick. He took it and said that this would do. The other host spread his hands and told them to get ready for battle. Horatio took the sword. He used aura. Ray looked at him calmly with a stick in his hands. Horatio was indignant. He began to wave his sword and asked if he was underestimating him, asked where his sword was. Ray took the stick and said that this was his sword, which had been passed down from generation to generation in their family. Horatio looked embarrassedly at the saint, who said that it had been passed down to him from his parents. The man apologized for being too harsh. Ray smiled nervously. The host reminded that if a fatal blow was dealt or there was intent to kill, they would be disqualified. The hero thought that he should hold something for the next opponent. The host waved his hand and said to fight. Ray smiled. Suddenly he was behind Horatio and hit him with a stick, sending him flying. All the spectators were shocked. Ray got into a satisfied victory pose. Around the corner, Son and Hecken looked on in surprise. The girl asked if that wasn't his technique. He said that was to be expected of a saint. After a while, the emperor said that the saint had 3 victories in one fell swoop. He said that he brought glory to their city. They had dinner together. Jorg smiled and said that especially after he won the first match with one branch, he had never heard of such a thing. The hero said that anyone can do it with practice. Jorg laughed and said that he was great in the wizard tournament. Selena smiled and said that the hero defeated the opponents before they could use their magic. The emperor suddenly looked at everyone and asked if the empress or her ladies-in-waiting were away. Selena nodded and said that they had an accident on their carriage because of the wyverns. Jorg clenched his fist. He said that accidents happen often. He smiled, said that it has been more than 20 years. Ray looked away excitedly. He looked out the window and thought that this happens a lot. The day of the group competition. The forest. Ray was sitting on a log with a red armband on his arm. The rules of the competition were as follows. The tournament begins with the participants of the fencing and magic teams forming teams. Each faction is given a flag and the first one to intercept it and plant it in their faction's territory gets a point. The team with the most flags in their faction wins, and the person who has contributed the most to the development of the team becomes the winner. Ray yawned tiredly and thought that it all sounded too simple. His teammates looked at him incredulously. The big guy asked what he was doing there alone. Another guy called him a magic swordsman. He said that he recently knocked out his opponent with his fists in a magic tournament. The rest of the tournament his opponent was just scared and in the end he just gave up. The big guy looked at him with annoyance, asked if he thought a wizard with a sword couldn't beat a wizard with his bare hands. The wizard said they didn't know him. Ray sat tiredly to the side. The wizard said the hero canceled all of his opponent's magic with cancel, just walked up to him and hit him. He didn't believe anyone could do that. Another guy noticed with excitement that the hero was participating in both events, so their group consisted of 4 people. Another team member said they should just stick to the strategy. They ran forward, one of them should go ahead and they would follow behind, looking for an opportunity to steal the flag. Ray looked at them with annoyance. Now he had to stay alone and protect the flag. He rubbed his chin and thought about the wyverns. He closed his eyes and told himself that he had come all this way to cure the emperor and it would be nice to solve the wyvern problem and thus increase the emperor's debt to him. A man appeared behind him. The hero was thinking. The blue fighter teams looked at the hero and asked if the rest of the team had abandoned him. Ray said that he was the only one who could protect them. He smiled. They asked him if he really thought he could stop the 3 of them. They asked him to give up the flag in a good way. The guy shuddered. The hero asked if they had brought their flag. The hero said that he would never leave the flag on which the movement of all 5 depended. Ray turned away. Behind him sat the wizard. The hero said that he knew about it. Also said that it was not against the rules. Because the flag was small enough to hide it in his hands, he said that it was smart. The man jumped on the hero with a sword. Flash. The hero parried the attack, smiled, said that he was standing still, and it just appeared on its own. He was very lucky. The hero raised his hand, created 3 large fireballs. He smiled madly and offered to give him the flag. The men fell to the ground in fear. Their screams were heard throughout the forest. After a while, the big guy said that this was a waste of time. He touched his forehead and said that the team had no flags. The wizard said that he thought they were exploring the area and it was better to get back to work now. They looked at the smoke. The wizard said that even the hero could not protect the flag alone in a team competition. The guy asked, "Isn't that their camp burning?" The wizard looked out from behind the bushes and asked if the hero was okay. Ray stood smiling with a blue flag in his hands and said that he had a flag and he was lucky. His team looked at him in confusion and asked how he did it. The sorcerer thought he would win easily. Cool Ray walked away from the explosion with the team flags on his back. The red team won thanks to a series of raids. Ray received recognition for his performance and became the winner of the finals. After a while, he looked at the bag full of gold in surprise. Jorg turned to him. He smiled and asked if he liked the team system. The hero said that this competition is worthless and the prize pool is small. The emperor smiled, said that since they are in the empire, why don't they explore it more, because there are many beautiful places. The hero was just thinking about it, but he has work. He looked at the torch. The emperor was happy to hear this and asked what the hero should do. Ray winked, because he was sure the emperor would like it. The next day, Ray was walking boredly up the hill in the forest. He thought it was pretty steep and he felt a high density of mana. He realized he had found a wyvern nest. Ray walked up to the magic barrier. He clicked it, noticing that they had created so many magic circles without any guards. He decided that they must be very smart. His eyes widened. He thought that this must be quite difficult, but it wasn't. He smiled and used magic, asking if he would be given a warm welcome here if he broke everything. Wyverns, a highly intelligent race, they are said to be skilled in magic and worship strength. They love heat and humidity. Their nests are usually located in such places. Ray walked, sweating, and thought that he had gone too far. He wrung out his shirt. He had been doing this for 30 minutes. With so many layers of magic circles, it was about time for something to happen. A voice spoke to him. Ray looked up. A wyvern flew up to him and asked if he was the one who removed the magic circle. Ray smiled and asked if telepathy was the wyvern's only power. He said he was here to talk to her. The wyvern sat down opposite the hero and asked what kind of conversation he needed. Ray said he wanted to talk about his nest and asked if they could go somewhere. The wyvern looked at him silently, said that it was rare and everything else was beyond his competence and control. Ray folded his arms thoughtfully. The wyvern mentally said that it could not help but return the intruder who had damaged the magic circle to the village. She asked if the hero understood him. He began to cast the spell and asked how about it. The wyvern looked in surprise at the hero, who was restoring the magic circle with astonishing speed. She realized that he had come prepared. Ray looked at the monster and said that he had been preparing and thinking for a long time, because this aspect was no less important. A little later, Ray smiled contentedly and said that it was so good. He looked at the magic circle. The wyvern was impressed to create such a magic circle so quickly. She mentally said that the hero cleared his name as an uninvited guest, and Ray asked if they could talk then. He looked at the wyvern happily. She said that it was easy to take him with them, but she could not guarantee his life, because unlike people, they respect only the strong. The hero said that he would take care of himself and only asked to show the way. The wyvern spread its wings and offered to go to the village, and flew away. Ray became wary. He ran through the forest, indignant that the wyvern flew away alone. Buildings appeared in the darkness. Ray angrily looked at the wyvern. Imagining her fried, she said that he was a very good runner. A new wyvern appeared above them. She asked her fellow why she brought a man with her. The orange wyvern looked at the guard and said that the human wanted to talk and he thought it was appropriate, so he brought him here. The wyvern took the form of a human with horns. It looked at the hero and telepathically told him to follow it now that he had permission to enter. Ray frowned and thought that it was unlikely to be magic. He now wanted to study how similar they were to humans. Ray turned to one of the wyverns, who said that he was weak for a human since he came all this way and used so much mana. Ray looked at her in surprise. The wyvern said that if any of his tribesmen tried to take his life, they should run to him and he would help. Ray turned to the transformed wyvern. It was inviting him for a conversation. The village under the rocks. Ray looked ahead, thought that they were different from humans and assumed that they were more like elves. The transformed wyverns looked at him with distrust, while the hero was interested in the fact that wyverns live in human form and even build houses and lead a lifestyle that suits them. The wyverns' voices clung to the man. They smelled his scent, asked what was going on, and were intrigued. Ray looked around in confusion and thought that the wyverns were trying to make him listen to them. The orange one asked him not to worry and said that his relatives were just curious. He showed the house he lived in. Ray looked ahead tiredly. He felt on the way here that they did not care about appearance. There was a cup of tea with cookies on the table. The hero offered to talk. Ray stood opposite and asked if they could move the nest to another place, but the orange one said that it was not up to him to decide. Ray sat down and asked if they could take him to a wyvern that could make such a decision. The wyvern said that it was not difficult, but there was a condition. He glared at the hero and said that wyverns have a law of the strongest, and if he can push it off, then he allows it. Ray looked at him tiredly, noted the amazing spirit of victory. He used a grab on the wyvern. It looked around in surprise, noticed a magical entity that was stronger than him. The hero asked if it was it. Ray cheerfully removed the chains when the wyvern said that she was getting impatient, but that was enough. The wyvern stood up and asked if she could know his name. The hero introduced himself. The wyvern said that her real name was Karnata. Ray turned away and in response said that he would remember him too, but Karnata began to plan a rematch. They went outside. The hero asked if they were going to the leader now, and so it was. Ray put his hand to his chin and asked, so he only needed to make the wyvern agree and their entire village would move. But Karnata said that there was no one from her kind who would not obey her. He walked forward and said that the lord was the strongest wyvern in the clan. The hero said that it was convenient. After a while, he looked forward in fear. Karnata said that they had arrived. In front of them was a small house. The hero said that it was the most backward of all that he had ever seen. Karnata said that you just need to be patient with the lord's taste. Karnata mentally sent a message forward. The door opened. The lord laughed and looked at the person who wanted to meet her. The leader of the wyverns came out, smiled and asked what was going on. She put her hand on her hip and said that it was a strange thing. She frowned and told the hero that his mana rod was quite unusual. Ray looked at the lord in shock. He was surprised that she was able to recognize his mana rod when even Era did not recognize it. The wyvern smiled and offered to go through, and the hero thought that he should be nervous. He said of course and went in. The wyvern pointed to the modest furnishings and said that he could sit wherever he liked. Ray sat down, looked at the wyvern and asked why she spoke with her mouth. She replied that she liked it that way, because telepathy gave her a headache. She poured tea, said that she heard from Karnata that the hero wanted her to move. She smiled and asked why. Ray looked at the cup of tea in surprise and said that it was having a negative effect on the civilians of the Legion Empire. He said that they were often attacked by them, magical influences and the like. The Lord chuckled, said that she could understand this, but said that it was inevitable because the weak are pushed aside by the strong. Such is nature, isn't it the same with people? Ray snorted in irritation. In his mind he knew that she could be right. The Lord said that they could not do anything about it. Such is the rule of this world. The strong determine justice. She bared her fangs. The hero asked if that meant he could force them out if he wanted. A strong aura began to emanate from the Lord. She said something like that. Ray shuddered, feeling a great strength of character. He asked how she knew that his mana rod was so unusual. The wyvern closed her eyes and smiled, said that it was a simple assumption, because there was no mana in his body, so she could not help but think about the uniqueness of his rod. Ray looked at the shadow looming in front of him in fear. The wyvern took on a beast form, breaking the roof for the umpteenth time. He looked at the decoration used in the eye of the Cecily, but suddenly realized that it was a full mana crystal. The wyvern looked at him calmly and said that she did not know how this was possible, but it collected quite a lot of mana, but it was not enough to defeat her. Ray smiled and asked how about it. He covered himself in mana and released a huge amount. The other wyverns looked at what was happening in shock. A huge tornado of mana appeared in front of them. The hero smiled and used fire. The wyvern's eyes opened wide. She thought it was amazing. Magic circles appeared around her, beams shot out of them. The mana stone was destroyed. Ray looked away in shock. Flames covered the village. The wyverns ran away in panic. The wyvern turned its head. The hero asked in bewilderment, was she really going to blow everything up? He managed to notice the trouble. Fire was flying towards the frightened child. An air cushion barrier appeared above him, blocking the falling stones. The Lord looked at the hero in surprise. She took the form of a human. The hero ran up to the boy and asked if he was hurt. She suddenly hit him on the head. Ray indignantly asked what she was doing. The Lord told the boy that he should be ashamed of himself. The boy was shaking and holding back tears. The Lord said that they were wyverns and they didn't need anyone's protection. She glared at the hero. He started asking what she was doing with the child. He almost died, but she said that he would rather die than be helped by strangers. Ray looked at the wyvern in shock. She didn't know about the weak human society. She said that everything was different here. The weak were selected and destroyed. The wyvern's eye flashed green. She said that strong enemies and only the strongest survive. She said that it was their pride and told him not to dare try to desecrate it. She looked at the boy and asked his name. He said Kurad. Ray shuddered. The Lord banished him. She looked at the hero and said that she recognized his strength and was considering transferring him to Rio, but for now he should return. Ray put his hand on his belt and said that the banishment was unfair. He asked to cancel the refusal of the banishment. The wyvern frowned and said that he was crossing the line. After all, this is their race's business. The hero released his mana and asked, didn't she say that the strongest make the rules? She looked at the hero boredly and said that it was a waste of mana. After all, it was useless to her. She opened her eyes wide. 3 large fireballs appeared behind the hero. She couldn't believe that he still had so much mana left. The hero said that he was not saying that her way was wrong. He glared at her and said that he was not even trying to convince her. He was just saying that this was the best she could do as the leader of the pack, and he was only asking her to reconsider her methods. The wyvern looked at him in surprise. The hero was surprised. The wyvern said the name Era. She laughed. Ray asked if she really knew Era. She said it was a long time ago, asked if he wanted to know. He said they had only been here for a short time, only 400 years. She remembered walking with Era, said they lived together in the same mountain range and then they did not mind communicating with other races. The hero asked about the mountains of the kingdom of Cilia. Wyvern was absolutely right. She said that as heads of clans, she and Era began to meet more often, and then became close, but the problem was that they relaxed too much. She remembered that one day a human slave trader appeared and, taking advantage of their lack of vigilance, he began a secret hunt for both races. They soon learned about the slave traders. The wyverns and elves joined forces to confront the enemy. She said that back then, people were stronger than they are now and it was a time they call the Age of Madness, and they won and recaptured the races they had captured, but at the same time they suffered many losses. So she began to think. She wondered if there was a future for them, a people who had lost their wildness, become lazy and lost their identity. Era looked sadly at her friend who had made a decision then, and since then, wyverns have not lived in peace with other races. She said that this is the price of standing tall and alone among the strongest. She smiled and said that she did not regret this choice, but of course she would be lying if she said that she did not. They were very close after all. Ray smiled. The wyvern said that she almost made a mistake again. He made her think twice. The hero said that he would say hello to Era when he saw her. The wyvern began to look at the hero jealously and asked what kind of relationship he had with her. She said that at first she thought he was her son because of the resemblance, but Era could not have a son like her. She smiled, said that it did not matter, and now they could talk about the transfer from the Rio. She asked to tell him anything, because he was already a recognized person. Ray looked at the night sky, said that besides the fact that he could not ignore Era's request to meet, they were friends. Meanwhile in the Empire, people gathered in the main hall, they discussed that tomorrow the saint would leave the empire. The emperor laughed with a glass in his hand. He hoped that those gathered here would not forget what the saint did for the empire. Ray looked at the emperor embarrassedly and asked if he had not spent more money on the banquet than on the carriage. Jorg said that the saint was leaving. Wasn't this the least they could do in his honor? Ray reached into his inside pocket and said thank you for the banquet. It was very welcome. He pulled out a contract written by the Mana Lord of the Wyverns. With it, the empire would not be attacked by surprise unless the Wyverns were touched first. Jorg took the piece of paper in shock and asked what it was. Was this really the task he had spoken of recently? The saint said that it was so. The emperor's cheeks turned red. He asked if the manifestation of a god was really holy, for how could he be so merciful? Ray laughed. While the emperor could not find a place for himself and said that he should not do this, he began to thank him very much and said that he would never forget this, even in the next life. Selena turned to the hero. She bowed shyly and said that he was leaving tomorrow. Ray smiled and said that she had to go. The princess thanked him very much for everything. He smiled. He did not need thanks. She smiled. She looked away sheepishly and said that she was so gifted in magic that she had been given a high title at an early age. So from a young age she had no interest in the political battles of the imperial court. She was only interested in studying magic. She looked away and said that she had no idea what was going on inside the imperial family. That was how she left her brother and sister behind. She said that she thought a lot about the help he had given the empire and the selflessness he had shown. He, an outsider, was doing such things, and what was she, a member of the royal family, doing? She was afraid of getting caught up in the turmoil. She had used magic as an excuse to turn a blind eye. Selena smiled. She was not going to avoid it anymore. She was going to dive right into it. Ray smiled. Selena said that she had blabbed and apologized. She only wanted to tell him about her decision. She thanked him for his bravery. Ray closed his eyes, said he knew she could do it. Selena smiled sheepishly. The hero asked her to stay strong. It was the dead of night. A glass of wine broke. The man's hand was shaking. He said the saint had ruined all his plans. At this rate the throne should have been his, and now he was on probation for 3 years. The hooded man listened silently. The prince said that Princess Eliza's massive bribery campaign had caused nobles to flock to Prince Luke. He said this probation was too fatal, and if this continued, Luke would definitely be the heir. Jared grabbed his hair and said they couldn't just sit back. He asked what they could do. Someone said he had an idea. The hooded man stepped forward and asked why they didn't use the Wyvern Mountains. He raised a finger and said they would hit the Wyverns and make them attack the Empire. Jared froze in surprise. The unknown said that this would be a blow to the Empire and all forces would be concentrated there. The unknown smiled and said that a revolution would happen. He pointed to the rest of the assembly and said that without losing troops and joining forces with the Wyverns, they would feel this was a much-needed reinforcement. And if they missed this opportunity, they could lose their player to this prince, and if they were preparing for war, they would be outnumbered. Jared looked at the stranger and asked if he could ask him to organize troops. The stranger said that he could do it just fine. Jared extended his hand forward. He said that the rest knew what to do next. He ordered to gather and equip an army that would remain unnoticed. The prince smiled evilly. He ordered an immediate attack on the Wyvern Mountains, timing everything to coincide with the departure of the saint from the Empire. Morning came and the protagonist was informed that the carriage was ready. Yusun walked to the carriage and said in his head with relief that he was finally returning to the Holy Empire. After a short pause, he opened his eyes and said to himself that as soon as he returned, he would immediately go on a pilgrimage. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The saint turned around and saw a column of smoke rising into the sky. At that very moment, he shouted in rage that he had almost left, and suddenly this. Gregory held his sword in his hands and shouted furiously that the Wyverns did not dare attack the Empire, adding that they seemed to want to die. The Wyverns in human form shouted back that they had attacked them first. Suddenly, a foot stepped in front of them. A loud and menacing female voice was heard, ordering her to be taken to their emperor. It was the Wyvern Lord. With a very displeased face and a powerful force, she asked to talk, adding that if they refused, their nation would meet the end of its long history. The knight stood up and said that this was impossible, adding that they would rather stay here and die. Hearing this, the Lord's eyes lit up, and she asked if it was true. The next second, she waved her hand and directed her warriors to attack, saying that she should get rid of the fools, and the blood would wash away the grief of losing a comrade. Enough, suddenly a loud male scream was heard. It was the protagonist. He came to the battlefield and excitedly asked what the Lord was doing, because this was against the terms of their agreement. Saint, the Wyvern screamed in rage. Then she said that it was like that until he attacked. As soon as Yusun heard this, he was very surprised and with a drop of cold sweat on his face, asked what she was talking about. The Lord looked at the saint with hatred in her eyes and said that last night she was attacked by a group of high mages, and this is a fairly large group with a lot of magic of the four circles. The next second, she abruptly turned to Gregory and said that only the Empire is capable of such an attack. Gregory, hearing the accusations, shouted in rage that it was all a lie because they had not received such orders. At this time, the protagonist looked away and said in his head that there was actually nothing impossible about this, because the Lord was right, because the Empire was the only organization of such a scale in the area. Then he remembered the contract and said in his head that Lilith had made an oath using her mana, and if she had broken her word, she would have destroyed herself. At that very second, he realized that the fact that she had been attacked was true. At that very moment, he said that there was no reason to do something like that, after which he turned to Lilith and asked her to stop the attack. The Lord looked at the saint and replied that she could not, because taking the life of her people was a grave crime. To this, the protagonist replied that he understood everything, but it was better not to create new victims. A few seconds later, he pointed his finger and firmly said that he would catch all the instigators and hand them over to the last one. Hearing this, the wyvern stared at the protagonist and said that as a human, she did not believe a single word he said in this situation. Yusung put his hand in his pocket, thought for a moment, and said that since she did not believe him, then. The next second, with a calm face, he finished saying that he swears by his mana. Hearing this, Lilith was very surprised. She folded her arms across her chest and asked displeasedly if the guy did not know what happens when someone as powerful as him breaks an oath. Of course, Yusung answered firmly, after which he asked the wyvern to wait until tomorrow morning. The Lord thought for a moment and answered, okay, adding that she leaves all this to the saint. Thank you, the protagonist happily replied, after which he abruptly turned to Gregory and greeted him. He then ordered to tell the emperor to gather the nobles right now. The attack stopped, but smoke from the destruction left by the wyverns was still rising into the sky. Some time passed. The meeting room. The protagonist looked around the room and said in his head that everyone was here, and then loudly ordered everyone to listen to him. Then he said that he was sure that everyone already knew about the wyvern attack, so they should have realized that there were heavy losses on both sides. Many nobles stared at the saint and listened to him silently. The next second, Yusung pointed to the table where a couple dozen scrolls were lying and said that they were in a hurry, so he wanted everyone to write down the biographies of all their family members. Hearing this, everyone gathered became furious. They began waving their hands and shouting that the saint was demanding too much information, although he was not even a representative of the empire. The next second, they shouted that the empire would handle its own affairs, so there was no need to involve the saint in them. Hearing this, the protagonist became very angry and asked if it was true. At that very moment, he threw up his hands and said that, frankly, it was none of his business what was happening to the empire, so who was he to judge, much less care about it, and if they asked him to leave, then he would leave. All this was heard from the side by the emperor himself, who was trying with all his might to restrain himself. He heard the nobles furiously shouting for the saint to get out of their sight and go home, adding that they were sorry that they had not asked such a thing before. Then suddenly the emperor could not hold back, turned to the nobles and shouted louder than anyone else for them to shut their mouths, because nobles who had received the emperor's favor must do as they were told, and if they disobeyed, he would destroy them with a wave of his hand. After these shouts, he turned to the saint and with a very pitiful look asked him to take care of them and think twice. To this, Yusung rolled his eyes and replied discontentedly that he had had enough. At that very moment, he turned away and added that he would tell the wyverns to start asking them uncomfortable questions. Hearing this, the emperor turned to the nobles in anger and ordered them to quickly apologize to the saint. Everyone gathered immediately began to apologize and beg for mercy. They shouted that no one dared to abandon the saint, so he could stay as long as he wanted. Hearing all this, the protagonist stopped and said in his head that all these people were just cowardly bastards, and then asked them, so what? When suddenly he said that he wanted to help the emperor out of loyalty, but now he did not want to at all. Hearing this, the emperor was shocked. The nobles continued to apologize and with beads of cold sweat on their faces, asked what they could do to make the saint change his mind. Money, the protagonist suddenly said firmly and loudly. As soon as the nobles heard this, they were very surprised. Yusung looked at the assembled people with disdain in his eyes and ordered them to pay half of all their wealth, when he suddenly changed his mind and told them to give him 3/4 of their wealth. One of the nobles stepped forward, spread his arms and shouted that if they gave everything, they would have nothing to live on. Hearing this, the protagonist turned around and said goodbye. The king heard this and became even more furious. The nobles saw this and immediately shouted that they understood everything, adding that this was the least they could do for the saint to apologize. At that very second, the protagonist turned around abruptly, said in his head that all these people were just shameless bastards, and then menacingly shouted that if everything was decided, then they needed to hurry, so let everyone take one scroll, quickly fill them out and bring them to him. A minute later, in the brightly lit room, Yusung asked if they were ready for the annual count of each family's personal soldiers. Yes, that's it, they all replied. After a few seconds, the protagonist looked at each completed scroll and said that except for some families, the difference in the count was too big, but they could make a nation out of it. Then he suddenly threw away all the scrolls and said that he thought that this would help find the culprit, but now he was at a dead end because he didn't know who the culprit was. Hearing this, one of the nobles shouted in rage that he couldn't believe that the saint couldn't catch him after all this, but of course he didn't say he was going to catch him. Yusun heard this reaction, put his hand under his cloak and grinned, saying that he didn't know there was so much corruption in the empire. After a short pause, he took out a scroll and said what they had, then explained that he had a mana contract in his hands that the Wyvern Lord had promised him for a favor, so he would ask for her forgiveness. Yusun then began to look around, saying in his head that to anyone who looked at it, it looked like a mana contract, but most of the nobles looked at the contract with forced smiles, and the protagonist said in his head that of course it was a fake, after all, it was just a piece of paper that was prepared in advance. Among the crowd, there was a man who was furious at the realization that the wyverns had become useless. At this time, the protagonist said in his head that this man's head must be splitting, because these very wyverns that he had hooked would no longer be of any use to him. At that moment, he said in his head that the answer to the question of who attacked the wyverns and for what purpose was obvious, because it was someone from the imperial family and his close associates. At that moment, he added that it was probably the prince, who had been suspended from the imperial throne by a suspended sentence and was overcome with impatience. At that moment, he asked himself in his head how to prevent this suspicion from being confirmed now. After these thoughts, he firmly ordered everyone to be silent. A few seconds later, he turned to the emperor and asked them to listen to him and do what he said. At that moment, he began to whisper something, closely watching the nobles. Hearing the saint, the emperor was very surprised. After a short pause, he folded his hands and said that it seemed they had come to an agreement, then thanked the saint for serving the empire to the end, and now he announces in the presence of everyone gathered here. The next second, he shouted loudly, looking at everyone, that tomorrow morning they would honor the crown prince, who would be his successor. That same night, a furious scream could be heard in the garden that the saint would never stop interfering with them. Jared spread his arms and shouted in rage that he couldn't do that the protagonist had a contract with the Wyvern Lord. Not far from him stood a man in a cloak who said that they had little time because the emperor suddenly decided to crown the crown prince. Hearing this, Jared shouted that now was not the time for this and then ordered to call a strike team like last time. As soon as the guy in the cloak heard this, he was very confused and shouted, but Jared did not let the guy finish. He clenched his teeth in rage and said that they would attack the Wyvern Mountains again. The protagonist's people were watching all this. Among themselves, they said that the prince was in such a hurry that he could not think clearly. They were Hecken and Son. The second one glanced at her comrade out of the corner of her eye and said that he was luring himself into a trap, to which the first one said that he needed to tell this saint, and he would keep an eye here for now. Wyvern Mountains. The protagonist exhaled in displeasure and said in his head that it was stupid to attack the wyverns again. Lilith stood in front of him and said that he could not just come and go. She put her hand on her hip and after a short pause asked if the saint had found the instigators. The forest was silent. Only Yusun's voice could be heard, who answered that he did not think so, to which the wyvern asked him why he was here then. The protagonist thought for a moment and answered to let them know, because they would come here themselves. Hearing this, Lilith asked in shock if they would really return. Yusun raised his hand and replied that they had little time, so let them sit in ambush and attack at the first sign of mana. Then he said that the others could return now and surrender once they were found, and then asked if Lilith would think again about attacking the empire. As soon as the Lord heard this, she was embarrassed and asked if it was really only now. The saint firmly answered that he was not lying and asked if she had forgotten about mana. Lilith folded her arms and answered, "No, not that." A few seconds later, looking at the protagonist, she added that she thought he was trying to do her a favor because he was a saint. Yusun was confused and said that he would take it as a compliment. After these words, he looked away and said in his head that it was time to sort this all out. Morning came. The palace room. A woman's furious scream was heard in it, asking if this was all the saint had. It was Luciella screaming. She gritted her teeth and continued to shout in rage that this was all, because the protagonist was asking the royal family of the Leshan Empire to gather in the blink of an eye. Selena was standing not far from her, ordering her to be quiet. Then she said with a calm face that the saint was the benefactor of the empire, he should know mercy, and as a member of the imperial family, the girl had better behave decently. Luciella turned around in rage and shouted that all this was just wonderful. She looked at her sister with hatred and asked herself in her head since when she thought so about the imperial family. At this time, Jared approached them. He gritted his teeth and with beads of cold sweat on his face asked himself in his head why the saint was calling them, what he was planning. After a while, the protagonist asked if everyone was here. He looked at those present with a smile on his face and said that it was very good that all 6 were here. Sam looked at the saint and calmly asked what brought him here because he was told that he wanted to say something. "It is important," Yusun answered immediately. Then he said that among these 6 there is an idiot who ordered the troops to attack the wyverns and attacked them again today. Hearing this, Selena opened her eyes wide and asked if a member of the royal family was really to blame for this. Sam reacted in the same way and said that this could not be. At this time, Jared looked at the saint in horror. Dripping with cold sweat, he said in his head that he had already been identified, and if they found out, they would immediately execute him, but in any case, they had no evidence, they just had to continue to ignore him. Unexpectedly for him, the protagonist said that this man now thought that they had no evidence now and asked if he really thought that if he just kept quiet, everything would be forgotten. Hearing this, Jared was shocked and scared even more. Yusin continued to say with a wicked smile on his face that he had solid evidence, because all the noble night strike teams that attacked the wyverns were captured. Then he added that they would confess because he was sure that he could achieve a lot with the help of mind magic. At that moment, he mockingly asked what would happen if he was caught because the people were already angry enough and they would have to go from village to silence them. Hearing this, Jared imagined his execution in his head and was horrified, when suddenly the saint with a smile on his face said that he had a good proposal. At that moment, he asked why he did not reveal himself and repent of his sins to the saint in order to end this as honorably as possible. After that, he put his finger out and a holy cross appeared in front of him, and then he said that it would be repentance in the time of God, and besides, he liked to be indebted to the greatest empire. Jared listened in a cold sweat as Yusin continued to say that he would absolve the sin of someone who did not want to part with his head yet. Suddenly, Jared could not hold back and shouted loudly that it was all his doing. Then he shouted that the person who gave the order to attack the wyvern lock was him, the first Prince Jared. Hearing this, the saint smiled widely and said that it was a good idea. After a short pause, he suddenly stuck out his thumb and with a wide smile on his face said goodbye to the prince, adding that mercy does not exist, but as a saint, he prays for his soul to rest in peace. Hearing this, Jared shouted in horror that this is not what the saint said before. Of course not, the protagonist calmly replied. He said with an ominous smile on his face that it was just a lie. Then he asked if Jared really thought he could get away with all this, but it was good that he confessed himself, although he had no evidence against him. As soon as the prince heard this, he was so shocked that he turned pale and lost the power of speech. A few seconds later, the doors to the hall swung open and the protagonist loudly said that from now on this was the work of the empire. Two knights grabbed Jared while he screamed in rage. Wasn't the saint ashamed to tell such a lie? Yusin watched as the prince was taken away with a sarcastic smile and answered, not at all. At that very second, a knight approached him from behind and said that they had captured all the nobles who participated in the uprising, but what should they do now? The protagonist heard this, put his hands on his hips and looked at the knight, not knowing what to say. After a short pause, he replied that this should be asked of His Majesty the Emperor, and not of him because, as he had already said, everything would be decided by the empire from now on. He put his hands in his pockets, lowered his head and added that he was just an outsider. Thus ended the protagonist's long journey through the Leshan Empire. The emperor beheaded everyone who had participated in the rebellion. The protagonist, who had greatly helped the empire, not only gave the Holy Kingdom a diplomatic advantage at the national level, but also received territory as compensation along with a noble title. The protagonist would find out about this later. He was riding in a carriage, from which a female voice was heard, saying that it was too late, suddenly an official request from the empire. To this, Yusin replied that he could not appeal, so why rush? He was talking to a magic ball, from which a girl said that she was busy, the pilgrimage had already been organized. Hearing this, the protagonist calmly asked what was wrong with that, because there was simply no need to rush in return. He was talking to Iriel, who asked discontentedly that this was not entirely correct, because there was a certain time limit. Then she explained that the later you start, the tighter the schedule and the harder it will be to visit everything. As soon as the saint heard this, he shouted in shock, asking if there was really a time limit. Then he shouted that he would be there soon. The saint looked at the magic ball in surprise and did not know what to say. Suddenly, she blushed sharply from what she saw. At that very second, she asked where Yusin would put the crystal ball, but the protagonist did not answer because he had already gotten out of the carriage. He threw the ball under his shirt, pointed his finger to the side and with a smile on his face told the coachman that he had urgent business, so he was returning first and everyone else should slow down. Without waiting for an answer, he rushed to run to the Holy Kingdom while Iriel was embarrassed by the sight. Some time passed and evening came. A female voice was heard from the estate, which said that the saint had arrived earlier than expected today, to which the protagonist replied that he was in a little hurry because he was told that the preparations for the pilgrimage were already finished. Sia bowed and said that they were ready to leave tomorrow. Hearing this, Yusung said that it was very good, then turned to Honan and asked if she would take care of it. The girl firmly answered yes, then said that she wanted to give an update on the situation in the Holy Land. She then said with empty eyes that with the exception of Salonia, the outlying provinces of the Holy Kingdom were experiencing financial difficulties. The main reason was the increase in the number of monsters after the crisis in Proxia. After a short pause, Honan added that she heard that the lords were raising taxes even higher in order to gather the forces needed to exterminate them. Hearing this, the protagonist asked with displeasure what they meant by raising taxes. Did the capital really have to send aid? He then added that it would definitely be a waste. After a short pause, he pointed his finger and ordered Honan to put all the wasters on a list, and he would deal with them later. The girl nodded and said that she would do as the saint ordered. A few moments later, the protagonist turned to Sia and asked what about the academy. The girl brought the crystal ball, rolled her eyes and said that Zeke had just wanted to communicate with him using the crystal ball, to which the saint asked to connect. After the connection, Zeke greeted the teacher with tears in his eyes. The protagonist was a little confused and asked how he was, if everything was okay. At this time, the archmage behind him stumbled and began to fall, screaming loudly, while Zeke said that he was looking after him, as ordered. Hearing this, the protagonist asked in surprise if they were really together. Then the archmage got to his feet and with tears in his eyes shouted that he had read all the books and parchments that Yusun left them. They were incredibly voluminous and detailed, so now he understood where the saint got so much knowledge from. Zeke saw the guy run up to the magic ball and furiously screamed where he was going. The archmage in response showed him the middle finger and with shining eyes screamed that he would give all the strength he had. Zeke couldn't stand it, pushed the guy away and shouted into the magic ball that he wanted to know much more than the archmage. The protagonist at this time walked away from the ball, pointed at it to Zai and ordered it to be turned off. A few minutes later, he asked Honan to take care of herself while he was gone. The girl nodded and wished her a good pilgrimage. Some time passed. It was beautiful weather outside, and a carriage was driving along the road. A very dissatisfied protagonist was sitting in it. He asked why she was here. In front of him sat Feya, who with a happy smile on her face held Iriel's hand and said that she wanted to have a picnic. The carriage drove on, and Iriel told the saint that one of the city's families usually accompanies the saint on a pilgrimage. Feya suddenly shouted that this time it was their family's turn. Hearing this, the protagonist suddenly shouted dissatisfiedly, asking why she was riding with them in the same carriage. The girl made a very sad face and said that she used her own carriage and it was very boring. The protagonist heard this and said with displeasure that she should wait a bit and go to her map, because it was already crowded here. The girl suddenly said sadly that she shouldn't say that, because she had prepared something. Hearing this, Iriel was very surprised and immediately understood everything. Feya took out sweets and tea that she had brewed herself. Iriel immediately turned away and said that she was a little sick. Feya was slightly upset, but handed the cup of tea to Yusun, who asked if maybe she shouldn't. With a blush on her cheeks, the girl began waving her hands and begging him to try it at least once, because it was her signature dish, and if he didn't like it, she would leave here. The protagonist heard this and agreed. The next second, he brought the cup to his mouth and tried the drink. Feya looked at him with a wide smile on her face and asked if it was tasty. A few minutes later, she was sitting in her carriage with a sad expression on her face. She was riding alone, so she was not at all happy. At this time, in the carriage of the saints, Yusun with a green face said that the tea tasted like dirt. Iriel looked at the protagonist and laughed, saying that the girl should prepare better. Yusun immediately understood everything and asked if this was really why she did not drink it, to which the saint replied that someone had to tell her the truth. Then she said that it was still good when such incidents happen. From now on she will sleep in the carriage. The protagonist listened to her while cleaning his tongue, and then asked how the pilgrimage was. At this time, the carriages entered the city, and Iriel answered that it did not really look like a pilgrimage. It was just a carriage ride around the city, and most of the work was done by priests or clerics. As soon as Yusun heard this, he said with a drop of sweat on his face, confused, that you don't have to be a saint to do this, it's all about showing and telling. Iriel laughed and said, "That's right," when suddenly they heard a loud cry for help. The saints turned around in surprise, asking what was going on. A man was kneeling on the grass with a child in his arms, and with tears in his eyes he was shouting that he knew that this was wrong, but it was very urgent because his child needed urgent help. A priest passing by looked at the child and said that he would cure the child and God would take care of him. After that, he approached them and stretched out his hands using divine magic. But the miracle did not happen. The surprised priest did not understand why divine magic did not work, blaming it on the fact that the child was in a terrible state, so he decided to tell the man that his child was incurable. Hearing this, the man burst into tears and shouted that he had waited so long and held on for this pilgrimage. Suddenly, the boy passed by all the priests. It was the protagonist. He approached the man and asked to take a look. What Yusun saw surprised him greatly. When he examined the child, he saw that he had straggly and easily falling hair, extremely developed skin edema, and an emaciated body with no subcutaneous fat. Squatting down, he asked if this happened suddenly, to which the man replied that it was not. Hearing this, Yusun looked away and said in his head that perhaps this was just protein accumulation, so divine magic would not help here. After thinking these thoughts, he ordered the knights to prepare food for them, preferably meat. As soon as the man heard this, he immediately thanked the saint, but immediately asked how they could eat. Then the protagonist told him that eating a lot of meat would naturally cure the ailment and that it should be eaten more often in the future. To this the man replied sadly that they could not afford meat very often, so at that moment Yusun smiled and said that soybeans would do then. After a short pause, he held up his index finger and said that beans would do. Soybeans, kidney beans, peas, chickpeas, anything, and then they would feel much better if they ate them every time rather than what they were used to. But they would still have to eat meat from time to time. Then he said that even if it was a small piece. At that moment, Ariel passed by him and said that it was her turn to take care of him, and then used divine magic. The child immediately came to his senses, and all his ailments disappeared. The man immediately bowed his head and shouted that he would never forget such kindness. After saving the child, the saint suggested returning to the road to the royal castle of Cilia. Some time passed. The carriages were driving along the road again. The protagonist was sitting in one of them. He held his hand to his chin and thought. Ariel suddenly asked him in surprise what he was thinking about. Yusun opened his eyes and asked the girl how much money she had at her disposal. Hearing this, the saint put her hand to her chin and thought. After a short pause, she said about 20 platinum coins. Hearing this, the protagonist asked if that was all or if she had more. Then Ariel replied that she had a few more, so the total would be about 27. As soon as the saint heard this, he exclaimed with a wide smile on his face that since the girl had some money, it would be enough. Suddenly, the saint became embarrassed and asked him discontentedly why he was asking such a thing. He couldn't. But before she could finish speaking, the protagonist leaned over to her and asked her to borrow some money. Having received such a request, Ariel was very confused and loudly asked what the saint was going to do with this money. The protagonist pointed his finger and said that the kingdom of Cilia was a country with a large gap between the poor and the rich. Because of this, the poor and ordinary people could not eat properly. They suffered from hunger. Then he asked his partner if she really thought that this was a problem that could simply be ignored. Yes, that's exactly it, the girl firmly answered, adding that accepting the difficulties of life was also God's will. The carriage continued to drive, and after a short pause, Ariel said that she would give all the money back as soon as they returned. At that very second, she asked what else he was going to do. Having received consent, the protagonist was very surprised and asked if she would really give away such a sum of money just like that. Naturally, the saint answered loudly. At that very moment, she put her hand to her chest, smiled, and said that she was also a saint. As a saint, she obeyed the will of the sacred kingdom of Celia. At the behest of the saints, various ingredients were brought from everywhere, simple food was prepared and distributed to the starving. In this way, they became rain for them, refreshing their suffering bodies. Celia's castle. The king was asked what he was thinking about. Diagard looked at the saints and with a smile on his face said that he heard that they also did charity work on the way here, so he was sincerely grateful to them for such mercy. Then he said that in the evening they would hold a purification ceremony. At that very moment, he narrowed his eyes and finished saying that the two of them could enjoy themselves without any worries. When the saints left the king's hall, they walked down the corridor and Ariel said to hold a banquet. To this, the protagonist easily replied that he knew, but he was not that great a person and there was something he wanted from this country. They both walked forward and looked up. Ariel said that anyway, now that the pilgrimage to Cilia was over, she thought about how they would have some free time. Yes, Yusun confirmed, adding that he needed to go outside for a while. The sun was shining brightly, and Ariel's voice could be heard in the air, and she decided to ask if the protagonist was going to visit his family. Yes, Yusun answered, asking afterward what the girl's plans were. The saint looked away and quietly replied that she would probably rest with Feya. Hearing this, the protagonist asked if she would be upset, and why not at least go to the capital. He stared at his interlocutor and added that he had already gotten out of the situation where he was busy with work every day. To this, Ariel replied that in her opinion, this was quite enough because she actually liked to relax like this. After a short pause, she turned to the guy and with a wide smile on her face asked if he ever had the desire to just leave when he became a saint. Then she stepped forward, looked at the view and quietly said, to drop everything. For the next few seconds, they silently looked into the distance, saying nothing. Suddenly, Yusun smiled and said, naturally, unexpectedly. He began to angrily shout that the saint had a lot of things to do this, to do that, to give someone strength in a place he had never even seen, and he also heard that they were trying to make a big deal out of it. Ariel, hearing this, turned to the guy and looked at him in shock, wondering in her head if he really wanted to say that the saint had been there much longer than she had. Yusun smiled at that moment, looked away and said that nevertheless, being a saint, it was nice to heal sick people or empty the state treasury to help people. After that, he finished saying that at such moments he thought that it was very good that he became a saint, but was he the only one who thought so? The saint, listening to her comrade, smiled warmly. The next second, the protagonist said that in any case, it was time for him to go. The girl nodded and with a blush on her cheeks said that she too. Some time passed. Yusun came to his house, saying that he had not been here for a long time. He used the camouflage technique and with a malicious smile on his face, he thought that he could surprise his parents because now it was time for dinner. The next second, he slowly opened the front door. Suddenly, he saw a sword flying at him. At the last moment, he managed to reflect it with a loud scream. Dishes immediately began to fly at him, and he loudly screamed, ordering them to stop. His parents stopped and recognized their son. The father laughed and said that he thought someone had snuck in and he was just pretending. The mother rushed to hug her son, shouting that so much time had passed and asked how he was doing, to which Yusun noted that he had dropped in briefly during his pilgrimage. A joyful Sane raised her hands and said that everything had worked out very well, since she had just cooked dinner, so she suggested that they all eat together. Yusun smiled widely and agreed. Suddenly, the father folded his arms over his chest and asked his son to go up to the second floor. The protagonist looked questioningly at the second floor. As soon as he got there, he was shocked and his face blushed. A child was lying in the crib and sleeping peacefully. The father laughed and asked if the saint was surprised. Then, with a wide smile on his face, he said that this was his youngest. The protagonist looked at Isle and asked himself in his head with a dissatisfied face why he was reacting like that, although it was really surprising that they had such a good relationship. After a short pause, he stretched out his hands and used purification magic, saying in his head that there was a 16-year age difference between them. The next second, he came closer and poked his finger into the child's cheek, waking him up. The child took his finger, and his father said that Yusun was the same as a child. Suddenly, the child began to wave his hands in anger and squeeze his older brother's finger. At this, Isle laughed and said that he was small, but so strong-willed, the same as Yusun was as a child. After a short pause, Sane looked in and asked if they had played with Ja, since the food was already prepared. Hearing this, the protagonist stood up and said goodbye to his younger sister. They began to leave, and the father, leaving the room, asked if there was anything interesting on the trip. Ja, with a smart look, stared intently at the leaving protagonist. There was a lot of delicious food on the table, and Saint was telling that quite a lot of interesting things were happening. The mother, moving closer to the table, said with a smile on her face that her son looked healthy, when suddenly Yusun said that he had a question that interested him very much. Unexpectedly for his parents, he asked if he understood correctly that they were an unusual family. Sane and Isle's hands trembled. What kind of words? They asked at once, confused. The protagonist chewed the food prepared by his mother and answered that since he got older, he had thought about it a lot. His mother was a mage from the highest circle, and his father was a sword master. Then he asked why such people lived here in such a remote place. Hearing this, the parents looked at each other in confusion. This day has come, Isle said, and his wife added that Yusun should have found out someday. These words made the protagonist slightly embarrassed. After a short pause, Isle said that their family. He looked at his son with a very serious expression and finished speaking, a family of heroes. A family of heroes, Yusun asked in surprise. A few seconds later, the father suggested going outside so they could show everything. A few minutes later, everyone was outside. The protagonist looked at his parents and asked himself in his head what they were going to do. Suddenly, Isle's magical power became many times stronger than ever. The saint immediately noticed this. At that very second, he said sharply, "Fire," after which a fireball appeared, water, a water ball appeared, earth, a stone ball appeared. These three elements were behind Isle. The protagonist was shocked. He looked at his father with a drop of cold sweat and asked himself if his dad was really casting spells, and his mana was superior to any other he had ever seen. Had he really been hiding so much mana all this time? And at that moment, his mother jumped up. In an instant, a whole stream of magic from the blade formed in the sky. Yusun looked up in shock, screaming in his head that this was just density. His mother suddenly stopped in front of him, holding the blade behind her back. Looking at her, the protagonist realized that she was definitely a high-level sword master. At that very moment, he screamed, asking if they were both swordsmen. Hearing the question, Sane calmly replied that she would tell her son an old story. In the old days, a person with significant divine power could talk to the gods. Saints like her son could talk to the gods. They had tremendous power, and together with the great race, they protected the world from danger. Then, for unknown reasons, the great race disappeared from the world, causing trouble. It was called the Mado War. A group led by a necromancer invaded the human world, and only adults were able to stop them. Thus ended the Mado era 300 years ago. At that time, the gods chose 12 people of exceptional quality and bestowed the blessing upon them. With this power, they defeated the Necromancer and were hailed as the 12 heroes. As soon as Sane finished her story, the protagonist asked if they were their descendants. They stood opposite each other, and the mother answered that it was true, adding that with the blessing passed down from generation to generation, they were exceptionally talented in all fields. At that very moment, Ale joined the conversation and added that such people also aged slowly and lived longer than usual, about 500 years. 500? The saint said in shock in his head. After a short pause, he looked at his mother and, with a drop of sweat on his face, asked in confusion if there were any other heroic families besides them. Yes, Sane answered firmly. Then she, with a very worried face, said that she would very much like her son to stay as far away from them as possible because they themselves fled from them and settled here. His father also added with displeasure that this was a miserable place and few people remained alive there. A few seconds later, he said that he understood his son's interest, but these people were very dangerous, which is why they had hidden Yusuna here until now. I understand, the protagonist answered in confusion. At the same time, he looked away and thoughtfully said in his head, long life and exceptional talents in all areas. The next day, evening had already come and it was time for the protagonist to say goodbye. His mother instructed him to take care of himself and eat well, and his father said that if anyone made fun of him, then let him immediately write to him and he would sort everything out. Yusun, after listening to his parents, grinned and said at the end that he would drop by to see them next time. His parents waved goodbye to him, and the guy said in his head that they told him not to be interested in his pedigree, but he quickly ran back to the castle and finished what they said. He is good at everything, so he thinks it concerns medicine and also a long lifespan, and if they have as much medical knowledge as he does. Without finishing, he firmly said that he needs to find out more information. With a sly smile on his face, he ran on and continued to think about it. After a while, he ran so long that he ran into the forest. While he was in it, he decided that he should drop by to visit. Suddenly, he heard a gentle female voice that said that he was late. The protagonist turned around in surprise. To the side under a tree, he saw Era. With a warm smile on her face, she asked if he had really thought about her before he came here. At that very moment, the girl folded her arms across her chest and said with displeasure that she shouldn't have left so early. Yusun chuckled and said that he was just about to leave. Then he asked how she knew that he would be here. The elf silently pointed to her wrist. After that, she asked if he hadn't said that she would always be there. Suddenly, the protagonist remembered the mark on his hand and screamed in shock, asking if it really had a function. The elf walked towards him and told him not to worry because the seal doesn't tell her the whole story because magic only works in 2 cases. The first is when he is in danger. The next second, she stretched out her hands to his face and finished telling him that the second is when he thinks about her. With a warm smile on her face, a blush on her cheeks and love in her eyes, she coquettishly said that he told Lilith that they were just friends, so she would have to work on it. Hearing this, the protagonist blushed, became very embarrassed and quickly changed the subject, asking if Era knew anything about hero families. Hearing this, the girl took a few steps back, folded her arms across her chest and replied that she knew a little about them. They were the ones who received 2 blessings from the goddess Freya's, and people called them heroes. Yusun, hearing this, asked himself in his head in surprise what kind of Freya's was this. But suddenly he decided to ask what other 2 blessings were. After a short pause, Era explained that the first is the blessing of potential, a blessing that allows one to become strong without much effort. The second blessing is the transfer of power when the same recipient can gain strength and experience by killing another. As soon as the elf finished explaining, Yusun said in surprise that he did not even know what such a thing was, and then asked what kind of blessing it was. A few seconds later, Era explained that for the human race this is so because they won the war with the demons, but why is the saint even asking about this? The protagonist thought for a moment and replied in confusion that his family had told him that he was a descendant of such a family. As soon as the elf heard this, she was very surprised and opened her eyes wide. Seeing such a reaction, the protagonist asked what was wrong. Nothing, the girl answered firmly, lowering her head and adding that Yusung's strength came from these roots. In the empty forest, the elf's voice was heard, saying that as far as she understood, there was a village on the western continent where their descendants lived, and if the saint was interested, it would be nice to visit them sometime. Upon receiving such an offer, Yusung was very happy and exclaimed that he had always wanted to go there. After a short pause, Era looked up at the protagonist and said that she was sure that he would be busy, but she agreed, adding that he could also tell her the rest of the story when he returned from the Holy Land. The saint smiled awkwardly and with a drop of sweat on his face said that he was very sorry that it was only a short meeting. It was okay, the elf answered with her arms folded across her chest, after which she added with a smile on her face that they still had a lot of time. The protagonist turned around, smiled warmly and said that he was leaving. As soon as Yusun ran away, the smile disappeared from Era's face, and she said in her head that Yusun became a saint because. But without finishing, she said that she hoped that this was only. She watched the protagonist run away. Some time passed. The carriages were already ready to leave. Yusun was met by a dissatisfied Iriel, who angrily said that he was late. The saint smiled, apologized twice, and said that he had not been home for a long time. The saint put her hands on her hips and loudly said that she had prepared everything, so it was time to get into the carriage. The protagonist happily gave a thumbs up and said that she had prepared well, to which the girl replied that their next pilgrimage was to the western continent of Frias. Hearing this, Yusun asked if this was the country as he got into the carriage. Yes, Iriel replied, adding that it was a holy country like Gaia. Frias, the Holy Land, a country dedicated to the goddess of hardships and trials, Frias. Her worshippers seek to dedicate their faith to endless penance. Iriel climbed into the carriage after her companion and said that the goddess had never received saints, which is why she never appeared in public. The protagonist heard this, sat down on the sofa, and said that it was not like their goddess, who blamed people for everything. But then what was the point of this pilgrimage? Sitting opposite, Iriel answered because the goddess Frias is the sister of Gaia, so it is safe to say that they and the Frias cult are sisters, and then asked why else would family members visit each other. A few minutes later, the protagonist looked ahead and wondered in his head how they ended up on the western continent. The carriage moved along the road to the country of Frias, the second day on the west coast. The carriages drove along the road, and the protagonist asked if this was the end of the pilgrimage, to which Iriel answered him yes, adding that she thought that now there was no need to rush anywhere. After a short pause, Yusun looked at the girl and said that on the way back he wanted to visit one place. Hearing this, the saint looked at the guy in surprise and asked what kind of place it was and where it was. The saint put his hand on his leg and with a tense face asked if she knew about the heroic families. A couple of dozen minutes passed. Suddenly, Iriel screamed loudly that this couldn't be. She pointed something with her fingers and screamed with a drop of cold sweat on her face. So Yusun is a hero created by the goddess Frias and a saint favored by Gaia? How is this even possible? The saint replied in confusion that he couldn't believe it either. The carriages continued to move forward, and Iriel, having calmed down a little, asked why the main character wanted to find other heroes, because he didn't want to kill them all. Hearing this, the saint shouted in shock that it wasn't so. Then what's the matter? The girl immediately asked. A few seconds later, Yusun, looking out the window, admitted that it was because of the medical academy. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly and with an imperturbable face firmly said that he was going to put them all in the academy and make doctors out of them. Receiving such an answer, Iriel said in confusion that this was very similar to the saint. The carriages suddenly stopped, and the girl said that she understood everything, but they would say this later. As soon as the protagonist got out of the carriage, he was very surprised. In front of him, he saw a very beautiful harbor, which he immediately noticed and immediately asked what the saint thought. Was it always a beautiful place to come or just now? At that very second, he suggested getting on board. When they boarded the ship and sailed away from the pier, the protagonist said that he had not seen the sea for a long time. This was the only thing he thought about then. The pilgrimage to the Holy Land lasted 3 days, and after 3 days of traveling in a carriage, they finally arrived in the Holy Land of Frias, the main building. Approaching it, Yusun gritted his teeth in displeasure and asked how long it took them to get here, adding that he was exhausted. Iriel stood behind and with a malicious smile replied that now was not the time to whine. The goddess Frias controls adversity, difficulties, and trials. The believers consider her repentance a virtue. The next second, she looked at the saint and said dejectedly that he was better with determination. But before she could finish speaking, the doors opened and they were greeted. 3 maids came out to them, their faces covered. The first one said that from now on, they would take care of them. Seeing them, the protagonist breathed a sigh of relief and said in his head that he could finally rest. But first, the maid suddenly said. At that very second, they folded their hands and said that they knew that the saints were tired after a long journey, but they would say a prayer to the goddess Frias, so they needed to kneel. As soon as Yusun heard this, he asked in his head with displeasure if they were really forcing guests from overseas to kneel and pray. After these thoughts, he turned to Iriel and saw that the girl had already kneeled, which shocked him. After a few seconds, realizing that he had no choice, he knelt down. Then the maids turned to Frias and informed her that the saints of Gaia had finally arrived. At that moment, she began to recite a prayer asking the goddess to always keep them on guard and to help them grow through hardships. They pray to her so that their pilgrimage will proceed with a firm step. Then she added that the servants of the goddess sincerely pray that he will be able to achieve great enlightenment even in the company of other saints. Hearing this, the protagonist became very embarrassed. After a short pause, the maid finished her prayer, pointed her hands to the side, and said that she would lead them to the annex because the guest room was next to the special guest room. Yusun, getting up from his knees, leaned towards Iriel and whispered what they meant by repenting together. The saint rose to her feet and whispered that the Holy Land of Frias did not require a pilgrimage, since it was the same Holy Land as theirs from the very beginning, so they did not need to make a pilgrimage to reach the goal. They began to follow the maid, while Iriel added that they were simply exchanging information for the sake of their two sister goddesses, and this interaction meant empathizing with each other's teachings and understanding each other. The protagonist listened to his partner and did not know what to answer, when suddenly he turned around abruptly and said that he was going to hit someone, but the saint stopped him at the last moment and said that he could not. She turned him towards her, put her hands on her hips and angrily whispered that she had helped him so much, so he could not leave her like this. Hearing this, the saint gritted his teeth and said in his head that he could not argue with her. After a short pause, he followed her and after a few seconds, he whispered what exactly he should do. Iriel thought for a moment, turned to her comrade and with a lifeless, downcast expression answered, starve themselves, lock themselves in a dark cave, or immerse themselves in a boiling hot spring. Yusun was speechless from what he heard, but he said in his head that he really wanted to escape. The next day, the servant led the saints to a forest where all the grass was dry and there were no leaves on the trees. As she was about to leave, she said one last thing, that for the next week she asked them to observe penance and eat only what grew in this forest and, of course, they should not use any divine powers. Then she bowed and added that therefore they would leave and continue their repentance elsewhere and let the difficulties and hardships be with them. The protagonist listened to this and said in his head that this was very annoying. When they were alone, Iriel looked at her comrade and said that it was still early, so it was easy. To this, Yusun calmly replied that he had encountered this before, so they should see what they could find. The girl stepped forward, and then the protagonist asked her if she wanted to know if there was water. Of course, she answered firmly. 2 hours later, the saint sighed sadly and said that there was not a drop of water around, so they would have to survive somehow. Suddenly, she heard footsteps and was surprised. Turning around, she saw 2 bowls of soup on a stone, as well as 2 leaves with a few berries on each. At that moment, she screamed furiously, asking what all this meant, how Yusun could eat so much food. The protagonist grinned, put his hands on his hips and showed the girl a place where they could sleep, telling her that he had put soft straw, and they could also heat the stones by the fire to make it warmer at night. Seeing how much was already prepared, the saint with shining eyes said in admiration that a saint can do anything. Seeing such a reaction, Yusun added that he was sure that there would be enough food for a week, after which he called her to eat. And so the two of them performed their repentance in relative comfort. A week later, a dirty and disheveled maid came for them, who immediately thanked them for their work. Then suddenly, what she saw shocked her. In front of her stood shining and very pleased saints. After a short pause, the maid said that she would take them to the room for special guests. Some time passed. The protagonist was already in the room and, putting his hand to his chin, thoughtfully said in his head that he should find out. A few seconds later, he asked if they had a reserve. At that moment, a black silhouette appeared behind him, who answered, of course. Yusun walked up to the window and said that he wanted them to investigate the heroic families on the western continent and report any information to him, no matter how insignificant it was. The black silhouette replied that it would be done. The saint continued to look out the window, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and in his head he said, whatever the gods created them for. At that very moment, he finished saying with complete confidence in his eyes that he would use this to spread medicine throughout the continent. After these words, he imagined himself in a medical gown with the crest of medicine on the back. The saints had been in the kingdom of Frias for a month. It was daytime outside, and the sky was covered with clouds. The protagonist's voice could be heard from inside the building, asking Iriel what they should do. At that very moment, he rolled his eyes and said with a very displeased face that he was afraid that he would have to erase the kingdom of Frias from the map. Iriel walked next to him, looking at the floor and saying that it would still be a ridiculous punishment, to which Yusun replied that he was lucky that he was still the saint of Gaia. The saint was pale, and there was no strength in her body. She walked forward and said that they had to endure this because they were saints and had to set an example for everyone. After a few seconds, the protagonist stopped and said that he could not stand it anymore and was going to leave. Hearing this, the girl asked him where he was going. Yusun turned to his partner, smiled slyly and told her to stay there. After a while, he brought a basket of vegetables, a large bowl of meat and sausages, and a whole backpack filled with food to their room. Iriel looked at it in shock and asked if this was really food and why there was so much. The protagonist looked at the food and replied that they were not the only ones, so they would give it to everyone. As soon as Iriel heard this, she excitedly asked what would happen if they were caught. At this time, Yusun used fire magic to light a fire, after which he replied that there was no need to worry, she just needed to trust him. In his head, he thought that it was not so easy to control the flames without setting the surroundings on fire, because he did not want the fire to spread. After these thoughts, he looked at his partner and with a smile on his face said that he needed her help. Then he asked her to cut the vegetables into pieces and, stirring, fry them evenly. The girl picked up carrots and potatoes and confusedly said that she had never cooked before. To this, the saint replied that everything was fine, because she just needed to do what he said. Diligent cooking began. After some time, Yusun's special porridge was cooked in a large head of cabbage with the help of Ariel. When the girl tried the prepared dish, tears appeared in her eyes and a blush appeared on her cheeks because it was very tasty. The protagonist watched his partner's reaction and told her to eat because they still had some left. And a few days later, at night, the light was on in the main building and a man's voice was heard from there saying that all this was very strange. "What happened?" asked another man. Priest Felge turned around and said that his interlocutor must be going through such a punishment, but how could he be so healthy? The man was confused and with a drop of cold sweat on his face asked if he understood correctly that the priest meant the saints, adding later that, in his opinion, they cope with their duties perfectly, even at such a young age. Felge put his hand on his hip and answered, "Yes, they are saints, not like them. But at the same time, all the peoples of Gaia are like that," he added at the same second, adding that the saints must be plotting something. His interlocutor suddenly shouted that he was too suspicious of them. To this, the priest replied that there were probably suspicious things in them. After a short pause, he folded his arms across his chest and said that the last penance was to act together and observe. At this time, his interlocutor put his hand to his chin, looked up and said that they were supposed to go to the Heffrian Mountains. Then he asked if this was okay, since he had recently heard that a new monster lord had been discovered there, south of the mountain range. A monster lord is a rare breed in the monster habitat, capable of taking control of any demonic creature classified as a monster. After listening to the man, Felge pointed his finger at an imaginary map and said that the saints would be led to the east and west respectively, and they, from Frias, would continue to clear the southern mountains. Hearing this, his interlocutor thoughtfully said that the adults would not be in danger. Yes, the priest answered firmly, adding that he would soon organize everything and inform everyone. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced him. With a loud cry, he fell to his knees and clutched his chest. His interlocutor rushed to him and began to heal the priest with divine power. A few minutes later, Felge thanked the man. Exhaling heavily, his interlocutor said that the illness was still not going away and seemed to have only gotten worse. Then he asked how the members of the priest's family were doing. Felge, breathing heavily, with his head down, answered that his daughter was the same as him, but he was receiving stable treatment, but his girl was still small. The man said sadly that he must be very worried. Felge remembered his wife, who was looking after their daughter, and said that he could not do anything, because he did not even know why all this was happening. There was silence throughout the room, and only the voice of the man was heard, who suddenly asked what if he asked the saints in Gaia to heal the priest and his daughter. As soon as Felge heard this, he loudly replied that this was impossible, because as a servant of Frias it was possible to receive the favor of another god. His interlocutor spread his arms and said she is a sister goddess, so why not? The priest stood up, shook his hands negatively and replied that he did not care. If it could not be done, then it could not be done. The guy looked at the priest and sadly said in his head that he was too arrogant. Some time passed. The saints were in the mountains. The protagonist looked around and said discontentedly that they were going to the mountains again. Behind him stood Ariel, who with a smile on her face said that she would go first and he after her. The last asceticism was planned in the Heffrian Mountains. A large number of people from Gaia traveled together, and the existing sanctuary became too small. Therefore, they divided those who would go to the mountains into 3 groups. Ariel would go to the east, Yusun to the west, and the rest to the south. A few minutes later, the knight approached the protagonist and said that he could go, to which he asked if it was true that there were monsters here. Yes, the paladin replied, then pointed to the paladins behind him and said that the saints had nothing to worry about, as they, the paladins of Frias, would be accompanying everyone. A few seconds later, Yusun turned around and asked if he understood correctly that these were the forces deployed in the southern mountains, adding that they looked much larger than their predecessors. A servant approached him and said that this was true, adding that the Lord of Monsters had recently appeared and was now a threat. Hearing this, the protagonist turned around, looked at the paladins, and said in his head that with so many people, he did not think they would have any problems. He then asked the servant if they would let him know if something happened in the south. To this the servant replied that he did not think there would be as many problems as the saint feared, but if they did arise, he would be the first to know. Yes, please, said the protagonist, looking into the distance. At the same time, in his head, he said that he had a bad feeling. Some time passed. A loud cry was heard in the forest that there was a monster here. Blood splashed in all directions, and the orcs chopped up one person after another. The servants prayed and cast blessing and holy protection on the people. One of the paladins ran up to the main one and said that something was wrong here, because there were more monsters than he expected, so they would be destroyed. Hearing this, Felge shouted that reinforcements from headquarters must be called immediately. To this the paladin replied that this would not help in any way, because even if they sent messengers, they would not be able to break through the monsters. Horror and fear seized the priest from what he heard. He heard the screams of dying people and said in his head that even if it was the Lord of Monsters, he had brought a hefty army with him because he had never heard of them before. Save yourself, a heart-rending scream was heard. the servant ran in terror from the huge monster, who was swinging an axe at him, and shouted that the Lord of Monsters had appeared. At that very moment, he was cut in two. A huge troll was approaching the people. The priest looked at it and asked in horror what kind of thing was coming out of his chest horn. Then he asked himself if it was magic. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced him and blood spurted from his mouth. With horror in his eyes, he wondered if the pain in his chest was getting worse. The servant shouted at him that he should avoid this. Felge, with a bloody mouth, turned around through the pain and said that he heard how everyone left him and went away. At this, another priest shouted that he could not do this. Suddenly, a huge troll loomed over them, its eyes burning with bloodlust. Felge looked at the Lord of Monsters with empty eyes and begged the goddess for help. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a female voice was heard, ordering them not to make so much noise because her husband was sleeping. The next second, an elf in a white robe chopped the huge troll into pieces. After that, she put her hands on her hips and again asked them not to make noise. Half an hour before the invasion of monsters, the protagonist looked towards the dense forest and said in his head that, as expected, he had a bad feeling. The next second, he concentrated and, thanks to the mana spread to the south, he felt that there were quite a lot of monsters, and they seemed to be stronger than expected. After that, he abruptly jumped up from his place because he understood that things were bad and he needed to hurry. Currently, a dark elf was standing in front of the rescued priests. The priest fell to his knees and began to thank her for saving their lives, and then asked how he could repay the favor. "It doesn't matter," the girl answered coldly, adding that she didn't want to do it. The next second, she pointed to Felge's father, who was lying on the ground, and asked if they weren't supposed to look after them. The priest looked at Felge and, horrified, rushed to help him, using healing. But nothing helped. Felge was in terrible pain, and the priest screamed, asking if he didn't have enough strength to help. The next second, he turned to the surviving maid and screamed at her, asking if they had no holy power left. Then suddenly the protagonist appeared, ordering everyone to get out of the way. He immediately went to Felge and asked if he could take a look. The next moment, he cut the clothes off the priest, turning him over on his back. After that, he put his hand and used magic to find the cause of the pain. After a few seconds, he said in his head, chest pain, difficulty breathing, and attached lungs and pleural cavity are expanded. Then he realized that it was a pneumothorax, both sides of the lung, and it is difficult to even say where it is located. After a short pause, the protagonist lifted the priest in his arms and said in his head that he could not do anything about it, because transthoracic bilateral thoracotomy is an incision on both sides of the chest and the removal of inflammation to close the lung cavity. Then he said that first you need to cut the muscle and pleura to clear the field of vision, and the next second, he looked up at the priest and the servant and immediately addressed them. Then he turned to the dark elf and told her to help too, to which she responded with displeasure, asking why. Suddenly she saw a seal on his wrist and asked herself in her head why people had the true knowledge of the high elves. After these thoughts, she thought for a while and answered that she would help anyway. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised and said in his head that she was more obedient than he thought. At that very second, he thanked her and said that first he needed to be moved. A few minutes later, they were at a large stone, and Yusun was telling his head that everything should work. Magic energy was released from his hand and turned into a large sword. With one blow, he cut the stone into two parts. Doing something in his hands, he asked the dark elf to help him and bring clean rags. Of course, the girl answered, and at that time the priest from the side asked what he wanted them to do. Hearing this, the saint, taking off his cloak, asked if the guy had never cut anyone. Then he asked, without receiving an answer, if he had ever seen a person die, to which the priest replied in confusion that he had. "That's all," the protagonist answered firmly, after which he pointed his finger and threateningly ordered them to bring him rags and do what he said. As soon as the priest ran away, Yusung turned away and excitedly said in his head that transthoracic bilateral thoracotomy is an operation that requires at least one knowledgeable doctor, one tracheologist, one anesthesiologist, and 2 assistants. Looking away, he added that the thought of being the only surgeon and giving detailed instructions could only make him sigh. Immediately after these thoughts, a dark elf appeared behind him and said that she brought a rag. The next second, she handed the rag to the protagonist and said that she found only this. Yusung looked at it and said that it was a little small, but he still thanked him. A few seconds later, he used the cleansing technique and walked up to the makeshift operating table. Before he began, he turned to the observers and told them not to be surprised if he did anything, because if he did everything right, he could save the priest. The dark elf silently watched the saint, waiting for the operation to begin, while the others loudly said that they understood everything. Then the protagonist turned to the patient and gave him anesthesia, putting him to sleep. After that, he began to cut the priest's side with a magic scalpel. The watching priests were horrified by this, while the saint said in his head that he would cut the subcutaneous tissue and muscle. He carried out each action with great seriousness, using heat and saying in his head that with magic, and not electrical cauterization, then it should stop most of the bleeding. He then said that if he wanted to look inside, he dilated. Realizing that there was no way out, he cut the ribs with one blow to see the insides. The next second, he turned to the priests and said that he needed one of them to hold the incision and gently spread it. The servant threw her arms out and screamed in rage that the saint could not do this or he would kill him, and the priest began to cry, saying that he could not do this. Hearing such answers, Yusun said in his head that there was no time to waste because every second counted. At that moment, the dark elf stepped towards him and said that she would do it. Leaning her hand on her hip, she looked at the patient and asked whether to hold and spread. Yusun looked at her and calmly asked her to do it little by little, adding that she needed to lift but not touch the organs. It was easy, the girl answered calmly. After a few seconds, the protagonist told the elf to continue, adding that it would take some time, so she would have to control her strength. Got it, the girl answered calmly, watching the operation. The saint saw the lung and realized that it had completely collapsed, so he first needed to examine the hole in the lung. After these thoughts, he began to examine the organ when he suddenly noticed something strange. Upon closer inspection, he saw that there was demonic energy inside the lung, so he immediately understood what had destroyed it. He did not lose his head and continued the operation, activating mana and saying to himself that he first needed to remove the magic from the priest's body, adding that it was very good that there was not much of it, so he would succeed. The patient was lying on a stone and was in a deep sleep, so he did not feel anything. At this time, the saint said to himself that pneumothorax is a consequence of a puncture in the lung, through which air comes out, causing gas to accumulate in the pleural cavity. Therefore, before closing the chest cavity, it is necessary to install a chest tube to reinflate the lungs and pump out the secretions in the pleural cavity. Without this, if he continues to let mana in and out of the body, the gas will come out of the lungs along with the mana. After a few minutes, he said contentedly that the lungs were open, then we need to deal with the pleural adhesions. With a smile on his face and a drop of cold sweat on his face, he understood that there was not much left. After a while, the priest and the servant were surprised by what they saw. The protagonist was pointing his finger at the patient and saying that he needed to be healed right now. Yusun broke the connection with reality. A moment later, the guys stood in front of the saint without strength and said that the treatment was finished. The protagonist looked at them and said that it must be hard to fasten bones. After a short pause, he remembered the dark elf and looked in the other direction where she was, saying that she was also trying. But he did not see the girl. Yusun looked around and said in his head that he did not even have time to properly thank her. At this time, the dark elf quickly ran along the ground, saying in his head that the high elf and the human saved a life with a bizarre trick. She said with a smile on her face that it was very interesting. She ran further and said that now she had a story to tell her husband. After a while, Felge began to wake up. After a few seconds, he slowly opened his eyes. Felge jumped up abruptly, opening his eyes. Yusun stood over him and watched him wake up. The priest put his hand to his chest and asked the guy for forgiveness, saying that he had offended him. The protagonist raised his hand up and said that he would return from the mountain earlier than expected, and he did not think that they would be attacked by monsters again. Felge squeezed his hand and said that he would tell everyone everything. Yusun replied that it was time for him to go, but the territory was still under their protection. Felge gritted his teeth and asked what had happened while he was lying there. He asked if the saint had tried to save him. The priest replied that they did not quite understand how that was possible, because an ordinary person would have died. He asked if he was okay. Felge put his hand on his chest and thought that he had always felt a heaviness in his chest, and now he felt surprisingly better. He looked ahead and thought that he had been mercifully favored by the saint. After some time, Yusun returned to the western side of the Hefrian Mountains to report on the situation in the south, and the monsters that had lost their lord were easily destroyed by the paladins. Chokin and Son came to the saint and said that they were ready to tell about the heroic families, to which Yusun replied that it was a good job. Son said that first of all, there was quite a lot of information that did not interfere with anything. She said that the information was secretly stored in the royal library of the Kingdom of Frias. The girl continued, saying that the short texts found there contained 3 main pieces of information about the families, their history, and the places where they were supposed to be. In addition, she said that they were created by the goddess Frias as a result of the war and that the goddess herself is directly involved in their history. Yusun looked away and thought that it was a little different from what he heard. The protagonist asked where they were, to which Soyen handed him a map and asked him to look. She laid out the map and pointed, saying that they assumed it was somewhere around here. Yusun looked and asked if it was really in the middle of the sea. Chokin replied that it was never described because the waves were too rough to get there, and judging by the islands nearby, there was a high probability that there were islands there too. The protagonist thought that things would be easier, but apparently there was more trouble ahead. He turned to the side and thought that being born in this world to a family of heroes and being blessed as a saint was not something that could be ignored, and besides, they did not know how strong they were, so they had to be prepared. After a while, Iriel asked if Yusung really wanted her to go with him to the Island of Heroes, where they either were or were not. She replied that she did not want to which the protagonist clasped his hands together and begged her, saying that he needed her. The girl asked why he needed someone else. Yusung said that it was a family of heroes, but he himself could not handle them. He said that if he died, Iriel would save him. The girl frowned and asked in surprise if the guy would really trust her with his life. The protagonist extended his hand forward and said that he trusted her, otherwise he wouldn't have asked her for this favor since she was the only one he could ask. Iriel closed her eyes and thought that he was the only one who could ask me for this, and then said that she would go with him. The guy smiled widely and shouted happily. Iriel asked how he was going to tell about this castle and if there was any good excuse for two adults to be away at the same time. The guy replied that the goddess gave him a revelation to find the hero's bloodline and fulfill the will of the sacred kingdom, to which Iriel exclaimed in displeasure. Yusung smirked and said that he would sell her the name of the goddess. Iriel shouted, asking how the saint could sell the name of the goddess. Yusung replied that it was all for the good of the kingdom. Iriel hung her head down and said that if it was for the good of the kingdom, the troops would be a little late in returning home. The protagonist asked what she meant, since they would be leaving the troops behind. The girl screamed, asking about the boat and if he knew how to drive, to which Yusung replied that he would have to learn. Iriel grabbed her head and screamed loudly that the guy was crazy. The protagonist replied that she should not worry, since the boat would be ready in the morning and they would have to leave early to make it on time. He smiled and said that they needed to get there while the currents were calm and it could take 3 weeks, but there was a sea route that would close after that. Iriel opened her mouth wide and asked what closed meant, after which Yusung said that there would be giant waves that would smash any boat to pieces. The girl hung her head down and tears began to flow from her eyes. The next day, Yusung asked if the girl was ready, to which Iriel replied that she did not need to prepare anything. She asked how the guy was going to get a boat, to which the protagonist smiled and said that he had already made arrangements. He pointed to the boat, and Iriel said that it was not that small, to which Yusung replied that a larger boat would be more resistant to destruction by the waves. He put his hands in his pockets and said that he would strengthen the boat with magic, so everything would be fine. A voice was heard from behind them. Chokin scratched the back of his head and said that he knew how to steer a boat, so he would deliver them safely, and Sone greeted them. Yusung said that they were the Dane family and there would be 2 of them, to which Iriel smiled and said that 4 was still better than 2, even underwater. The protagonist used the reinforcement mana on the boat. After that, he shouted that they were leaving. At this time, on the seashore, the guy said that in accordance with the sublime will, here and now, he folded his arms across his chest and said that they were starting a sacred duel. He quickly grabbed a sword in his hands and began to fight the girl. She asked in bewilderment if the guy was really going to kill her. He grinned and replied that he could not do anything to stay alive. Bright traces of sword strikes remained in the air. The girl immediately looked forward in fear. She opened her mouth wide and thought in surprise that this was true. The guy smiled and took the girl's hand, then stabbed her sword into his heart. Tears immediately appeared in the girl's eyes. The guy smiled and blood flowed from his mouth, after which he said that he could give her his life. He immediately dissipated into the air and his aura passed to the girl. Yusung and the others set off to find the hero family. Contrary to their fears, the sea route was quiet. The protagonist looked at the map and judging by it, they were almost there. Iriel turned to him and asked if he hadn't said that the waves here were rough, but in reality it was calm, like a lake. Yusung lowered his head and thoughtfully said that it was not quite calm. He asked if she thought the currents were a little strange, to which Chokin said that he had a feeling that something was wrong. Yusung looked ahead and asked to look at the path ahead. Very rough waves appeared in front of them. The protagonist frowned and said that even strengthening magic would not help with such dangerous waves. Iriel screamed, asking what to do, to which Yusung replied that there was always a way out. He said that they needed to make it so that they could slip through without too many losses, after which Iriel covered her face with her hands and screamed loudly. She walked to the corner of the boat and screamed in horror for Yusung to do something with magic. The protagonist raised his index finger and asked if they should just freeze the ocean. He immediately froze the water with his magic. Yusung exclaimed at the beauty and said that Iriel would be able to walk on it, to which the girl said in fear that the sea really does freeze. The protagonist pointed at him and said that if the waves were really rough, they would have to move very quickly. Iriel put her hand to her chin and said that they couldn't abandon the ship with food on board, and Sone suggested that they return to the shore and make some preparations and then return. Suddenly, the sea shook the ship very hard. Chokin screamed that they couldn't steer the ship like that. Yusung looked towards the sea and screamed that it had gone crazy. He activated the mana in his hand and screamed for everyone to hold on tight. He suddenly used explosion magic and their boat rose high above the sea. Iriel held onto the boat in fear and screamed, asking if everything was okay. Yusung gritted his teeth and thought that the waves were like cannonballs. No matter how much magic they used to defend themselves, it wouldn't last long. They tried to swim as fast as they could. Son and Chokin jumped towards the sea and said to leave it to them. Son flew high above the boat with her weapon. Chokin swung his sword in all directions. They managed to disperse the waves and the protagonist shouted that they did very well. He pointed his hand forward and said that according to the map, they should be somewhere here. Uriel said that she was looking at the map carefully. She immediately shouted loudly that there was a hole in the boat. They swam on the waves and Yusun shouted that they needed to stop the leak and patch it up. He looked at Uriel and shouted that when the boat could no longer withstand it, they would follow the plan they had discussed earlier, after which the girl frowned and asked if he meant jumping on pieces of ice. He looked at her and shouted that there was no way since he would have to squeeze out every last drop. Thoughts flashed through his head that he needed to turn his head and look forward. At that moment, he turned his head. An island appeared in front of them. Yusun activated the mana in his hands and shouted loudly for everyone to gather. With a sharp movement of his hands, he turned the sea into an ice field. The ice immediately began to crack. All four of them quickly ran across the splitting ice. The guy standing on the shore exhaled heavily. He asked what the point of standing guard was and immediately looked to the side and asked if someone was coming. The other guy smiled and replied that even if it was a corpse, he would not return alive. Hearing a loud scream, they both looked ahead in surprise and asked what the voice was. They noticed Yusung running ahead of everyone and asked if they were intruders. The sea quickly returned to its previous state. Yusung stepped on the sand with his foot. He looked ahead with a tired expression and said that it was land. They were immediately called out from behind. The guy frowned and shouted where they came from. He asked in a menacing tone how they got to the island. Uriel frowned at them while Yusung felt a strong mana and said that he came from the continent. He pointed at himself and said that he came on a ship and then fled from the front. The guy gritted his teeth in anger and began to draw his sword, then asked why the protagonist was here. The other guy leaned forward and asked why Yusung smelled like them. They started looking at him and said that it couldn't be, to which Yusun wondered what kind of guys they were. The guys smiled and one of them said that he had never seen the main character before and laughed and said that it was interesting. Another guy put his hand on Yusun's shoulder and said that they would definitely listen to him. The boys immediately looked ahead and asked what was wrong with the boys, since it would be easy for them to take care of them. The boy said that they should not dare to look at the land of heroes, otherwise their bodies would become food for fish. Uriel shouted indignantly, after which Yusung pointed his hand at them and said that they were his friends and he wanted the boys not to touch them. The boy frowned and said that if they did something, he would not tolerate it. He immediately shouted that he would show everything to Yusung. Chokin and Son looked coldly at the boy. The protagonist abruptly turned around to look at them. Uriel looked ahead with a pitiful look. She said that it did not matter what happened, since the atmosphere was already spoiled. Walking through the forest, the boy asked if they really swam across the sea, to which Yusun replied that it was not easy. The boy put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to tell him more about the outside world. The protagonist pointed ahead and asked where they were going. The guy raised his finger and smiled, saying that it was their house, called Sanha, and then said that they were almost there. He pointed to a large village, which Yusun was extremely surprised by. He looked ahead and thought that they seemed organized in many ways, and then asked what kind of boundaries these were. A girl appeared in front of them, holding a sword in her hand, and asked who the child was whistling like. The guy smiled and said that he was looking for her. He pointed at Yusung, saying that he was one of them. The girl began to sniff the protagonist and said that he really smelled like them, and because he was so clean and fresh, she couldn't stop sniffing him. While Yusung looked at her with displeasure, gritting his teeth. The girl pointed at Yusung and told him to go to her house and they would talk, and ordered the guys to go back. The boy said that they would also like to talk to the protagonist. The girl said that if they did not return, they would be punished and asked if they were not on guard. The boys turned their backs to her and said sadly that it was time to go back. She asked the boy his name, after which he confidently answered that he was Yusung. The girl smiled sweetly and said that her name was Hale. After some time, she said that Yusung looked like them. Hale looked at the surprised boy and asked if he was really the son of Sane and Isle. The protagonist nodded his head, after which Hale folded her arms across her chest and laughed, saying that it was funny that children returned to where their parents ran away from. She immediately asked why Yusung came here, because didn't his parents tell him about this place? The protagonist looked down and said that he would be lying if he said that he was not curious, but there was another reason. He replied that he wanted to show everyone the world, to which Hale widened her eyes in surprise. She asked what that meant, and Yusung replied that he thought so many heroic talents were wasted in this place. He extended his hand forward and said that he was going to bring all the heroes out of here and make them all heroes for the entire world. The girl chuckled slightly. She immediately covered her face with her hand and slammed the table, laughing loudly and saying that it was funny because he really was their child. Hale opened her face a little and said that it was impossible because there was discipline in Sanha and by the will of God a single deity was born. She smiled and said that this was the fate of their clan. She asked if Yusung really thought that everyone would listen to him because it was unlikely, after which she asked him to leave the island as soon as possible because it was for his own good. The protagonist frowned and asked if that was all about the birth of a single deity. Hale replied that at certain times of the year they hold ritual duels to get closer to the one deity. She said that this was one of those times, since now that Yusung was here, he was easy prey for everyone. The girl said that the boy was the child of her best friends who left to escape this fate, so she would not let him die in this village. She stood up from the table and pushed the chair back, smiling, and told Yusung to stay in her house since she would help him get out. The protagonist looked at her and said that she was a good person. She looked at the surprised boy and said that anyone who knew his parents would have done the same. Hale said that she needed to go check on the others and ordered him not to make a scene. A bead of sweat appeared on Yusung's face and he thought that discipline was not easy when the entire island thought the same way as her. He frowned and thought about how they could change people's minds when he suddenly noticed a silhouette outside the window. The man outside the window asked if he could talk to Yusung for a minute. The protagonist cautiously asked what was going on, to which the man asked if the guy was really from across the sea. The girl screamed really loudly for Yusung to take her away from this island. She said that if not, then let the guy find a way to cross the sea, to which the protagonist replied that he would go outside now. The girl outside the window introduced herself as Hyge and then told her story. She said that because of the ritual, she lost the person closest to her, and because of this, she began to resent her origins. Yusung thought that she said that she was not the only one who resented the island system, since a significant number of young people questioned the practice of the ritual. There was one way that Yusung could get into people's heads. He smirked and thought that sounded like a good idea. A few hours later, the guy thought that today's training was insane, to which the girl replied that she could not stand it without drinking. In front of them, they saw Yusung walking past them with a bag over his head. He shouted loudly, saying that if he had been born in the world instead of on this island, it would have been much better there. He was shouting how he wanted to get out of here when suddenly the boy and the girl looked at each other excitedly. The boy said that he was glad to see that they were not the only ones who thought so. The protagonist smiled and thought that it was working. He thought that if he could give the youth of the island a little incentive in this way and instill in them a desire for the outside world, then after a little time, doubt in the system would develop into antipathy. Yusung hit the nail on the head. Not only did he give Son and Choken masks, but he also made them do the same things he did. Son screamed that her youth was too valuable to rot in such a place. Choken said that he wanted to see the world, because according to stories, there was a lot of delicious food across the sea. Rumors of the masked man spread across the island very quickly. Not one, not two, but 3 people dared to speak out against the rules. For the hot-blooded young men, for whom the repetitive teachings on the island are the norm, such stimulation is perceived as a form of entertainment. Soon, another group of masked people appeared on the island, running from everywhere. All of them shouted that they wanted to get out and tempered everyone to leave this island. At one point, the island turned into an anonymous notice board. Hale slammed the table and shouted what was going on, because she did not like the masked people preaching strange ideas on the island. She asked what the guards were doing instead of immediately arresting them. The guy answered that their movements were not quite normal because there were too many of them for them to catch. He replied that their numbers had increased dramatically so they could not catch them all. Hale wondered if the saint could have done this, then shouted that someone must be the organizer. In the shadows, there was a guy who said that it was hard to catch even low-level people, so he would take the initiative. Maid smiled and folded his arms, then said that such a mess in a sacred place deserved to be punished and asked to direct him. Maid shouted loudly that it was time to go outside and find out what kind of hero this was. The protagonist thought that this was enough because there was already movement. Son stood behind a tree and thought that Choken had left first to accompany the saint. She would have to tidy herself up a bit and join them. A trace of mana appeared in the air. The guy in the mask defended himself with a sword from the weapon. Maid smiled and said that the guy was improvising well. Yusung ducked and thought that the elder was here earlier than he expected and found him in hiding. Maid's eyes turned bright red and he said that the guy was strong. He said that was probably all because he wanted to know what skills Yusung had. The protagonist held a weapon in his hand, covered in mana, and thought he couldn't read Maid's sword movement. The elder immediately hit his hand and blood suddenly gushed out. Maid came closer to him, asking how the protagonist dared to cause trouble in the land of heroes. He directed magic at Yusung and screamed for him to die. The masked men covered Yusung with their bodies and reflected the mana from their swords. They asked if the guy was okay, to which he asked why they all came. They said that the masked men should help each other. The other guy said that now is the time to rebel, the entire elder will not know who he is. Maid laughed maliciously and said that Yusung was being disobedient, but he will catch him and expose him on the spot, to which the protagonist shouted that it will not be easy. Maid pointed his sword forward and said that even if they are of the same blood, as Yusung thinks, how many rituals did the elder bring? With one blow of the sword, he cut Yusung's sword in half. The protagonist laughed awkwardly and said that going against the elder is still not easy. Maid said that he can't do this and turned to everyone who challenged. He looked forward with a maddened look and said that they will all be executed right here. With a blow of mana, he created a huge explosion on the ground. Yusung asked if Maid was trying to kill even his own clan. He abruptly took off his mask and asked not to touch the people because this is his last warning. Maid smirked and said that he had good training, then asked how many people he killed to reach such a level. The protagonist frowned and said that he did not want to kill someone to become stronger, to which Maid replied that this was ridiculous. The elder shouted that even if the guy was blessed by the gods, he was still a human and to overcome the limit, sacrifices were needed. The protagonist put his hand on his hip and said that a person can only become stronger by sacrificing someone, and only then will he become strong. Maid said that he could not believe it. The saint exhaled heavily and stretched out his hand forward, asking that since they met, why doesn't the elder take the guy with him and talk? Maid frowned and told the guy to follow him. Yusung bandaged the masked guy's wound and said that he did a good job. He said that they did well enough and asked if he understood everything. Maid asked irritably what the protagonist was doing. Yusung turned around with a displeased expression and said that they could go. After a while, they found themselves in a village. The protagonist walked along the corridor and thought that he was now in a murderous mood. Maid turned to him and asked him menacingly what he wanted to do by creating this fuss, to which Yusung put his hand on his hip and said that he wanted everyone to leave the island and see the world. The elder asked what the hell he was trying to do, to which the guy replied that he was saving their lives. Maid glared at him and said that he was a stupid child because he did not understand the big picture and was fixated on trifles. Yusung folded his arms across his chest and replied that Maid wanted to be locked up on the island like a pet and live out his days, but even animals escape from their cages when the time comes. Maid replied that the guy should understand when to be kind and when not, because if he made a mistake, he could end up without a head. The protagonist smirked and said that the elder was good enough to defend himself and asked if he wanted to try. Hale tried to stop Maid and asked what was the point of fighting. She asked Yusung if he really thought he could get them off the island. The protagonist replied that it was hard for the girl, but he would try. Hale said that she had one more question before they made a decision. She asked why Yusung wanted to send them to war, to which the protagonist spread his arms wide and said that it was not about using force, but simply about the teaching power of their heroes. He said that he wanted to get everyone off this cruel island first, at which point Maid screamed at Yusung in anger. He screamed that their fate was sacred, as it was written by the goddess. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that if one leads to tens of thousands, then tens of thousands are one, for one is everything. He lowered his hands and said that even if hundreds of those who kill and die begin to become one, in the end they will weigh nothing. Yusung asked what the difference is between the first and the last, because in the end they are all one, and the past does not defeat the future, and the future does not change the past. He said that anyone who tries to differentiate between them is just a fool, so in this way, two are one and one is two. Hale glared at him. The people pointed at him and asked how he could use the scripture to distort the truth. Yusung asked if it was the will of the goddess to set each other against each other and take away strength and lives. Yusung's mana began to envelop everything around him. The people asked if this was divine power, to which the protagonist replied that it was time to change. A portal appeared above the boy and he said that in the name of the goddess Gaia, as a saint, he brings the will of the goddess to the recipients of the blessing. He said that the clan should stop their rituals and everyone should leave the island. The holy woman said that it was time for the holy son to speak. Iriel said that she was ready, but asked what Chokin was going to do. He opened his eyes wide when he saw the holy woman's aura and said that they had better hurry. The aura completely enveloped Yusung. He said that it seemed like it had finally begun. The protagonist was enveloped in an insanely powerful divine power. The people looked at this and asked in shock if he was a saint. They looked at their hands and said that they did not think Yusung was lying, because there was so much divine power here. At that moment, the protagonist waved his hand and said that he would take it by force if the name of the goddess was mentioned. Lying is a skill. Hearing such a statement, the people began to excitedly say that this was a matter for a long discussion, but what would the chief think? As soon as the protagonist heard the chief, he was very surprised. Hale came out to him, spread her hand to the side and said that the chief is a big man, the leader of their clan, and without him they can't make important decisions. Then Yusung immediately asked where they could find the chief. The girl pointed to a huge stone with seals on it and said that the chief had been locked there for 3 years, and he told them at the end that they were all forbidden to enter until he came out himself. 3 years, the protagonist shouted in shock. Suddenly, Maid appeared behind him and angrily said that this was true, so there was no need to disturb the chief. At this time, Saint imagined a room in his head and said in his head that no one had entered there for 3 years, so he felt somehow uneasy. After a short pause, he chopped the stone in one fell swoop. As soon as the people saw this, they began to shout furiously, asking what Yusung was doing and how dare he. The protagonist abruptly turned to everyone and furiously shouted for them to stop making fun of him, which meant closed. Then he said to himself that even if there was food and water, there was no way that someone locked up for 3 years would be okay. When he went inside, he saw a man lying face down. Everyone saw it too and started shouting in shock that the leader had fallen. At that time, Yusun sat down next to the man and said in his head that he knew it. A few seconds later, Maid saw the saint's actions and screamed furiously, asking why he continued to feel him without healing him, to which the protagonist asked him not to be so wild. At that very second, he angrily asked who he thought the saint was, since they had been living on the island for many years. The people clenched their teeth and blushed at what they heard. The protagonist continued to say that even priests ask about the patient's condition, asking later if the guy really thinks that you can heal people by simply pouring your divine power into them. When suddenly at that very second he screamed in rage, his eyes wide and asking why Maid didn't just hit the chief. Hale immediately intervened in the conversation. She stopped her comrades with her hand and with a drop of cold sweat on her face said that they had acted rashly, because the chief's health was very important and the saint had caused a stir. Then she said that Yusun was right, they only lived here, so they didn't know what kind of treatment the saints provided outside, but could he forgive them for their ignorance? The protagonist looked at the girl with distrust and said in his head that there are those who say stupid things and those who ask for forgiveness. Hale with a warm smile on her face and hope in her eyes looked at the saint, who said in his head that the girl was very close to her parents, so he couldn't say anything more, because he himself was thinking about his mother. After thinking these thoughts, he turned away and said loudly that if Hale said so, then he first needed to take a closer look and tell everyone. Then he began to conduct an investigation using magical energy on the chieftain. After a few minutes, he found nothing and said in his head that he did not see anything unusual. After all, the man was not sleeping, and if this was so. The next second, he finished speaking, it was just an anomaly on the mana rod. After a short pause, he turned to the people and said loudly that he was sure that they would be able to find out the cause and cure her. As soon as Hale heard this, she exclaimed with a wide smile on her face, "Is this really true?" Yusun looked at her out of the corner of his eye and replied that it was true, but he needed them to block the space around him so that no one could approach him in the future. Then he started to get up, saying that they had to make sure that everyone else left, because this would take a few days. Hearing this, Hale nodded and said that she understood and everything would be ready. Suddenly, Maid shouted furiously that this would never happen, because they would be next to him. As soon as Hale heard this, she ordered them to leave with a very menacing look. As he left, Maid shouted that they had to fix everything. Yusun said that he wanted to ask Hale for one thing. He smirked and said that no matter what happened, do not touch him unless she wanted to die with them. After one day, the elder shouted, asking if it was really okay to leave everything like this, because a whole day had already passed. The guy put his hands on his hips and said that even if the guy was a saint, she could not leave the clan chief in the hands of a stranger, after which the girl added that Elder Hale was with them, so everything would be fine. Maid turned around and said that he couldn't leave him alone, so he would go and take a look. Hale remotely asked if the mana rod was twisted. Yusun replied that it was indeed tangled, but they could untangle it piece by piece. The girl replied that it was impossible, since the only way was to melt the mana rod and recreate it. The protagonist turned to her with a smile and said that he could untangle it, since it wasn't so difficult that he couldn't fix it. He then added that he had healed worse things. He placed his hand with mana on the chieftain's stomach. He thought he was skeptical, but then he felt the chieftain's energy return. Hale stood and watched the boy closely. Hearing a rustling sound behind him, Yusun asked what was going on. Maid looked ahead with a menacing face and said that he was worried about Hale, so he came to check. The girl put her hand to her head and said that the mana rod was tangled, to which Maid exclaimed in displeasure. She told Maid to speak more quietly, because the saint was focused on healing. The elder could not stand it and loudly screamed that it was impossible for the elders not to gather for a meeting on such an important matter. The girl explained that Yusun was a very smart boy when it came to mana and at least more so than them. Maid screamed loudly that he could no longer hear anything. He furiously rushed towards Yusun, shouting for the girl to leave, because the council of elders would take the boy. The protagonist raised his head up, feeling Maid approaching. Yusun looked ahead in horror, his eyes wide open. Blood began to flow from his mouth, after which Hale grabbed him by the shoulders and screamed for the boy to wake up. Blood flowed from Yusun's eyes and he thought that influencing the mana directly into the elder's twisted rods was an extremely difficult act that required concentration. He knew that the momentary distraction caused by the outside interference had affected him, and the short, intense clash of auras had made itself felt. At the same time, the chieftain also felt the effects of the clash, and blood also flowed from his eyes, mouth, and nose. With wild eyes, Maid looked at him and shouted that he would not forgive him for daring to touch the chieftain's mana rod. Yusun thought that it didn't matter what he said or did anymore. He put his hand on the chieftain and knew that the medicine had already run out. Maid frowned and thought that it was now or never, otherwise he would never be able to kill this monster. Activating the sword, he thought that the protagonist was only a hindrance to the clan, so they should use it while he was weak. The elder pointed his sword at the boy and screamed for him to die. He abruptly stabbed the sword into Yusung's heart. Hale looked forward in horror and opened her mouth wide. She looked at Maid, who was smiling maliciously and was happy about it. She then looked at Yusung, who was bleeding, and screamed loudly, trying to call out to him. The girl asked if she should just stay here. The protagonist walked to the exit and pulled back the curtain, saying that she needed to rest. She awkwardly asked what would happen next. The boy smiled, saying that in 2 days, when he released his divine power, she would be able to come to him. There were gray clouds in the dark sky. The voice asked Chakyung to wait. The girl opened her eyes wide, saying that she had just felt Yusung's divine power. The boy looked at her, saying that they needed to hurry. The girl looked forward, thinking that it was Yusung, so there shouldn't be too much trouble. Chakyung turned around, saying that he was right here. The voice told them to stop. The hero's eyes were brightly shining, holding a sword in his hand, asking if the invaders who dared to enter the center were here to die. Iriel frowned, saying that this was a high-ranking sword master. The boy widened his eyes, saying that he would stop him and that she should run. The girl took a step forward. Iriel swung the bright sword and frowned, saying that she would stop them and that he should run forward. The hero opened his mouth wide, asking if she was Hayes, if she knew what would happen to the one who defied him, but he did not care because he wanted to break the cursed chain of fate. Iriel knitted her brows, holding the sword in front of her, saying that this sword was her inheritance and the will of all those who were sacrificed during the ritual. The girl turned around and opened her mouth wide, telling Chakyung to run forward. The boy ran, asking her to follow him. There were 2 silhouettes in the doorway, a voice calling Yusung and asking him to wake up. The girl turned around and knitted her eyebrows, asking what Maid was doing. The boy opened his mouth wide, saying that Hale was insane because she trusted the safety of the chieftain to the child of a traitor, even if they were of the same blood. He would order her to be taken straight to the central tribunal, and she would not be able to escape responsibility. The girl gritted her teeth and frowned. Hale waved her hand and left a bright mark in the space, saying that she no longer recognized him as a member of the clan, so she would raise him to the ground. Maid gritted his teeth, beads of sweat appeared on his face. He thought about how he knew about the girl's strength, but he did not think that it was so strong. The boy realized that he would be absorbed by her, so he needed to run. The heroes frowned and opened their eyes wide, turning towards the voice. The door was knocked down forward. Iriel opened her mouth wide and frowned, asking if Yusung was okay. There was a boy lying on the floor, a bloody mark on his back. The girl opened her eyes wide, asking how long ago this happened. Hale closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, saying that it had been about 3 minutes. She grabbed the boy's hand on the floor, saying that this was enough. Iriel used a huge will of divine power. A golden cross appeared above them, bright rays of energy spread throughout the room. The girl opened her eyes wide, thinking that this child did not look like an ordinary saint. There were bright symbols on the dark background. A bright image of a golden cross appeared above the lying boy. The saint used resurrection. The wounds on the hero's body were healing. A bright yellow light fell on him. She asked Yusung to wake up. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly and gritted his teeth. Iriel winked at him, asking if she was late. The boy closed his eyes and laughed, saying that she had come just in time. The hero asked where the guy who had tried to kill him was. Hale closed her eyes and lowered her head, saying that he must have taken advantage of the boy's friends coming to help and slipped away. The girl looked at him, apologizing, saying that she should have stopped him. Yusung smiled and put his hand on his leg, saying that she couldn't stop someone of that caliber. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, saying that he would take his time. The girl asked if he remembered when the waterway closed. The boy said that he would do it quickly, but before that there was one more thing to do. The guy touched the man's face, asking him to wake up. He closed his eyes in displeasure. Yusung frowned, telling him to wake up. Hale opened her mouth wide, saying that he was awake, so stop hitting him. The man rose from the ground. The girl bowed her head, asking if the chief was okay. He looked down, saying that he thought they would never wake up again. The hero asked if someone made a new mana staff for him. Hale smiled widely and held out her hand, introducing Yusung to the elder. The chief asked if the boy saved him. The young man raised his eyebrows high and widened his eyes. They say that he only touched the mana staff, and that was more than enough. The hero stood in front of the man, saying that a person of his rank should not be so inexperienced in mana management. He asked how this happened. The elder raised his head, saying that now is not the time for this. He told Hale to gather the elders. She repeated his words in surprise. The man lowered his head and closed his eyes, saying that he came here on his own initiative and not to practice closing. The girl asked if it wasn't for training. The chief frowned and gritted his teeth, saying that he felt the magic circle break. Hale widened her eyes, asking how such a strong magic circle, drawn by their distant ancestors with magic, could be so fragile. The man noticed that this was his question. He remembered himself in front of the bright light of energy. The hero said that this was why he came here, to the core, to check, but some force interfered and damaged the magic circle. They had to repair it in a hurry so that no one would know, so he came here in the name of closure. But it was a trap. As soon as he attached the mana rod to the circle to repair it, an alien force began to invade, which was very black and evil. The elder frowned and gritted his teeth. Dark flashes of lightning surrounded him. The protagonist arched his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide, thinking that this could not be. The man said he used all the mana in his body to push away this power, and in the process his mana rod began to twist. The sea outside was not always stormy. Hundreds of years ago it was very calm. Gradually it became more and more stormy until a few years ago, after he sensed an anomaly, it became uncontrollable. Above the sea was a bright blue sky with white clouds floating. The elder believes that this was the beginning of the true decline of the magic circle. Of course, those who interfered with it expected the man to refuse to be powerless as a chief. They probably planned to drown them in the raging waters and turn them all into fish food. Giant waves covered a small piece of land with mountains. The girl said that this could not be. No one could do such a thing. The chief closed his eyes, saying that there were many things that puzzled him, but first everyone should leave this island. The man frowned and gritted his teeth, looking ahead. The black treetops were visible against the dark night sky. The hero didn't understand when hail had become so strong. Maid frowned and looked away, thinking that the boy had great strength. He must have been a danger to the island, and he himself, who had killed him. The boy's brows furrowed, his face lit up with a bright blue light. He thought that he couldn't separate himself from the feeling that he had incurred Hale's wrath, but now it was more important for him to convince the other elders once he returned. A dark force appeared in front of him. There were bright particles next to its flow. Maid frowned and smiled widely, saying that this was the same great power. He wondered if the power of the creature he had killed was finally being absorbed. The hero arched back, his silhouette became bright, and a bright energy rose next to his body, swirling into a vortex. He grunted. Dark energy filled the space. Streams of blue energy hit a large rock. Maid knitted his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide. His hair was raised up. He shouted that there was a lot of power here. It was really the blessing of the goddess. The guy opened his eyes wide, thinking that with such power, no one on this island would be able to resist him. When he absorbed them all, he would become a god. He shouted that he would become the only deity. Everything turned red. The heroes carried logs to a large fire. The guy smiled, asking the saint to look at him. Yusen frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking them not to rush and do everything in order. 4 days passed after the chieftain's return. Surprisingly, when he began to make decisions in the clan, things went well. The resettlement plan was implemented under his leadership. The man spread his arms, standing in front of the people. First, they began to build a ship and realized that even with protective spells, no boat could withstand the currents. The heroes opened their eyes wide in surprise. They imagined the ship's movements on the waves. All the human and material resources of the island were mobilized to build the ship. The guys frowned tiredly. There were 2 swords on a bright green background. However, not everyone agreed with this plan. Some conservative elders said that they would stay on the island even if it was flooded. The guy folded his arms discontentedly. 2 girls stood behind him. This was justified by the fact that they serve Frias and obey only her, and what Saint Gaia says is her will. They cannot follow it. The guy imagined 2 statues of goddesses. One of them had ivy with thorns on her head. They said that if the goddess Fia did not give them a direct revelation, then they would accept fate, even if it meant death. Yusen frowned, thinking that they were not the ones to talk to. Iriel raised her eyebrows, asking if they had already built a plausible ship. They are very fast, good at everything they do. All that remains is to add magic. The bright light of the sun fell on the sails of the ship. Iriel raised her eyebrows, talking about that fugitive. He hides so well that the successors cannot find him. The guy asked if it was true, because it was strange. Yusen frowned and looked up, thinking that he was, after all, a strong guy, so it could be assumed that he felt their mana. The girl noted that the floodgates would soon close, and he himself knew what that meant. The main character put his hands out to the sides, saying that it was not too late, since they were sailing in 2 days. The girl came closer, saying that she would pass this on to the successors. Iriel asked if he would really leave those who insisted on staying here. The young man closed his eyes, saying that the leader said that he would try to convince them, but he thought that they would listen. Iriel came closer to the boy, saying that they would rather die than follow them, so there was no point in forcing them. They could swim away on their own later. The voice asked if that was what a saint would say. Yusen and Iriel opened their eyes in surprise, turning their heads. The girl asked what that sound was. The boy raised his head, saying that the mana of the entire island had become unstable. He asked why the magic circle had collapsed so suddenly. He rushed forward from his place, saying that he was going to check the magic core. The voice told the chief that this was blasphemy, because it was the legacy of the great ancestors. The precious stone fell apart into small components. The man froze in place, asking if the choice was easier now. The girl looked at him, saying that he had broken the core that the apostles had left, and blessed by Freya's herself, she asked if he didn't know what that meant. The chief frowned, saying that he had already told her about this. 3 years ago the core had already reached its maximum level. In the near future the island would inevitably be flooded. The boy spread his arms, saying that this could not be. The girl came closer, asking why on earth he damaged the core. The man turned to them, saying that he did not have an answer. The chief looked down, saying that he knew that it was not the will of the goddess for everyone to drown together on the island. If they followed him, they would be able to leave the island. The hero shouted that they should not be fooled. The man pointed his finger forward and shouted that the chief was the one who betrayed them and conspired with the saint. The elder froze in place, repeating his words in surprise. The girl frowned and opened her mouth wide, asking what the boy was talking about. Did the chief betray the goddess? The man frowned and widened his eyes, saying that was why he destroyed the magic circle. He asked what would happen if they all drowned in the sea because of him. Their power would be absorbed by the chief who destroyed the core of the magic circle. That was what he wanted. The elder furrowed his brows, saying that Maid had changed a lot since their last meeting. The boy laughed, saying that it was the result of killing and absorbing the saint who cooperated with the man. Maid smiled widely and raised his hand, saying that the saint managed to come back to life, but it didn't matter anymore. He would just have to deal with the boy again. He would become stronger after absorbing his power, but first he needed to deal with the criminal. The chief frowned, saying that he didn't know what kind of misunderstanding they had, but he didn't intend to fight them. He put his hand forward, saying that they had plenty of time so they could talk. People around him put out sharp blades. A bright blue light fell on his head and face. The chief frowned, saying that it was his choice. He disappeared from the spot, raising dust into the air. The hero said that this uncle said that he was going to convince him, but now he was doing something strange. The youth opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. In the distance, he saw a bright blue explosion. The guy opened his mouth and spread his arms to the side, shouted, "The chief." Smoke raised by the explosion fell to the floor. He saw the silhouette of a man with a sword. Maid smiled and opened his eyes wide, saying that he himself was going to come for the youth, but the guy came here, saving him from trouble. Yusun's eyes widened when he saw this head. The guy said that the youth had incredible strength and mana density. The blade of the sword shone with blue light. The protagonist thought about what happened to the author's sword, the blessing of the goddess energy transfer. The chief frowned, looking at the saint standing behind him and saying that it was dangerous here. The boy looked at his back, asking what was going on. The man replied that the moment he broke the magic circle to convince the elders, Maid appeared and framed him. Taking advantage of his confrontation with the deceived elders, Maid killed them all using the protagonist's powers. Maid, whose eyes were shining brightly, smiled creepily, saying that now they can expect the same thing to happen to them. The man said that it was better to avoid him for now. The boy took a step forward, saying that he would have to fight him. The chieftain gritted his teeth, addressing the saint. Yusung frowned, asking Maid if the mana charges had changed. The boy closed his eyes and smiled, saying that at first the boy gave him a lot of trouble. He thought his whole body would explode. The protagonist tilted his head, saying that now he had enough power, so why not put it to good use. Maid opened his mouth wide and laughed, saying that he was born for this. He frowned and opened his eyes slightly, saying that it would be after he destroyed everyone on the island, absorbed his parents in Billow Village, and became the only god. Yusung opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth slightly, thinking about how he knew Billow Village. But the guy said about transferring experiences. He wondered if that included memories. Did that mean he meant that? The guy opened his mouth slightly, turning to his interlocutor. Yusung raised his eyebrows, asking if he knew what special anesthesia was. Maid opened his eyes wide and put his hand to his head, asking what it was. He opened his mouth wide and threw his head back, saying that it was memories. The protagonist moved forward, saying that he didn't think about it until he heard it, so he probably needed time to digest it. Maid shouted, asking if all that power wasn't entirely his. The boy frowned, saying that it was, since the density of mana was somehow subtly different. The protagonist grabbed his neck, asking if he thought the boy was wasting his time talking to him, but he just wanted to test how his mana rod skill absorbed the mana in the atmosphere. He knew that this rod was special, but there was a limit. If he poured an infinite amount of mana into it, it would quickly wear out and melt. The protagonist stood in front of the boy. Maid frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking what he was trying to do. Yusung raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes, saying that he was going to use mana press. A bright blue flash appeared in the air. Bright streams of energy appeared around it. Bright particles appeared on the dark background. The blue flash rushed from the island into the dark night sky. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, looking up. Bright blue flashes appeared on his chest under his shirt. He thought that this method applies to himself too. The boy widened his eyes, seeing the memories of the chief. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at the man behind him. The voice told him to hurry up and lower the sails. Gray sails appeared on the mast. The masked guy widened his eyes, saying that the wind was too strong, they would tear them apart in an instant. The protagonist frowned, telling him to use his magic on the stern too. After defeating Maid, the waves around the island became even stronger after the chief destroyed the core of the magic circle. But the new ship was stronger than when they sailed, all thanks to the work of those people. A bright light fell on the dark deck of the ship with gray sails, high waves played behind it. The young man raised his hand up, using the enhancement, a bright light emanated from his palm. The hero used psychokinesis. A bright energy lifted the ship above the water. The boy put his hand forward, telling everyone to hold on tightly. The boy frowned, telling the saint that this was not part of their plan. The protagonist said, "Explosion." An explosion thundered from the back of the ship. The people threw their heads back. They vomited. The boy used methods that a small boat could not bear and quickly passed through the area with violent waves. The ships moved through the air. Streams of wind emanated from its back. Several days passed. The boys smiled widely. Their cheeks blushed. They were glad to finally see this. In the distance, the heroes saw tall buildings. This was Hangu village. This was truly the outside world. Uriel raised her eyebrows and smiled, asking how he managed to drag everyone here. The boy put his hands out to the sides, saying that he could not have done it without her. The boy thanked her. Uriel grinned and noted that everything was so simple. When he returned, he would have a great pleasure. The boy looked ahead, imagining a surprised Zeke with a mug in his hand, saying that he would let the man pay the bill. Hayes pressed her hand to her chest and smiled, turning to the boy and thanking him and the saint for getting everyone out. Having gotten off the island and coming here, she felt like she could move mountains, but she didn't know yet why he brought them here. Tall buildings were visible on the shore, shining brightly. The girl winked and smiled, saying that everything should be fine. The boy closed his eyes, saying that it was, she just needed to stay with them. The voice told them to stop. The heroes froze on the deck, looking ahead. The man frowned and pointed a sharp weapon in front of him, saying that unauthorized ships were not allowed to dock in the harbor, they needed to turn around. The boy raised his eyebrows and turned around, asking what they should do, since those people wanted them to leave. The hero frowned furiously and stepped forward, saying that they should use all their strength once they were overboard. The young man frowned in fear, saying that he had something. Yusen jumped from the deck of the ship to the ground, asking where they could get permission. The man frowned, surprised that the young man could jump from such a height, and saying that permission for Western trading ports was only issued by the Kingdom of Frias. If they thought there was a separate office here, they were wrong. The boy handed him an object with a cross symbol, asking him to tell them that they would be using the harbor. The man frowned and opened his mouth wide, seeing the symbol of the saint. He ordered to immediately inform the temple about this. A minute passed. People appeared at the appropriated ship. They bowed their heads to the protagonist. They asked the saint for forgiveness for being too rude. The boy said that everything was fine. He asked if they could go. The man looked up and smiled widely, saying that they would take them to a resting place. The protagonist asked what about them. The protagonist folded his hands in front of him, saying that Felge's father had ordered them to treat them with the utmost respect, so they would like to escort the guests. Yusen raised his eyebrows, saying Felge's name. Ariel smiled, saying that he wanted to return the favor, so there was nothing wrong with it. The guy closed his eyes and smiled, saying that a favor could not be refused, so they had better go. The heroes found themselves in a large room, in which there were moans full of food and drinks. People clanked 3 large mugs. Yusen and Iriel smiled, holding the mugs in their hands. The man thanked the saint for bringing them here. He was glad that the young man was taking care of them. Light was coming out of the windows of a bright building with a dark roof. The boy looked at the chieftain, asking how it felt to be off the island. The man closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he was still having a hard time adjusting. Yusen put his hand forward and stood in front of him, saying that it was because he was not familiar with this kind of life, but he had nothing to worry about. He was here to help in any way he could. The elder asked him to tell him more about it. The protagonist smiled widely and opened his eyes, saying that he could do anything. What he was asking him to do was necessary for everyone in this world. The young man was going to teach everyone medicine. The chieftain raised his eyebrows, saying that they could use magic. The protagonist noted that he knew the man thought so, but not everyone in this world could use it. Statistically, only 1 person out of 10 could use magic. Those who could not use magic either had to go and get healed by a saint or pay for healing magic. He imagined 10 little men, one of them wearing a wizard's hat. The average cost of a healing spell was a modest 30 coins. For comparison, about a month's subsistence minimum for a commoner. Not everyone could afford it. The boy imagined a crying man holding a sick girl in his arms. Yusen closed his eyes and smiled, saying that a world where he could use his medical training abilities to quickly become a doctor, and then pass them on to someone else, so that eventually everyone would have access to medical care everywhere. That was his goal. The chieftain closed his eyes and smiled, saying that this was a gift worthy of the holiness of Gaia. The boy said that they would study medicine in a place called the Academy, which was located on the eastern continent, about 2 weeks away by ship from here. He imagined a green lawn inside the bright building of the Academy. During this time, he would teach him common sense and basic knowledge of medicine. Given the capabilities of the clan, this time should be more than enough. The man confirmed his words. The heroes smiled happily, clinking their mugs. The chief smiled and raised his hand to his mouth, saying that he understood his idea. He would pass this on to the children. The boy thanked him for understanding, and in order to get to the academy, they must pass through a place called Celia. This is where he comes from, where his family lives. Yusung raised his eyebrows, his eyes wide. He asked if nothing would happen if he did not go to his mother. The chief frowned, looking at him. The man noticed that Maid's memories had leaked into him. The boy frowned. The chief closed his eyes, saying that if that was the case, he should know he was a very good father to her and he couldn't stand to look at his father's stupid face. The protagonist frowned in shock and opened his mouth. The man clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he felt strange about being able to meet him now, but he thought that it was better for them to be apart for a while. But even without that, they seemed to be doing well, because they had raised a beautiful child. Yusun raised his eyebrows in surprise and his eyes widened. He winked at the chief, saying that they still had plenty of time. One thing he knew for sure, any mother he knew would be happy to meet the man. The chief raised his eyebrows, saying that he would be interested if she would agree. The young man raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he would. He personally needed to tell the guy when he was ready. The hero called the man Grandpa. The elder raised his eyebrows in surprise, not taking his eyes off him. The heroes looked at the bright lights in the windows of the dark buildings. The chief said that he would definitely inform him. With these words, Yusun and his family, as well as more than 200 other clan members, set off for the Holy Land. The heroes froze, seeing a tall fortress with dark roofs in the distance. A large building is depicted against the dark sky, and the saint is greeted. Here, Sia, with her hands folded, says that she has one thing to do. Suddenly, 2 girls appear, and the blue-haired one tells about what happened to them. Meanwhile, the interior is depicted, and the young man notices that this is a problem. The next second, Ray is amazed by the girl's remark. He immediately smiles, saying that he is proud of them. Here, a light appears in the windows, and they talk about the people the saint brought with him. Suddenly, Sia thinks, believing that Ray should move carefully. After that, he tenses up when it turns out that the saint's influence in the Holy Land is at its strongest right now. Suddenly, he grabs his head, deciding to just bring the doctors. Immediately, the room itself is shown again, and more news is said. The next moment, a guy is shown in a stupor, and it turns out that the medical academy is very popular right now. Meanwhile, Ray puts his finger forward, agreeing with the way to solve this problem. Now he is already smiling, watching Ja, and it is reported that he has started buying up land and empty buildings around the academy. Suddenly, surprised merchants are shown who have decided to make concessions. The next second, the day of the deal is shown and an awkwardly apologetic man. Ja, in turn, is tense and tries to persuade him to make a deal. Meanwhile, Ray looks surprised when rumors are said about his group. Here, the merchant closes his eyes, claiming that he really wants to sell the land, but there is a but. The next second, he awkwardly lowers his gaze, saying that if they can no longer escape their attention. Suddenly, the talk turns to the traitorous nobles. Several individuals are shown, and it turns out that they played an important role in protecting the kingdom. Suddenly, it is reported that they also had considerable power in the general political world. Meanwhile, the merchant is still uneasy and apologizes. The next second, he raises his hands, noticing that the way up is monopolized. Ray, in turn, smiles and tells him to prepare the documents. Now a mansion is shown, and the guys decide to talk to the traitorous nobles first. Suddenly, Ja frowns, talking about their people. Tensive faces are shown, and it turns out that they are an independent autonomous territory and do not follow the hierarchy of the Holy Kingdom. After that, Ray becomes tense, thinking that he will have to visit everyone in turn, but this is not the case. Suddenly, a certain crest is shown, and it is reported that the young man needs to establish contact with the Klein family. Ray, however, raises his hand, refusing Ja's help. Here the bedroom is shown, and it turns out that the young man would like to ask one more thing. Meanwhile, it is already getting dark outside. At the same moment, young people are standing under the orange sky, and Ray is greeted. Suddenly, a lady opens the door for him, asking him to come in. After that, a luxurious interior is shown. The woman, in turn, bows, saying that the head of the family is busy with important business. Ray looks at this in surprise, claiming that he understands everything. Then he tenses up, believing that it will not be long, because he came at the appointed time. Meanwhile, he is sitting sadly in a chair after an hour has passed. It seems that he is already tired after 2 hours of waiting. The next moment he is sitting in shock, because 3 hours have passed. Suddenly the door opens, and it is reported that everything is ready for their meeting. Here the heels of the lady are shown, who is surprised that Ray reached them. At that very second, she smiles, introducing herself. The young man, in turn, hiding his irritation, says that he would like her to unblock the communication channel. At this the Countess laughs, noticing his laconicism. Suddenly she frowns, deciding to answer directly. After this, a refusal sounds. At this point Ray raises a finger, assuming that this has to do with the purchase of land around the academy, but this is only partly true. The next moment he watches carefully, while the Countess is surprised by the interference in politics. Meanwhile, the woman spreads her arms, noticing that it is no less unusual that they blocked the way up. Suddenly Ray's eyes sparkle when the Countess admits that she is uneasy. Her gaze, in turn, is serious, and she states that his interference can be a threat to them. Suddenly she laughs, noticing the straightforwardness of the young man. The next moment she smiles sadly, talking about the condition for unlocking. It turns out that they must receive appropriate compensation. Here a mansion is depicted, and the woman hastens to give an example. At this moment she looks cunning, offering to give them 1,000 platinum coins. At this, Ray only arches an eyebrow, thinking that she is joking. Meanwhile, the Countess, putting her hands behind her back, says that it is not too much. Here the legs of the young man are shown, who thinks that the woman would hardly agree to unblocking even at such a price. The Countess, in turn, spreads her arms, asking why he makes such an outrageous demand. Here she narrows her eyes, declaring that he cannot take this lightly. The next moment, the surrounding area is depicted, and it turns out that the entire people will suffer if the blockade continues, but they do not care. After this, Ray frowns, declaring that the people are the support of the nation, but the Countess thinks otherwise. Here she closes her eyes, saying that the blockade will remain until the wiser choice of the saint. Ray, in turn, stands opposite her, remembering that he did not want to go so far. Suddenly he smiles irritably, deciding to find a way to crush the aristocrats. The street is already depicted, and it turns out that after some time, the economy of the blockaded provinces began to collapse. The next moment, the gloomy residents are shown when their new problems are reported. Suddenly, bandits appear, and it is said that public order has been disturbed. The whole street looks some kind of gray, and it turns out that the damage to everyone was becoming more serious. Here, a bright building is depicted, and a phrase is heard about the unexpectedness of the actions of the outskirts nobles. Meanwhile, Ray is standing in front of the throne, saying that he will take care of everything himself. The man, looking seriously, claims that it is not the boy's fault. After this, Ray is surprised when he is offered help. Immediately he smiles, thanking the man. The next moment, Ja appears next to him, declaring that she is ready. At this moment, she looks serious, and it turns out that Zeke is also for it. After this, Ray smiles resolutely, noting that in order to catch the tiger, they need to go into its lair. Here, a dark street is depicted. The next second, the sitting guy looks at the guest in surprise. Suddenly, he gets angry after bad words about this place. Meanwhile, a bag of gold falls in front of him. At this, Ray smiles, offering him cooperation. At this, Huffman only frowns while something is being said to him. Suddenly, he gets irritated, starting to shout. At this, the young man crosses his arms, telling everything about the guy. After this, Huffman tenses up and continues listening to facts about himself. Suddenly, Ray puts his hand on the table, declaring that he is not known, but he knows the guy. The next second, smiling decisively, he says that he is giving him a chance. Now a cabinet with books appears, and it turns out that Huffman misses his former company. Meanwhile, Huffman throws up his hands, asking what he should do with the young man. To this, Ray only smiles, offering him to sell exclusive goods on other routes. The guy, in turn, leans his hands on the table, noticing that the only way up is blocked. Suddenly, he clenches his teeth when he is called. Now the door opens while he is thinking. Suddenly, the ear of the animal appears. The next second, a group of working boars appears. Ray points to one of them, saying that he has permission from the inhabitants. Suddenly, boxes of precious stones appear, and it turns out that this will be for sale. After this, Huffman is amazed, exclaiming. Now he turns around, noticing that these things cannot go to ordinary people. To this, Ray only smiles, asking if he wants to work with him. Meanwhile, the guy looks at him with admiration. It turns out that he sees a coin in it, deciding not to miss the opportunity. Suddenly, Huffman folds his hands, declaring that he will work until the last. Ray, in turn, thinks after the question about the name of the store. The next second, he snaps his fingers, preparing a sentence. A building is shown, as if surrounded by the sun, and it is said about the store of salvation. Here is an image of a dark face a month after the founding of the store. Meanwhile, Huffman is happy with the amount of gold and is preparing for their success. Here he folds his hands, and it turns out that in a short time the company has created a wonderful foundation. Ray, in turn, smiles, praising the guy. Huffman sits at the table, claiming that he has not really done anything. Here are depicted happy individuals, and it turns out that everyone is interested in the youth's trade. The next second, Huffman looks happy, thinking about big money. Suddenly, Ray sighs, saying that initially the goal was not money. Here he smiles, dictating what the guy needs to tell people. The named conditions are supported by an illustration. The next moment, another diagram is depicted after the decision to buy food seriously. Here is a man handing out food, and it turns out that this is exactly the idea. Meanwhile, Huffman is thinking, worrying about the nobles on the outskirts. To this, Ray, raising a finger, declares that they must help people themselves become economically independent. At the same second, the guy is amazed, analyzing the thought. Suddenly, several boxes appear over the field, and it is reported that at first they will give everything to people, and then they will be able to do everything themselves. Ray, in turn, closes his eyes contentedly, noting that this will be the first step to independence. Here he puts his hands on his belt, saying that the guy will not lose his share of the profit. Meanwhile, Huffman clenches his hand into a fist, declaring that now he will help as best he can. Light is visible from the windows, and Ray decides that he has chosen the right merchant. The next moment, a joyful Huffman is depicted, and his decision is reported. Here a board is shown, and it turns out that the guy has created an advisory group of farmers. Suddenly a small building is depicted, and a phrase is heard about how everyone has received food. At this moment, Huffman, smiling, happily says goodbye to the people. He seems pleased, deciding that everything is going according to plan. Meanwhile, happy people want to be around, and he likes to look at it. Suddenly Ray appears in the guise of a saint. That's what they call him. Suddenly Huffman thinks, noticing that the young man wants to hide the fact that he is a saint. Here a person in armor is shown, and it is suggested that this is a knight from the border nobility. The next moment, people are standing in front of the sheet, amazed. Unexpectedly, Huffman is taken aback. Here a large building is depicted, and the master is called. Immediately Ray turns around, perplexed. After this, a road is shown, when it turns out that the old way up is open again. At this, the young man only raises his eyebrows, not understanding. Suddenly a knight appears, greeting the people. Meanwhile, the people are perplexed. Huffman, in turn, listens to all the news in amazement. The knight holds a sheet of paper in his hands, and the guy understands that he is blatantly lying. Now the girl is amazed after such words. The knight confidently declares that they must rid their communities of this evil organization. The next moment, Huffman crosses his arms over his gordy, being dissatisfied. Ray, in turn, bursts into laughter. The guy clenches his hand into a fist, believing that their efforts will be in vain. Meanwhile, tea is pouring into the mug, and it turns out that they do not need to worry. Ray smiles, asking if it will be so easy for those people to return to the old oppressive structure. The next moment, he turns around, saying that everyone has realized the power of choice. Suddenly, hands reaching for the sky appear, and it turns out that the young men have created an opportunity to overcome fear. Meanwhile, Huffman listens to Ray's speech in surprise. Suddenly, a group of dissatisfied people appear. The knight, in turn, tenses up when the furious question is asked. Suddenly, a whole riot begins and exclamations are heard. At this point, someone persistently shouts that they were not cared for in trouble. It turns out that they lied in order to exploit them. The next moment, a dumbfounded countess is depicted. Here is a phrase about real freedom. Meanwhile, Ray winks, talking about the ability to defend oneself. Suddenly, two mugs hit each other. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.